The Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Hari Prasad Shastri. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Book 6. Yuddha-Kanda. Chapter 1. Rama felicitates Hanuman, his perplexities. Hearing Hanuman's faithful narrative, Rama, full of joy, said, "The mission that Hanuman has carried out is of great significance and the most arduous in the world. None other could have achieved it, even in thought. Other than Garuda and Vayu, verily I know of no being able to cross the mighty ocean save Hanuman himself. Neither gods, Danavas, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Uragas, nor Rakshas could enter Lanka, which is protected by Ravana, and did any in his presumption enter it, would he return alive? Who is able to capture that citadel by assault that has been rendered inaccessible by its rampart of titans, but one whose courage and valor are equal to Hanuman's? Hanuman has carried out this important service for Sugriva by manifesting a strength equal to his audacity. That servant to whom his master confides a difficult task and who acquits himself with zeal is said to be a superior man. The one who is ready and capable, but who yet does no more than his sovereign exacts from him in order to render himself agreeable, is called an ordinary man, but he who is well and able, and yet does not carry out the command of his king, is said to be the least of men. Hanuman has fulfilled the task confided to him unfalteringly, to the satisfaction of Sugriva. In consequence, through the discovery of Vaidehi's retreat by this faithful messenger, the house of Raghu, the valiant Lakshmana, and I have been saved. Yet, even so, my heart is heavy, since I am not able to requite the bearer of these good tidings in a fitting manner. Let me at least embrace the magnanimous Hanuman, since in the present circumstances, this is all that is permitted to me." Having spoken thus, Rama, trembling with joy, clasped Hanuman in his arms, who, master of himself, his mission fulfilled, had returned. Then the great scion of the house of Raghu, after reflecting a while, added in the presence of Sugriva, king of the monkeys, "Though the discovery of Sita has been accomplished, yet when I behold that vast ocean, I am plunged in despondency. How will the army of the monkeys be able to reach the southern shore, crossing over that impassable stretch of water? Having received these tidings of Vaidehi, what can now be done to take the monkeys to the further side of the ocean?" In the anguish that possessed him, the mighty Rama, scourge of his foes, having spoken to Hanuman, was filled with apprehension and became absorbed in thought. Chapter 2. Sugriva consoles Rama. Rama, the son of Dasaratha, being plunged in despair, the fortunate Sugriva spoke to him in consoling accents, saying, "Why dost thou give way to sorrow like a common man, O hero? Shake off this melancholy, as do ungrateful men the recognition of favors accorded to them. After the tidings thou hast received, and now that the haunt of thine enemy is known to thee, I see no cause for thine anxiety, O Raghava. Prudent and versed in the scriptures, intelligent and cultured as thou art, do thou as one master of himself banish these unworthy fears that are the obstacles to success. We shall cross the sea where monstrous crocodiles abound, take Lanka by assault, and slay thine adversary. The pusillanimous and despondent man, whose mind is agitated by grief, accomplishes nothing worthwhile and rushes towards destruction. In order to please thee, these monkey warriors who are brave and skilled are ready to enter a blazing fire. Observing their martial ardor, I am filled with confidence. Do thou test my courage by suffering me to bring back Sita to thee after having slain thine adversary Ravana of evil exploits. But first construct a bridge for us that we may approach that city of the Lord of the Titans. The instant we behold Lanka, built on the summit of Trikuta, Ravana is slain as it were. But unless a bridge is thrown over that formidable domain of Varuna, the sea, the gods and Asuras themselves, with their leaders, cannot force an entry into Lanka. When that dike on the waters in the vicinity of Lanka is constructed, and all the troops shall have passed over it, Ravana is, as it were, already defeated. So valiant are these monkey warriors who are able to change their form at will. Enough of this faint-hearted attitude, fatal to any enterprise, O king. In this world, man is embraced by sorrow. That which must be done should be accomplished with resolution. It is assuredly expedient to act swiftly. For this enterprise, O great sage, unite energy with virtue, for if it be a question of loss or death, the great warriors, thy peers, see grief as the consumer of their resources. Thou art the foremost of the wise, and versed in all the scriptures. With allies such as I am, thy victory is assured. In sooth, I see none in the three worlds able to withstand thee in combat when thou art armed with thy bow. With the success of thine enterprise in the hands of the monkeys, thou canst not fail. When thou hast crossed the imperishable ocean, thou shalt see Sita ere long. Desist from this melancholy that thou hast allowed to invade thee, and yield to thy legitimate indignation, O prince. Unadventurous warriors never win honor, but all fear the wrathful. It is for the purpose of crossing the formidable ocean, the Lord of rivers, that thou hast come hither with us. Now with thy resourceful mind ponder on it. Once the ocean has been crossed by my forces, no victory to be certain. Verily, when the whole army has passed over the sea, our triumph is assured. The monkeys, those courageous soldiers who are able to change their form at pleasure, will crush their opponents with an avalanche of rocks and trees. Whatever the means employed, once we have crossed Varuna's domain, Ravana is as dead in mine eyes, O destroyer of thy foes. But of what use are all these words? Thy victory is assured, and the portents which I perceive fill my heart with joy. Chapter 3. Hanuman describes the strength of Lanka to Rama. These words of Sugriva, judicious and full of good sense, pleased Kakusta, who said to Hanuman, "By the power of mine austerities, I am well able to cross the ocean by throwing a bridge over it, or even drying it up. What are the fortifications of this inaccessible Lanka? Describe them fully to me. I wish to hear all about them, as if I had myself beheld them, O monkey. How are its gates manned? What is the strength of the army? What kind of moats surround it? And how are the retreats of the Titans constructed? Thou didst explore Lanka at thy leisure when opportunity arose. Now in the light of thine observations, give me exact and complete information thereon." Thus interrogated by Rama, Hanuman, the son of Maruta, the most eloquent of narrators, said, "Hear, O king, I will tell thee the extent of the defenses, of the moats and the number of troops guarding that city. I will describe to thee the opulence of those Titans and the great prosperity of their capital due to Ravana's austerities. I will tell thee also of the formidable ocean and the many regiments of infantry and the strength of the cavalry." After this preamble, the foremost of monkeys began to relate lucidly everything he knew and said, "Filled with happy people, Lanka abounds in elephants intoxicated with mata juice and is swimming with chariots and Titans. It has 4 immense gateways that are extremely high and furnished with strong doors which are closed with massive iron bars. Catapults, darts, and stones are placed near at hand, capable of repelling the assaults of the enemy, and the valiant Titans have heaped in readiness formidable spears in their hundreds. The city is encircled by a high golden wall, difficult to scale, lined within with precious gems, coral, emerald, and pearl. On all sides, awe-inspiring moats of great splendor, filled with icy water, have been dug, which are deep and abounding in crocodiles and fishes. At the entrance to these dikes, there are 4 long drawbridges, furnished with innumerable weapons, and 5 great cannons are placed round about, which defend the entries against the approach of the enemy, whose battalions would be flung by these engines of war into the moats on every side. The most important of these bastions, impossible to force, is of unsuperable strength and dazzling with its pillars and fulcrums of gold. Endowed with great physical strength, O prince, Ravana is avid for combat, ever on the alert and constantly reviewing his forces. Lanka is therefore impregnable. It is a celestial citadel that inspires terror. Surrounded by water, built on a mountain with its 4-fold defenses, it is situated on the other side of the impassable ocean, O Rama, where no vessel can approach it, as it offers no harborage anywhere. Built on the summit of an inaccessible rock, Lanka, where horses and elephants abound, resembling the city of the gods, is extremely difficult to conquer. With its moats and shatagnis, its engines of war of every kind, that capital of the wicked Ravana is unique. The eastern gate is defended by 10,000 men, all skilled warriors armed with spears, the foremost of swordsmen. The southern gate is guarded by 100,000 warriors. There a whole army of seasoned fighters is assembled. 10,000 troops armed with swords and shields, all accustomed to the wielding of weapons, defend the western gate. The northern gate is protected by 1,000,000 men who are mounted in chariots or who ride on horses. They are the sons of distinguished families. Titans to the number of hundreds and thousands occupy the center of the city, with 1,000,000 tested troops in addition. I have destroyed the ramparts and filled up the moats, and having torn down the walls have set fire to the town. Therefore, if we can find some means of crossing Varuna's domain, the city is ours. Let the monkeys deliberate on the matter. Angada, Dvivida, Mayinda, Jambavan, Panasa, Nala, and the general Nila will fall upon Ravana's capital with its hills, woods, moats, archways, and ramparts, and bring Sita back to thee, O Raghava. What need is there of the rest of the monkeys? Come, give the command quickly to the whole army of these valiant monkeys, and at a propitious hour let us set out. Chapter 4. The army reaches the shores of the sea. Having listened to the judicious and well-reasoned speech of Hanuman, the illustrious Rama, a true hero, spoke, saying, "Now that thou hast told me everything concerning Lanka, that dread citadel of the terrible demons, I shall make preparations to destroy it without delay. This is the truth. O Sugriva, be gracious enough to order our departure. The sun is in mid-heaven and has entered the constellation of victory. As for Sita's abductor, he shall not escape wherever he may go. When Sita learns of my approach, her hopes will revive, as one who, having drunk poison and on the point of death, quaffs the nectar of immortality. The northern planet Fulguni is in the ascendant and will be in conjunction with the Hasta star tomorrow. Let us depart, O Sugriva, and let all the troops accompany us. Every portent is favorable. Having slain Ravana, I shall return with Sita, the daughter of Janaka. My right eyelid is twitching, which is an indication that victory is near and that my purpose will be accomplished." At these words, King Sugriva and Lakshmana, bowing low, paid obeisance to Rama, who, full of faith and versed in the moral law, spoke once more, saying, "Let General Nila, with a guard of 100,000 intrepid warriors, go before the army to explore the way. He should lead his forces speedily by the path where fruit, roots, shade, fresh water, and honey abound. In their wickedness, the demons are capable of destroying the roots and fruits and vitiating the water on the way. Keep them at a distance and be on your guard. Let those dwellers of the woods search the ravines and dense thickets in the forest in order to discover the ambushes of the enemy. Those who are weak should remain here, for your task is formidable and demands endurance. Therefore, let the foremost of the monkeys, gifted with prodigious prowess, lead the vanguard, composed of hundreds and thousands of monkeys, resembling the waters of the sea. Let Gaja, who is like unto a hill, and the exceedingly powerful Gavaya and Gavaksha, go ahead like proud bulls leading the kine. The leader of monkeys, Rishaba, skilled in leaping, should protect the right flank of the army, and the fiery Gandhamadana, resembling an elephant in Musta, should defend the left flank. I myself, mounted on the shoulders of Hanuman, like Indra on Airavata, will march on the center of my troops in order to encourage them. Lakshmana, who resembles death itself, will ride on the shoulders of Angada as Kuvera, the lord of creatures and god of wealth, on Sarvabhauma. Let the mighty lord of the bears, Jambavan, with Sushena, and the monkey Vegadarshan, all three protect the rear of the army. Hearing Raghava's words, Sugriva, commander of the forces, gave his orders to the monkeys. Thereupon a multitude of monkeys, eager to fight, issued from the caves and mountain peaks, leaping on all sides. Honored by the king of the monkeys, as also by Lakshmana, the virtuous Rama, accompanied by hundreds and thousands of monkeys resembling elephants, set out in a southerly direction, and under Sugriva's command, that great army, in high spirits, betraying its delight, escorted him. Guarding the flanks of the army and pressing forward, they ran towards the south, leaping on all sides, emitting leonine roars, growling and shouting, feeding on honey and delicious fruits, brandishing great trees and flowering shrubs. In their pugnacity, some lifted their fellows up and threw them down, or climbed on each other's backs, vying with one another in turning somersaults. "We will slay Ravana with all his nocturnal rangers." Thus did those monkeys roar in the presence of Rama. Going in advance of the army, Rishaba, the valiant Nila, and also Kumuda cleared the way with the assistance of innumerable monkeys. In the center, the King Sugriva, Rama, and Lakshmana, scourges of their foes, were surrounded by countless redoubtable warriors. The courageous monkey, Shatabali, at the head of 10 kotis, was in himself sufficient to protect the entire host of monkeys. With an escort of 100 kotis, Kisaran and Panasa, Gaja and Arka, with their battalions, protected the flanks of that army, whilst Sushena and Jambavan, surrounded by a multitude of bears, having placed Sugriva at the head, formed the rear guard. The valiant General Nila, a lion among monkeys who excelled in marching, constantly inspected the ranks, and Valamuka, Prajanga, Jamba, and the monkey Rabasa went about everywhere encouraging the Plavamgamas. Whilst those lions among monkeys advanced on every side, proud of their strength, they beheld the great mountain Saya, crowned with hundreds of trees and lakes and lovely pools covered with flowers. Under the command of Rama of searing wrath, skirting the precincts of cities and public highways, that vast and terrible army of monkeys, like the ocean tide, surged forward with a thunderous sound. At the side of the son of Dasaratha, those heroic monkeys bounded forward with agility, like swift steeds urged on by the spur. And those foremost of men, borne on the shoulders of monkeys, appeared beautiful like the sun and moon in conjunction with those two great planets, Rahu and Ketu, and honored by the king of the monkeys and Lakshmana, Rama, accompanied by his army, proceeded towards the south. Then Lakshmana, mounted on Angada's shoulders, spoke to Rama, who was accomplishing his design, in sweet accents, saying, "Having regained Vaidehi and slain Ravana, her abductor, thus fulfilling thy purpose, thou wilt return to Ayodhya, who too will be gratified. I perceive auspicious omens in the heavens and on the earth, O descendant of Raghu, indicating the success of thine enterprise. A favorable wind blows behind the army that is soft, health-giving, and auspicious. Birds and beasts emit cheerful and sonorous sounds. All the quarters are serene, and the sun shines clearly. Ushanas, Brigu's son, too, wears an auspicious aspect for thee, and the pole star is unaccompanied by adverse planets, the 7 rishis, pure and brilliant, circumambulating it. Before us shines the grandsire of the high-souled Ikshvakus, the immaculate Trishanku, accompanied by his priest, and the twin Vishakhas, our racial star, gleam free from obstruction. Nerita, the ruling star of the Titans, is badly aspected and in opposition to the rising planet Dhumaketu, presaging the overthrow of the Titans. Those about to die in their last hour become a prey to Graha. The water of the lakes is fresh and tastes sweet. The woods are laden with fruit. Fragrant breezes blow softly, and the trees are flowering out of season, O Lord. The army of the monkeys looks splendid in its formations, like the celestial host at the destruction of Taraka. Surveying the whole scene, O noble one, thou shouldest experience supreme delight." Thus did Saumitri speak in gay tones to his elder brother in order to console him, and meantime the army of the monkeys advanced, covering the earth. The dust raised by those mighty bears and monkeys, furnished with nails and claws, enveloped the whole earth, and the splendor of the sun was obscured. Like a mass of cloud enveloping the sky, that monkey army advanced in solid formation, encompassing the southern region. As they pressed on mile, crossing the rivers and streams against the current, they traversed many leagues in one stretch. Resting by lakes of pure water, passing over mountains covered with forests, across plains, through woods laden with fruit, skirting them or passing through the center, they went on, covering the entire earth, and their countenances manifesting joy, they ran with the swiftness of the wind. All those monkeys were zealous in Rama's service, each vying with the other in high spirits, vigor, and prowess. Some, proud of their youth and supple limbs, increased their pace, running with extreme speed and executing handsprings, and some of those rangers of the woods shouted, "Kila! Kila!" lashing their tails and stamping on the earth, whilst others with upraised arms broke off the trees and rocks here and there, or climbed to the summit of the mountains like true mountaineers. Emitting loud cries and roaring, they frequently tore down handfuls of creepers with their thighs. In their energy, with their jaws set, some juggled with rocks and trees. It was by hundreds and thousands and millions that these formidable monkeys covered the earth with their splendor, and that great army of monkeys, full of energy, proceeding under Sugriva's orders, eager for battle and anxious to deliver Sita, did not linger even for an instant. Then Rama, seeing the Sahira and Malaya mountains with their dense woodlands frequented by various kinds of wild animals and marvelous forests, streams and rivers, went towards them, and the monkeys broke down Champaka, Tilaka, Gutta, Praseka, Sindhubaraka, Tanisha, Karavira, Ashoka, Karanja, Plaksha, Nayagroda, Jambuka, and Amlaka trees, and seated on those enchanting plateaus, the forest trees, shaken by the wind, covered them with flowers. A soft breeze, fresh and perfumed with sandal, blew while the bees hummed in the nectar-scented woods. From this mountain, rich in ore, the dust raised by those monkeys enveloped that immense army on all sides. On the smiling mountain slopes, Kitaka trees, Sunduvara, charming Vasanti, scented Madhavi, clumps of jasmine, Shirabilva, Maduka, Vanjala, Vankula, Ranjaka, Tilaka, Nagavriksha, all in flower with Kuta, Patalaka, Kovidara, Mutulinda, Arjuna, Shimshapa, Kutaja, Hintala, Tanisha, Shuranaka, Nipaka, the blue Ashoka, Sarala, and Kola, and Padmaka trees bloomed and teemed with monkeys disporting themselves there. Enchanting lakes and pools, frequented by waterfowl, ducks, and herons, were to be found on that mountain, which was the haunt of boars, deer, bears, hyenas, lions, and tigers, inspiring terror, and innumerable venomous snakes infested it. Kumudas, utpalas, and many other flowers embellished the lakes, and flocks of birds of various kinds sang on that mountainside. Having bathed in those waters and quenched their thirst, the monkeys began to disport themselves, and splashing one another, climbing the mountain, they plucked the delicious fruits as fragrant as amrita, and the roots and flowers from the trees. Yellow as honey themselves, they delighted, feasted on the combs, a drona in size, which were suspended from the trees, and shaking the lovely branches and letting them spring back again, they tore down the creepers. Some drunk with nectar, dancing joyfully as they continued on their way. Some climbed the trees, others quenched their thirst, and the whole earth, covered with monkeys, resembled a field of ripe corn. Reaching the Mahendra mountain, the long-armed Rama, whose eyes resembled lotus petals, climbed to the summit adorned with various trees, and from that peak, the elder son of King Dasaratha beheld that vast sea with its rising waves, full of fish and turtle. Having crossed the Saya and Malaya mountains, the army halted in their ranks along the shores of the sea with its thundering waves. Then that foremost of men, Rama, descended from the heights and, accompanied by Lakshmana and Sugriva, quickly entered a lovely wood on the shores of the ocean, and reaching that immense strand strewn with boulders, washed by the billowing waves, he spoke thus: "O Sugriva, we have reached the abode of Varuna. Now we should consider the matter with which we were formerly preoccupied. This ocean, the Lord of Rivers, with its vast expanse, is impossible to cross unless some special course be adopted. Let us camp here, therefore, and deliberate on the means by which we can transport the army to the further shore." Speaking thus, that long-armed hero who had been rendered desolate by Sita's abduction approached the sea and issued orders for the troops quartering. "Let the whole army pitch their camp on the shore, O lion among monkeys. The time has come to take counsel and devise some way to cross the main. Let every leader remain with his forces, and under no pretext whatever shall he leave them. Meantime, they should find out if any ambush has been laid by the enemy." At Rama's command, Sugriva, assisted by Lakshmana, caused his forces to camp on the shore, which was covered with trees, and the monkey host looked resplendent like a second ocean whose waves were yellow as honey. Reaching that wooded shore, those lions of monkeys encamped, eager to reach the further side of the ocean, and the tumult caused by those forces pitching their tents could be heard above the roaring of the sea. That vast army of monkeys, commanded by Sugriva, ranged in 3 divisions, were deeply concerned with the accomplishment of Rama's mission, and from the shore where they were stationed, the monkey host gazed with delight on the vast ocean lashed by the tempest. Then those leaders of monkeys surveyed that abode of Varuna of limitless expanse, whose distant shore was inhabited by Titans. Rendered formidable by the ferocity of its sharks and crocodiles, that ocean with its foaming waves at the close of day and the approach of night appeared to laugh and dance. When the moon rose, whose image was reflected limitlessly in its bosom, the ocean surged, swarming with gigantic sharks, whales, and great fish, strong like the tempest, and it was fathomless, abounding in serpents of flaming coils and many aquatic animals and reefs. In that ocean, difficult to cross, whose waves were impassable, haunted by Titans, the waves in which sharks and sea monsters swarmed rose and fell joyfully, whipped into motion by the breeze. Emitting sparks and turbulent with its gleaming reptiles, the ocean, that dread refuge of the enemies of the gods, the eternal region of hell, resembled the sky, and there seemed no difference between them. The waters simulated the firmament, and the firmament the waters, both manifesting the same appearance with the stars above and the pearls below, with which they were filled, and one with its racing clouds and the other with its squadrons of waves, caused the sea and sky to look identical. As wave clashed against wave without pause, the king of rivers emitted a terrific clamor like the sound of the beating of great gongs in the sky. With its murmuring waves, its innumerable pearls, and its monsters as it were pursuing it like a pack of hounds, the ocean, in the grip of a hurricane, seemed to leap excitedly. And the magnanimous monkeys surveyed that ocean, lashed by the winds and the waves which, whipped by its blast, seemed to groan. Struck with astonishment, those monkeys regarded the sea with its dashing waves, rolling on and on. Chapter 5. Rama is afflicted when thinking of Sita. On the northern shore, the army under the command of Nila halted, and the 2 generals, Mainda and Devivida, foremost among the monkeys, patrolled up and down and on all sides in order to protect the monkey host. The army being thus encamped on the shores of the Lord of the Waters, Rama, observing Lakshmana standing at his side, said to him, "Sorrow invariably decreases with the passing of time, but in the absence of my beloved, mine increases daily. Not that my sufferings are caused by separation from my companion, nor my misfortune by her abduction. What I deplore is that her youth is slipping away. O breeze, speed to that place where my beloved is, and, having caressed her, touch me, thus causing me the same delight that a weary traveler experiences when gazing on the moon. That which consumes my limbs as though I had swallowed poison is the cry of my dear one, while being borne away, help, O thou who art my defender. With my separation from her as the coals and my thoughts of her as the shimmering flames, the fire of my love consumes my body day and night. O Lakshmana, remain here while I plunge into the sea ere I sleep, so that the fire of my distress shall cease from tormenting me. It is enough that she and I sleep on the same earth. As dry land draws nourishment for its vegetation from marshy ground, so do I exist in the knowledge that Sita still lives. Oh, when shall I, having overcome mine enemies, behold her of graceful limbs, whose eyes resemble lotus petals, the equal of Shri herself? When gently raising her lotus-like face with its ravishing lips and teeth, shall I drink in her glances, as a sick man, the nectar of immortality? When will that playful maiden embrace me, her round and quivering breasts like unto tala fruits pressed against my body, like sovereignty united with prosperity? Alas, though I am her support, that dark-eyed princess who has fallen among the Titans resembles an orphan. How can it be that the daughter of Janaka, my beloved, is now in the midst of the Titans, she, the daughter-in-law of Dasaratha? When I have put those demons to flight, Sita will live anew as the autumnal moon shines forth again when the clouds are scattered. By nature slender, Sita, on account of grief, fasting, and circumstance, is now a shadow of her former self. When, with my shafts piercing the breast of that king of Titans, shall I empty my heart of sorrow? When shall I behold the virtuous Sita, resembling a daughter of the gods, her arms encircling my neck, shedding tears of joy? When, like a soiled garment, shall I discard the pain born of my separation from my deity? As the sagacious Rama was thus lamenting, the day declined, and the disk of the sun, diminishing slowly, disappeared below the horizon. Thereupon Rama, whom Lakshmana sought to console, his mind still engaged in the thought of Sita, whose eyes were as large as lotus petals, distracted by grief, performed his evening devotions. Chapter 6. Ravana consults his subjects. In the face of the terrible and awe-inspiring feat executed in Lanka by Hanuman, who was the equal of Indra in prowess, the king of the Titans, discomfited, with bowed head, addressed his subjects, saying, "Lanka, hitherto inaccessible, has been laid waste by a mere monkey who has had converse with the daughter of Janaka, Sita. Overthrowing the palaces and slaying the foremost of the Titans, he has turned the city upside down. Such is Hanuman's achievement. What should I do now? May prosperity attend you. What plan do you consider fitting for me to adopt first? Say what you hold to be proper for us to do, and which will be to our advantage. The wise affirm that good counsel is the root of victory. That is why, O brave ones, I desire to consult you concerning Rama. There are 3 kinds of men in the world: the good, the bad, and the mediocre. I will describe the qualities and defects of them all to you. He who in his deliberations consults experienced counselors, his friends with whom he shares common interests, his relatives and his superiors, and then pursues his design with energy and the help of God, is considered to be the foremost of men. He who enters into deliberation and pursues his duty by himself single-handedly, accomplishing that which should be accomplished, is considered a mediocre man. He who fails to weigh the advantages and disadvantages of a matter and refuses God's aid, merely saying, "I shall do it," disregards his duty and is considered the least of men. Just as there are always those who are superior, those who are mediocre, and those who are inferior among men, so there exists also good, bad, and indifferent counsel. That judgment which is given after a clear-sighted examination of the question, and to which, reinforced by scriptural authority, the counselors agree, is considered excellent. Those deliberations where unanimity is finally reached after innumerable discussions are considered mediocre, and those in which each person continues to stand by his own opinion and opposes those of others, and where no conclusion can be reached, are considered pernicious. Therefore, an undertaking that follows unwise deliberation will succeed. You, who are all eminently sagacious, must decide what should be done, and I will subscribe to it. Rama, surrounded by thousands of heroic monkeys, is advancing on Lanka to exterminate us. Undoubtedly, Raghava will cross the ocean with ease by virtue of his natural powers and be followed by his younger brother and the monkey host. He is able to dry up the sea through his valor, or he may use some other means to bridge the ocean. In view of Rama's attack on you with those monkeys, do you devise some plan to protect the city and the army? Chapter 7. The Titans persuade Ravana to make war and remind him of his former exploits. Hearing the words of Ravana, their lord and master, all those powerful Titans in their ignorance instilled him with contempt for the enemy, and with joined palms offered him ill-considered advice, saying, "O king, we possess a vast army furnished with maces, spears, swords, lances, harpoons, and barbed darts. Why art thou apprehensive? Didst thou not enter Bhagavati, having overcome the serpent race in war? Didst thou not subdue Danada, who inhabited the summit of Mount Kailasha, surrounded as he was by Yakshas, creating a terrible carnage amongst them? Though he regarded himself as the lord of men and prided himself on his friendship with Mahadeva, in thy wrath thou didst vanquish him on the field of battle. O foremost among the Titans, Maya, the lord of the Danavas in fear, gave his daughter to thee in wedlock, and thou didst also subjugate the powerful and arrogant giant Madhu, the joy of Kumbhanasi. Descending into the nether regions, thou didst defeat the serpents Vasuki, Takshaka, Shanka, and Jati, despite their irresistible power, courage, and the boons conferred on them, O Lord. After fighting for a whole year, confident though they were in their own strength, thou didst force them to submit to thy yoke and learnt the science of magic from them, O King of the Titans, vanquisher of thy foes. O great hero, the valiant sons of Varuna were defeated by thee in the open field, as also the fourfold army attending on them. Thou didst descend into the vast ocean, that dark region, whose scepter is the aquatic world, his crown the Shalmali tree, his noose the great billows, his serpents the attendants of Yama, who is irresistible in his feverish and fearful motion. And thou didst win a glorious victory there, overcoming death and filling all thy subjects with joy. The earth was peopled with innumerable and valiant warriors, equal to Indra in prowess, resembling giant trees, yet thou didst destroy those invincible foes. Bhargava is neither their equal in courage, virtue, nor in might. Yet do thou remain here, O great king, why fatigue thyself? Indrajita is able to exterminate those monkeys single-handed. That prince, O great sovereign, returning from a sacrifice to Maheshwara, who is surpassed by none, received a boon from him, not easily obtainable in this world, and approaching that divine sea, whose fish are lances and spears, which abounds in weapons for its trees, whose turtles are the elephants, and whose frogs are the teeming horses, whose cetaceans are the Adaityas and Maruts, its great serpents the Vasus, its waters the chariots, steeds, and elephants, the sandy banks its infantry, that vast ocean of these celestial hosts, Indrajita approached in order to bear away their king and bring him to Lanka. Thereafter that monarch was liberated by the command of the grandsire of the world, and the vanquisher of Shambhara and Vritra returned to his abode where all the gods paid homage to him. Therefore let thy son Indrajita go forth and destroy the army of the monkeys, and Rama also, O king. It is not worthy of thee to imagine harm can come from common persons. Such thoughts should not even enter thy mind, for assuredly thou shalt bring about Rama's end. Chapter 8. The Boasting of Ravana's Generals. Then the heroic general, the Titan Prahasta, who resembled a dark cloud, joined his palms together and expressed himself thus: We are able to overcome the Devas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Pisachas, Patagas, and Uragas in the open field. How much more those two mortals? Under the influence of liquor and trusting in our own strength, we suffered ourselves to be deceived by Hanuman. But as long as I live, that ranger of the woods will not enter here again alive. I shall sweep the lands surrounded by the sea, clean of monkeys, together with its hills, forests, and jungles. Thou hast but to issue the command. I shall rid thee of that monkey, O Ranger of the Night, and thou shalt not have to suffer on account of thine offense. Thereafter, Durmuka in his turn spoke in measured tones, saying, Assuredly, we shall not tolerate this outrage that he has committed against us all. The devastation of the city and the palaces, and the insult offered to our sovereign by this monkey, shall be avenged by me. Setting out alone, I shall exterminate those monkeys, whether they have taken refuge in the dreadful deep, in heaven, or in hell. Then the powerful Vajradamstra, in a transport of rage, began to speak, brandishing a huge mace stained with flesh and blood, and said, What is that puny and miserable monkey Hanuman to us, as long as the mighty Rama, Sugriva, and Lakshmana exist? To this very day I shall return, having slain Rama, Sugriva, and Lakshmana single-handed with the blows of my mace, and routed that army of monkeys. Or, if it pleaseth thee, hear this further plan of mine. He who is resourceful may easily overcome his adversaries. Thousands of titans, able to change their shape at will, courageous, invincible, of terrifying aspect, are devoted to thee. Let them, assuming human form, present themselves before Kukusta, foremost of the Raghus, and, full of confidence, say to him, We are here on behalf of Bharata, thy younger brother. Whereupon Rama, summoning his forces, will instantly come hither. Then, armed with lances, picks, and maces, carrying bows, arrows, and swords in our hands, we will set out with speed from here and meet him. Thereafter, stationed in battalions in the air, we will exterminate that army of monkeys under a hail of rocks and shafts and send them to the region of Yama. Should they fall into the trap, it will prove disastrous for them, and Rama and Lakshmana will inevitably lose their lives. Then, the son of Kumbhakarna, the valiant and powerful Nikumba, in the height of anger, said in the presence of Ravana, the destroyer of the worlds, "Let all of you remain here with our great king. By myself I shall slay Raghava, Lakshmana, Sugriva, and also Hanuman, and all the monkeys." Thereafter, in his turn, a titan named Vajrabhanu, as tall as a mountain, who, in his wrath, was licking his lips, took up the tale, saying, "Free from all anxiety, occupy yourselves with those things which afford you entertainment. Single-handed, I shall consume the entire monkey host. Remain here at ease and drink wine. Alone, I shall slay Sugriva, Lakshmana, and also Hanuman, Angada, and all the monkeys." Chapter 9. Vibhishana advises Ravana to send back Sita. The generals Rabasa, the mighty Suryashatru, Saptagna, Yajnakopa, and Mahaparshva, Mahadeva, the irrepressible Agnikitu, and the titan Rashakitu, the lusty Indrashatu, son of Ravana, also Prahasta, Vimpaksha, and the exceedingly powerful Vajradamshtra, Dhumraksha, Nikumba, and the titan Durmukpa, brandishing maces, harpoons, lances, darts, spears, axes, bows furnished with arrows, and swords shining like a great expanse of water, all of whom were blazing with anger, addressed Ravana, saying, "Today we shall slay Rama, Sugriva, and Lakshmana, as also that wretch Hanuman who laid Lanka waste." Then Vibhishana, restraining those who had seized hold of their weapons, persuaded them to be seated, and spoke thus with joined palms. "My dear brother, the wise affirm that when the end which is sought cannot be attained by the three means, the conditions, when forced, should be employed are determined by the tacticians. O friend, deeds of valor which have been tested according to prescribed injunctions succeed against those who are careless when attacked, or who are in opposition to the divine power. Now Rama is on his guard, he is eager for victory, he is upheld by divine power. He has subdued his passions and is invincible, yet you seek to defeat him. When Hanuman crossed the ocean, that formidable lord of streams and rivers, who could have convinced or even imagined the path he would take? Our adversary has immense resources and troops at his disposal, O Rangers of the Night. You should in no way disregard him. What wrong has the illustrious Rama ever done to the king of Titans that he should go to Janasthana and bear away the consort of that great one? If Kara, who had trespassed into a region that was not his own, was slain in combat by Rama, is it not legitimate for everyone to defend his life? It is on account of Vaidehi's abduction that we are in this great peril, and we should therefore yield her up. What advantage is there in continuing the quarrel? Nay, it is not proper to enter into hostilities with that powerful and virtuous prince who would never initiate warfare without a definite cause. Therefore, do you give back my Thili to him, ere he, by means of his arrows, destroys this city abounding in wealth of every kind, with its horses and elephants. Before that formidable and mighty monkey host attack this, our Lanka, do you give back Sita. Lanka, with all her heroic titans, will perish unless the beloved consort of Rama is voluntarily returned to him. I adjure you by the blood that unites us to follow my counsel, which is salutary. Return my Thili to Rama ere he looses his shafts for your destruction, which are freshly sharpened, steely, infallible, plumed, and bright as the autumnal sun. Give back my Thili to the son of Dasaratha without delay. Renounce a resentment which destroys all felicity and virtue, and pursue righteousness which increases well-being and glory. Be pacified that we may live in tranquility with our sons and kinsfolk. Give back my Thili to Dasaratha's son." Thus spoke Vibhishana, and Ravana, the lord of the Titans, dismissing them all, entered his private apartments. Chapter 10. Vibhishana insists that Sita should be given back to Rama. As the day dawned, Vibhishana, renowned for his exploits, fixed in the knowledge of what was just and profitable, entered the palace of the king of the Titans, which resembled a mass of crags like unto the peak of a mountain. That vast area was the resort of the great. Well ordered and divided, it was inhabited by learned persons and guarded by the loyal and vigilant Titans on all sides. Re-echoing to the sound of the wind, blended with the trumpeting of intoxicated elephants, the blare of conchs and the blasts of trumpets, groups of lovely girls filled the alleys with their chattering. Its gates were of pure gold, enriched by magnificent decorations resembling the abode of Gandharvas or the mansions of the Maruts, and it contained heaps of gems like unto the serpents' dwellings. Then that one of exceeding energy and renown entered the palace of his elder brother, as the sun of sparkling rays enters a cloud, and he heard the blessings invoked on his brother for his victory uttered in a loud voice by those versed in the Veda. And he beheld those priests instructed in the science of mantras and the Veda, worshipped with vessels of curds, clarified butter, flowers, and hulled rice. Thereafter, the mighty-armed Vibhishana, duly honored by the Titans, observed the younger brother of the bestower of riches, who was seated there. Approaching the throne that was covered with gold, embellished by the person of the king, he paid homage, extending fitting courtesies to him, and took the seat indicated by Ravana's glance. Thereafter, he addressed the mighty Sugriva in the presence of his ministers alone, and, standing before him with soothing speech, sought to pacify him, manifesting his knowledge of time and place, and expressed himself thus: "O subduer of thy foes, ever since Vaidehi was brought here, inauspicious omens have been observed. The sacrificial fire emits sparks, and its brightness is dimmed by smoke. Impure vapors arise therefrom, even after the oblations have been poured to the accompaniment of sacred formulas, nor does it burn in a proper manner. In the kitchens, sacred pavilions, and the halls where the Vedas are recited, reptiles are to be found, and ants are discovered in the sacrificial offerings. The milk of the kine has dried up, ichor no longer flows from the strongest of the elephants, horses find no satisfaction in their fodder, and neigh incessantly, while the asses, buffalo, and mules, their hair standing on end, shed tears, and though ministered to by experts, do not behave normally, O king. Fierce cows gather together from all sides, emitting harsh cries, and are seen swarming on the roofs of the temples. Vultures plane mournfully over the city, and at dusk jackals appear, howling lugubriously. Wild beasts and deer assemble at the gates of the city, setting up an ominous noise to the accompaniment of growls. These omens indicate that thy fault should be expiated as the Lord thinks proper by returning Vaidehi to Raghava. If through error or expediency I have given cause for offense, thou shouldest not condemn me, O great monarch. All thy people, both male and female, and thy court affirm that the fault is thine. It is through fear that thy ministers dare not counsel thee, but I feel compelled to inform thee of what I have seen and heard. Judge what thou considerest to be right, and act accordingly." Thus spoke Vibhishana in measured words to his brother Ravana, lord of the Titans, in the presence of the ministers, and hearing that judicious, reasonable, moderate, and logical speech, productive of great good for the past, present, and future, Ravana, who had conceived a passion for Sita, answered with mounting anger, saying, "I see no cause for fear anywhere. Rama shall never regain my Dili. Even were Lakshmana's elder brother upheld by the gods with Indra at their head, how could he withstand me in the field?" Having spoken thus, that destroyer of celestial hosts, Sugriva, who was endowed with terrific strength and extreme prowess in combat, dismissed his brother Vibhishana of frank speech. Chapter 11. Ravana summons his assembly. That unrighteous monarch, a slave to his passion, disregarding his real friends in consequence of his evil act, began to suffer decrease. His lustful desire exceeding all bounds, his thoughts constantly occupied with Vaidehi, though the occasion for war was lacking, with his ministers conceived that the time for entering into hostilities had come. Thereupon, sallying forth, he ascended his mighty chariot plated with gold, encrusted with coral and pearl, and harnessed to well-trained horses. Seated in that excellent car, which reverberated like thunder, Sugriva, the foremost of Titans, drove to the place of assembly. Titans with swords, bucklers, and every kind of weapon preceded their king on the highway. Some garbed in strange attire, covered with every kind of gem, marched at his side, or followed in his wake, and they surrounded him on all sides. The foremost of the car warriors speedily precipitated themselves in his vanguard with their chariots, or on great elephants intoxicated with mata juice, or horses which they caused to rear. Brandishing maces and crowbars, they held picks and darts in their hands. As Ravana approached the assembly, the sound of innumerable musical instruments could be heard, and the blare of trumpets broke forth to the accompaniment of the rolling of vehicles, whilst the great chariot of that Indra of demons passed along the splendidly decorated highway. The canopy that was held over his head shone with an immaculate purity, resembling the king of the stars at his full, and 2 fans of yak's tails with crystal handles and golden fringes were waved to and fro from left to right. All the Titans, having alighted, stood with joined palms and bowed heads in homage to their king who was seated in his car. Amidst acclamations and cries of triumph from those Titans, that scourger of his foes made his solemn entry into the assembly hall that had been constructed by Vishwakarma. The floor was of refined gold, and 600 evil spirits guarded it. Into that excellent audience hall, a masterpiece of Vishwakarma, Ravana made his entry, sparkling with magnificence, and seated himself on a gorgeous throne wrought of emeralds, carpeted with skins of deer, and furnished with thick cushions. Thereupon he issued his orders imperiously to exceedingly fleet messengers, saying, "Summon the Titans hither with all speed." Thereafter adding, "A great blow is about to be struck by the enemy." Hearing this command, his envoys dispersed to search throughout Lanka, entering every house and scouring the highways and pleasure resorts, assembling the Titans without ceremony. Some started out in excellent chariots, some on swift and mettlesome horses, or elephants, and some on foot. The city was thronged with cars, elephants, and horses, and resembled the sky filled with birds. Then they abandoned their mounts and chariots of every kind in order to enter the audience chamber, and they resembled lions penetrating into a rocky cavern. Having each in turn paid homage to the feet of the king, they took up their positions, some on seats, some on cushions, some on the ground, and gathering in that hall at his command, they grouped themselves according to rank round their sovereign, the Lord of the Titans. They came in hundreds, ministers distinguished for their skill in dealing with affairs, and talented sagacious counselors able to view all with the eye of understanding. Warriors also in great numbers gathered in the hall that sparkled with gold in order to prepare for the success of their campaign. At that moment, arriving in a magnificent chariot, its various parts encrusted with gold, Vibhishana appeared in the assembly, presided over by his elder brother, and announcing himself by name, he paid obeisance to the feet of the king, whereafter Suka and Prahasta, in their turn, did homage to that monarch who conferred special places upon them befitting their rank. The Titans were adorned with fine gold and every kind of ornament, arrayed in rich vestures, and the fragrance of aloes and rare sandalwood from their garlands perfumed the hall on every side. Neither harsh accents nor ill-advised utterances nor loud whisperings could be heard in the assembly, and their desires crowned, all those Titans of extreme prowess fixed their eyes on the face of their sovereign. In the midst of those skilled warriors, full of energy, the intelligent Ravana appeared resplendent in that assembly, like unto the god with the thunderbolt amongst the Vasus. Chapter 12. The Discourse between Ravana and Kumbhakarna. Then Ravana, the conqueror of hostile armies, let his gaze wander over the assembly, and addressing himself to the general of his forces, Prahasta, said, "O general, it is for thee, who art conversant with the 4 branches of strategy, to dispose of thy forces in the way that the defense of the city demands." Thereupon, Prahasta, alert to his sovereign's behests and eager to carry them out, distributed the whole of his troops within and without the fortress, and having disposed of his entire army in the city's defense, he returned to his seat in front of the king and said, "O mighty lord, I have stationed thy forces within and without the city. Now accomplish that which thou hast resolved to do speedily and without anxiety." At these words of Prahasta's, that monarch who aspired to happiness and who was devoted to the public welfare expressed himself thus amidst his followers: "Should duty, pleasure, or self-interest endanger whatever is pleasant or unpleasant, whether it be in prosperity or adversity, gain or loss, whether useful or disadvantageous, you are bound to point it out. No undertaking of mine that I have engaged in with you, reinforced by the recitation of sacred formulas, has ever proved fruitless. As the Maruts, the moon, the stars, and the planets follow in Vasava's wake, so do you all follow me in a splendid procession, assuring me of victory. In truth, I intend to mobilize you all, but on account of Kumbhakarna being asleep, I have not pressed this matter. After sleeping for 6 months, the foremost of those bearing arms has just risen. As regards the beloved consort of Rama, the daughter of Janaka, I brought her here from the solitudes of the Dandaka forest, which is frequented by Titans. That princess of languid pace does not wish to share my bed, though in the 3 worlds I see none to compare with her. Slender-waisted, with well-developed hips, her countenance resembling the autumnal moon, she is like an image made of gold created by Maya. Her palms are rosy, her feet are delicate and well set, her nails coppery, and seeing her, I am overcome with desire. Shining like the flame of the sacrificial fire, she rivals the brightness of the sun. Her face with its arched nose is flawless and fair, her eyes beautiful. On beholding her, I am no longer master of myself and become the slave of love. Torn between anger and delight, this passion has proved my undoing, the cause of ruin and the eternal source of pain and suffering. In anticipation of the advent of her lord Rama, that lovely large-eyed lady has solicited a year's grace of me, and I have looked with favor on the request of that one of tender glances. But, like unto a spent steed on the highway, I am weary of the pricks of passion. How will those inhabitants of the woods cross the impassable ocean with the innumerable monsters that inhabit it? And how can those 2 sons of Dasaratha traverse it? The outcome of this enterprise is impossible to predict. Say what you think in this matter. A mere man causes no apprehension, yet ponder on it carefully. Formerly in the war between gods and titans, thanks to your support, I was victorious, and you are still ready to stand by me. Having ascertained where Sita is, those 2 princes, preceded by the monkeys with Sugriva at their head, have reached the shores of the sea. It is not for us to return Sita, but to destroy the 2 sons of Dasaratha. Therefore deliberate on this and adopt a judicious line of conduct. In truth, I know of none in the world who can overcome us, even should he cross the water with the monkeys. Victory is therefore indubitably mine." Hearing the ramblings of that bashful lover, Kumbhakarna flew into a transport of rage and said, "On first seeing Sita, the consort of Rama, who is accompanied by Lakshmana, she who was brought here by force, thy mind was wholly possessed by her as the waters of the lake are filled by the Yamuna. O great king, this conduct is not worthy of thee. Thou shouldest have consulted us at the outset of this affair. The king who acquits himself of his obligations punctiliously, O ten-faced one, and whose mind is concentrated on what he is about, has not to repent later. Those undertakings that are carried out carelessly and against the scriptural law turn out badly, like unto impure offerings poured into the sacrificial fire by those who are heedless. To seek to end where one should begin, or to begin where one should conclude, is to ignore what is proper and what is not. If an adversary examines the defects of one who is unrestrained, he soon discovers his weak points, as birds the fissures in the Krauncha mountains. Thou didst make this assault without forethought, and it is fortunate that Rama did not slay thee, as poisoned food the eater thereof. Nevertheless, I shall do my part in this campaign that thou dost contemplate launching against thine enemies, O irreproachable one. I shall destroy thine adversaries, O Ranger of the Night, even as Indra, Vivasvat, Pavaka, Maruta, Kuvera, or Varuna themselves. I shall fight against them. Entering the combat with my enormous body, the size of a mountain, and my sharp teeth, roaring the while and brandishing my immense mace, I shall strike terror into Purandara himself. Ere the foe can deliver a second blow, I shall drink his blood. Therefore, take comfort, for by slaying Dasaratha's son, I shall bring thee an auspicious victory. Having destroyed Rama, as also Lakshmana, I shall devour all the monkey leaders. Enjoy thyself, therefore, and drink the most excellent of wines to the extent of thy desire, without anxiety. Do what thou judgest to be best. When I have dispatched Rama to the region of death, Sita will be at thy disposal forever. Chapter 13. Ravana tells the story of the nymph Punjakastala. Seeing Ravana wrought up with ire, the mighty general Mahaparshva reflected a moment, and with joined palms spoke thus: He who, having penetrated into a wood frequented by wild beasts and serpents, does not partake of the honey he finds there, is a fool. Who is thy master? Thou art the master, O scourge of thy foes. Enjoy thyself with Vaidehi, having placed thy foot on the head of thy foe. Act in the manner of a cock, O valiant prince. Approach Sita again and again in order to enjoy her and pass the time in dalliance with her. Having sated thy passion, what is there to fear? Whether taken unawares or no, thou art well able to meet every exigency. Without support, Kumbhakarna and Indrajit of immense energy would be capable of challenging the god who bears the thunderbolt armed with his mace. Bestowal of gifts, conciliation, and sowing dissension in the ranks of the enemy are the means of subduing them, according to the wise, but in the present circumstances I incline to the use of the fourth. O Lord, we shall subdue thy foes by the strength of our arms. Do not doubt it. Thus spoke Mahaparshva, and the king, thanking him, replied thus: O Mahaparshva, I will answer thee by recounting a strange adventure that befell me a long time ago. While she was going to worship the grandsire of the world, I came upon the nymph Punjakastala, flashing through the sky like a flame. I stripped her of her attire in order to deflower her, after which, like a faded lotus, she reached the abode of Swayambhu. The magnanimous ordainer of the world, learning of the matter, addressed me in anger, saying, O Ravana, from today, if thou dost violence to any other woman, thy head will be split into 100 pieces. This is certain. This curse alarmed me, and it is for this reason that I have not forced Sita, the princess of Videha, to ascend the nuptial couch. My fury is like unto the sea, and my speed resembles the wind. But the son of Dasaratha is unaware of it, and it is on this account he has set out to fight me. Who would seek to weaken a lion lying asleep in a hidden mountain den whose anger resembles the god of death himself? Ramachandra has not seen my arrows in combat that resemble snakes with forked tongues. Therefore, he is considering marching against me. From my bow, loosing my shafts that are like unto lightning on him from a myriad sides, I shall speedily consume Rama as a forest is set on fire by flaming brands. I shall wipe out his army with mine, as the rising sun blots out the light of the stars. Neither Vasava of 1,000 eyes, nor Varuna can withstand me in battle. It was by the strength of mine arms that I conquered the city defended by Kuvera. Chapter 14. Vibhishana blames the attitude of Ravana's courtiers. Prince Vibhishana listened to the boasting of Ravana and the thundering of Kumbhakarna and addressed the king in words that were profitable and sagacious, saying, O king, why hast thou not brought that great serpent in the form of Sita hither? Her breasts its coils, her anxieties its poison, her laughter its sharp fangs, her 5 fingers its 5 hoods. While Lanka is not yet assailed by those monkeys, armed with their teeth and nails, who are as high as hills, give back my Dili to the son of Dasaratha. Neither Kumbhakarna nor Indrajit, O king, neither Mahaparshva nor Mahadora, neither Nikumba nor Kumbha, nor yet Atikaya are able to withstand Rama on the field of battle. Thou wouldest never escape from Rama alive, even wert thou protected by Savitar, or the Maruts, or if thou didst take refuge in the region of Yama, or plunge into the lowest hell." Thus spoke Vibhishana, and Prahasta answered him, saying, "We do not know what it is to fear the gods or titans, whoever they may be, nor do we stand in awe of yakshas, gandharvas, nor great serpents, gigantic birds, nor great snakes in the field. Why then should we tremble to enter into combat with Rama, that son of a mortal king?" Hearing this injudicious speech of Prahasta's, Vibhishana, who sought to save the king and whose intellect was rooted in the values of virtue, profit, and expediency, uttered these words full of good sense, saying, "O Prahasta, the intrigues proposed by the king, Mahodara, thee, and Kumbhakarna against me, born with qualities such as Rama possesses, are as unlikely to succeed as the entry into heaven of one of perverse soul. It is impossible for me or thee or Prahasta or all the Titans to slay Rama, who is supremely experienced. It is as if we sought to cross the sea without a boat. In the presence of such a hero, essentially pious, that prince of the great car, the issue of the Ikshvaku race who is capable of any exploit, even the gods themselves are confounded. It is because those sharp arrows, irresistible and furnished with heron's plumes that are loosed by Raghava, have not as yet pierced thy limbs, that thou art still able to boast, O Prahasta. It is because those pointed shafts that Rama discharges, which quench the vital breaths and are equal to the lightning in their velocity, have not penetrated thy body, that thou dost still bluster in this wise. Neither Ravana, nor the exceedingly powerful Trishiras, nor the son of Kumbhakarna, Nikumba, nor Indrajita, nor even thou thyself are able to overcome the son of Dasaratha in combat, who is equal to Indra himself. Neither Devantaka, nor Narantaka, neither Akampana, the magnanimous Ataratha, nor Atakaya are capable of resisting Raghava in battle. You, the friends of this monarch who is dominated by passion, violent by nature, and whose acts are thoughtless, flatter him, as though you were his foes, to the destruction of the Titans. Rescue and deliver that king who is held fast in the illimitable coils of a serpent possessed of 1,000 hoods, and who is formidable and of exceeding energy. It is for the sovereign's friends, whose desires have been gratified by him, to save him, even were it by dragging him by the hair of his head like one who has fallen a prey to fiends of immeasurable power. It is for you unitedly to rescue that monarch from the surging waters of the ocean, Rama, he who is sinking into the mouth of the Kakusta hell. I will here repeat those words that are to the advantage of the city, the Titans, the king, and the host of courtiers. I repeat them loyally and candidly. Let my Thili be given back to that prince. He who, having estimated the strength of his foes, his own resources, the situation and the loss and gain of his undertaking, and after mature reflection expresses himself frankly and judiciously to his master, is a true counselor. Chapter 15. Vibhishana reproaches Indrajita for his boasting. This speech of Vibhishana's, who was equal to Brihaspati in wisdom, displeased the great Indrajita, leader of the Narita hosts, who replied to him thus, "What do these idle words fraught with fear signify, O youngest of my uncles? None other, even were he the issue of another race than our own, would speak thus or even conceive such thoughts. Valor, courage, endurance, steadfastness, audacity, and strength are lacking in Vibhishana alone, the youngest brother of my sire. Who are, in fact, these two sons of a king of men? One of us, single-handed, were he the least of the Titans, would suffice to exterminate them both. O coward, from whence springs thy fear? Was I not able to cast the protector of the three worlds to the ground, the lord of the Devas himself? Struck with terror, the hosts of the gods scattered in all directions, and the loudly trumpeting Airavata was brought down by me, whose tusks I rooted out, dispensing these celestial armies by my valor. I, who humbled the pride of the gods themselves and afflicted the deities, am I, in mine immeasurable energy, not able to subdue these two princes, insignificant mortals as they are?" At this speech of that invincible and powerful rival of Indra, Vibhishana, the foremost of warriors, answered him in words fraught with good sense, saying, "My child, thy reflections are worthless. Thou art young, and thine intellect is not yet ripe. Further, to our ruin, thou art incapable of ascertaining what is expedient and inexpedient. Under the guise of a son, O Indrajita, thou art in truth a hidden foe to Ravana, and hearing him prate of slaying Raghava, thou dost support him. Thou dost merit death, as also he who had the grievous idea of bringing thee here this day and introducing a youthful, rash, and arrogant warrior into an assembly of counselors. O Indrajita, thou art thoughtless, imprudent, feeble of intellect, thy mind ruined by folly and extreme frivolity, and thou speakest thus from childishness. Who can withstand the shock of those shining arrows which Raghava looses in combat, resembling the rod of Brahma, like unto fate or the scepter of Yama? Do thou give back Sita to Rama with treasure, pearls, rich ornaments, celestial attire, and gems, so that we may dwell here without anxiety, O king. Chapter 16. Ravana rebukes Vibhishana, who takes his departure. Vibhishana, having uttered these words that were reasoned and full of good sense, Ravana replied in harsh accents, saying, "It were better to live as a declared enemy or with a venomous serpent than to dwell with one who, under the guise of a friend, is in league with the foe. The disposition of relatives who ever rejoice in others' misfortunes is well known, O Titan. Kinsfolk ever seek to bring down the one who is endowed with authority, energy, learning, and loyalty, and should he be a hero, he is the more condemned by them. Constantly finding delight in the discomfiture of one another, their bows ready to strike each other down, their hearts full of deceit, they are both formidable and dangerous." Those verses formerly recited by the elephants in the Padma forest on seeing men with snares in their hands are well known. I will repeat them to thee. Neither fire nor weapons nor traps strike terror into us, but those of our own kind who are cruel and self-interested. It is they whom we fear. They alone undoubtedly divulge the means of making us captive. Of all perils, those that spring from relatives are the worst. This is known to us. From cows we have milk, from relatives malice, from women capriciousness, from Brahmins asceticism. That I am held in honor by my subjects and have been called to rule over an empire by descent, and have set foot on the heads of mine enemies, will certainly not have found favor with thee. As drops of water are unable to remain on the lotus leaves, so does friendship slip from the hold of worthless persons. As in autumn, the thunderclouds which empty themselves fail to saturate the earth, so does friendship fail with the vicious. As bees fly away after they have sucked out the honey they have found, so do the unworthy relinquish a friendship after it has served their purpose. As the honey stealer in its greed, feeding on the kusha flowers, does not exhaust their nectar, neither do the wicked savor friendship to the full. If any other had addressed such a speech to me, O Ranger of the Night, he would have ceased to breathe at that very instant. As for thee, a curse upon thee, O obloquy of thy race." At this affront, Vibhishana, whoever spoke what was true, rose up, mace in hand with 4 other Titans, and, filled with indignation, that fortunate one, standing in space, said to his brother, the king of the Titans, "Thou hast lost thy reason, O king, but say what thou wilt, an elder brother is the equal of a father, and must be reverenced even if he leave the path of equity. Nevertheless, I am unable to tolerate these outrageous utterances of thine. Words of wisdom that are dictated by a desire for the welfare of others, O 10-necked one, are not acceptable to those who are not masters of themselves and have fallen under the sway of death. Those who make flattering speeches are easy to find, but rare are they who utter salutary, though unpleasing words, or those who will listen to them. I could not brook seeing thee caught in the noose of death, who bears away all beings. Neither did I desire to see thee pierced by the sharp and golden arrows of Rama, resembling flaming torches. Even stout-hearted persons full of skill and courage fall in combat and are carried away like walls of sand if death overcomes them. Thou shouldest accept this counsel on account of its import for thine own good. By every means, defend thyself as well as this city and the Titans. In thine own interest, I sought to restrain thee, but my words have not found favor with thee, O Ranger of the Night. Fare thee well. I go. Thou wilt be happier without me. At the point of death, those whose life has run its course do not listen to the advice of their friends. Chapter 17. Words of the leading monkeys regarding Vibhishana. Having spoken thus severely to Ravana, Vibhishana went away and almost immediately reached the place where Rama and Lakshmana were. Resembling the peak of Mount Meru like a flash of lightning in the sky, he was seen by the leaders of the monkeys who were stationed on the ground. Accompanied by 4 titans of renowned courage, furnished with armor and arrows, adorned with marvelous jewels, he resembled a mass of cloud, the equal of the god who wields the thunderbolt, and that hero was bearing excellent weapons and was covered with celestial gems. Beholding him with his 4 companions, Sugriva, the sagacious king of the monkeys, who was invincible, standing amidst his forces, became thoughtful, and after reflecting a moment, addressed the monkeys with Hanuman and others anxiously, saying, "Without doubt, this titan, armed with weapons and accompanied by 4 of his kind, is coming to slay us." Hearing these words of Sugriva, all the leading monkeys, brandishing great trees and rocks, said to him, "Do thou speedily order us to slay these evildoers, O king. Let us strike these weaklings down so that they fall on the earth." As they were speaking thus, Vibhishana, who was master of himself, had reached the northern shore, and halting there, that highly intelligent and powerful titan, who was fully self-subdued, on perceiving Sugriva and the monkeys, said aloud to them, "Ravana is the name of a wicked titan and their lord, and I am his younger brother. My name is Vibhishana. It is Ravana who, having killed Jatayu, carried off Sita from Janasthana. That unfortunate one is held captive against her will amidst the female titans who guard her jealously. I have tried to persuade them by diverse arguments, continually repeated, to return Sita to Rama, but Ravana, impelled by fate, will not listen to my sage advice. Reviled by him and treated like a slave, I, abandoning my consort and my son, have come to take refuge with Rama. Do thou inform the high-souled Raghava, that magnanimous protector of the worlds, that I, Vibhishana, have come hither." At these words, the swift-footed Sugriva, full of indignation, ran to find Rama, and in the presence of Lakshmana, said to him, "Having belonged to Ravana's forces, here is an adversary taking us unawares, who without warning has come hither to slay us at the first opportunity, like an owl destroying crows. Thou knowest all concerning the plans, organization, distribution of troops, and the secret service of the monkeys, as also of thy foes, O thou who art their scourge. May good betide thee. These titans who are able to change their forms at will conceal their designs. They are bold and inventive in strategy. Assuredly, one may not trust them. This must be an emissary of the Lord of the Titans, who undoubtedly has come to sow dissension amongst us, or to discover our weak points. Having first gained our confidence by craft, he himself intends to attack us one day. Assistance that is provided by a friend or an inhabitant of the woods like ourselves, or by a compatriot or a servant, may be accepted, but one should eschew that offered by a foe, O Lord. This deserter, who has come to us, is a Titan by nature, and the brother of thine adversary. How can we trust him on first sight? He is Vibhishana, the younger brother of Ravana, and he has come with 4 Titans to ask for thy protection. Nay, it is Ravana who has sent this Vibhishana. It is essential that thou satisfy thyself regarding him. O thou, the most circumspect of persons, this Titan of deceitful soul has come hither for the purpose of treacherously striking thee down when thou dost least expect it, O irreproachable hero. Let him and his confederates die in extreme torture, this brother of the wicked Ravana." Having given vent to his fury in the presence of the eloquent Rama, the king of the monkeys, a skilled orator, became silent. Hearing Sugriva's words, the mighty Rama said to the monkeys, headed by Hanuman, who stood near, "You have heard for yourselves what your sovereign has expressed in judicious words of deep significance regarding the younger brother of Ravana. In times of crisis, one should always receive the counsel of one who desires the welfare of his friends, and who is intelligent and prudent." Thus addressed by Rama, all those monkeys, ardently desiring his success, hastened to express their opinion, saying, "Nothing is unknown to thee in the 3 worlds, O Raghava. It is in deference to us that thou dost consult us as friends. Thou art loyal, brave, pious, established in heroism, and dost act only after thou hast considered the matter in accord with tradition, with full confidence in thy friends. Let all the intelligent and experienced ministers debate this matter thoroughly, each in his turn." Thus spoke those monkeys, and first the sagacious Angada suggested to Raghava that he should inquire into Vibhishana's intentions, saying, "One should sound a deserter who presents himself in every way. It would not befit us to put full trust in Vibhishana at once. It is in concealing their real nature that these perfidious beings act, and further, they attack unexpectedly, which would prove fatal to us. Examine him to discover what is right or wrong before taking any decision, and if it prove to our advantage, form an alliance with him. If to our disadvantage, reject it. If it be fraught with danger, then renounce it. But if it should bring us real benefit, let us give him a fitting welcome." Thereafter, Sarama, having reflected a while, gave his opinion, revealing his motives, saying, "Without delay, O lion among men, send out a spy, and having by means of a wary agent undertaken a thorough investigation, deal with him in a suitable manner." Then Jambavan, inspired by his knowledge of the scriptures and his own experience, expressed himself in irreproachable and lucid terms, saying, "Vibhishana has come to us from a declared enemy, the wicked lord of the Titans, and he has arrived here without any regard for time and place. Let us be on our guard against him." In his turn, Mainda, skilled in the matter of truth and error, a fluent speaker, uttered these prudent words: "Vibhishana is the younger brother of Ravana. Let us interrogate him gently and progressively, O King of Kings. When thou hast informed thyself of his feelings, then act according to whether his intentions are honest or no, O Prince of Men." Thereafter, Hanuman, the foremost of beings versed in the scriptures, spoke in sweet accents in words fraught with integrity, saying, "Even Vibhishana himself cannot excel thee, who art of an exalted intellect and the foremost of those skilled in speech. It is not from a desire to speak, nor out of emulation, nor a sense of superiority, nor from a love of debate that I open my mouth, O my lord Rama, but on account of the importance of the matter in hand. That which thy counselors have said seems to me erroneous, and the real question does not lie there. If one does not interrogate this Titan, it is impossible to discover why he has come hither, but to make use of him has its disadvantages also. Concerning the sending out of a spy to make investigations, as thy minister advises, I regard it as unwise, nor will it succeed. It has been said that Vibhishana has no regard for time and place when he came hither. I reserve my judgment here. It appears to me that the time and place are appropriate. His fault or merit consists in leaving one for another. Knowing the wickedness of Ravana and thy true value, Vibhishana has, by his arrival, shown his tact and intelligence. Further, it was said, O Prince, let emissaries in disguise question him, and this speech suggested several thoughts to me. He who is suddenly interrogated, if he be wise, becomes cautious and refuses to speak. The most amiable of those who come as friends will change after such as useless enquiry. It is not possible, O King, to discover the character of a stranger immediately, but only after frequent conversations when words may escape him that will betray any perfidy. The speech of this Titan does not indicate an evil nature, and further he has an open countenance, and I have no doubts concerning him. He is in no way embarrassed, and is master of himself. He does not appear to be a knave. His language is not that of a perverse being, and I do not feel any suspicion regarding him. Inevitably, people's real nature is only gradually revealed. When an undertaking is suited to the time and place, O most experienced of men, and it is a practical proposition, it will meet with speedy success. Vibhishana is aware of thy magnanimity, and also of Ravana's baseness. He has heard of the slaying of Bali and the crowning of Sugriva, and what is more, he has a desire to rule the kingdom. If this is what has determined him to come hither, and these are apparently his motives, then this is what his alliance is worth to us. I have said what I had to say to prove the upright character of this Titan. Thou hast listened to me, and the rest depends on thee, O Prince of the Wise. Chapter 18. Rama listens to the advice of the monkeys about receiving Vibhishana. Hearing the words of the wind god's son, the invincible Rama, versed in the scriptures, answered him, and expressing his own conclusion, said, I also have reflected on Vibhishana and wish to make the result known to thee, O thou who art established in virtue. I shall never refuse to receive one who presents himself as a friend. Even were I mistaken, no honest man could reproach me for it." At these words, Sugriva, that lion among monkeys, reflecting carefully, replied in more reasonable words and in eloquent terms, addressed Rama, saying, "What matters it if this ranger of the night be well or ill-intentioned? If in time of peril he abandons his brother, whom will he not betray subsequently?" At these words of the king of the monkeys, Kakusta looked round on that company and, smiling gently, said to Lakshmana, distinguished for his saintly characteristics, "He who has not studied the scriptures nor possessed reverence for authority could not utter such words as have been expressed by the Lord of Monkeys. There is, however, something peculiar in these circumstances, it seems to me, which is particularly to be seen in monarchs. Kings have two avowed enemies, their kinsmen and their neighbors, who turn against them in times of adversity. This is what brings this Titan here. Relatives who are not of a perverse nature honor those of their own family who have treated them well, but in the case of kings, even a virtuous relative is suspect. As to the fault that you point out, which consists in accepting the assistance of a foe, I will tell you what the scriptures say on this. Hear me. We are not related to the Titans, and it is not our kingdom that he covets. It is certain that his compatriots are informed about Vibhishana's departure, and for this reason we should receive him. They will have assembled with joy and without anxiety, and thereafter the cry, 'This one or that is afraid,' will have created a division amongst them. This is what has brought about Vibhishana's arrival here. All brothers, O dear one, do not resemble Bharata, nor all sons what I was to my sire, nor do all friends resemble each other." Thus spoke Rama, and Sugriva, rising, as also Lakshmana, bowed low, and thereafter that exceedingly sagacious monkey said, "Know that it is Ravana who has sent out this ranger of the night. I regard it as imperative that we should make an end of him, O thou, the most circumspect of persons. This demon under the order of a perverse creature has come hither to make an assault on thee, myself, and Lakshmana, when we are unprepared for it, O irreproachable warrior. He merits death, this Vibhishana, brother of that inhuman Ravana, as well as his accomplices." Having spoken thus to the eloquent prince of the house of Raghu, Sugriva, the leader of the army, a fluent speaker, became silent, and Rama, having listened to Sugriva, that lion among monkeys, reflected a while, and then addressed that foremost of monkeys in measured terms, saying, "Whether this Titan be ill-intentioned or no, what does it matter? He cannot do me the least mischief. On earth, Pisachas, Danavas, and Yakshas, as also the Titans, can be slain by me with the tip of my finger if I so desire it, O king of the monkeys." It is related how a pigeon, with whom his adversary had taken refuge, entertained him and invited him to partake of his own flesh, even though he was the ravisher of his mate. Such was the hospitality offered by a pigeon. What should therefore a man like myself not do? Hearken to these verses, preeminently sacred, sung aforetimes by the son of Kanva, that great ascetic of truthful speech, Kandu. O miscreant who approaches with joined palms, seeking refuge, should not in the name of humanity be slain, even if he be a foe, O Parantapa. The unfortunate or the fearful who plead for shelter or throw themselves on the mercy of their enemy should be protected by him who is master of himself. If, comforting to the tradition, one does not render assistance according to one's capacity, either for reasons of fear, delusion, or anger, one is reproached by all, and the suppliant, who perishes before the eyes of the one of whom he has sought help in vain, carries away all his merit. Therefore, it is a heinous crime not to give shelter to those who petition it on this earth. It is to deprive oneself of heaven and glory and to lose one's strength and prowess. Consequently, I shall follow the excellent counsel of Kandu, which is pious, honorable, and leads to heaven as the fruit of merit. Any being who has sought refuge with me, saying, "I am thine," is assured of my protection. I swear it. By this stranger, to me, O monkey, I shall offer him security, whether he be Vibhishana or Ravana himself. Thus did Rama speak, and Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, answered that son of Kakusta, whom he held in deep affection, thus: "What wonder is it that thou who art loyal, virtuous, and established in righteousness, thou who shinest like a jewel in the head of kings, shouldst speak thus. I also in my heart am convinced of Vibhishana's integrity. Deduction, feeling, everything has been used to probe this matter thoroughly. Let him be admitted immediately amongst us on equal terms, O Raghava. Let Vibhishana, who is full of wisdom, join our alliance." At these words of Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, Rama immediately joined Vibhishana as Purandara, the king of the birds. Chapter 19. Vibhishana is brought before Rama. Raghava, having accorded him protection, the younger brother of Ravana, the highly intelligent Vibhishana, bowed to him, looking down on the earth. Thereafter he descended joyously from the sky to the ground with his faithful companions, and that virtuous one ran towards Rama, and, falling at his feet with the 4 Titans, addressed him in words full of loyalty and discretion, fitting the occasion. "I am Ravana's younger brother, and I have been greatly affronted by him. I have therefore come to seek refuge with thee, the protector of all beings. Abandoning Lanka, friends and possessions, I place my kingdom, life and happiness at thy disposal." At these words, Rama, in soothing tones, while seeming to consume him with his gaze, said, "O Vibhishana, tell me truly what is the strength and weakness of the Titans." Thus questioned by Rama of imperishable exploits, that Titan described the might and extent of Ravana's power, saying, "By virtue of a special boon conferred on him by Swayambhu, Dasagriva is invulnerable to all beings, Gandharvas, serpents, and birds, O prince. I have also another brother older than myself, the valiant Kumbhakarna, the illustrious rival of Indra in war. O Rama, Ravana has Prahasta commanding his forces, who is perhaps known to thee. It is he who vanquished Manibhadra in combat on Mount Kailasha. When clad in armor that no arrow can pierce, furnished with his archer's gloves, Indrajit, taking up his bow, makes himself invisible, and on the battlefield, having propitiated the god of fire, that fortunate one sows carnage amongst the foe, O Raghava. Mahodara, Mahaparshva, and the Titan Akampana, who are his lieutenants, resemble the Lokapalas on the field of battle. 10,000 kotis of Titans, able to change their form at will, feeding on flesh and blood, inhabit Lanka. At their head, their sovereign, the wicked Ravana, made war on the supporters of the earth, as also the gods who were all overcome by him." Having listened to Vibhishana and weighed his words carefully, Rama expressed himself thus: "These exploits of Ravana's that thou hast faithfully described are well known to me. I shall slay Dasagriva, as also Prahasta and his sons. Thereafter I shall install thee as king. Believe me, this is the truth. Were he to plunge into the region of Rasatala, or even Patala, or take refuge with the grandsire of the world, he would not escape alive. Before I have annihilated Ravana with his sons, his kinsfolk, and his allies in battle, I shall not return to Ayodhya. I swear it by my 3 brothers." Thus did Rama of imperishable exploits speak, and the venerable Vibhishana, bowing unto him, said, "In the slaying of the Titans and the capture of Lanka, I will assist thee with all my strength. I will break through the enemy's ranks." As he spoke thus, Rama embraced him, and thereafter he commanded Lakshmana, saying, "Do thou bring water from the sea and anoint the sagacious Vibhishana as king of the Titans under my direction, O noble brother." Thereupon Saumitri, in accordance with Rama's behest, performed the royal anointing in the midst of the leading monkeys, and immediately those monkeys, beholding Vibhishana raised to that supreme rank, acclaimed that magnanimous Titan, crying, "Excellent! Excellent!" Meanwhile Hanuman and Sugriva inquired of Vibhishana, saying, "How shall we, with the mighty army of monkeys who surround us, cross the ocean, that indestructible empire of Varuna? What means should we employ to traverse the refuge of the Lord of streams and rivers speedily with our troops?" At this question, the virtuous Vibhishana answered, "That prince, the offspring of the race of Raghu, should approach the ocean that was excavated by Sagara, and he will assuredly help one of his own race." Thus spoke Vibhishana, that sagacious Titan, and Sugriva instantly went away with Lakshmana to join Rama. Thereafter, the thick-necked Sugriva conveyed to him the salutary counsel of Vibhishana's to take refuge with Sagara, and it found favor with the virtuously minded Rama. Then that illustrious prince replied to Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, who was accompanied by Lakshmana, Full of respect for that monkey who sought to gratify him in every way, he smiled upon him, as also on his brother Lakshmana, and said, "This plan of Vibhishana's pleases me, O Sugriva and Lakshmana. Sugriva is sagacious and was ever a prudent counselor. Do ye both reflect on the matter and say what you consider to be best." Having spoken thus to them, those two warriors, Sugriva and Lakshmana, answered in respectful tones, saying, "How should the counsels of Vibhishana not find favor with us in these circumstances? He brings us the means to success. Without throwing a bridge over the sea, that redoubtable dominion of Lanka will remain inaccessible even to the gods and titans with their leaders. Let us carry out the suggestion of the virtuous Vibhishana scrupulously. Enough time has been lost. Let us approach Sagara so that with our army we may reach Lanka, of which Ravana is the support." At these words, Rama proceeded to the shore that was covered with kusha grass, belonging to the Lord of Streams and Rivers, as the god of fire ascends the altar. Chapter 20. Ravana sends Suka to Sugriva. Now the Titan, Shardula by name, who had gone out to reconnoiter, beheld the army encamped under Sugriva's command, and that spy, belonging to the wicked Ravana, king of the Titans, having inspected those troops, returned, and regaining Lanka with all speed, said to his sovereign, "Behold a multitude of monkeys and bears, immeasurable and boundless as the sea, approaching Lanka. The sons of Dasaratha, the brothers Rama and Lakshmana, who are illustrious and endowed with beauty, have come to search for Sita. Having reached the shores of the sea, they have encamped there, O illustrious prince. These forces cover 10 leagues in extent in every direction. O great king, it behooves thee to inform thyself of the true state of affairs immediately. Let thine emissaries inquire into the matter speedily. Restitution, conciliation, or sowing dissension are involved here." Hearing Shardula's words, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, became perturbed, and reflecting on the matter, instantly gave orders to Suka, the most skilled of negotiators, saying, "Go and seek out Sugriva on my behalf, and say to that prince in persuasive and ingratiating tones, 'Assuredly, thou, the offspring of a race of great monarchs, the mighty son of the king of the bears, art exceedingly powerful. Thou hast nothing to fear. Thou art to me as a brother, O lord of the monkeys. If I bore away the consort of that crafty prince, what is it to thee? Do thou return to Kishkinda. Lanka cannot be conquered by these monkeys by any means, nor by the united efforts of the gods with the Gandharvas, how much less by men or apes." At this command of the king of the Titans, that night ranger, Suka, rising into the air, rapidly passed through space, and having journeyed for some time high over the waters, halted, and, standing in the sky, repeated all that he had been told by the wicked Ravana to say to Sugriva. As he was still speaking, the monkeys bounded into the air, and, smiting him with their fists, prepared to tear him to pieces and fling him to the ground. Thus maltreated by the monkeys, Suka spoke in this wise, "One does not assault an ambassador, O Kukusta. Therefore send away these monkeys. He who withholds the message of his master and gives voice to that which he has not been authorized to utter merits death." Hearing Shuka's complaints, Rama issued a command to those monkeys who were assaulting that Titan, saying, "Do not slay him." And Suka, having received immunity from the attacks of the monkeys, steadying himself in the air with his wings, spoke again, saying, "O Sugriva, thou who art endowed with magnanimity, O hero, who art full of energy and valor, what shall I say to thee on the part of Ravana, the scourge of the world?" Being thus addressed, that mighty king of the monkeys, the foremost of all the apes, interrupted that ranger of the night, Suka, and made the following proud reply characteristic of his nature. "Thou art not my friend, nor art thou worthy of my pity. Thou art neither my benefactor, nor dost thou find favor with me. Thou and thy kinsfolk are the enemies of Rama. Thou shalt perish like Bali, and thou meritest death. I shall annihilate thee, thy sons, thy relatives, as also Lanka, to which I shall lay siege at the head of my great army and reduce it to ashes. Nay, thou insensate Ravana, thou shalt never escape Raghava, even if thou wert protected by the gods themselves with their leaders. Wert thou to make thyself invisible in the sun's path or enter into hell, or to take refuge at the lotus feet of the king of the mountains, thou with thy followers wilt succumb to Rama's blows. In the three worlds, I see none, whether it be Pisacha, Rakshasa, Gandharva, or Asura, who is able to protect thee. Thou hast slain the aged king of the vultures and carried off the large-eyed Sita in the presence of Rama and Lakshmana, and having made her captive, dost not recognize her for what she is. Thou art unaware how strong, powerful, and irresistible to the gods themselves is this prince of the race of Raghu, who shall deprive thee of thy life." Thereafter, the foremost of monkeys, the son of Bali, Angada, took up the discourse and said, "O virtuous king, this is no ambassador. He has the appearance of a spy. He is only here to count our forces. Let him be arrested. Do not allow him to return to Lanka. Such is my opinion." Thereupon, at a sign from the king, the monkeys flung themselves on that Titan, whom they seized and bound, whilst he, without defense, wailed loudly. Ill-treated by those furious monkeys, Suka began to cry upon the magnanimous Rama, born of Dasaratha, saying, "They are tearing out my wings ruthlessly and putting out my eyes. May the consequences of all the evil deeds that I have done since the day I was born till the night I die fall on thee if I lose my life." Hearing his cries, Rama would not sanction his death and ordered the monkeys to release him. Chapter 21. Rama loses his arrows on Sagara. Thereafter, spreading the darba grass on the shore of the sea, Rama, with joined palms, his face turned towards the east, made obeisance in honor of the ocean and laid himself down. That scourge of his foes pillowed his head on his arms that resembled the coils of a serpent and were adorned with ornaments of gold, their habitual decoration. Those arms that formerly were perfumed with sandal and aloes, saffron of the hue of the dawn, lending them luster. Those arms on which Sita leant, on the nuptial couch, causing them to shine, as do the waters of the Ganges, the body of Takshaka. Those arms, resembling the shafts of a chariot, that increased the distress of his foes and the delight of his friends, were stretched out on the shore of the sea. The tightening of the bowstring had rubbed the skin off the left arm of that skillful archer, and the right, that bestower of thousands of kine and charity, resembled a great mace. Leaning on his powerful elbow, the mighty-armed Rama said, "Sagara will grant me a passage, or he shall be slain by me." Having thus resolved, he lay down by the ocean, restraining his speech, and with a concentrated mind in accord with tradition. There, following the scriptural injunction, Rama lay on the ground spread with kusha grass and slept peacefully for 3 nights. For 3 nights Rama, endowed with learning and piety, remained beside Sagara, the lord of the waters. Nevertheless, that indolent one did not appear to that hero, who had yet paid him honor as was his due. Thereupon, his eyes suffused with wrath, Raghava, enraged against him, said to Lakshmana, the bearer of auspicious marks, who stood near, "It is from contempt that the ocean does not appear to me in person. Deference and forbearance, integrity and friendly speech, these qualities belonging to virtuous men, are not valued by those who are deprived of them, who regard them as weakness, whereas the braggart, the dissolute, and the arrogant who boast openly and commit every kind of excess are overwhelmed with regard. Meekness will never bring victory on this earth, O Lakshmana, any more than in the forefront of battle. Today, pierced by my shafts, thou shalt behold aquatic monsters by their leaping, churn up the waters where they dwell on every side. See, O Lakshmana, how I shall sever the serpent's coils and the limbs of the great fish like unto the trunks of elephants. Today I shall dry up the ocean with its multitudinous waves, shells, pearls, fish, and monsters. Because I have manifested patience, the ocean, the abode of whales, regards me as powerless. Away with forbearance to such persons. It is on account of my mildness that he manifests his true nature. Bring me my bow, O Saumitri, and mine arrows resembling venomous snakes. I shall dry up the sea, and the monkeys may then cross it on foot. Today, indomitable though he be, I shall yet overthrow Sagara with my shafts, he who is bounded by the shore and who is filled with a myriad waves. I shall wipe out that ocean, the abode of Varuna, that is inhabited by great giants." Speaking thus, bow in hand, his eyes dilated with anger, Rama appeared exceedingly terrible, like unto the fire at the end of the world cycle. Grasping his formidable bow with its barbed and fearful shafts more firmly, he caused the earth to tremble as does Shatakratu with his thunderbolts. His flaming and impetuous arrows, unrivaled in power, penetrated the waters of the sea and struck terror in the serpents. And those waves of the sea with their sharks and monsters were extremely agitated, so that with the roaring of the wind, a formidable clamor arose. In a trice, the ocean became a mass of clashing waves, throwing up spray, shells, and fragments of mother-of-pearl, and panic spread among the panagas of flaming jaws and brassy eyes, and amidst the mighty Danavas in their abode, the depths of hell. Waves in their millions, as high as the Vindhya and Mandara mountains, rose from that lord of waters with his crocodiles and great fish, and the ocean emitted a loud roaring amidst the breaking billows, with the terrified serpents, demons, and great crocodiles in flight. Then Saumitri rushed towards Rama, who in his burning ardor was stretching his incomparable bow with loud mutterings, crying, "Stay, stay!" And thus speaking, he took hold of that weapon, saying, "Thou hast no need to act in this wise to accomplish thine end and bring Sagara to subjection, O foremost of heroes. Thy peers do not permit themselves to be overcome by anger. Call to mind the forbearance of virtuous men." At that instant, the Brahma Rishis and Celestial Rishis, who invisible were stationed in the sky, cried out, "Hold, hold, do not act thus." Chapter 22. The Army Crosses the Sea. Thereafter, the prince of the Raghus addressed the ocean in menacing tones, saying, "Today I shall dry up the sea with the nether regions, O Sagara, with thy waters consumed by my shafts, thy denizens slain by my blows. A great cloud of dust will arise from thy drained bed, and the monkeys will cross to the other shore on foot. Thou hast sought to oppose me, but art unaware of my valor or my strength. O abode of the Danavas, being full of pride, thou canst not foresee thy fate." Thereafter, fixing an arrow resembling the rod of Brahma and placing it on his excellent bow, Raghava stretched that weapon, and heaven and earth seemed to be riven, as it were, and the mountains trembled, darkness covered the earth, and all the regions were obscured. Tremors ran through the lakes and rivers. The sun, moon, and stars swerved in their course, and though the sky was lit by the sun's rays, it was enveloped in darkness, and blazed with 100 meteors, whilst thunder reverberated with an unparalleled sound in the firmament. The 5 celestial Maruts, blue and like massed legions, tore up the trees, dispersing the clouds in the twinkling of an eye, breaking off the points of the rocks and shattering the mountain peaks. In the sky, loud thunderclaps resounded with immense power and tumult. The invisible beings emitted cries of fear, and lying prostrate on the earth in their agony, shook with terror, convulsed and unable to move. Thereafter, the ocean with its mass of water, serpents and demons, surged beyond its confines to the extent of a league, though the time of the final deluge was not yet at hand. Nevertheless, Rama, the descendant of Raghu, scourge of his foes, did not retreat before the disordered heavings of that lord of rivers and streams. Sagara himself rose out of the waves like the day's orb rising over the eastern mountain, Meru, and that ocean appeared with the panagas of flaming jaws, and he was of the hue of emerald, adorned with gold. Wreaths of pearls festooned his attire on his head. He bore a diadem of every kind of flower. Ornaments of refined gold and pearls from his domain were his decoration. Covered with gems and metals of every kind, resembling the Himavat mountain, the waters surging round him, he was encircled by the clouds and winds, while the rivers Gunga and Sindhu were his escorts. Rising, the noble Sagara, escorted by the rivers with the Gunga and Indus at their head, approached Rama with joined palms, who stood, arrows in hand, and reflecting a while, the ocean said, "Earth, wind, air, water, and light, O beloved Raghava, remain fixed in their own nature. Neither from desire, nor ambition, nor fear, O prince, nor from affection am I able to solidify my waters inhabited by sharks. Nevertheless, I will make it possible for thee to cross over them. This is my resolve. The sharks will remain inactive while the army makes its way across, and for the monkeys, I shall become like the earth." On this, Rama said to him, "Hear me, O thou who art the refuge of Varuna. This arrow of mine must accomplish its intended end. Where shall I let this mighty shaft fall?" Hearing Rama's words and seeing that formidable missile, the exceedingly powerful ocean replied, "To the north of this place is a sacred region, Dramakulya, a name as renowned in the world as thine own. There, innumerable robbers of fearful aspect and deeds, having Abiras as their chief, drink my waters. The vicinity of those perverse beings is intolerable to me. It is there, O Rama, that thou shouldest loose thy shaft that never misses its target." Thus spoke the magnanimous Sagara, and Rama, in accord with his wish, let fly that marvelous dart in his presence. And the place where that arrow, resembling a flash of lightning, fell is known in the world as the desert of Maru. The earth, pierced by that dart, emitted a loud cry, and from its gaping wound, the waters of hell gushed forth. As the arrow fell, it created a thunderous sound, and the deep crater, which is known as Vrana, was filled with the water of the deeper springs. It seemed as if the earth was riven, and wells and ponds appeared there. This place became known as the Marukantara and is famous in the three worlds. Thereafter, Rama, the son of Dasaratha, having dried up the waters of the ocean, conferred a boon, saying, "This place shall be rich in pasturage and free from disease. It will abound in fruit, roots, honey, ghee, and milk, and be fragrant with aromatic herbs. Thus it will remain retaining those excellent qualities." In this way, the desert of Maru came to possess these manifold features, and by the grace of Rama's liberality assumed a pleasant aspect. When the waters had been dried up, Samudra, the lord of streams and rivers, said to Raghava, who was skilled in the use of weapons, "My friend, there stands Nala, the son of Vishvakarma, whose father has overwhelmed him with gifts. He is generous and devoted. Great are the powers of that monkey. Let him construct a bridge over my waters. I will uphold it. Nala is as skilled as his sire." At these words, the ocean disappeared, and Nala, that prince of monkeys, spoke to the valiant Rama thus, "Resorting to the skill I have inherited from my sire, I shall build a bridge over the spacious and vast domain of aquatic monsters. What the ocean has said is true. When one has to do with the ungrateful, in my opinion, the rod is the most salutary method for men. A plague on forbearance as also on generosity and kindness. Assuredly, Sagara, that formidable mass of water, in fear of punishment, wished to see a bridge constructed, and out of fear was willing to suffer Raghava to pass over it. My mother received a boon on the Mandara mountain from Vishvakarma, who said to her, 'A son will be born to thee who will resemble thee, O goddess.' No one having questioned me, I have not spoken of my powers, but I can assuredly construct a causeway over Varuna's domain. From today, let all the leading monkeys set to work." At Rama's command, those lions among the monkeys entered the mighty forest with alacrity in hundreds and thousands on every side, and those leaders of the simian tribes, tearing up the rocks, which in size they resembled, and the trees also, dragged them to the sea, and they covered the ocean with Sala, Ashvakarna, Dava, Vamsha, Kutaja, Arjuna, Tala, Tilaka, Tanisha, Balalaka, Saptaparna, and Karnakarna trees in full flower, as also Kutas and Ashokas. Those foremost of monkeys transported those trees, with or without roots, bearing them like so many standards of Indra, and they heaped talas and piles of Dadina, Nerkela, Bibitaka, Kanya, Bakula, and Nimba trees here and there. With the aid of mechanical devices, those powerful colossi dug up stones as big as elephants and rocks, and the water suddenly spouted into the air only to fall instantly. Thereafter, those monkeys churned up the sea by rushing into it on all sides or pulling on the chains. That immense causeway constructed by Nala in the bosom of the sea was built by the arms of those monkeys of formidable exploits, and it extended over 100 leagues. Some brought trunks of trees and others set them up. It was by hundreds and thousands that those monkeys, like unto giants, made use of reeds, logs, and blossoming trees to construct that bridge, rushing hither and thither with blocks of stone resembling mountains or the peaks of crags, which, flung into the sea, fell with a resounding crash. The first day, those monkeys resembling elephants, of immense energy, full of high spirits and exceedingly merry, erected 14 leagues of masonry. The second day, those highly active monkeys of formidable stature set up 20 leagues. Bestirring themselves, Those giants threw 21 leagues of structure over the ocean on the third day, and on the fourth, working feverishly, they built up 22 leagues in extent. The fifth day, those monkeys, industrious workers, reached to 23 leagues distance from the further shore. That fortunate and valiant son of Vibhishana, leader of monkeys, constructed a causeway worthy of his sire over the ocean, and that bridge erected by Nala over the sea, the haunt of whales, dazzling in its perfection and splendor, was like the constellation of Svati in space. Then the gods Gandharvas, Siddhas, and supreme rishis, assembling, stood in the sky, eager to see that masterpiece, and the gods and Gandharvas gazed on that causeway, so difficult of construction that was 10 leagues in width and 100 in length, built by Nala. Those monkeys thereafter dived, swam, and shouted at the sight of that unimaginable marvel that was almost inconceivable and caused one to tremble. And all beings beheld that causeway thrown over the ocean, and by hundreds and thousands of kotas, those monkeys, full of valor, having built that bridge over the immense repository of waters, reached the opposite shore. Vast, well-constructed, magnificent with its wonderful paved floor, solidly cemented, that great causeway, like unto a line traced on the waves, resembled the parting of a woman's hair. Meanwhile, Vibhishana, mace in hand, held himself ready at his post with his companions in case of an enemy attack. Thereafter, Sugriva addressed Rama, who was valiant by nature, saying, "Mount on the shoulders of Hanuman and Lakshmana, on those of Angada. O hero, vast is this ocean, the abode of whales. Those two monkeys who freely range the sky will transport you both." Then the fortunate Rama and Lakshmana advanced thus, and that magnanimous archer was accompanied by Sugriva. Some monkeys strode forward in the center, some threw themselves into the waves, some sprang into the sky, others marched on the bridge, some ranged through space like birds, and the terrific tumult of the tramping of that formidable army of monkeys drowned the roar of the ocean. When those simian troops had passed over the sea by the grace of Nala's causeway, the king ordered them to camp on the shore, which abounded in roots, fruits, and water. At the sight of that masterpiece that had materialized under the command of Raghava, despite the difficulties, the gods, who had drawn near with the Sitas and Taranas, as also the great rishis, anointed Rama in secret there with water from the sea and said, "Mayest thou be victorious over thy foes, O thou who art a god amongst men. Do thou rule over the earth and the sea eternally." Thus, in various auspicious words did they acclaim Rama in the midst of the homage offered to him by the Brahmins. Chapter 23. Rama sees diverse portents. The elder brother of Lakshmana beheld certain portents, and as their significance was known to him, he embraced Saumitri and said, "O Lakshmana, occupying this region provided with fresh water and woods abounding in fruit, let us speedily divide these innumerable forces and form ourselves into battalions. Great is the danger I foresee, boding destruction to the world and the slaughter of the valiant bears, monkeys, and titans. A dust storm is blowing up, the earth trembles, and the peaks of the mountains shake. Trees fall, clouds resembling wild beasts emit a terrible roaring and let loose dreadful showers mingled with blood. There is an awe-inspiring twilight, lurid unto red sandalwood. From the blazing sun, a circle of fire falls. Filled with terror, wild beasts and birds with harsh voices are raising mournful cries to the sun on every side. In the night, the moon, bereft of brilliance, burning with a black and red halo as it rises, resembles the destruction threatening the world. A dark stain appears on the solar disk, which is diminished, somber, without radiance and coppery. Behold, O Lakshmana, a thick dust blots out the stars and seems to foreshadow the end of the world. Crows, eagles, and vultures fall wheeling, whilst jackals, inspiring the greatest terror, emit sinister howls. Rocks, maces, and spears, hurled by the monkeys and demons, cover the earth which has become a morass of flesh and blood. Without delay, attended by all the monkeys, let us, this very day, attack this city difficult of access, of which Ravana is the support." Thus spoke the archer Rama, the subduer of the foe in conflict, and, bearing his bow and arrows, he set forth in the direction of Lanka. Thereupon all the valiant monkeys, with Vibhishana and Sugriva at their head, rose up crying destruction on their powerful foe, and the boisterous demonstration of those heroic monkeys, made with the object of pleasing Rama, filled that son of the house of Raghu with delight. Chapter 24. Suka describes his reception by the monkeys to Ravana. That army of warriors in well-ordered formations looked splendid with the radiance Rama conferred on it, which resembled the full moon on a starry night, and the earth, pressed underfoot by the energetic tread of that multitude like unto the sea, trembled with fear. Meanwhile, those inhabitants of the woods heard a great tumult arising in Lanka, and the formidable rolling of drums and clashing of gongs caused their hair to stand on end. This clamor filled the leaders of the monkeys with joy, and in their ardor they emitted shouts that surpassed that uproar, and the cheering of the Plavangamas, resembling the rumble of thunder in the skies, reached the ears of the Titans. Seeing Lanka dressed with many-colored banners, the son of Dasaratha bethought himself of Sita, and his heart was filled with grief. He reflected, "It is there that playful woman, whose eyes resemble a gazelle's, is held captive by Ravana, like Rohini when she is overpowered by the red-bodied planet." Heaving long and burning sighs, that hero looked at Lakshmana and spoke words befitting to the occasion to him. "See, O Lakshmana, this marvelous city, built by Vishvakarma on the summit of the mountain, set aloft so that it appears to lick the skies, where innumerable palaces cluster like unto the aerial abode of Vishnu, covered with white clouds. Lanka, with its blossoming groves, looks magnificent, like Chiatarata, which is filled with the song of birds of every kind, and glowing with fruit and flowers. See how a gentle breeze sways the branches from which the birds dart, where bees swarm and where cuckoos abound." Thus did Rama, the son of Dasaratha, address Lakshmana, and thereafter, ranging his forces according to the traditional methods, he issued the following commands to that army of monkeys. "Let the valiant and invincible Angada place his troops in the center with the general Nila. Surrounded by the Simian battalions, Rishaba should establish himself on the right wing of the army, and he who resembles an elephant in Musta, the indomitable and courageous Gandamadana, should place himself at the head of the left flank. I shall go to the forefront of the army with Lakshmana as mine aide-de-camp, and Jambavan, Sushena, and Vegadarshan to spy out the land. Those three high-souled ones, the leaders of the bears, should protect the center of the forces, and the rear guard be under the command of the Lord of the Monkeys, as the western region is dominated by the sun of brilliant rays." The innumerable divisions being thus skillfully distributed, that army, led by the foremost of monkeys armed with boulders and huge trees, resembled the heavens with its mass of clouds, and those monkeys advanced on Lanka that they were eager to destroy. "It is with the peaks of mountains that we shall demolish Lanka, or if need be, with our bare fists." Such was the resolve of those powerful monkeys. At that instant, the exceedingly valiant Rama said to Sugriva, "Our forces are properly marshaled. Now let Suka be released." Under the order of that Indra of monkeys who was full of energy, Ravana's agent was set at liberty. Released on Rama's command and harassed by the monkeys, Suka, in a frenzy of terror, went to seek out the king of the Titans, whereupon Ravana, with a sneer, inquired of him, "What is the meaning of thy fettered wings? Why are thy flanks torn? Hast thou fallen into the power of those capricious monkeys?" Thereupon Suka, wrought up with fear, pressed by his exceedingly powerful sovereign, made this reply: "Repairing to the northern shore of the sea in order to deliver thy message faithfully, by employing gentle and soothing tones, those barbarous Plavangamas, barely having caught sight of me, hurled themselves upon me and began to beat and pound me with their fists. It was quite impossible to enter into any form of mediation with them, or discuss anything. Those monkeys are ferocious and violent by nature, O Lord of the Titans. The slayer of Virata, Kabanda, and Kara, Rama, however, who is accompanied by Sugriva, is searching for Sita. Having thrown a bridge over the sea and traversed the salty waves, that archer, Raghava, has come hither and sets the Titans at naught. The bears and monkeys, gathering in thousands of divisions equal to mountains or clouds, cover the earth. There is no more possibility of an alliance between the monkeys and the Titans than between a god and a demon. Before they reach the ramparts, decide quickly how thou wilt act. Either restore Sita to Rama or enter into conflict with him." Thus spoke Suka, And Ravana, his eyes red with anger, looked at him as if he would consume him with his glance and said, "Even had I to enter into conflict with the Devas, Gandharvas, and Danavas, I would not restore Sita or the whole earth to shake. When will my shafts fall on Raghava as the intoxicated bees fall on the blossoming trees in spring? When, with mine arrows, shall I consume his body flowing with blood as flaming torches destroy an elephant? His forces will suffer eclipse before my powerful army as the brilliance of the stars at the rising of the sun. That son of Dasaratha is not aware that I possess the strength of Sagara and the swiftness of Maruta. That is why he desires to meet me in combat. Rama has not yet seen the shafts resembling venomous serpents that repose in my quiver. That is why he wishes to enter into combat with me. That Raghava is not yet conversant with my great might, nor with the veena in the form of my bow that I pluck with mine arrows, the bowstring producing a formidable sound, the cries of the wounded, its terrible accompaniment, the darts, its numerable notes, and which, when I enter the river of the enemy ranks as into a vast arena, I shall cause to resound on the field of battle. Neither the thousand-eyed Vasava in person, nor Yama of the fiery missiles, nor Vaishravana himself is able to overcome me in battle." Chapter 25. Ravana sends out Suka and Sarana to spy on the monkeys. Rama, the son of Dasaratha, having traversed the ocean with his army, the boastful Ravana addressed his counselors, Suka and Sarana, saying, "The entire army of monkeys has crossed the impassable ocean on a bridge constructed by Rama, an unprecedented exploit. I never deemed it possible to throw a causeway over the sea. Introduce yourselves into their ranks without being discovered, and inform me exactly regarding the number and prowess of those monkey leaders, the counselors who customarily attend on Sugriva and Rama, and the scouts and warriors among them. Further, how the dike was constructed over the waters of the sea, how the army advances, of their plans, and of the strength and weapons used by Rama and the courageous Lakshmana." At this command, the two titans, Suka and Sarana, assuming the form of monkeys, boldly entered into the simian ranks, but they were unable to count the monkey host, which was endowed with unimaginable energy, causing the hair to stand on end, and which amidst the caves and waterfalls spread over the summits of the mountains. From every side those divisions came, some having crossed, some crossing, and some still to cross, and those who were arriving or had still to come emitted loud roars, and to those rangers of the night resembled the infinite sea. Now the illustrious Vibhishana recognized Suka and Sarana under their disguise, and arresting them, denounced them to Rama, saying, "Here are two followers of the king of the Titans who have come to spy out conditions, O conqueror of hostile citadels." Terrified at the sight of Rama and despairing of their lives, the two demons with joined palms said to him in great fear, "O most cherished issue of the house of Raghu, we have been sent by Ravana to find out about the whole army." Hearing these words, Rama, the son of Dasaratha, who delighted in the welfare of all beings, smiling, answered them, saying, "If you have inspected the whole army and examined their positions carefully and fulfilled the mission entrusted to you, then return in peace. But if there is anything you have not investigated and you still wish to see, then Vibhishana will show it to you fully. Your arrest should not cause you any apprehension with regards to your lives. You are envoys, and having laid aside your arms, have been taken captive. You do not merit death. O Vibhishana, set these two rangers of the night free, who have come in disguise to spy on us with the intention of creating division amongst their foes. And you, when you return to the great city of Lanka, repeat my words faithfully to the king of the Titans, saying, 'That force on which thou didst rely when taking Sita away from me, employ freely with the aid of thy troops and allies. Tomorrow at break of day, thou shalt see my arrows demolish the city of Lanka with its ramparts and arches, as well as the army of Titans. My dreadful ire will fall on thee, and thy forces at dawn, O Ravana, as the gods bearing the thunderbolt, Vasava, discharges it on the Danavas.'" Receiving this command, the two Titans, Suka and Sarana, admiring his justice, cried out, "Mayest thou be victorious," and paid obeisance to Rama. Returning to Lanka, they said to the Lord of Titans, Vibhishana took us captive with the intention of slaying us, O king, but Rama, he whose valor is immeasurable, seeing us, let us go. In that place, 4 of the foremost monkey leaders are assembled who are equal to the protector of the worlds. Their warriors, skilled in the use of weapons, of proved prowess, are Rama, the son of Dasaratha, the fortunate Lakshmana, Vibhishana, and the highly energetic Sugriva, whose strength is equal to the great Indras. Even without the monkeys themselves taking part, they are able to penetrate into this city of Lanka with its walls and arches and tear up the foundations and transplant them elsewhere. Such is Rama's capacity and such his weapons that he could overthrow the city single-handed, his 3 companions standing by. Under Rama, Lakshmana, and Sugriva's protection, that army is completely invincible even against the gods and asuras combined. Now that army of powerful and aggressive monkeys, dwellers in the woods, is breathing war. It is useless to dispute with them. Make peace and restore Maithili to the son of Dasaratha. Chapter 26. Sarama tells Ravana of the principal leaders of the monkeys. Hearing the sincere and courageous utterance of Sarama, the king Ravana answered, "Even did the gods, Gandharvas, and Danavas unitedly seek to attack me, and were all beings to tremble, I would not restore Sita. O friend, having been roughly handled by the monkeys, thou dost fear them, and for this deemest it opportune for me to give up Sita. What adversary is able to overcome me in war?" Having uttered this arrogant speech, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, in order to survey the horizon, proudly went up to his palace that was as white as snow and as high as innumerable palm trees. Accompanied by his ministers, Ravana, who was transported with anger, swept the mountains, forests, and ocean with his glance, and he beheld the entire region covered with plavamgamas. Seeing that illimitable and invincible army of monkeys, Ravana inquired of Sarama, saying, "Who are the leaders of these monkeys? Who are their warriors? Who are their princes? Who are those marching at their head in order to demonstrate their valor? Who are Sugriva's counselors and his generals? Tell me all, O Sarama, what is the strength of these monkeys?" Sarama, thus interrogated by that sovereign of the Titans, being well informed, pointed out the leaders of those dwellers in the woods to him. He said, "That monkey who stands before Lanka, roaring amidst 100,000 leaders who escort him, whose powerful voice shatters the whole city with its walls, gates, and arches, its rocks, forests, and jungles, and who is command of the army of the magnanimous Sugriva, lord of all the deer of the trees, is the valiant General Nila. He who holds his arms high, and who tramples the earth under his feet as he marches, that hero whose face is turned towards Lanka, and who, in fury, yawns convulsively, who resembles the peak of a mountain in stature and the filaments of a lotus in hue, who, in an excess of anger, continuously lashes out with his tail, the swish of which is heard in the 10 regions, that warrior whom Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, installed as heir apparent, is named Angada, and he is challenging thee to combat. That warrior, the equal of his sire, Bali, is beloved of Sugriva, and as devoted to Raghava's interests as Varuna is to Chakra's. That Janaka's daughter has been seen by Hanuman, who is as swift as the wind and the servant of Raghava, is all due to the advice of Angada. Having formed innumerable battalions with the foremost of monkeys, that warrior is marching against thee at the head of his army in order to destroy thee. Close to Bali's son, and himself surrounded by a considerable number of troops, the valiant Nala, the builder of the bridge, stands ready on the battlefield. Those soldiers clad in saffron color, who are stretching their limbs, roaring and gnashing their teeth, are following the one who boasts that he will overthrow Lanka with his forces. It is Sveta of silver hue, who is exceedingly agile and brave. That intelligent monkey, a warrior renowned in the 3 worlds, has come to take his orders from Sugriva and will leave at once to place the army of monkeys in strategic positions and inspire enthusiasm amongst his divisions. That one who formerly ranged the mountain Ramya, that is also called Samarokana, on the borders of the Gomati River, and which is covered with trees of varying fragrance, ruled over a kingdom there, is the general Kumuda, and that other who joyfully draws in his train hundreds and thousands of warriors with long hair and immense tails hanging down, who are coppery-colored, yellow, black, white, and matted, hideous to look upon, is the intrepid monkey Kanda. He yearns to fight and boasts that he will destroy Lanka with his forces. The third, who resembles a tawny lion with a great mane and whose gaze is fixed attentively on the city as if he wished to consume it with his glances, who dwells mostly on the mountains Krishna and Saya of the Vindhya range of pleasing aspect, is the general Ramba, O king. 300 kotis of the most valiant of monkeys who are formidable, impetuous, burning with ardor, surround him and follow in his steps for the purpose of causing the destruction of Lanka by their blows. The one who is shaking his ears and yawning continuously, who, when facing death, remains immovable and who never retreats in the face of a hostile army, but eyeing them askance foams with rage. He who lashes out with his tail and gnashes his teeth, that hero of immense energy, wholly devoid of fear, O king, has his abode on the ravishing mountain of the Salveyas, and the name of that leader is Sarama. To him belong 400,000 monkeys named Viras. The one who is like unto a great cloud enveloping space, and who, surrounded by monkey warriors, resembles Vasava amidst the gods, whose voice, like the roll of a drum, can be heard from the midst of the monkeys, who is eager to fight, dwells in Pariyatra, a mountain that is exceeded by none in height. That general, ever invincible in combat, is named Panasa. That commander, with 50 lakhs of lieutenants, each of whom leads his own battalion, who shines resplendent amidst the host of monkeys of terrifying bounds, who are encamped on the seashore like unto a second ocean, he who resembles Dardura is called General Vinata. In his wanderings he drinks the waters of the Vina, that most excellent of rivers. His army is composed of 60,000 Plavangamas, and that monkey, named Kratana, challenges thee to combat. His lieutenants are full of daring and vigor, and each commands a battalion. That monkey whose body is well nourished, and who is of the color of red ochre, who, in the pride of his strength, ever holds the other monkeys in contempt, is the illustrious Gavaya. He is advancing towards thee full of fury, and 700,000 warriors accompany him. He also boasts that he will lay Lanka waste with his troops. Those invincible heroes may not be numbered, and the flower of their captains are each at the head of his own particular force. Chapter 27. Sarana continues his deposition. I shall describe these valiant leaders that thou art able to see, who are devoted to Raghava, full of prowess, and who count their lives as naught. That one, the hairs adhering to whose enormous tail are coppery, yellow, black, white, and hideously matted, and that stand on end, a tail that, brilliant as the sun's rays, brushes the earth as he advances, is the monkey Hara. He is followed by hundreds and thousands of monkeys brandishing trees, awaiting the moment to attack Lanka. They are the leaders of the Monkey King, and in the service of the Simian government. Those warriors whom thou perceivest in such incalculable numbers, that are no more able to be counted than the sands on the limitless shores of the sea, and who cover the mountains, plains, and rivers, ranged like somber clouds, black as collyrium, extremely ferocious and valiant fighters, are the bears. Observe how they are advancing to confront thee, O king. In their midst, surrounded on every side by them, like Parjanya by the storm clouds, is their sovereign of dreadful glance and fearful aspect. He inhabits Rikshavat, a very high mountain, and goes to slake his thirst at the Narmada river. He is the lord of all the bears, and his name is Dumra. He has a brother, younger than he, who resembles him in stature, but who far surpasses him in valor. Behold him, Jambavan, like unto a mountain. Of controlled senses, he is full of reverence for his spiritual superiors and implacable in combat. His intelligence greatly assisted Shakra in the war between the gods and the Titans, and he was the recipient of many boons. These giants hurl down great rocks as large as clouds from the mountain heights, which they have scaled, nor do they tremble in the face of death. Shaggy, resembling Rakshasas or Pisachas, those warriors of surpassing energy roam about in great numbers. And that commander on whom the eyes of the monkeys are fixed, who now leaps up in fury and then stands motionless, that foremost of monkeys, O king, dwells on the Saharasraksha mountain, and the name of that exceedingly valiant leader is Ramba. He, who walking on all fours, touches the mountain a league away with his flanks, whose chest is a league in height, who is not surpassed by any quadruped in beauty, is the renowned Samnadana, the grandsire of the monkeys. Extremely skillful, he formally entered into combat with Shakra on the battlefield, who was unable to defeat him. Such is that superior leader. Another, whose valor equals Indra's on the battlefield, was born of a youthful Gandharva maiden and Krishnavardman. In the struggle between the Devas and Asuras, he brought help to the celestials. That illustrious one sits beneath the Jambu tree on that mountain, the king of peaks, frequented by chimeras, which constantly affords delight to thy brother, O Lord of the Titans. It is near there that fortunate one, that powerful lord of the monkeys, General Kratana, whose prowess is not confined to words, and whoever eschews defeat, sports. He is standing surrounded by thousands of monkeys. He also undertakes to crush Lanka. The one who usually roams by the Ganges, sowing terror among the elephants, remembering, as he does, the old quarrel between elephants and monkeys, that leader with a voice of thunder who dwells in the mountain caves, subduing the tuskers in the woods and uprooting the trees. That prince of monkeys, like unto Indra himself, passes his life happily at the head of a host of monkeys by the river that issues from the Himalayas, or Usharabija, otherwise Mandara, the highest of mountains. Hundreds and thousands and millions of monkeys, proud of their strength and agility, full of prowess and fire, roaring loudly, follow that indomitable warrior, their leader, named Pramaten. It is he, resembling a great cloud, propelled by the wind, whom thou hast pointed out, surrounded by a furious band of intrepid monkeys who stir up a cloud of yellow-colored dust, which the wind carries in all directions. Those formidable and powerful black-snouted Golangulas, numbering 100 times 100,000, who, having assisted in the construction of the causeway, have gathered, growling round the general of the Golangulas, named Gavaksha, threatened to demolish Lanka themselves. There were, frequented by bees, the trees yield fruit in every season, on that mountain encircled by the sun, the brightness of which it equals, the radiance of which, shed on beast and bird, lends them the same brilliance, whose plateaus are never forsaken by the magnanimous and great rishis, whose trees are laden with fruit, possessed of every desirable savor, whose exceedingly rare honey abounds. On that golden and ravishing mountain, the general Kesharin lives amidst those delights, O king. There are 60,000 wonderful golden mountains, in the midst of which Savarnameru stands out, as thou amongst the Titans, O king. It is on that mountain that brown, white, and copper-colored monkeys, or those yellow as honey, dwell, who possess pointed teeth and nails, and who resemble lions. They are as indomitable as tigers, the equals of Vaishvanara, with their long coiled tails like unto serpents vomiting poison, or like elephants intoxicated with ichor, as high as great hills, and they roar like thunder. Their eyes are gray and round, and when they are on the march, they create an appalling uproar. All of them stand looking on Lanka as if they were about to destroy it. In their midst is the powerful leader who ever faces the sun. He is eager to conquer thee. His name is renowned in the world. It is Shatabali, O king, and he swears to destroy Lanka with his troops. Courageous, powerful, full of daring, he prides himself on his personal valor. In his devotion to Rama, that monkey will not spare his life. Gaja, Gavaksha, Gavaya, Nala, Nila, all those monkeys are surrounded by 10 kotis of fighters each, as also their leading monkeys impossible to count, so great is their number, agile inhabitants of the Vindhya range. All, O great king, are exceedingly powerful. Their stature is equal to high hills, and all are capable of leveling the earth by uprooting and razing its mountains to the ground. Chapter 28. Suka, in his turn, enumerates the enemy. Sarama, having described the forces of the enemy to Ravana, the lord of the Titans, Suka, in his turn, took up the tale, saying, Dost thou observe those resembling elephants, intoxicated with ichor, rising up like banyan trees on the banks of the Ganges, or salad trees on the Himalayas? O king, those warriors, able to change their form at will, are irresistible, equal to the daityas and danavas, and in war are endowed with the valor of the gods. They number 21 million or more. They are Sugriva's companions, and Kishkinda is their accustomed abode. Those monkeys, born of the gods and Gandharvas, are capable of assuming different shapes at will. The two who stand there, who resemble each other and have the appearance of gods, are Mainda and Devivida. None is their equal in combat. Sanctioned by Brahma, they have drunk the water of immortality, and they boast that they will demolish Lanka by their own prowess. As for that monkey whom thou seest there, resembling an intoxicated elephant, who in strength and fury is able to churn up the ocean itself, it is he who came to Lanka to find Vaidehi and spy on thee, O Lord. That monkey whom thou perceivest has returned. He is the eldest son of Kesarin, and his sire is said to be Vayu. He is Hanuman, who crossed the ocean, able to change his shape at will. That handsome and courageous warrior is no more able to be stayed in his course than Sitattaga himself. While yet a child, seeing the sun rise, he desired to eat it, and springing up, followed it to a distance of 3,000 leagues, reflecting, I shall seize hold of Aditya, and my hunger will be appeased forever. In this thought, intoxicated with his own strength, he leapt into the air, but was unable to reach that god, who is invincible even to the celestials, rishis, and demons, and he fell on the mountain where that radiant orb rises. In his fall, he fractured his jaw slightly on a rock, and on account of the strength of his jaw, he was called Hanuman. By associating with those monkeys, I was enabled to learn his history, yet I am quite unable to describe his prowess, beauty, and vigor adequately. He plumes himself on being able to destroy Lanka single-handed. It was he who formerly set fire to the city. How is it that thou dost not remember him? Nearby is a warrior, dark of hue with eyes like lotuses, the Atarata among the Ikshwakus. His heroism is well known in the world. His sense of duty never wavers, nor does he ever swerve from righteousness. He knows how to loose Brahma's weapon and is conversant with the Veda. Indeed, he is the most learned of Vedic scholars. He shatters the firmament with his arrows and rends the earth. His ire is equal to Mrityu's, and he resembles Indra in valor. His consort is Sita, whom thou didst bear away from Janasthana. He is Rama, who has come to wage war on thee, O king. He who stands on his right, radiant as gold refined in the crucible, with a broad chest, reddened eyes, and dark curly locks, is Lakshmana, who is devoted to his brother's interests and fortune. A general and a seasoned soldier, he knows better than any how to handle every weapon. Full of ardor, invincible, victorious, brave, accustomed to success and powerful, he has ever been Rama's right hand and his very life's breath. Where it concerns Raghava, he would never be the one to seek to preserve his life. He has also sworn to exterminate all the Titans in battle. He who stands on Rama's left and who is surrounded by a group of Titans is Vibhishana, whom that King of Kings has installed as sovereign of Lanka. He, filled with ire, is advancing in order to enter into conflict with thee. The other whom thou seest standing in the center like an immovable rock rules over the foremost of those deer of the branches. His prowess is immeasurable. For energy, glory, intelligence, strength, and nobility, he stands out among those monkeys as Himavat amongst the mountains. He dwells with the principal monkey leaders in Kishkinda, with its groves and trees, an inaccessible citadel of impenetrable approaches excavated from the mountains. He wears a golden chain wrought with 100 lotuses in which Lakshmi, who symbolizes prosperity, beloved of gods and men, dwells. That chain, his consort Tara, and the eternal empire of the monkeys were conferred on Sugriva by Rama after he had slain Bali. O king, 100,000 multiplied by 100 is called a koti, and 100,000 such kotis make one shanku. 100,000 shankus make one mahashanku. 100,000 mahashankus make one vrinda. 100,000 vrindas make a mahavrinda, and 100,000 mahavrindas make a padma. 100,000 padmas make a mahapadma, and 100,000 mahapadmas make a karva. 100,000 karvas make a samudra, and 100,000 samudras make an ogna. 100,000 ognas make a maha-ogna. That lord of the monkeys, as also Vibhishana with his counselors, are surrounded by 100,000 shankus, plus 100,000 mahavrindas, 100 padmas, 100,000 mahapadmas, 100 karvas, a samudra, and a maha-ogna. A koti of maha-ognas and 1,000 samudras, and that Sugriva has come to make war on thee. Powerful is that army following the king of the monkeys, who is ever strong and brave. In the presence of those forces that resemble a blazing meteor, O great king, prepare thyself to vanquish the enemy and take measures to avoid defeat. Chapter 29. Ravana sends out fresh spies. Beholding those foremost of monkey leaders pointed out by Suka, the valiant Lakshmana, Rama's right arm, his own brother Vibhishana standing close to Raghava, the king of all the monkeys, Sugriva, of exceeding prowess, the heroic Angada, grandson of the bearer of the thunderbolt, the powerful Hanuman, and the invincible Jambavan, Sushena, Kumuda, Nila, and Nala, those paragons among the monkeys, Gaja, Gavaksha, Sharaba, Mainda, and Devivida. Ravana, his heart agitated, became enraged and began to inveigh against those two heroes, Suka and Sarama, who had completed their report. In a voice strangled with fury, he overwhelmed them with reproaches as they stood with bowed heads before him, saying, "In sooth, it is scarcely fitting that such unpleasing words should be uttered by loyal servants to their king, who has the power to mete out punishment or reward. That you should both hymn the praises of the foe belonging to an alien race who has come here to attack me is unbecoming. In vain have you sat at the feet of your elders, spiritual preceptors, and the aged, since the essential traditions of these scriptures do not rule your lives, or if you have imbibed them, you have not remembered them. You are overburdened with ignorance. Having such unintelligent servants as you are, it is a miracle that I am still able to wield the scepter. Have you no fear of death that you dare address me thus insolently? I, whose tongue dispenses good and evil. Even in contact with fire, the forest trees may remain standing, but an evildoer cannot escape the condemnation of his sovereign. Did the remembrance of your past services not moderate mine ire, I should certainly punish you miserable wretches by death, who thus hymn the praises of mine adversaries. Begone! Go hence, leave my presence. Having regard for your past services, I shall not put you to death. You are already dead, ungrateful creatures, since you have no devotion for me." Hearing these accusations, which covered them with confusion, Suka and Sarama paid obeisance to Ravana, saying, "Be thou victorious," and withdrew. Then Dasagriva said to Mahodara, who stood beside him, "Bring me other emissaries, quickly!" At this command, that ranger of the night, Mahodara, without delay summoned spies, and these, presenting themselves in all haste before the king, hailed him with joined palms and expressed their desire to see him victorious. Thereupon Ravana, the lord of the Titans, said to those agents who were full of confidence, courage, and zeal, and were fearless, "Go and find out Rama's plans, who are his ministers and who stand nearest to him in counsel and friendship, what are his hours of sleeping and waking, and what he intends to do next. A wise monarch who discovers all that concerns his adversary through his spies needs to exert himself only to a moderate degree to overcome his enemy on the field of battle." "May it be so," answered the emissaries, full of joy, and placing Shardula at their head, they honored their sovereign by circumambulating him. Having paid obeisance to that powerful lord of the Titans, those spies set out for where Rama and Lakshmana were to be found. Leaving in disguise, they observed Rama, Lakshmana, Sugriva, and Vibhishana near the mountain Suvela. Beholding that army, they were seized with terror, and as they stood there, the righteous prince of the Titans, Vibhishana, recognized them and arrested them, but Shardula alone was held captive, Vibhishana saying, "This one is the traitor." Rama, however, released Shardula also, who was being harassed by the monkeys, having already in his compassion given the other Titans their freedom. Beaten by those impetuous and agile monkeys, they returned to Lanka, groaning and beside themselves, and those emissaries, valiant rangers of the night who were wont to penetrate into enemy territory, returned to Dasagriva and informed him that Rama's army was camping in the neighborhood of the Suvela mountain. Chapter 30. Shardula gives an account of his mission to Ravana. The king of Lanka's spies informed him that Rama was camping with his great army near Mount Suvela, and hearing from them of Rama's approach at the head of a vast host, he was perturbed and said to Shardula, "Thou appearest to be unmanned, which is alien to thy nature, O Ranger of the Night. Can it be that thou hast fallen a victim to those savage monkeys?" Thus questioned by that tiger among the Titans, Shardula, trembling with fear, answered in a faint voice, saying, "O king, it is impossible to spy on those lions among the monkeys who are full of energy and prowess and protected by Raghava, nor can one interrogate them in order to find out anything. On all sides, the approaches are guarded by monkeys as big as hills. Scarcely had I penetrated into their ranks when I was recognized and forcibly seized and myself interrogated in every way by those monkeys who attacked me with their knees, fists, teeth, and the palms of their hands. Thereafter, I was led through the entire army by those pitiless monkeys who, having paraded me everywhere, brought me into Rama's presence, exhausted and bewildered, my limbs covered with blood and wounds. They wished to murder me despite my supplications made with joined palms, when, fortunately, I was saved by Rama, who cried, 'Stay, stay.' That prince who has filled the sea with boulders and crags is encamped at the gates of Lanka, well equipped with weapons, his forces arranged in the form of Garuda, and he is surrounded on all sides by monkeys. Having set me free, he is there full of energy advancing on Lanka. Ere he reaches the ramparts, do one thing or the other with all speed, either return Sita to him immediately or give him battle." Having reflected on what he had just heard, the king of the Titans, Ravana, made this significant reply. "Even were the gods, Gandharvas, and Danavas to arraign themselves against me, and were the whole world in peril, I would not restore Sita." Then that exceedingly powerful one added, "Thou hast explored the ranks of their army. Who are the warriors among the Plavangamas? What is the measure of their prowess? Who are these invincible monkeys? Whose sons and grandsons are they? Tell me the truth, O faithful friend." Thus interrogated, Shardula, the most skilled of envoys, began to speak thus in Ravana's presence. "First, there is the son of Riksharajas, invincible in war, O king, and the son of Gadgada. There follows another son of Gadgada, and the son of the spiritual preceptor of Shatakratu, the father of the monkey who slew so many titans. Thereafter comes the virtuous Sushena, the valiant son of Dharma, then Saumya, born of Soma, O king, and the monkey Dadamuka, and Samukha, Durmuka, and Vegadarshan, and the monkey Dadamuka and Samukha, Durmuka and Vegadarshan, the equals of Mrityu, whom Swayambhu formerly begot in the form of monkeys. And further, there is the great Nila himself, the son of the bearer of these sacrificial offerings, and the son of the wind, Hanuman. Then there is the grandson of Shakra, the youthful, invincible, and courageous Angada, and Mainda and Devivida, who are both valiant and equal to the Ashvins. 5 are the sons of Vivasvara, who resembles time as the destroyer, Gaja, Gavaya, Gavaksha, Sharaba, and Gandamadana. There are 10 kotis of monkeys full of prowess and martial ardor, and I was unable to count the rest of those fortunate children of the gods. That son of Dasaratha, with the body of a lion, that youth, Rama, to whom none in the world can be compared for valor, slew Dushana, Kara, Trishiras, and Virata, who fell under his blows, as also Kabanda, the equal of Antaka. No one is able to describe Rama's qualities, by whom the Titans who went to Janasthana were slain. There too is the virtuous Lakshmana, like unto the foremost of elephants, Matagna, in the path of whose shafts Vasava himself could not survive. There are also Shveta and Jyotirmukha, both born of Bhaskara, and the son of Varuna, the monkey Hemaketu. The heroic son of Vishvakarma, the foremost of monkeys Nala, and the impetuous son of Vasu, Durdara. Finally, there is that prince of the Titans, thy brother Vibhishana, on whom Rama has conferred the city of Lanka as the reward for his devotion. Thus I have described the entire army of monkeys stationed on the Mount Suvela. It is for thee to decide what remains to be done." Chapter 31. Ravana deceives Sita about the death of Rama. Meanwhile, the king's spies spread the tidings in Lanka that Raghava was encamped with his powerful forces on Mount Suvela. Ravana, who knew through his emissaries of Rama's arrival at the head of a vast army, somewhat perturbed, said to his attendants, "Let all the ministers assemble here immediately. O Titans, The time has come to take counsel together." On this command, his counselors instantly came together, and he entered into conference with those loyal Titans. Then, having duly deliberated with them concerning the immediate measures to be taken, Durdarsha dismissed them all and returned to his abode. Taking with him the Titan, Vidyujiva, a powerful and skilled magician, he turned his steps toward the place where Maithili was to be found. Thereafter, the king of the Titans said to Vidyujiva, who was proficient in magic, "With thy spells, create an illusion in order to deceive Janaka's daughter. Do thou produce a head resembling Raghava's and a mighty bow, its arrows set, and then present thyself before me." On this command, that ranger of the night, Vidyujiva, answered, "Be it so," and displayed his powers as a magician, whereupon Ravana, satisfied, bestowed rich attire upon him. In his impatience to behold Sita once again, that mighty monarch of the Naritas entered the Ashoka grove, and the younger brother of Danada beheld that unfortunate one who did not deserve her fate, her head bowed, plunged in grief, lying on the ground in the Ashoka grove where she had been banished, absorbed in the thought of her lord, hideous Titan women seated not far distant from her. Then Ravana, approaching, manifested his gratification and addressed that daughter of Janaka in confident tones, saying, "O beautiful one, he in whom thou didst trust at the time when thou didst repel me, when I sought to console thee, that murderer of Kara, thy consort, Raghava, has been slain in combat. Thy roots are completely severed, and thy pride humbled by me. In consequence of the calamity that has overtaken thee, thou art mine. Give up thy resolution, therefore. What wilt thou do with one dead? O beautiful one, become the chief queen over all my consorts, thou who till now hast enjoyed so little happiness, thou who art without resources. O foolish one, who deemest thyself wise, hear how, like unto the destruction of Vritria, thy lord was slain. In order to destroy me, Raghava alighted on the shore of the sea, surrounded by a vast army assembled by the king of the monkeys. Having ranged the northern shore with his great legions, Rama struck camp when the sun set. Sending out my spies to reconnoiter, they came upon that host stationed there, overcome with fatigue, fast asleep at midnight. Under the command of Prahasta, my great forces destroyed them during the night, and Rama and Lakshmana were amongst them. The Titans, wielding harpoons, maces, discus, daggers, sticks, great arrows, spears, shining kutamudgaras, picks, lances, darts, millstones, massed weapons, and a hail of missiles, made use of them again and again in order to strike down the monkeys. Thereafter, the impetuous Prahasta, with a steady hand, severed the head of the sleeping prince with his sword. Vibhishana, who was wandering about aimlessly, was taken captive, whilst Lakshmana and the monkey warriors fled in all directions. Sugriva, the king of the Plavagas, had his neck broken, O Sita. Hanuman of the fractured jaw was slain by the Titans. Jambavan, while attempting to rise from his knees, perished in the melee like an axed tree pierced by innumerable harpoons. Mainda and Divivida, those two great scourgers of their foes, the foremost of monkeys, groaning and breathless, their limbs bathed in blood, were cut to pieces by the sword. And Panasa, crying for help, was stretched on the earth under a tree of the same name. Pierced by countless narachas, Dharamukha is lying in a pit, and the exceedingly valiant Kumuda died shrieking under a hail of missiles. Angada, assailed on all sides by Titans, pierced by innumerable shafts, vomiting blood, fell on the earth, and the monkeys themselves were crushed by elephants and mowed down like clouds before the wind. The enemy fled in terror under the blows of the Titans, who followed on their heels like lions pursuing great elephants. Some flung themselves into the sea, others took refuge in the sky. The bears with the monkeys climbed the trees, whilst the Titans of fierce glance brought about a great carnage amongst the Pingalas in the midst of the rocks and woods on the shores of the ocean. It was thus that thy consort perished with his forces. Here is his head, which was gathered up, dripping with blood and besmeared with dust. Thereafter, that abominable Ravana, the lord of the Titans, said to the Titan women in hearing of Sita, "Bring hither Vidyujiva of cruel deeds, who himself brought back Raghava's head from the field." Then Vidyujiva, holding the head and the bow, bowed before Ravana, whereupon the king said to that Titan Vidyujiva of the long tongue who stood before him, "Let Sita speedily behold the head of Dasaratha's son, so that she may see clearly the sad end of her lord." On this command, the Titan threw the cherished head at Sita's feet and immediately went away. Ravana, however, brandishing that great and brilliant bow, cried out, "Here is Rama's bow, famed in the 3 worlds. This is the bow with its cord stretched, belonging to Rama, that Prahasta brought back from the field after he had slain that hero in the night." Speaking thus, he cast the bow on the ground near the head, which had been thrown down by Vidyujiva, and thereafter he addressed that illustrious daughter of the king of Videha, saying, "Now, submit thyself to my desire." Chapter 32. Sita's Despair. Beholding that head and the marvelous bow, and remembering the alliance with Sugriva of which Hanuman had spoken, seeing those eyes and the hue of the countenance resembling that of her lord, and the locks at the fringe of which a jewel shone on the brow, all those signs that convinced her of her misfortune, that wretched woman began to inveigh against Kaikeyi and cry out like an osprey, exclaiming, "Rest content, O Kaikeyi! He who was the delight of his house is dead, and through thee the entire race has perished, O sower of discord. What had the noble Rama ever done to Kaikeyi that she should have presented him with a robe of bark and sent him to the forest?" Speaking thus, Vaidehi began to tremble, and that young ascetic fell to the ground like a plantain cut to the roots. After a time, the youthful large-eyed woman, regaining her breath and consciousness, approached the head and gave herself up to lamentation, crying, "Alas, I am undone. O great armed warrior, faithful to thine heroic vow, bereft of thee, I have fallen into the lowest depth of calamity. It is said that for a woman, the death of her husband is the greatest of misfortunes. Virtuous consort of a faithful companion, thou hast preceded me in death. I have fallen into the last extremity, and am swallowed up in an ocean of grief, since thou hast been struck down, thou who else had risen to deliver me. My mother-in-law, Kaushalya, who cherished thee tenderly, thou, her son Raghava, now resembles a cow that has lost its calf. Those who boast that they can foretell the future prophesied a long life for thee. False were their words, for thou hast barely lived, O Rama. Or does prudence perchance sometimes desert those who are usually prudent as thou wert? For time, the master of all beings, brings all to maturity. How has death been able to steal upon thee unawares, O thou, versed in the law of polity and the science of expediency, who wert so skilled in warding off evil? For having clasped me in thine arms, that cruel and inhuman night of death has robbed thee of existence by force, O lotus-eyed one. Here art thou lying on the ground, O long-armed warrior, having deserted me for the earth, thy more cherished love, O lion among men. O hero, here lies thy golden bow so dear to me, which I anointed with perfumes and decorated with garlands. Thou art now reunited in heaven with thy sire Dasaratha, my father-in-law, and all thine ancestors, O irreproachable prince. Thou dost disdain to rejoin the saintly race of Raja Rishis, who through the merit of their virtuous conduct have taken their places amongst the constellations. Why dost thou not look on me, O king? Why dost thou not speak to me, I, thy spouse, who joined my youth to thine? Dost thou not recall the promise made to me, when, taking my hand in thine, thou didst say, I shall be thy companion? O Kakusta, take me with thee, wretched as I am. Why, leaving this world for the other, hast thou abandoned me in mine affliction, O thou, the wisest of sages? Wild beasts are tearing that beautiful body, now a corpse which was formerly perfumed by my hands with divine essences. Having performed the Agnihotra and other sacrifices, accompanied by the bestowal of splendid gifts and charity, how is it that thou art not honored by the performance of that same ceremony? Kaushalya, a prey to grief, will see Lakshmana alone return to the three who went into exile. On her enquiry, he will inform her of the destruction of thine allies and how thou wert slain while asleep, whilst I was taken into the abode of the Titans, whereupon her heart will break. Kaushalya will not survive, O Raghava. Miserable creature that I am, it is on my account that the irreproachable Rama, who is full of valor, having crossed the ocean, has perished in the footprint of a cow. It was in an ill-judged moment that the son of Dasaratha wedded me, I, the obloquy of my race, for thus did the illustrious Rama wed death. Without doubt, in a previous existence, I refused a rare gift, I who today weep for my lord, who here was dear to all. O Ravana, unite the wife with the husband, and without delay let me die near Rama. Join my head with his head, and my body with his body. O Ravana, let me follow in the path of my magnanimous lord. Thus, in her burning grief, did that large-eyed princess, born of Janaka, lament on seeing the head and bow of her lord, and as Sita was thus bewailing, a Titan, who was standing guard at the gate, ran to his master with joined palms, crying, "Mayest thou be victorious, O noble lord!" Thereafter, approaching, he informed him of the arrival of Prahasta, the leader of the army, saying, "Prahasta, accompanied by all the ministers, has come hither to find thee. O mighty monarch, thou whom the burden of royalty has rendered forbearing, accord him audience, for some urgent decision must be taken." Hearing these words of the Titan, Dasagriva left the Ashoka grove and went to join his counselors. Then, having deliberated with them as to what action to pursue, he entered the council chamber and issued his commands in accordance with the knowledge he possessed of Rama's forces. Meanwhile, the instant Ravana had departed, the illusory head and bow vanished. Then the king of the Titans, in consultation with his highly powerful ministers, decided on the measures he would adopt against Rama. All the generals devoted to his interests stood near, and Ravana, the lord of the Titans, resembled Death and the Destroyer, while he addressed them, saying, "With the beating of drums, summon all the forces without further explanation." "So be it," they answered, obedient to his commands, and instantly gathered the vast army together, and when they were all assembled, informed the king, who was burning to fight. Chapter 33. Sarama consoles Sita. Seeing Sita in distress, that dear Vaidehi whom she loved so tenderly, a female Titan named Sarama approached her, and with gentle words sought to console her, overwhelmed as she was with grief and anguish into which that Indra among the Titans had plunged her. The affectionate Sarama, beholding Sita distraught, resembling a mare who, having rolled in the dust, has just risen, reassured her, and in her deep devotion for that virtuous princess, said to her, "That which Ravana uttered, and what thou thyself didst reply, was overheard by me as I stood concealed in the solitary grove. For where thou art the cause, I have no fear of Ravana, O lady of large eyes. And I have also learnt through my perspicacity why that lord of the Titans has gone hence in fear, O Maithili. It is not possible to take the prudent Rama by surprise during sleep, nor can one slay the foremost of those conversant with the self, nor is it possible to wipe out the monkeys who fight with trees and who are under Rama's protection like the gods under the king of these celestials. With his long rounded arms, that broad-chested powerful archer, full of fire, clad in mail, who is essentially virtuous and renowned in the world, has, with the support of his brother Lakshmana, ever known how to defend himself and others. He, that illustrious warrior versed in the science of politics and warfare, the exterminator of hostile battalions, of inconceivable courage, nay, that fortunate Raghava, the scourge of his foes, has not perished, O Sita. Perverse in thought and action, that tyrant who oppresses all beings made use of magic to deceive thee. Banish thy grief, great happiness awaits thee. Assuredly, thou art beloved of Lakshmi. Now hear some pleasant tidings, O Blessed One. Having crossed the ocean with his army of monkeys, Rama has come to the southern shore where he is encamped. I perceive that Kakusta, who is accompanied by Lakshmana, has fully attained his purpose. He is secure in the midst of innumerable allies who have halted on the shores of the sea. Zealous Titans, sent out to reconnoiter by Ravana, have brought him news of Raghava's crossing the ocean. Learning of this, O large-eyed princess, he held a council of his ministers. While Sarama, the Titan woman, was conversing thus with Sita, a terrifying clamor issuing from the full-throated Titans came to her ears, and a great din of gongs struck with sticks could be heard. Thereupon, the gentle-speaking Sarama said to Sita, "Listen to that formidable clang of gongs struck with sticks which resembles thunder. Intoxicated elephants are saddled and steeds harnessed to chariots. Hosts of combatants are to be seen with darts in their hands, mounted on their horses, fully equipped, rushing hither and thither in their thousands. The royal highways are choked with soldiers, wonderful to behold, leaping and roaring like the waves of the sea. Glittering armor, breastplates, shields, chariots, horses, and elephants belonging to the Titans, full of fire and courage, surging forward, follow in the wake of their king. See how they send forth shafts of light of every hue. That multitude of Titans indicates that a terrible calamity is about to descend on them, causing the hair to stand on end. Rama, thy consort, whose eyes resemble lotus petals, like unto Vasava, the vanquisher of the deities, will win thee back by slaying Ravana in combat by his unimaginable prowess, whereupon, his anger appeased, he will take thee away. Thy lord with Lakshmana will fall on the Titans as Vasava with Vishnu on his enemies the deities. I shall soon see thee in the lap of Rama, who has come hither, all thy desires fulfilled and the tyrant fallen. Tears of joy will fall from thine eyes, O Janaki, when thy lord, reunited with thee, will hold thee clasped to his breast. Ere long, O divine Sita, that mighty Rama will loosen the plate that hangs down thy back, which thou hast worn these many months. Beholding his radiant countenance, resembling the full moon, O queen, thou wilt renounce thy tears, born of grief, as the female snake casts off its slough. Having destroyed Ravana in combat, he will assuredly not delay in rejoicing thee, O Maithili, thou, his beloved, so that he may enjoy the felicity he merits. Embraced by the magnanimous Rama, thou shalt be happy, even as the open field bringing forth a harvest under plenteous showers. Do thou now seek refuge with him, O queen, that sun, thine heaven, which spreads from here to the highest of mountains, like a steed that courses rapidly in its path. He is the Lord of all beings." Chapter 34. Sarama spies on Ravana's plans. Sita, who had been overwhelmed with misery on hearing Ravana's words, was comforted and rendered happy by Sarama as the parched earth by rain. Desiring to be of further service to her friend, the affectionate female Titan, skilled in the knowledge of time and place, smiling, began to speak in apposite terms, saying, "O dark-eyed lady, I am able to carry a message of goodwill from thee to Rama and return secretly, for when I am journeying in the sky that is extended without support, not even Pavana or Garuda can follow in my wake." Thus spoke Sarama, and Sita, her voice no longer charged with grief, answered in gentle and caressing tones, saying, "Thou art capable of ascending to heaven itself or descending into the nethermost regions. Learn what is best for thee to do, if thine intention is to please me and thy resolve is fixed. I wish to know what Ravana is doing now, that powerful magician, the ruthless Ravana. A real Ravana to his foes has bemused me with his wickedness, as wine recently imbibed. He threatens me continually and insults me unceasingly while Titans of frightful aspect surround me. I am a prey to terror, and my spirit is uneasy. He causes me to tremble with fear in this Ashoka grove where I am confined. If in the assembly there be any talk of delivering me or keeping me captive, then communicate the decision taken to me, and thou wilt render me a great service." Thus spoke Sita, and Sarama answered in gentle tones, wiping the tears from her face the while, "If this be thy wish, I will go at once, and when I have discovered his design, I will return, O Maithili, O daughter of Janaka." With these words, she returned to where Ravana was to hear what decision he had taken with his ministers. Having listened secretly and learnt of the plans that perverse wretch had made, she returned to the enchanting Ashoka grove. On entering there, she beheld the daughter of Janaka waiting for her, like unto Lakshmi, bereft of her lotus. Thereupon Sita ardently embraced Sarama, who had returned, and addressed her in friendly tones, offering her her own seat, saying, "Rest at ease, and tell me exactly all that the ruthless Ravana of perverse soul has resolved to do." Then Sarama described the whole interview of Ravana with his ministers to the trembling Sita, saying, "The mother of the king of the Titans, through an aged counselor who is devoted to her, insisted again and again that they should let Vaidehi go, saying, 'Let them return mightily honorably to that king of men. His astonishing exploits in Janastana should be a lesson to thee. What mortal could have accomplished the crossing of the ocean, the discovery of Sita by Hanuman, and the carnage of the Titans in combat?' Thus did the elderly minister and his mother exhort him, but he is no more capable of giving up his treasure than a miser his gold. He will never set thee free unless he is slain in combat, O my Dili. Such is the resolve of that wicked wretch made with his counselors. Impelled by death, his determination is fixed. Fear will never cause Ravana to let thee go, nor will he do so till he is struck down by weapons or all the Titans, and he himself have succumbed. When he has destroyed Ravana with his sharp arrows in combat, Rama will take thee back to Ayodhya, O dark-eyed lady." At that moment, the cheering of the whole army blended with the roll of drums, and the blare of trumpets arose, and the earth shook. That tumult, raised by the monkey forces, was heard by the adherents of the king of the Titans, who were assembled in Lanka, and their spirits fell. Seeing no hope on account of their sovereign's offense, they were plunged in despondency. Chapter 35. Malyavan advises Ravana to make peace. It was to the beating of gongs and the blare of trumpets that the long-armed Rama, the conqueror of hostile cities, approached Lanka, and on hearing this tumult, the Lord of the Titans paused a moment to reflect and then addressed his ministers. The mighty Ravana, in a voice that resounded through the hall, began to decry Rama, his valor, the strength of his arms, and his crossing of the ocean, saying, "I have heard all that is reported of Rama. I know too of your courage in the field, yet on beholding that valiant warrior, you now look on each other in silence." Thereupon, hearing the words of Ravana, whose maternal grandfather he was, the highly intelligent Titan Malyavan answered him thus: "O king, that monarch who is versed in the 14 sciences, who follows polity, rules an empire over a long period and overcomes his adversaries, who concludes peace or wages war at a fitting time, advances his own party, and attains great power. A monarch should ally himself to one stronger than himself, or to an equal. He should never underrate a foe, and if he is more powerful, should make war on him. On this account I counsel an alliance with Rama and the return of Sita, who is the actual cause of the dispute. Devas, Rishis, Gandharvas all desire him to triumph. Do not wage war, but resolve to make peace with him. The blessed grandsire created 2 paths that rest either on righteousness or unrighteousness, the path of the gods and the path of the Titans. Righteousness is the path of the magnanimous immortals, and unrighteousness that of the demons and Titans. When virtue consumed evil, it was the Krita age, and when wrongdoing swallowed up virtue, the Tishya planet was in the ascendant, and thou, adopting unrighteousness, didst range the worlds, destroying virtue. It is on account of this that thy foes have waxed powerful. The serpent of evil, nourished by thy folly, is now consuming us, while those allied with the gods are fortified by their practice of virtue. A slave of the senses, all that thou undertakest excites the wrath of the ascetics, those personifications of the fire god whose power is as irresistible as the glowing flames. They purify their souls through austerities and find satisfaction in the performance of their duty. In truth, those twice born offer innumerable and excellent sacrifices, kindling the sacred fire in accordance with prescribed rituals. They recite the Vedas in a loud voice and utter sacred texts while subduing the Titans. Scattered in all directions, like the stormy waves during the hot season, the smoke, arising from the Agnihotra performed by those rishis, the equals of Agni, spreads over the 10 cardinal points and diminishes the Titan's energy. In the various regions sanctified by their religious observances, the burning austerity of those ascetics torments the Titans. Thou hast received the boon of invincibility from Devas, Danavas, and Yakshas, but these are men, bears and powerful Golangulas, who, full of energy and prowess, are coming hither, roaring like lions. Beholding these sinister and formidable portents of every kind, I foresee the total extermination of the Titans. With a terrifying clamor, monstrous clouds, inspiring horror, rain hot blood on Lanka on every side. Those beasts drawing the chariots are shedding tears. Discolored with dust, the four quarters no longer shine. Serpents, jackals, and vultures are invading Lanka, gathering in the public squares with frightful cries. Standing before us in dream, coal-black women with white teeth resembling Kali burst into loud laughter, pillaging the dwellings and chattering incoherently. In the houses, dogs devour the sacred offerings, and donkeys are born of cows, rats of mongoose, cats mate with tigers, pigs with dogs, and chimeras with demons and men. Red-footed and white pigeons, messengers of death, by their flight foretell the extermination of the Titans. Domesticated parrots, falling under the attack of other birds, call chichikuche. Birds and wild beasts, their eyes fixed on the sun, cry out. Death in the shape of a human monster, deformed, bald, and tawny-colored, visits the dwellings in turn. These and other omens equally sinister appear. Raghava of fixed prowess is, I deem, Vishnu in human form. He is undoubtedly no mere man. He who built a bridge over the deep is an exceedingly wonderful being. Therefore, O Ravana, for thine own good, conclude peace with Rama, who is the king of men." Having spoken thus, Malyavan, the bravest of warriors, aware of what was passing in Ravana's mind, eyeing him, became silent. Chapter 36. Ravana directs Lanka's defenses. Dashanana could not brook Malyavan's salutary utterances, and, scowling, a prey to anger, rolling his eyes in fury, answered him thus: "I have closed mine ears to the speech thou hast made, albeit with good intentions. How canst thou hold a mere man like Rama, who is single-handed, without any support but that of the deer of the trees, cast off by his sire and exiled to the forest, to be of my stature? I, the lord of the Titans, the terror of the gods. Dost thou then consider me to be destitute of power? I am at a loss to determine if it be envy of my prowess, or predilection for the foe that has brought thee to address such harsh words to me, unless it be that thou desirest to spur me on. In truth, what man learned in the science of these Shastras should speak thus harshly to a seasoned warrior, were it not to incite him? Having borne Sita away from the forest, she who resembles Shri, bereft of her lotus, why, through fear, should I return her to Raghava? Thou shalt see him fall under my blows in the midst of the innumerable monkeys who surround him. How should Ravana, whom the deities themselves dare not meet in single combat, experience fear in this encounter? Rather, would I be cut in twain than bend before any. Such was I from birth. It is my nature and unalterable. Even if Rama, by some happy chance, has been able to throw a bridge over the sea, what great marvel is there in that thou shouldest give way to terror? It is true he has crossed the ocean with an army of monkeys, but I swear to thee, he will not return alive." Beholding Ravana to be highly provoked and speaking with such fury, Malyavan, abashed, did not reply, and duly invoking his success as courtesy demanded, he begged permission to retire. Meanwhile, Ravana, assisted by his ministers having deliberated on what ought to be done, set about planning the defense of Lanka. Thereafter, he gave over the eastern gate to the Titan Prahasta, and that of the south to the warriors Mahaparshva and Mahodara. At the western gate he placed his son Indrajita, a powerful magician with a considerable force of Titans, and he established Suka and Sarama at the northern gate, saying, "I myself shall take up that position also." Finally, he commanded the Titan Virupaksha, who was full of energy and courage, to occupy the center of the city with a large number of soldiers. Taking every precaution for the safety of Lanka, that bull among the Titans, under the sway of destiny, deemed his purpose accomplished. Having made provision for the defense of the city, he dismissed his ministers and received the acclamations of the assembly, after which he entered his sumptuous inner apartments. Chapter 37. Rama makes his plans for the attack. Meanwhile, that king of men, the sovereign of the monkeys, the son of the wind, Jambavan, and the king of the bears, the titan Vibhishana with Bali's son Angada and Saumitri, the ape Shoraba, also Sushena and his kinsfolk Mainda and Devivida, Gaja, Gavaksha, Kumuda, Nala, and Panasa, all having reached the enemy's territory, assembled to take counsel together. They said, "Yonder under our very eyes is the city of Lanka, defended by Ravana, impregnable even to the gods and asuras together, or the Uragas and Gandharvas. Let us take counsel as to what means to adopt that will ensure the success of our expedition in order to penetrate into the eternal retreat of Ravana, the king of the Titans." At this, the younger brother of Ravana, Vibhishana, uttered these words that were both just and irreproachable. "Anala, Panasa, Sampati, and Pramati have been to Lanka, from whence they have returned. Assuming the form of birds, all four entered that hostile citadel and studied the measures taken by Ravana closely. I will give a detailed report, as it was given to me, of the defenses organized by that perverse wretch. O Rama, hear me. At the eastern gate, Prahasta is stationed with his division. At the southern gate are the warriors Mahaparshva and Mahodara. Indrajita is at the western gate, where he is in command of a considerable force, armed with harpoons, swords, bows, spears, and hammers. Ravana's son has thousands of warriors under his command, holding lances in their hands, furnished with weapons of every kind. Apprehensive, a prey to great anxiety, Ravana, versed in the sacred formulas, is himself stationed with the Titans at the northern gate. As for Virupaksha, he, with a strong detachment armed with spears, clubs, and bows, occupies the center of the city. Having seen those hosts thus distributed, my spies have set out in all haste and returned again. The elephants number some 10,000, the cavalry 20,000, and there are more than 1,000,000 foot soldiers. Hardy and vigorous, these intrepid warriors have ever been their sovereign's favorites. Each of the Titan generals, when on campaign, commands 1,000,000 soldiers, O Lord of men." Having conveyed this information concerning the city, the mighty Vibhishana brought his envoys before Rama, and those Titans confirmed all that was known regarding Lanka. Thereafter, the younger brother of Ravana, in his desire to please Raghava, addressed that lotus-eyed one further, saying, "O Rama, when Ravana made war on Kuvera, 7,000,000 soldiers accompanied him. For vigor, daring, energy, extreme power of endurance, and pride, they equaled their wicked king. There is no question here of my wishing to agitate thee by what I have said, but a desire to rouse thine indignation, not thy fears. For in knightly valor thou art equal to the gods themselves. Having set out these monkey forces in battle array, thou shalt destroy Ravana with thy great army, composed of 4 Angas, which surround thee." Vibhishana having spoken thus, Raghava gave his orders for the attack, saying, "At the eastern gate, Nila, that lion among monkeys, should oppose Prahasta with his innumerable infantry, and let Bali's son, Angada, at the head of a strong division, drive away Mahaparshva and Mahodara from the southern gate. That son of the wind, whose valor is immeasurable, will penetrate into the city with his great forces. I reserve the right to slay the wicked king of the Titans, who, owing to the boon he has received, enjoys oppressing the Daityas and Danavas, as also the magnanimous Rishis, and who ranges the worlds persecuting all beings. With the aid of Saumitri, I shall force an entry through the northern gate and follow in the wake of Ravana and his army. Let the mighty Indra among monkeys, the valiant king of the bears, and the younger brother of the Lord of the Titans occupy the central position. The monkeys should not assume human form in the fray, for when we are fighting in the ranks, the monkey shape should serve as a sign of recognition amongst us. 7 will attack the foe in human form. I, my brother Lakshmana, who is full of valor, my friend Vibhishana, and his 4 companions." Having said this to Vibhishana for the success of the enterprise, Rama, in the role of a wise leader, decided to stay on Mount Suvela, whose ravishing slopes he had observed. Thereafter, at the head of his great army which spread over the earth, the magnanimous Rama set out for Lanka with a joyous and exultant air, resolved to destroy his enemy. Chapter 38. The Ascent of Mount Suvela. Having resolved to stay on Mount Suvela, Rama, followed by Lakshmana, addressed Sugriva and also Vibhishana, the Night Ranger, who was full of integrity, devotion, sagacity, and experience, and in tones of great sweetness and nobility said, "Let us ascend the Mount Suvela, that king of peaks and plateaus, filled with hundreds of metallic veins, in order to pass the night there. Then we shall be able to survey Lanka, the haunt of that Titan, that wretch who has borne away my consort to his own destruction. He has neither regard for justice, virtue, nor the honor of his house. He who, in consequence of his base nature, has committed this heinous deed." Thus reflecting and censuring Ravana, Rama approached Mount Suvela with its ravishing slopes and began the ascent. Behind him came Lakshmana, proud of his great valor, alert, bearing his bow and arrows, and Sugriva, who with his ministers and Vibhishana scaled the mountain also. Those rangers of the hills bounded with the speed of the wind, scrambling from 100 sides at once in the steppes of Raghava, and did not take long to reach the summit. From there they observed that splendid city with its marvelous gates enclosed in magnificent ramparts, as if suspended in the air. Thus did Lanka, filled with warriors, appear to those monkey leaders, and standing on those wonderful ramparts, the dark-hued Titans resembled a second wall in the eyes of the foremost monkeys. Beholding them, the monkeys, in Rama's presence, burning to fight, redoubled their cries. Meanwhile, the sun, dyed with the fires of dusk, moved towards the west, and the night, illumined by the full moon, drew on. Then Rama, the leader of the monkey army, having exchanged salutations with Vibhishana, established himself happily on the breast of Mount Suvela with the leaders of the monkeys. Chapter 39. Description of Lanka. Having passed the night on Mount Suvela, the valiant monkey generals surveyed the woods and groves of Lanka, and observing them to be so extensive, agreeable, pleasant, vast and wide, marvelous to behold, they were seized with admiration. Champakas, Ashokas, Bakulas, Salas and Talas abounded. Tamalas, Hintalas, Arjunas, Nipas, Saptaparnas in full flower, Nagas, Tilakas, Karnakaras, and Patalas grew on every side. The trees with their flowering crests, round which magnificent creepers twined, gave Lanka a brilliant appearance, which she owed also to the borders planted with diverse flowers and red and tender buds, as also innumerable shady avenues. The blossom and fragrant fruit with which the trees were laden caused them to resemble men adorned with jewels, or the ravishing Chaitarata, the equal of the Nandana gardens, a grove resplendently green in all seasons, filled with swarming bees and sparkling with beauty. Then the valiant monkeys, able to change their shape at will, penetrated into those groves frequented by waterfowl, intoxicated with love and with honeybees, where the branches of the trees were filled with cuckoos, and resounded to the notes of the shrike and the cry of the osprey, and, as they entered there, a breeze redolent with the scent of flowers blew like a soft breath. Meanwhile, some of the leaders broke away from the monkey ranks, and, with the permission of their prince, approached that paved city. Terrifying the birds, deer, and elephants, they shook Lanka with their roaring, excelling as they did in shouting, and in their immense ardor, they trampled down the earth so that the dust rose in clouds under their feet. Bears, lions, buffalo, wild elephants, antelopes, and birds, alarmed by the noise, spread over the 10 points of the horizon. The Trikuta mountain had an exceedingly lofty summit that appeared to touch the skies. It was covered with blossom, sparkling like gold, 100 leagues in extent, stainless, graceful to behold, smooth, inaccessible in height even to birds, and could not be scaled even in thought, much less in reality. It was on this promontory that Lanka was built, of which Ravana was the highway. 10 leagues wide, 20 in length, with its tall gates which resembled white clouds and its ramparts of gold and silver, it was a very marvel. Palaces and temples were the splendid decoration of that city, as clouds at the end of summer are to the region of Vishnu that is found between earth and heaven. In Lanka, a building of 1,000 pillars, artistically constructed, resembling the peak of Kailasha, which seemed to lick the firmament, was to be seen. This was the retreat of the Indra of the Titans, and the ornament of the city, guarded constantly by 100 Titans. Ravishing with its gold, the mountain served as its decoration, and it was dazzling with its rich parks and many squares, re-echoing to the song of birds of every kind, frequented by deer, covered with various flowers, inhabited by Titans of every degree, and that opulent city of immense resources resembled the celestial regions. Beholding that auspicious capital, the valiant elder brother of Lakshmana was seized with astonishment, and Rama, with his vast army, contemplated the citadel filled with treasure, abundantly provisioned, garlanded with palaces, exceedingly strong, with its powerful engines of war and solid gates. Chapter 40. The extraordinary combat between Sugriva and Ravana. Then Rama, accompanied by Sugriva and his monkey leaders, ascended the summit of Mount Suvela that had a circumference of 2 leagues. There he halted a while, surveying the 10 cardinal points, and his gaze fell on Lanka, which was ravishing with its enchanting groves that had been built by Vishvakarma on the summit of the Trikuta mountain. There above a gateway stood the invincible Lord of the Titans, white chanwaras being waved above him and the triumphal parasol indicating his rank. Anointed with red sandal paste, adorned with scarlet ornaments, he was attired in the raiment embroidered with gold and resembled a dark cloud. The scars of the wounds, inflicted on him by Ayodhya with his tusks, pitted his breast, and he was wrapped in a cloak of the color of hare's blood, so that he appeared like unto a cloud dyed with the tints of sunset. The Indra of the monkeys beheld him as Raghava also, and on seeing him, Sugriva, gathering up his strength in an impulse of fury, suddenly bounded from the summit of the mountain and descended at the gate. For a moment he paused. Then with a fearless soul he eyed that Titan whom he regarded as a mere straw, and thereafter addressed him harshly, saying, "I am friend of the protector of the worlds, Rama. By the grace of that King of Kings, thou shalt not escape me today." Speaking thus, he suddenly leapt upon him, and snatching off his brilliant diadem, threw it on the earth. Seeing him about to rush upon him again, that ranger of the night said to him, "Sugriva, thou wert unknown to me. Now thou shalt be Hinagriva." Speaking thus, he threw himself upon him, and with his 2 arms flung him to the ground. Bouncing up like a ball, that monkey struck his adversary in his turn, and perspiration broke out on the limbs of both, and their bodies were red with blood. Each clung to the other, paralyzing his opponent's movements, and they resembled the shalmali and kimshuka trees. Then followed blows and slaps with hands and arms, and an indescribable struggle arose between the 2 powerful kings, the Lord of the Titans and monkeys. Hard and long was the combat between these 2 doughty champions in the gateway, each in turn lifting the other up, crouching and changing their positions, tripping each other and throwing each other down, crushing one another, bruising each other's limbs, and, falling between the solid trees and the moat, they would leap up again, pausing an instant to regain their breath. Then, with arms interlaced like ropes, they remained locked together, struggling and furious, full of skill and energy, moving to and fro. Like a lion and a tiger, or 2 young elephants that have just grown their tusks, scrutinizing each other, with arms interlaced and grappling with one another, they fell on the earth together. Thereafter, rising, they hurled themselves on each other afresh, circling round the arena again and again like skilled and mighty wrestlers, nor were they easily fatigued. Like unto great tuskers, with their enormous arms resembling the trunks, they gripped each other tightly. Circling round and round in that duel, which was long and fierce, they trampled down the earth, and approaching each other like 2 wild cats fighting over a piece of meat, each tried to kill his adversary. Taking up diverse postures, describing innumerable evolutions, running like an ox's urine, halting, coming and going, they executed a myriad of different movements, stepping sideways, making feints, twisting to avoid a blow, turning about, darting to the attack, each hurling himself on his opponent, standing firm and erect, disengaging themselves, presenting back and flank, preparing to leap, letting go or stealing away. Thus Sugriva and Ravana, to their utmost satisfaction, multiplied such feats in which they excelled. Meanwhile, the Titan had recourse to magic, and when the King of Monkeys perceived it, he flew into the sky triumphant, shaking off all fatigue, whilst Ravana, overcome with exhaustion, breathing heavily, baffled by the King of the Monkeys, stood confounded. Thus the Lord of the Monkeys, acquiring fame as a warrior, having wearied Ravana in combat, ascended into the infinite blue with the swiftness of thought, and that offspring of the sun, having accomplished this feat, delighted, rejoined the army, honored by the monkey leaders, thereby increasing the joy of the foremost of the Raghus. Chapter 41. Rama sends Angada to Ravana. Seeing him bearing the marks of valor, the elder brother of Lakshmana, Rama, embracing him, said to Sugriva, "Without consulting me, thou hast acted thus imprudently. Such rashness is not seemingly in a king. By thy recklessness, thou hast caused me great anxiety, as also the army and Vibhishana. O warrior, thou art enamored of deeds of daring. Do not act thus in the future, O vanquisher of thy foes. If thou hadst come by some misfortune, what would Sita or Bharata or my younger brothers Lakshmana or Shatrughna have availed me? O valiant scourge of thy foes, if thou hadst not returned, though I am conversant with thy valor, this was my fixed resolve. Having destroyed Ravana in fight with his sons, forces and chariots, I should have installed Vibhishana as king of Lanka, suffered Bharata to ascend the throne, and renounced my life, O great prince." At these words of Rama, Sugriva answered, saying, "Seeing the one who had borne away thy consort, O brave descendant of Raghu, conscious of mine own strength, how could I have acted otherwise?" Thus spoke that warrior, and Raghava, having commended him, addressed Lakshmana, who was endowed with auspicious marks, saying, "Beside these cool waters and trees laden with fruit, let us divide and marshal our forces, O Lakshmana. I foresee a terrible calamity, boding universal destruction and death to the intrepid bears, monkeys, and titans. Harsh winds blow, the earth trembles and the mountains quake. Trees crash to the earth, sinister clouds resembling birds of prey roar in terrifying wise, and let fall rain mixed with blood. The dusk, red as sandal, is full of horror, and from the sun a flaming circle falls. Wild beasts and birds emit frantic cries and are ill at ease. Their voices and fierce aspect deprive them of their beauty. In the night, the moon, shorn of its radiance, surrounded by black and fiery rays, burns red, as at the time of the destruction of the world. A thin, dark, sinister rim of coppery hue is seen round the sun, and on its surface a black mark appears, nor does that orb approach any other planets, as is usual, all of which prefigures the final dissolution of the world. Behold, O Lakshmana, how crows, eagles, and vultures are flying low, circulating rapidly, emitting piercing and lugubrious cries. The earth, changed to mud and gore, will be covered with rocks, javelins and darts hurled by the monkeys and titans. This very day, surrounded by the monkeys on all sides, let us make an attack on that citadel defended by Ravana." Having spoken thus to Lakshmana, his younger brother, that mighty warrior rapidly descended from the summit of the mountain, and coming to the bottom of that hill, the virtuous Raghava inspected his army, which was invincible to the foe. Then, the time having come, Rama, who was conversant with the fitting moment to act, gave the signal to advance, and, at an auspicious moment, bow in hand, turned towards Lanka. Vibhishana, Sugriva, Hanuman, Nala, Jambavan, the king of the bears, as also Nila and Lakshmana followed, and behind them the mighty host of bears and monkeys, covering a vast stretch of earth, threw themselves in Raghava's wake. Hundreds of rocks and enormous trees served as weapons to those monkeys, verily the vanquishers of their foes, who resembled elephants. Soon the two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, those subduers of the foe, reached the city of Ravana, garlanded with banners, enchanting with the pleasure gardens which adorned it, inaccessible with its many gateways, high walls and arches. Then those denizens of the forests, encouraged by the sound of Rama's voice and obedient to his commands, halted before Lanka, which was impregnable, even to the gods. Thereafter Rama, accompanied by his younger brother, bow in hand, surveyed the northern gate, which was as high as the peak of a mountain, and took up his position there. That valiant son of Dasaratha, followed by Lakshmana, advanced under the walls of Lanka, whose highway was Ravana. None but Rama could have approached and examined the northern gate where Ravana stood, which was formidable and guarded by him as the ocean by Varuna, and which was defended on all sides by Titans, as the Danavas, who sow terror in the hearts of the weak, guard Patala. and Rama observed innumerable weapons and armor of every kind heaped there for the combatants. Meanwhile, Nila took up his position with Mayinda and Devivida at the eastern gate at the head of a host of monkeys. Angada, with his vast forces, assisted by Rishabha, Gavaksha, Gaja, and Gavaya, occupied the southern gate. Hanuman, that virtuous monkey, was stationed at the western gate with Prajanga, Tarasa, and other warriors grouped round him, whilst Sugriva personally occupied an observation post in the center. At the head of all those leading monkeys, the equals of Suparna and Pavana, 36 kotis of renowned warriors, were grouped round Sugriva. Meanwhile, under Rama's command, Lakshmana, assisted by Vibhishana, distributed his innumerable divisions at each gate. Behind Rama, Sushena, and Jambavan, those lions among the monkeys possessing the teeth of tigers, furnished with trees and rocks, waited delightedly for the signal to fight. Lashing their tails feverishly, they used their jaws and nails as weapons. Trembling in every limb, their faces were set grimly, and they were extremely strong, some having the strength of 10 elephants, some 10 times more powerful, some equaling 1,000 elephants in might, and there were some who had the vigor of 1,000,000 elephants and even more, for the might of those monkey leaders was immeasurable. Marvelous and astonishing was the gathering of those monkey forces, resembling a cloud of locusts. The earth and the air were filled with monkeys rushing towards Lanka, or already stationed beneath its walls. By hundreds and hundreds of thousands, bears and monkeys poured towards the gates of Lanka that others assailed on every side. The hills disappeared completely under that host of Plavangamas, numbering millions, who were ranging round the city, and those heroic monkeys, with tree trunks in their hands, surrounded the whole of Lanka, that even the winds were unable to penetrate. Then the Titans, who in their valor rivaled Shakra, seeing themselves besieged by those monkeys like massed clouds, were struck with a sudden terror, and as they broke rank, a tremendous clamor arose from that host of combatants, which resembled the roar of the ocean beating against the shore. At this tumult, the whole of Lanka, with its ramparts, arches, hills, woods, and forests, began to tremble. Under the direction of Rama, Lakshmana, and Sugriva, that army became even more invincible than the hosts of the gods and Titans. Raghava, however, having ranged his forces in order to wipe out the demons, took counsel with his ministers and pondered deeply again and again. Desiring to act without delay and with circumspection, he, in his consummate experience with Vibhishana's approbation, calling to mind the duty of kings, summoned Bali's son, Angada, and said to him, "Go, my friend, on my behalf, and passing through the city of Lanka without fear, say to Dasagriva, thou hast sacrificed thy renown, destroyed thy kingdom, and in thine haste to die hast lost thy wits. Rishis, Devas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Nagas, Yakshas, and kings, O Ranger of the Night, have been oppressed by thee in thy reckless pride. O Titan, from now on that arrogance, begot of the boon thou didst receive from Swayambhu, shall be subdued. I shall inflict a fitting penalty for thy ruthless abduction of my consort. It is with the rod of chastisement that I have stationed myself at Lanka's gates. Having displayed thy martial valor, slain by me, thou shalt attain the region of the gods. Do thou demonstrate the same courage that thou didst employ in bearing Sita away from me, having first deceived me by magic arts. O most vile of Titans, I shall rid the earth of Titans with my pointed shafts, if thou dost not make an appeal to my clemency by returning my Thili to me. That virtuous prince of the Titans, the illustrious Vibhishana, who is here, will undoubtedly reign in Lanka without opposition. Nay, it is not fitting that, even for an instant, the crown should belong to one as perfidious as thou art, a wicked creature who surroundest thyself with fools, and who is not conversant with the self. Enter into combat with me, O Titan, exert thy strength and valor in the fight. Mine arrows will chasten thee, and thou wilt be subdued. Even shouldest thou range the 3 worlds in the form of a bird, O Night Ranger, my glance would follow thee, and thou wouldst not return alive. I give thee this salutary counsel. Prepare for thine obsequies. Let Lanka regain her splendor. Thy life is in my hands." Furnished with Rama's instructions, the son of Tara ascended into the air like unto the god bearing away a sacrificial offering, and in an instant arrived at Ravana's palace, where he beheld him seated at ease amidst his ministers. That youthful prince of the monkeys, Angada of golden bracelets, like a flaming torch, descended close to the king, and having made himself known, addressed the whole of Rama's exceedingly significant speech, without adding or subtracting anything, to him in the presence of his court, saying, "I am the messenger of the king of Koshala, Rama of imperishable exploits. I am the son of Bali. Angada is my name. Perchance thou hast heard of me. The descendant of Raghu, Rama, the increaser of Kaushalia's delight, speaks thus to thee. Come forth and enter into combat with me. Manifest thy valor. I shall destroy thee, thy counselors, thy sons, relatives, and allies. Thou being dead, the three worlds will cease to be troubled, O thou whose enemies are the Devas, Danavas, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Uragas, and Rakshasas, thou thorn in the side of the ascetics. Vibhishana will become king when thou art slain by me, if thou dost not return Vaidehi, having paid her every homage, and cast thyself at my feet." Hearing these harsh words from that lion among the monkeys, the Lord of the Titans, infuriated, issued the following command repeatedly to his attendants, saying, "Seize him and put him to death." On this order being given by Ravana, Angada, who in his splendor resembled a blazing torch, was seized by 4 terrible titans, and the son of Tara suffered himself to be made captive without offering any resistance, for that valiant warrior desired to display his prowess to the host of Yatudanas. Thereafter, seizing 3 of the titans, like unto serpents in his arms, he leapt onto the palace that resembled a mountain. Shaken by his impetuous bound, the 3 titans fell to the ground under the eyes of their king. Then the powerful son of Bali scaled the palace up to its roof, which equaled the summit of a mountain in height, and the impact of his bounds caused it to crumble before Dashagriva's gaze, as a peak in the Himalayas is shattered by lightning. Having destroyed the roof of that palace, Angada proclaimed his name and with a triumphant roar rose into the air. To the exceeding terror of the Titans and the great delight of the apes, he alighted in the midst of the monkeys beside Rama. Thereupon Ravana, transported with anger, giving himself up for lost, began to sigh heavily. Meanwhile Rama, who was surrounded by Plavangamas emitting joyful cries, eager to destroy his adversary, advanced to meet him in combat. Now Sushena was at the head of innumerable monkeys who were able to change their form at will, and under the order of Sugriva, he patrolled the gates, and that invincible warrior resembled the moon moving amidst the stars. Seeing the hundreds of divisions encamped under the walls of Lanka and marshaled on the shores of the sea, the Titans were amazed, whilst some were terror-struck, and others, overjoyed at the prospect of fighting, leapt in exultation. Beholding those hosts occupying the whole space between the walls and the moat, however, and seeing the monkeys like unto a second rampart, those rangers of the night, cast down, cried out, "Woe! Alas!" in their terror. In the midst of that appalling tumult, the soldiers of Ravana seized hold of their powerful weapons and advanced like the winds that blow at the dissolution of the worlds. Chapter 42. The Titans make a sorti. Then those Titans approached the abode of Ravana and informed him that Rama and the monkeys had laid siege to the city. This news enraged that Ranger of the Night, who, repeating his former commands, went up into the palace. From there he surveyed Lanka with its hills, woods, and groves, which was besieged on all sides by countless divisions of monkeys eager to fight. Beholding the earth all brown with innumerable plavagas, in great perplexity he reflected, "How can they be exterminated?" Having pondered long, Ravana regained his confidence, and opening his great eyes wide, he gazed on Raghava and the Simian battalions. Meanwhile, Rama, at the head of his army, was rapidly advancing on Lanka, which was guarded on all sides and thronged with Titans. Thereafter, the son of Dasaratha, seeing that city furnished with flags and banners, remembered Sita and was filled with anguish. He reflected, "That daughter of Janaka, whose eyes resemble a young doe's, will be a prey to anxiety on my account. Consumed with grief and emaciated, she is pining away, the bare ground her bed." Reflecting on the sufferings of Vaidehi, the virtuous Raghava speedily issued a command to the monkeys to prepare for the enemy's destruction. Hearing the order of Raghava of imperishable exploits, the Plavagas, urging each other on, filled the air with their roaring. "Let us demolish Lanka with rocks and stones, or with our fists alone. was the resolve of the monkey leaders, and under the eyes of the king of the Titans, in order to accomplish Rama's cherished desire, those troops divided themselves into columns and began to scale the heights of Lanka. Hurling themselves on that city with rocks and trees, those golden-hued Plavangamas of coppery countenance, willing to lay down their lives in Rama's service, destroyed innumerable battlements, ramparts and arches with blows from trees, rocks and fists, and filled the moats and trenches of clear water with sand, stones, grass, and logs. The commanders led their divisions by thousands and hundreds of millions of thousands to attack Lanka, and the Plavangamas tore up the golden arches, broke down the gates that equaled the peak of Kailasha in height, and from the sides and the center hurled themselves on the city like great elephants, with cries of, "Victory to the mighty Rama and the valiant Lakshmana! Victory to Sugriva protected by Raghava!" Shouting thus, the monkeys, who were able to change their form at will, roaring, rushed to attack the city. Virabahu, Subahu, Nala, and Panasa, having demolished some of the outposts, reached the foot of the walls and assigned each column to a post of attack. The eastern gate was besieged by the valiant Kumuda, surrounded by 10 kotis of triumphant monkeys. His lieutenants were Prasaba and the long-armed Panasa, who were at the head of those forces. At the southern gate was the warrior Shatabali, a monkey of proved valor, who was stationed with 20 kotis to obstruct the exit. Sushena, the father of Tara, full of courage and strength, with 100,000 monkeys, surrounded the western gate. The northern gate was blockaded by the mighty Rama, assisted by Saumitri and Sugriva, the king of the monkeys. The colossal Golangula, Gavaksha of grim aspect and immense energy, supported one of Rama's flanks with a koti of warriors, and the valiant Dumra, scourger of his foes, supported the other flank with a koti of bears of redoubtable fury. The intrepid Vibhishana, attended by his royal ministers, followed his ally, the heroic Rama, everywhere, whilst Gaja, Gavaksha, Gavaya, Sharaba, and Gandamadana patrolled every side in defense of the Simian army. Meanwhile, his heart filled with rage, the king of the Titans ordered his troops to make a rapid sortie. At this command, falling from Ravana's lips, a tremendous clamor arose among the rangers of the night, and the sound of the kettle drums, their discs white as the moon, on which the Titans beat with sticks of gold, broke out on every side, while hundreds and thousands of trumpets blared forth, blown by the Titans with their cheeks extended to the full. With their dark limbs adorned with ornaments, and their conchs, those rangers of the night resembled clouds bordered with lightning, or rows of cranes, and their battalions advanced gaily under Ravana's imperious command, as at the time of Pralalya, the tumultuous sea overflows. At that moment, from every side, a clamor arose from the army of the monkeys, which filled Malaya with its plains, valleys, and chasms, and the sound of the trumpets and drums and the leonine roars of those warriors re-echoed over the earth, sky, and sea, as also the trumpeting of elephants, the neighing of horses, the clatter of chariot wheels, and the thunder of Titans marching. Thereafter a terrible struggle ensued between the monkeys and the Titans, as in former times between gods and asuras. With their flaming maces, their spears, harpoons, and axes, the Titans, demonstrating their native prowess, struck the army of the monkeys, and from their side, those gigantic apes attacked their adversaries ferociously with blows from trees, rocks, teeth, and nails. "Victory to King Sugriva!" yelled the monkeys. "May our sovereign prevail!" shouted the Titans, and each proclaimed his name, while other demons, standing on the walls, hacked at the monkeys below with hooks and harpoons, and they, infuriated, leapt into the air and dragged down those soldiers stationed on the walls by seizing them with their arms, and that conflict between demons and monkeys was appalling, and the earth was covered with mud and flesh in that astonishing fight. Chapter 43. The conflict between the monkeys and Titans. Those high-souled monkey troops fought with terrible ferocity, whilst the Titans wakened the 10 regions as, mounted on steeds with golden trappings, or elephants bright as fire, or in cars flashing like the sun, they issued forth clad in marvelous suits of mail, eager to triumph in Ravana's name. On their side, the mighty army of monkeys, burning for victory, hurled themselves on those demons of formidable exploits, and extraordinary duels arose between Titans and monkeys, who rushed upon each other. As Triambaka fought against Andaka, so did the son of Bali, Angada, fight with Indrajita, who who was endowed with immense energy. Prajanga was attacked by the ever-indomitable Sampati, and the monkey Hanuman measured his strength with Jambumali. A prey to violent anger, Vibhishana, the younger brother of Ravana, entered into a ferocious combat with the exceedingly impetuous Shatrughna. The valiant Gaja fought with the titan Tapana and the powerful Nila with Nikumba. That Indra of monkeys, Sugriva, attacked Pragasa with violence, and the fortunate Lakshmana engaged in combat with Virupaksha. The unapproachable Agnikitu with the titan Rashmikitu, Mitragna, and Yajnakopa unitedly entered into combat with Rama. Vajramushti fought against Mainda, and Ashaniprata against Devivida, those two foremost of monkeys with the greatest of titans. The valiant son of Dharma, Sushena, that great monkey of illustrious name, grappled with Vidyanmalan, and from every side, other monkeys heroically engaged in countless duels with other titans. Then an appalling battle, causing the hair to stand on end, took place between titans and monkeys who were full of prowess and eager to triumph. From the bodies of those monkeys and rangers of the night, torrents flowed, their hairs being the grass, their blood the water, bearing away heaps of corpses. As Shatakratu with his thunderbolt, so Indrajita with his mace in fury struck at Angada, but that intrepid destroyer of enemy hosts shattered his chariot, the framework of which being encrusted with gold, and slew his horses and driver. Sampati, wounded by Prajanga with 3 arrows, struck him over the head with an Ashvakarna tree. Jambumali, standing in his chariot, full of strength and fury, tore open Hanuman's breast in the fight with the force of his driving, but he, who was born of the wind god, approaching that car, soon overthrew it with the palm of his hand. The redoubtable Pratapana, yelling, rushed on Nala, who, with his limbs pierced by the pointed shafts of that skillful titan, suddenly scratched out his eyes. As Pragasa appeared to be consuming the hosts of the king of the monkeys, Sugriva hastily struck him with a Saptaparna tree, while Lakshmana, overwhelmed by a hail of missiles by Virupaksha, that titan of ferocious aspect, struck him down with a single blow. Thereafter, the indomitable Agnikitu, the titans Rashmikitu, Mitragna, and Yajnakopa sought to consume Rama with their arrows, whereupon he, in fury, with 4 formidable shafts resembling tongues of fire, severed the heads of all 4 in the struggle. Vajramushti, struck by a blow from Mainda's fist in the fight, was overthrown with his chariot, driver, and horses, which resembled an aerial car belonging to the gods. Nikumba, battling against Nila, who was like unto a piece of collyrium, pierced him with his whetted shafts as the sun with its rays pierces a cloud. And again, that deft-handed ranger of the night, Nikumba, with 100 arrows, wounded Nila in the fray, whereupon that monkey began to laugh, and, seizing the wheel of his adversary's chariot, he, who resembled Vishnu on the battlefield, severed the head of that titan and that of his charioteer. Devivida, whose impact was like unto a flash of lightning, struck Samaprabha with a great rock, at which the titans stared in amazement, and that foremost of monkeys, Devivida, who fought with blows of trees, was pierced in his turn with arrows resembling lightning, and his limbs being lacerated by those shafts, that monkey grew enraged, and with a single blow from a sala tree struck down the titan, his chariot, and his horses. Thereafter, Vindhyamalan, repeatedly emitting loud cries, standing in his car, wounded Sushena with gold-encrusted arrows, and, seeing him, that foremost of monkeys suddenly overthrew the chariot with a great rock. Vindhyamalan, however, that agile night ranger, sprang down from his car, and, mace in hand, stood ready on the field, whereupon that lion among monkeys, infuriated, seizing a great rock, rushed at the titan. But as he precipitated himself upon him, Vindhyamalan, with a deft stroke, wounded him in the belly with his mace. Then the excellent Plavaga, receiving that terrible and unexpected blow dealt by his opponent, immediately turned, and, in a desperate encounter, hurled a rock upon him. Struck by that missile, Vindhyamalan, that prowler of the night, his chest crushed, fell lifeless on the earth. Thus, under the blows of the Simian warriors, the heroic titans perished in a series of hand-to-hand encounters as the deities under the blows of the inhabitants of the celestial region. Balas and other weapons, maces, lances, darts, shattered chariots, war horses that had been slain, as also elephants from whose temples ichor exuded, and the bodies of monkeys and titans with wheels, axles, yokes and shafts strewed the earth. The carnage was fearful, a veritable jackal's feast. The headless trunks of monkeys and titans lay in heaps everywhere in the midst of that appalling conflict which resembled the war between gods and asuras. In that stubborn engagement, decimated by the foremost of monkeys, the rangers of the night, as the day ended, maddened by the smell of blood, in desperation, made preparations for the morrow, and those titans, their limbs covered with blood, desired nothing so greatly as that night should fall. Chapter 44. Angada's Exploit. During the combat between monkeys and titans, the sun sank below the horizon, giving place to a night of carnage. In their mutual hostility, monkeys and titans, burning for victory, continued to fight in the gathering gloom. "Art thou a titan?" asked the monkeys. "Art thou a monkey?" questioned the titans, and struck at each other in the darkness. "Strike! Kill! Come hither! Why fleest thou?" could be heard in that appalling struggle. Clad in mail, the titans, their dark hue intensified by the impenetrable gloom, resembled hills covered with woods, abounding in phosphorescent herbs, and, transported with anger, they bounded forward in order to fall on the Plavamgamas and devour them. But these hurled themselves on the horses with golden plumes, and the banners, like unto tongues of fire, and with indescribable fury, tore them down with their sharp claws. Thus did those mighty monkey warriors sow confusion amongst the titans, and they clawed the elephants and those mounted upon them, and the chariots from which the banners streamed, breaking them to pieces with their teeth. Full of fury, Lakshmana and Rama, with their arrows resembling venomous snakes, pierced the foremost of the titans, both those who were visible and those who were invisible, and the dust rising from the hooves of the horses and the wheels of the chariots filled the ears and eyes of the combatants, whilst rivers of blood flowed in dreadful torrents in that ghastly tumult which caused the hair to stand on end. Meanwhile, the sound of gongs and drums, marvelous to hear, joined to the blare of conchs and the rattle of wheels, and a terrible clamor arose of horses neighing, mingling with the cries of the wounded. The corpses of great monkeys, spears, maces, and the bodies of the titans, who were able to change their form at will, lay in heaps as high as a mountain on the battlefield, and those weapons appeared to be offered up in a profusion of flowers by the earth, which was entirely hidden and rendered impassable by rivers of blood. That fatal night was as calamitous to the monkeys and titans as the night of dissolution, wherein no being survives. Meanwhile, the titans, aided by that impenetrable darkness, with great ferocity showered a hail of weapons on Rama, and yelling, advanced upon him in fury like the ocean at the time of the destruction of all creatures. And Rama, in the twinkling of an eye, with 6 shafts resembling tongues of flame, struck down 6 titans, the indomitable Yajnashatru, Mahaparshva, Mahodara, Vajradamstra of colossal stature, and the 2 emissaries, Suka and Sarama. With his innumerable shafts, Rama thereafter pierced them all in their vital parts, so that under that shower of arrows they fled from the field, barely escaping with their lives. In an instant, that warrior of the great car lit up the cardinal points with his formidable missiles, resembling tongues of fire, so that every quarter became luminous. All those titans who dared to challenge Rama perished like moths in a flame, and those arrows, whose points were of fine gold, flying everywhere, illumined the night as do the fireflies in autumn. The cries of the titans and the roll of drums increased the horrors of that night beyond imagining, and in that terrible uproar which re-echoed on every side, it seemed as if the Mount Trikuta was emitting confused murmurs from its innumerable caves. The gigantic Golangulas, black as night, crushed the rangers of the night in their arms in order to devour them, and Angada destroyed his foes with savagery in the struggle. Then Indrajit, after that monkey had slain his steeds and charioteer, overcome with fatigue, made himself invisible and vanished. For this feat, Bali's son, worthy of being honored, was lauded by the gods and rishis, as also by the brothers Rama and Lakshmana. All beings aware of the prowess of the mighty Indrajit in war, witnessing his discomfiture and beholding that high-souled one, were elated, and in the height of joy, the monkeys with Sugriva and Vibhishana, seeing the enemy's defeat, cried out, "Excellent! Excellent!" Meanwhile, Indrajit, who had been overcome in the duel with Bali's son of redoubtable deeds, was seized with violent wrath. Rendering himself invisible by virtue of the boon he had received from Rama, that wicked wretch, who was exhausted by the fight, transported with anger, loosed some sharp arrows bright as lightning on Rama and Lakshmana. On the field of battle, in his rage, he pierced the limbs of those two Raghavas with formidable shafts resembling serpents. Enveloped by illusion, he sought to confuse them in the struggle, and invisible to all beings through his magic arts, that ranger of the night bound those two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, with a network of arrows. Then the monkeys beheld the two warriors, those lions among men, enmeshed by the serpentine darts of that furious Titan. Not being able to overcome those two princes in his manifest form, the son of the king of the Titans, in his perversity, had recourse to magic in order to make them captive. Chapter 45. Rama and Lakshmana are struck down by Indrajita. Anxious to ascertain what had become of Indrajita, Rama, that illustrious and mighty prince, sent out 10 monkey leaders in his pursuit, the two sons of Sushena the monkey, General Nila, Angada the son of Bali, the valiant Shaurabha, Devivida, Hanuman, the exceedingly courageous Sanuprastha, Rishabha, and Rishabhaskanda. Those monkeys flung themselves joyfully into the air, brandishing huge trunks of trees in order to explore the 10 regions. But Ravana, by means of his arrows, loosed with force from the most excellent of bows, arrested their impetuous flight, and those monkeys of terrific bounds, who were cruelly pierced by those shafts, were unable to discern Indrajita in the darkness, as the sun is obscured when veiled in cloud. With those darts that lacerated the flesh, the Titan transfixed Rama and Lakshmana and remained master of the field, and there was no part of Rama or Lakshmana's body that was not pierced by those serpentine shafts, so that streams of blood flowed from their gaping wounds, and they appeared like 2 kimshuka trees in flower. At that instant, his eyes inflamed. Ravana's son, who resembled a mass of collyrium mixed with oil, though still invisible, said to those two brothers, "When I, making myself invisible, enter into combat, even the chief of the gods, Shakra himself, is not able to discern or approach me, much less you two. O descendants of Raghu, having imprisoned you in this network of plumed darts, I, yielding myself up to the violence of my wrath, am about to dispatch you to the region of Yama." Thus addressing those virtuous brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, he pierced them afresh with his pointed arrows, shouting exultantly. Resembling a heap of antimony, the swarthy Indrajita, stretching his immense bow, let fly an even thicker shower of formidable arrows into the flight. That warrior, who knew how to make his darts pierce Rama and Lakshmana's vital parts, set up a continual shouting, and the two princes in the forefront of battle, imprisoned in the net of arrows and darts, in the twinkling of an eye, became incapable of distinguishing anything. Paralyzed, pierced in their vital parts, exhausted, those two mighty and courageous archers fell to the earth, they who were her lords. Lying on that hero's bed, those two warriors, covered with blood, their limbs bristling with arrows, swooned away in their extremity. And there was not a hair's breadth on their bodies from the tips of their fingers to the end of their feet that was not lacerated, pricked and pierced by those irresistible darts, and from both those warriors who had been struck down by that ferocious Titan, able to change his shape at will, the hot blood gushed forth as water from a spring. And Rama fell first, his vital parts pierced by the shafts of the wrathful Indrajita, who had formerly vanquished Shakra, and Ravana's son riddled Raghava's body with smooth and polished darts as thick as dust clouds. Narakas, demi-narakas, balas, anjalis, vatsadantas, sinadantas, and those shafts like unto razors fell on that warrior, who lay on the earth like a hero, allowing his golden bow, which was severed, to sink from his grasp. Beholding Rama, that lion among men, fall under a hail of arrows, Lakshmana gave up all hope of living, and he was overcome by grief on beholding the lotus-eyed Rama, his refuge, who ever delighted in battle, lying on the earth. The monkeys too, witnessing this, suffered extreme distress, and their eyes full of tears, overcome with despair, emitted mournful cries. And while those two warriors lay unconscious on that hero's bed, the monkeys surrounded them, and assembling there, with the son of the wind at their head, remained inconsolable and a prey to despair. Chapter 46. the despair of Sugriva and his army. Vibhishana reassures him. Meanwhile, those inhabitants of the woods, surveying the earth and the sky, beheld the brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, covered with arrows, and the Titan resting, like unto Indra having loosed the reins. Accompanied by Sugriva, Vibhishana, lamenting, came to that place in haste, and Nila, Devivida, Mainda, Sushena, Kumuda, Angada, and Hanuman approached, weeping for the sons of Raghu. Breathing but faintly, bathed in blood, riddled with innumerable darts, motionless, they lay stretched on a bed of arrows, sighing like serpents, washed in blood, resembling two golden standards, and those warriors, lying on a hero's couch, were surrounded by monkey leaders whose eyes were suffused with tears. Beholding the two Raghavas pierced with darts, a profound emotion stirred those monkeys, who were accompanied by Vibhishana, and they surveyed the four quarters without being able to discover Ravana, who had veiled himself in his magic during the fight. But while he was hidden by his occult power, Vibhishana, also having recourse to magic arts, looking round, beheld his nephew of incomparable exploits, who was invincible in battle, standing nearby. Although that warrior, who had no peer in the field, had made himself invisible by virtue of the boon he had received, he was recognized by Vibhishana, who was full of energy, glory, and prowess. Indrajit, however, contemplating his own fear, gazed on those two warriors stretched on the earth, and, in an excess of joy, wishing to share it with all the Titans, said, "Those two mighty brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, the slayers of Kara and Dushana, are now struck down by my darts. Even were they aided by the gods and asuras with the hosts of rishis, they would never be able to release themselves from those arrows that paralyze them. I have overcome Rama for the sake of my sire, who is a prey to anxiety and fear, passing the 3 watches of the night without allowing his limbs to rest on his couch. I have subdued that wretch who destroys all beings to their very root, on account of whom the whole of Lanka is agitated like a river in the rainy season. As clouds are dispersed in the autumn, so have the exploits of Rama and Lakshmana and all the inhabitants of the woods been rendered void." Having spoken thus to all the Titans, who had witnessed the scene, Ravana began to assail all the monkey leaders. First he struck down Nila with 9 exceedingly powerful javelins. Thereafter he wounded Mainda and Devivida with 3 more, and that mighty bowman, having pierced Jambavan in the breast with an arrow, loosed 10 shafts on the impetuous Hanuman. Then Ravana, in the fight, full of ire, with twin arrows pierced Gavaksha and Sharaba, those 2 of immeasurable prowess, and the leader of the Golangulas and the son of Bali, Angada, were overcome by innumerable darts by the swift-coursing Ravana. Transfixing the leading monkeys with shafts resembling tongues of fire, that mighty and colossal son of Ravana began to shout in triumph, and having overwhelmed and routed the monkeys with a hail of weapons, that long-armed hero burst into loud laughter, exclaiming, "Behold, O Titans, with a formidable net I have bound those 2 brothers in the presence of their forces." Thus did he speak, and all those Titans versed in magic were exceedingly delighted by his exploit, and cheered him unanimously with a roar like unto thunder, crying, "Rama is dead!" And hearing these tidings and beholding the 2 brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, lying on the earth without breath or movement, they all paid homage to Ravana's son, reflecting, "They are slain!" In a transport of joy, Indrajit, victorious in conflict, returned to Lanka, spreading happiness among the Naritas. A great fear, however, had taken possession of Sugriva, who was overcome with terror on beholding Rama and Lakshmana riddled with arrows and pierced in every limb and bone, whereupon Vibhishana said to the king of the monkeys, who was afflicted, his face bathed in tears, his eyes wild with terror, "Have no fear, O Sugriva. Stay this rain of tears. These are the fortunes of war. The Titan's victory is not assured. Fate may still smile upon us, O warrior. These 2 heroes, full of prowess, will recover from their swoon. Take courage, and inspire me with courage also, who am bereft of a protector, O monkey. Death cannot strike terror in those who find their felicity in truth and justice." Thus speaking, Vibhishana, dipping his hand in water, washed Sugriva's beautiful eyes, and after taking water and uttering a sacred formula, the virtuous Vibhishana then dried the face of that intelligent king of the monkeys, and addressing him in words full of good sense and comfort, said, "This is not the moment, O greatest of monkey kings, to manifest agitation. Excessive emotion in such situation leads to death. Therefore, abandon this faint-heartedness that will prove thine undoing, and consider how thou canst best serve the troops. Keep watch over Rama so long as he has not regained consciousness, for when they come to themselves, the two Kakustas will remove all fear from us. This is nothing to Rama, nor is he dying, and Lakshmi, who is inaccessible to those who are doomed, has not abandoned him. Therefore pluck up thy courage and call on thy prowess while I seek to inspire the ranks with renewed confidence. Those monkeys, their eyes dilated, trembling and discouraged by the rumors whispered from ear to ear, on seeing me cheerfully going about amongst the ranks of the army, will abandon their fears like a discarded garland, O king of the monkeys. Having reassured Sugriva that Indra among the Titans, Vibhishana, passed through the monkey lines, reviving their confidence. Meanwhile, Indrajit, that great magician, surrounded by all his forces, re-entered the city of Lanka and sought out his sire. Reapproaching Ravana with joined palms, he imparted the pleasant tidings to him, saying, "Rama and Lakshmana are slain." Then Ravana, joyfully springing up in the midst of the Titans, on hearing that his two enemies had succumbed, smelt the head of his son, and in great delight questioned him concerning the matter. Being interrogated by his sire regarding what had taken place, Indrajit related how the two brothers, bound by his shafts, were lying without strength or movement. On hearing those tidings from the warriors of the great car, joy flooded Ravana's inmost being, and Dasagriva, banishing his fears regarding the son of Dasaratha, warmly felicitated his offspring who stood beside him. Chapter 47. Sita sees Rama and Lakshmana lying on the battlefield. The son of Ravana, having returned to Lanka, his purpose accomplished, the leading monkeys surrounded Raghava in order to watch over him, and Hanuman, Angada, Nila, Sushena, Kumuda, Nala, Gaja, Gavaksha, Panasa, Sanuprasta, and the mighty Jambavan with Sunda, Ramba, Shatabali, and Prithu, having reorganized their ranks, alert, armed with trees, surveyed the quarters of the sky up and down on every side, and even if a grass stirred, they exclaimed, "It is a Titan!" Ravana, meanwhile, full of joy, dismissed his son Indrajit, and thereafter summoned the female Titans who guarded Sita, and they, with Trijata, having hastened there at his command, were addressed by that monarch in his delight, who said to them, "Inform Vaidehi that Indrajit has slain Rama and Lakshmana. Compel her to enter the Pushpaka plain and show them to her lying on the field of battle. Her consort, the one depending on whom rendered her so proud that she refused to be united with me, lies there struck down with his brother in the presence of his army. From now on, free from anxiety, grief, and expectation of reunion, Maithili, adorned in all her jewels, will submit herself to me. Today, beholding Rama with Lakshmana fallen under the sway of death on the battlefield, seeing no other haven and hoping for naught else, the large-eyed Sita will voluntarily seek refuge with me." At these words of that wicked monarch, they all replied, "Be it so," and went to where the Pushpaka chariot was, thereafter ascending it. Taking that aerial car, the female Titans, in obedience to Ravana's behests, rejoined Maithili in the Ashoka Grove. There they found her overcome with the grief that separation from her lord caused her. Nevertheless, they placed her in the chariot Pushpaka, and when they were seated therein with Trijata, Ravana took her round the city garlanded with flags and banners, and at the same time, the delighted monarch of the Titans caused a proclamation to be made in Lanka, announcing that Rama, as also Lakshmana, had been slain by Indrajit in combat. Sita, transported with Trijita in that car, beheld the monkey troops who had been slain, and witnessed the joy exhibited by those eaters of flesh, and the monkeys afflicted with grief standing round Rama and Lakshmana. And she beheld those two warriors also, lying pierced with arrows, unconscious, riddled with weapons, their armor shattered, their bows broken, transfixed by darts. Those two brothers, who were filled with valor, the foremost of heroes, were lying stretched on the earth, resembling two youthful sons of Pavaka. And when the unfortunate Maithili beheld those two intrepid lions among men, pierced with spears, she broke into piteous lamentations, and the dark-eyed Sita, the daughter of Janaka, of faultless limbs, beholding her lord and Lakshmana lying on the earth, burst into sobs. exhausted with weeping and grief on seeing those two brothers resembling the offspring of the gods, and believing them to be dead, overwhelmed with affliction, she spoke thus. Chapter 48. Sita's Lamentations. Seeing her lord lying on the earth, as also the valiant Lakshmana, Sita, in the grief that overwhelmed her, gave voice to her complaint, saying, "The soothsayers, reading the lineaments of my body, prophesied thus, 'Thou shalt bear sons and never be widowed.' Now that Rama has been slain, their words have proved to be untrue. Since Rama is slain, those who predicted that I should be the companion and consort of the performer of great sacrifices have uttered a falsehood. Now that Rama has been slain, those soothsayers who told me I should be highly honored by the wives of warriors and kings are proved not to have spoken truly. Now that Rama has been slain, the astrologers among the Brahmins who openly foretold happiness for me are proved to have spoken falsely. Yet I bear the marks of the lotus on my feet, by which high-born women receive the supreme consecration with their lords at their coronation, nor do I find in myself any marks of ill fortune which betoken widowhood in those who are ill-starred, yet all the auspicious signs appear to be rendered void for me. These marks of the lotus, said to be of good augury by the pundits, have no meaning for me now that Rama is slain. My locks are fine, of even length and dark, my eyebrows meet, my legs are round and smooth, my teeth evenly separated, the corners of my eyes are shaped like the conch, my breasts, hands, feet, and thighs well proportioned, my nails smooth and polished, my fingers well shaped, my breasts touch each other and have depressed nipples, my navel too is deeply indented, my bosom well formed, my complexion has the sheen of a pearl, the down on my skin is soft. It is said I possess the 12 auspicious signs. My feet and hands are without hollows and marked with the barley corn, and my smile is languorous. Thus did those who interpret the marks of youthful maidens speak of me. Having purified Janasthana, received the tidings of my fate, and crossed the impassable ocean, those two brothers have perished in the imprint of a cow's hoof. Did they not recollect that they possessed the arrows of Varuna, Agni, Indra, and Vayu, as also the Brahmashira weapon? By the means of magic arts, an invisible foe has slain those two, Rama and Lakshmana, my protectors, who are equal to Vasava in combat, and I am now bereft of any support. Nay, if he had come into Rama's presence, he would not have returned alive, even were he possessed of the swiftness of thought. But since Rama and his brother are lying struck down on the battlefield, there is no burden too heavy for death to shoulder. Fate is inexorable. I do not weep so much for Rama and Lakshmana, or for myself or my mother, but for my unfortunate mother-in-law, Kaushalya, who dwells constantly on her son's return after fulfilling his vows. She who asks herself, "When shall I behold Lakshmana and Sita with Raghava once more?" Thus did Janaki lament, and Trijata said to her, "Do not despair, O goddess, thy lord lives. I will tell thee what powerful considerations have convinced me that those two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, still live, O queen. They are, that resolution and martial ardor do not animate the faces of soldiers who have lost their leader. Neither would the celestial car, Pushpaka, have brought thee hither, O Vaidehi, if those two heroes had succumbed. An army that sees its valiant commander fall is bereft of courage and wanders aimlessly about on the battlefield like a ship which has lost its rudder. Yet there is neither confusion nor disorder among the intrepid forces that mount guard over the two Kakustas. I am pointing this out to thee on account of mine affection for thee. These auspicious omens should reassure thee fully, for know well, the two Kakustas are not dead. I hasten to tell thee this out of love for thee. I have never spoken what is not true to thee, nor shall I ever do so, O Maithili, for by thy conduct and natural gaiety thou hast found a place in my heart. Nay, those two warriors are not able to be vanquished even by the gods and asuras with their leaders. This is what I have observed and communicate to thee. Yea, there is a great marvel to be seen, O Maithili. Behold how, fallen under those shafts and deprived of their senses, their beauty has not deserted them. In the natural course, when men have lost their lives, their features exhibit appalling alteration. It is therefore impossible that these two do not still live. Banish thy grief on account of Rama and Lakshmana. Abandon thy sorrow, O daughter of Janaka. At these words, Sita, who resembled a daughter of the gods, with joined palms, exclaimed, "May it be so." Meanwhile, the chariot Pushpaka, swift as the wind, had returned, and the plaintive Sita re-entered the city with Trijata, whereupon descending from the car, she entered the Ashoka grove with the female titans. Having returned to the royal enclosure planted with innumerable trees, Sita, recalling the two princes whom she had just seen, became a prey to extreme grief. Chapter 49. Rama returns to consciousness and weeps over Lakshmana. Bound by those formidable weapons, the two sons of Dasaratha, breathing like serpents, lay bleeding on the earth. Those foremost of monkeys, the valiant companions of Sugriva, plunged in grief, were all standing round the two illustrious warriors. Then the mighty Raghava, by virtue of his hardihood and native strength, awoke from his swoon, despite the shafts that held him captive. Beholding his brother bleeding, unconscious, tightly bound, and his features changed, Rama, full of grief, lamented thus, "Of what use to me is the recovery of Sita, or even life itself, since my brother, now lying before mine eyes, has been struck down in the fight? It were possible for me to find a consort equal to Sita in this world of mortals, but not a brother, friend and comrade in arms, such as Lakshmana. If he has returned to the five elements, he, the increaser of Sumitra's joy, I will yield up my life breaths in the presence of the monkeys. What shall I say to my mother Kaushalya or to Kaikeyi? If I return without Lakshmana, how shall I console Sumitra, trembling and crying out like an osprey, who sighs for her son's return from whom she has been separated so long? What answer shall I give to Shatrughna and the illustrious Bharata when I return without the one who followed me to the forest? Nay, I should not be able to endure Sumitra's reproaches. I will leave my body here. I am unable to continue living. Woe unto me and to my lack of nobility, since through my fault Lakshmana has fallen and lies on a bed of arrows as one who has yielded up his life. O Lakshmana, thou didst ever console me in my great misfortune. Now that thou art slain, thou wilt no longer be able to allay my sufferings by thy words. Thou, who in this battle struck down innumerable Titans, art fallen, pierced by darts, like a hero on the selfsame field. Lying on a bed of arrows, bathed in blood, thou art naught but a heap of weapons. It appears as if the sun has set behind the Astakala mountains. Pierced with spears, thy limbs express thine agony without the aid of words. I shall follow that illustrious warrior to the region of Yama, as he accompanied me when I retired to the forest. He, who ever loved his own and was filled with devotion for me, lies in the state to which my misdeeds have brought him, wretch that I am. Even when deeply provoked, that valiant hero never uttered an unpleasant or harsh word. He who was able to loose 500 arrows in one shot and who excelled Kartavirya himself in the science of archery. Lakshmana, who was accustomed to a rich couch and who with his arrows could sever those of the mighty Shakra, is lying slain on the earth. Those vain words which I uttered will undoubtedly consume me, since I have not enthroned Vibhishana as king of the Titans. Return at once, O Sugriva, since bereft of my support, thou and thy leaders will be overcome by Ravana. Recross the sea accompanied by thine army, led by Angada with Nila and Nala, O king. I am fully satisfied by the great military exploit of Hanuman, impossible to any other, and by that accomplished by the king of the bears and the general of the Golangulas. That which Angada, Mayinda, and Devivida did, the terrible combat that Kesarin and Sampati sustained, the formidable struggle in which Gavaya, Gavaksha, Sharaba, Gaja, and other monkeys who are willing to sacrifice their lives for me took part, are sufficient for me. Nay, it is not impossible for mortals to avoid their destiny. O Sugriva, fearing to fail in thy duty, thou hast done all that a friend and comrade could do. All that is due to friendship thou hast accomplished, O foremost of monkeys. I take leave of you all. Go where it seems best to you. Hearing Rama lament thus, the monkeys allowed tears to fall from their reddened eyes, when, at that moment, Vibhishana, having established order in the ranks, mace in hand, hurried to rejoin Raghava. Seeing him, who resembled a mass of collyrium, hastened towards them thus, the monkeys thinking him to be Ravani, fled away. Chapter 50. Garuda liberates Rama and Lakshmana. Meanwhile, the illustrious and powerful king of the monkeys inquired, saying, What does the stampede signify? The army resembles a ship amidst the waves struck by a tempest. Hearing Sugriva's speech, Angada, the son of Bali, answered, Dost thou not see Rama and Lakshmana of the great car, those two valiant and illustrious sons of Dasaratha, covered with darts lying all bloody on a bed of arrows? Thereupon that Indra among monkeys, Sugriva, said to his son, To my mind, there is some other cause why the monkeys, bewildered, their eyes distended with terror, are throwing down their arms in order to flee in all directions, without shame and without looking behind them, jostling each other and leaping over those who have fallen. In the midst of this turmoil, the warrior Vibhishana came there, a great mace in his hand, and said, Victory to Rama! Victory to Rama! And Sugriva observed that it was this Titan who had caused the panic among the monkeys, whereat he addressed the illustrious king of the bears who stood near and said, It is Vibhishana who has come hither. On seeing him, the monkeys seized with terror have fled, deeming him to be Ravana's son. Do thou rally those fugitives immediately, who in fear have scattered in all directions, and inform them that it is Vibhishana who has come. In obedience to Sugriva's command, Jambavan, perceiving it to be Vibhishana and recognizing his voice, reassured the monkeys and arrested the stampede, whereupon, freed from anxiety, they all retracted their steps. Meanwhile, the faithful Vibhishana, on beholding Rama's body, as also Lakshmana's covered with arrows, was overcome with distress in his turn. Dipping his hand in water, he washed their eyes, but anguish seizing his heart, he began to weep and lament, saying, Behold, to what a pass these two powerful and valiant warriors have been brought by that Titan with his crafty ways. The son of my brother, that wicked youth of perverse soul, in his demoniacal cunning, has deceived those two honorable fighters. Pierced by arrows, covered with blood, they are lying on the earth like two porcupines. Those two gallant beings, those two lions among men on whom depended the position to which I aspired, to my destruction are lying here insensible. I am as one dead and deprived of the hope of becoming king, am lost, whilst my rival Ravana sees his vow fulfilled and his desires realized. Thus did Vibhishana lament, whereupon Sugriva embraced him, and that magnanimous king of the monkeys spoke to him in this wise, O virtuous prince, thou shalt certainly reign over Lanka. Ravana and his son will not achieve their purpose. The injury done to Rama and Lakshmana is not grave. They will both emerge from their swoon and destroy Ravana and his hordes in battle. When he had thus consoled and comforted the Titan, Sugriva issued his commands to Sushena, his stepfather, who stood before him, saying, Take these two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, with the foremost of the monkey divisions, to Kishkinda, till these two scourgers of their foes have recovered consciousness. As for me, I shall slay Ravana with his son and his relatives and bring back my Thili, as did Shakra the prosperity he had lost. Thus did that king of the monkeys speak, and Sushena answered him, saying, Formerly a great war took place between the Devas and Asuras, and by making themselves invisible again and again, the Danavas overcame the gods despite their skill in bearing arms. Experienced warriors though they were, wounded, unconscious, and almost deprived of life, yet Brihaspati revived them by the aid of remedies, accompanied by the recitation of sacred formulas. Let the monkeys, Sampati, Panasa, and others go in haste to gather those simples by the ocean of milk. Undoubtedly, those monkeys are conversant with the two mountain herbs, the celestial Samjivakarana and Vishalya, which were created by a god. From the bosom of the milky ocean rise the mountains Chandra and Drona, where the divine Amrita emerged after the churning. It is there that these miraculous herbs are to be found. Let the son of the wind, Hanuman, go to those two mountains placed in that vast sea by the gods. As he was speaking, a great wind arose, accompanied by massed clouds and lightning, whipping up the salty waves and causing the mountains to tremble as from an earthquake. Under the mighty stroke of Vata's wing, the great trees fell headlong into the briny waters of the sea, their branches broken, whilst terror seized the great snakes who inhabited these regions, and those monsters plunged into the depths. Suddenly, Garuda, the valiant son of Vinata, like unto a blazing torch, appeared to all those monkeys, and on beholding him, the serpents who bound those two warriors in the form of mighty arrows fled away. Thereafter, Suparna, touching the two Kakustas and offering them his good wishes, with his hands, wiped their faces that shone like the moon. Under Vayanateya's touch, the wounds of both were closed, and their bodies immediately assumed a brilliant and glowing hue. Their valor, vigor, strength, endurance, and resolution, those great qualities, also perspicacity, intelligence, and memory, were redoubled. Having raised up those equals of Vasava, the exceedingly valiant Garuda embraced them warmly, and Rama said to him, "Thanks to thy beneficence and grace, we have both been delivered from the strange evil that Ravana brought upon us, and our strength has returned. As in the presence of my father Dasaratha or my grandfather Aja, in thy presence also my heart is filled with felicity. Who art thou endowed with a beauty which distinguishes thee, thou bearing crowns, divine perfumes, and celestial ornaments, the raiment which clothes thee being free from dust?" Then the extremely illustrious Vainateya, who was full of valor and the lord of winged creatures, his heart enraptured, addressed Rama, whose eyes sparkled with delight, and said, "I am thy dear friend, O Kakusta, thy very breath, Garuda, who have come hither to assist you. The mighty Asuras and exceedingly energetic monkeys, as also the Gandharvas with Shatakratu at their head, or the gods themselves would not have been able to sever those formidable bonds wrought with arrows, woven with the aid of great magic by Indrajit of ruthless deeds. These offspring of Kadru of sharp fangs and subtle poison, which the potent arts of the Titan had changed to arrows, had fettered thee. Fortunate art thou, O virtuous Rama, thou true hero, as also Lakshmana, thy brother, the destroyer of his foes in combat. Hearing of thy plight, summoning up mine energy and affection for you both, giving ear to the call of friendship alone, I came hither with all speed. Now that you are liberated from these formidable bonds, let both of you be constantly on your guard. All Titans by nature have recourse to treachery in war, whilst for you, O chivalrous warriors, honor is your only weapon. Never trust the Titans on the battlefield, for such perfidious means are ever employed by them." Having counseled him in this wise, the mighty Suparna embraced Rama tenderly and craved his permission to depart, saying, "Dear and virtuous Raghava, thou art a friend to thy foes. Allow me to take my leave. Do not inquire indiscreetly into the cause of my friendship, O Raghava, who am as near to thee as thy breath, though external to thee. Thou shalt know of it when thou hast achieved success in battle, O hero. When, under the rain of thy missiles, Lanka has been destroyed, save for the aged and the children, and thou hast slain Ravana, thine adversary, thou shalt bring back Sita." Having said this, Suparna of swift flight, who had just healed Rama's wounds in the presence of the monkeys, having paid obeisance to him and taken him into his arms, mounted into the sky with the speed of the wind. Seeing the two Raghavas healed of their wounds, the leaders of the monkeys, lashing their tails, roared like lions. Thereafter, gongs were beaten and drums resounded, while conchs were blown amidst general rejoicing. Some manifested their strength by breaking down the trees which they used as maces, and, in their warlike frenzy, those Plavangamas hurled themselves on the gates of Lanka. Thereafter, a terrible and appalling clamor arose amongst the foremost of monkeys, as, at the end of summer, the roaring of thunderclouds in the night. Chapter 51. Dhumraksha goes out to fight the monkeys. That formidable clamor, set up by the monkeys who were full of martial ardor, arrested the attention of Ravana and his Titans, and he, hearing the joyful and spirited acclamations and distant tumult, said to his ministers who surrounded him, "A great uproar, resembling the muttering of clouds, has arisen from that horde of delighted monkeys. Undoubtedly, their joy is great. Their mighty shouts are agitating the ocean itself. Nevertheless, whetted shafts have rendered the two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, insensible. Therefore, this tremendous outcry almost alarms me." Having spoken thus to his ministers, the Lord of the Titans said to his Naritas, who stood around him, "Do ye speedily discover from what cause this general rejoicing among those forest dwellers proceeds in their present painful situation." At this command, the Titans hastily climbed the ramparts from where they beheld the army and its leader, the illustrious Sugriva, with the two Raghavas also, freed of their bonds, seated in noble ease, whereupon the Titans were thunderstruck. With terror in their hearts, those fierce warriors jumped down from the walls and, deadly pale, returned to their king. With downcast mien, those Titans, skilled in speech, faithfully informed Ravana of those unpleasant tidings, saying, The two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, whom Indrajit had bound with his benumbing shafts, and whose arms he had pinioned, are freed from the arrows which paralyzed them, and now appear on the field of battle in their native vigor, resembling two elephants who have snapped their fetters. At these words, the powerful king of the Titans, full of anxiety and highly incensed, grew pale and said, "If mine adversaries, having thus been bound, are now free, despite those formidable arrows, those rare boons resembling serpents bright as the sun, that were infallible, and with which Indrajit secured them after overcoming them in combat, then mine entire authority is in jeopardy. Verily those darts, bright as fire, which in battle deprived mine enemies of life, have been rendered void." Having uttered these words in furious tones, hissing like a snake, he addressed one named Dhumraksha, who was seated amidst the Titans, and said, "Taking with thee a considerable force of Titans, go without delay and slay Rama and Lakshmana." At the command of that crafty monarch, Dhumraksha circumambulated him and immediately left the palace. Thereafter, having crossed the threshold, he said to the general of the forces, "Mobilize the army. What need is there for delay when the battle is joined?" Thus spoke Dhumraksha, and the general gathered together a large number of troops in accord with Ravana's command. Thereafter, those prowlers of the night, who were valiant and of a formidable aspect, with girdles of bells round their waists, shouted exultantly and ranged themselves round Dhumraksha. Furnished with every kind of weapon, brandishing spears, hammers, maces, harpoons, sticks, iron cudgels, bars, hooks, picks, nooses, and axes, those terrible Titans sallied forth with the noise of thunder. Clad in mail and mounted on chariots that were magnificently dressed with flags and decorated with bands of pure gold, harnessed to mules of many heads or steeds of exceeding fleetness, or elephants maddened with mata juice, some of those Titans bounded forward like veritable tigers. And Dhumraksha, with a great clatter, set out in a celestial car, to which mules with golden harnesses and the heads of deer and lions were hitched. And that valiant general, surrounded by the Titans, set forth amidst mocking laughter through the western gate where Hanuman was stationed. As he advanced in his excellent car, harnessed to mules, whose voices he emulated, birds of ill omen planed above him, and on top of his chariot a terrible vulture alighted, while those devourers of corpses clustered on the point of his standard. Streaming with blood, a huge, decapitated and livid trunk fell to earth, emitting inarticulate cries at Dhumraksha's approach, and the sky rained down blood, and the earth shook, the wind blew adversely with the roar of thunder, and darkness obscured every quarter. Beholding those terrible portents that appeared in all their horror, boding ill fortune to the Titans, Dhumraksha was filled with alarm, and terror seized all the soldiers who accompanied him. At the moment when, full of fear, amidst his countless Titans, eager to enter into combat, that valiant general set out, he beheld the vast army of the monkeys resembling a great flood, protected by the arms of the Raghavas. Chapter 52. Dhumraksha fights and is slain by Hanuman. Seeing Dhumraksha of redoubtable courage set forth, all the monkeys in their martial ardor emitted loud cries, and a terrific struggle ensued between those forest dwellers and the Titans, who attacked each other with huge trees, spears, and maces. On all sides, ferocious monkeys were massacred by Titans, and Titans felled to the earth by monkeys employing trees. The Titans struck their opponents with pointed arrows furnished with heron's plumes, fearful to behold, which never missed their target, and terrible maces, harpoons, axes, formidable bars, and tridents of all kinds, which, brandished by them, mutilated those powerful monkeys, while they, exasperated, redoubled their efforts and, without flagging, continued the fight. Their limbs pierced with arrows, their bodies transfixed with spears, those foremost of the monkeys armed themselves with trees and rocks, and with terrific bounds, having proclaimed their names to the accompaniment of yells, crushed those intrepid Titans. Thereafter, the battle waxed exceedingly furious between monkeys and demons, and the former, amidst shouts of triumph, seized hold of stones of every kind, and trees with countless branches, and rocks in order to destroy the enemy. The Titans, who fed on gore, fell in heaps, vomiting blood, their sides slashed open by the trees, whilst others were crushed by the stones, and yet others torn to pieces by the monkeys' teeth. Their standards broken, Their swords snapped, their chariots overturned. They wandered about blindly, and the earth was covered with the corpses of great elephants, resembling hills and horses with their riders, crushed by the great rocks hurled on them by those dwellers in the woods. And the monkeys of exceeding valor rushed on the Titans, flinging themselves upon them with great bounds and scratching their faces with their sharp nails. Mutilated, their hair torn out, maddened by the smell of blood, the Titans fell in great numbers. Some of those fierce warriors, however, in a paroxysm of fury, hurled themselves on the monkeys and struck them with the palms of their hands, which resounded like the clap of thunder, and the monkeys, receiving that sharp shock with an ever greater ferocity, crushed the Titans with blows of their feet, teeth, and trees. Seeing his army routed, Dhumraksha, that lion among the Titans, in his rage, began to create carnage among those bellicose apes, and some, pierced with spears, lost rivers of blood, whilst others, struck down by the blows of the axe, fell to the earth. Here some were crushed by iron bars, others torn by harpoons or pierced by javelins, stumbled and fell, yielding up their vital breaths. Mowed down, covered with blood, put to flight, those inhabitants of the woods fell dying under the furious onslaught of the Titans in the struggle. Their breasts torn open, they lay on their side, or, slashed with tridents, their entrails gushed forth. Then that mighty conflict took on fearful proportions by virtue of the number of monkeys and Titans who took part, and the innumerable darts, stones, and trees that were used. With the bowstrings as the tuneful lute, the neighing of the horses, the clapping of the hands, and the trumpeting of the elephants as the melody, the whole battle resembled a symphony. Meanwhile, Dhumraksha, armed with his bow, in the forefront of battle, under a hail of missiles, dispersed the monkeys as in sport on every side, and Maruti, beholding the monkey army being exterminated and put to flight by that Titan, hurled himself upon him in fury, a great rock in his hand. His eyes inflamed with anger, the equal of his sire in courage, he flung the rock on the chariot of his foe, and seeing the stone fall, Dhumraksha, brandishing his mace in his agitation, leapt quickly from the car to the ground. Then that rock rolled on the earth, having shattered the chariot with its wheels, its pole, its shafts, banner, and Dhumraksha's bow. Thereafter, Hanuman, born of Maruta, leaving the car lying, slew the Titans with the trunks of trees furnished with their branches, and their heads crushed, covered with blood, mangled by those trees, they fell to the earth. Having routed the army of the enemy, Hanuman, born of Maruta, breaking off the peak of a mountain, hurled himself on Dhumraksha, who, brandishing his mace, rushed on his adversary, and he advanced with haste towards him, shouting. Then Dhumraksha, in his rage, brought down that weapon, studded with countless points, on the head of the infuriated Hanuman, and assailed by that violent and fearful stroke, the monkey, who was endowed with the strength of Maruta, was in no wise disturbed, but struck the Titan full on the skull with his rocky peak, which shattered all his limbs, whereupon Dhumraksha suddenly fell to the earth like a mountain crumbling. Beholding him slain, the night rangers who had survived the slaughter, terrified, re-entered Lanka, harassed by the Plavamgamas. The illustrious son of Pavana, however, having destroyed his enemies, causing rivers of blood to flow, weary of slaughter, with delight received the cordial felicitations of the monkey leaders. Chapter 53. Vajradamstra enters the lists. Hearing of the death of Dhumraksha, Ravana, the king of the Titans, fell into a transport of fury and began to hiss like a serpent. Wrought up with ire, with long and burning sighs, he addressed the exceedingly powerful Vajradamstra, saying, "O warrior, go forth at the head of the Titans and triumph over the son of Dasaratha, Rama, as also over Sugriva and the monkeys." "Be it so," answered the general, who was versed in the art of magic, and he departed speedily with the innumerable divisions that surrounded him. With the utmost care, he assembled teams of elephants, horses, donkeys, and mules, adorning them with countless flags of different colors, and that Titan, wearing bracelets and a diadem of great price, set out immediately, bearing his bow and, having circumambulated his chariot, dressed with pennants, which dazzled the gaze with its facings of pure gold, he ascended it. Thereafter, infantry of every kind issued forth, furnished with weapons, such as cutlasses, innumerable darts, gleaming maces, harpoons, bows, lances, spears, swords, discus, hammers, and sharp axes. All those illustrious lions among the Titans in their resplendent and many-colored uniforms full of ardure, mounted on elephants intoxicated with ichor, resembled moving hills. Their mounts, equipped for combat, driven by mahouts bearing lances and goads, were headed by those distinguished for their trappings and great strength. And the whole army of Titans filed out, looking as brilliant as the clouds riven by lightning in the rainy season, and they emerged from the northern gate where the general Angada was stationed. Thereafter, as they set forth, fearful portents appeared, and from a cloudless yet burning sky, meteors fell, while jackals, emitting fearful howls, belched forth flames and fire. Hideous beasts foretold the destruction of the Titans, who entered into the combat, stumbling miserably. Yet despite those ill omens, the mighty Vajradamshtra, full of energy and prowess, went forward eager to meet the foe, and seeing their adversaries advancing, the monkeys, burning for victory, set up tremendous shouts which echoed in every quarter. Thereafter, a furious struggle ensued between the monkeys and the Titans, and those redoubtable warriors of ferocious aspect sought to bring about each other's destruction. Some of those warriors, their heads and bodies severed, fell to the earth, bathed in blood, whilst others, whose arms resembled steel, approached one another, attacking with various weapons, neither giving ground. Trees, stones, and javelins clashed with a tremendous noise, striking terror in the heart of the listeners, and the appalling clatter of chariot wheels, the twanging of bowstrings, the blare of trumpets, the roll of drums, the booming of gongs, created an indescribable uproar. Then, throwing away their weapons, they wrestled with one another in hand-to-hand combat, striking each other with the palms of their hands, their feet, their knees, and even with trees. Some of the Titans had their bodies torn open, some were crushed by rocks, and some were beaten down by the blows of the monkeys in the fight. Now Vajradamshtra, having surveyed the scene, began to sow terror among the monkeys, as Antaka, noose in hand, at the destruction of the worlds. Full of vigor, those skilled warriors, the Titans, transported with rage, decimated the monkey forces with every kind of weapon, and on his side, the audacious son of Vayu struck down all those Titans in the fight, fury redoubling his strength so that he appeared like the fire of dissolution. Then the valiant Angada, the equal of Shakra in valor, brandishing a tree, his eyes red with anger, like a lion amidst defenseless deer, caused a terrible carnage. By the force of his blows, the Titans of redoubtable courage, their skulls crushed, fell like trees under the blows of the axe, and the earth, strewn with chariots of every kind, standards, horses, bodies of monkeys and Titans, and rivers of blood, was fearful to behold. Strings of pearls, bracelets, raiment, and parasols decorated the battlefield, which glowed like an autumnal night, and the tempestuous Angada scattered the great army of the Titans as the wind dispels the clouds. Chapter 54. Angada slays Vajradamshtra. The extermination of his army through Angada's prowess filled the valiant Vajradamshtra with fury. Stretching his formidable bow like unto Shakra's thunderbolt, he assailed the monkey battalions with a hail of shafts, whereupon the foremost of the Titans mounted on chariots, armed with every kind of weapon and full of courage, entered the lists, whilst the monkeys, those powerful bulls among the Plavagas, assembling on all sides, fought with rocks. Thousands of weapons were hurled in that desperate encounter by the Titan and monkey leaders, and from their side, the great monkeys, with the ardure of elephants and rut, showered down giant trees and huge lumps of rock on the demons, so that between those intrepid warriors, the Titans and the monkeys, who never retreated in battle, a tremendous struggle ensued. Monkeys and Titans, still possessing heads but bereft of arms and legs, lay on the earth bathed in blood and bristling with arrows, a prey to herons, vultures, and crows, or devoured by troops of jackals. Monkeys and night rangers fell on the battlefield. Headless trunks leapt up to the terror of all, their arms, hands, and heads severed, and their limbs hacked to pieces in the fight. Meanwhile, the army of Vajradamshtra, overcome by the monkeys, broke up under his eyes, whereupon that leader, seeing the Titans terrorized and decimated by the Plavamgamas, his eyes red with anger, bow in hand, penetrated the enemy ranks, sowing panic amongst them. Thereafter, he dispatched those monkeys with arrows furnished with heron's plumes that flew straight to their target and pierced 7, 8, 9, or 5 of his opponents simultaneously, thus destroying them in his fury. Put to flight, those simian battalions, their limbs crippled by those darts, sought refuge with Angada, as all creatures with Prajapati, and when he beheld those monkey divisions fleeing in disorder, the son of Bali exchanged glances of hatred with Vajradamshtra, and in a paroxysm of rage they entered into a terrible duel, one with the other, so that it seemed a lion and an elephant intoxicated with ichor fought together. And the son of Bali, full of valor, was struck in his vital parts by 100,000 arrows resembling tongues of fire, and all his limbs were besprinkled with blood. Then that exceedingly energetic monkey of redoubtable courage hurled the tree at Vajradamshtra, but that intrepid Titan, seeing it fall, cut it into innumerable pieces which fell in heaps on the earth. Witnessing the strength of his rival, that lion among the Plavagas seized hold of a huge rock, which he spun round, emitting a shout, and as it descended, that hero, leaping down from his chariot, armed with his mace, stood waiting unperturbed. Meanwhile, that rock discharged by Angada fell on the forefront of the battle, where it shattered the chariot with its wheels, shafts, and horses. Then the monkey broke off a great crag from the mountain once more, and it was covered with trees, and he brought it down on the head of his adversary, so that Vajradamshtra, seized with a sudden giddiness, faltered and began to vomit blood, clenching his mace convulsively and breathing heavily. Thereafter, coming to his senses, in a transport of fury, he hit the son of Bali full on the chest with his mace, and, letting it fall, began to fight with his fists, whereupon a hand-to-hand struggle ensued between monkey and Titan. Exhausted by the blows, spitting blood, those valiant warriors resembled the planets Mars and Mercury. Meanwhile, the exceedingly powerful Angada, that lion of Plavagas, stood waiting, and he seized hold of a shield covered with the hide of a bull, and a great sword decorated with golden bells enveloped in a leathern sheath. In the midst of innumerable graceful evolutions, the monkey and the Titan attacked each other, roaring and thirsting for victory. With their gaping wounds, they shone like 2 kimshuka trees in flower, and the struggle robbed them of their breath so that they sank to their knees on the earth. Thereafter, in the twinkling of an eye, Angada, that elephant among monkeys, rose up, his eyes inflamed like a serpent that had been struck with a stick, and with his stainless sword that was well sharpened, the son of Bali, who was full of vigor, struck off the huge head of Vajradamshtra, whose limbs were bathed in blood. Under the stroke of that sword, his beautiful head fell, cleft in twain, the eyes rolling. Beholding Vajradamshtra slain, the Titans, wild with terror, fled panic-stricken towards Lanka, harassed by the Plavangamas, their faces woebegone, their heads bowed in shame. Having struck down the enemy with his powerful arm, the mighty son of Bali experienced great joy amidst the monkey army, honored by them for his high courage, and he resembled the god of 1,000 eyes surrounded by the celestials. Chapter 55. Akampana goes out to fight against the monkeys. Hearing that Vajradamshtra had been slain by the son of Bali, Ravana addressed the general of his forces, who, with joined palms, stood near him and said, "Let the invincible titans of irresistible courage go forth immediately, with Akampana at their head, who is conversant with the use of every weapon and missile. He excels in vanquishing the foe and is preserving and leading his own forces. He has ever desired my welfare and loved war. He will prove victorious over the 2 Kakustas and the exceedingly energetic Sugriva. The rest of the monkeys too are formidable, but without doubt he will exterminate them all." At this command from Ravana, the valiant Titan, in great haste, mobilized an entire division of the army. Furnished with every kind of weapon, those foremost of Titans of terrifying aspect, fearful to look upon, rushed into the fray where their general had dispatched them. Akampana, of the stature and color of a cloud, whose voice resembled thunder, ascended his car decorated with fine gold, and set out surrounded by dreadful demons. He, who was incapable of trembling in battle even before the gods themselves, seemed to the monkeys to be as splendid as the sun. As he sped on his way, furious and eager to enter into combat, the horses drawing his chariot were suddenly deprived of their energy, and the left eye of that one who delighted in warfare began to twitch. His countenance grew pale, his voice trembled. The day which had seemed so fair became threatening, and a bitter wind began to blow. Birds and beasts uttered mournful cries, but that Titan, who had the shoulders of a lion and the agility of a tiger, disregarding those portents, rushed towards the battlefield. And as he went forward with his troops, an immense tumult arose that seemed to convulse with the ocean, and the sound appalled the Simian army, who, furnished with trees, prepared to enter into combat. Thereafter, a fearful struggle ensued between monkeys and demons, and, ready to sacrifice their lives in the cause of Rama and Ravana, those monkey and Titan warriors of exceeding valor, who resembled hills, contended with each other, and the yells they emitted in the thick of the fight and the shouts of defiance that they let forth in their rage created an indescribable clamor. A thick coppery dust, raised by the monkeys and the Titans, enveloped the whole horizon, and in the midst of that yellow cloud resembling silk which covered them, the combatants could no longer distinguish each other on the field. Neither standard, banner, shield, weapon, nor chariot could be discerned in that pall of dust, and the terrific clamor of warriors challenging and rushing upon each other was appalling to hear, yet in the confusion no form was visible. In that fight, monkeys fell under the blows of enraged monkeys, Titans massacred Titans in the darkness, Plavagas and demons slew foe and friend, and the earth, drenched with gore, was thick with mud. Under the rain of blood, the dust was laid, revealing the earth covered with corpses. Then the monkeys and Titans assailed each other with blows from trees, spears, maces, javelins, stones, bars, and picks, wrestling with their adversaries who resembled mountains. In that encounter, those monkeys slew the Titans of dreadful deeds, and they, transported with rage, bearing darts and javelins in their hands, destroyed the monkeys with their cruel weapons. Thereafter, Akampana, the leader of the Titans, full of ire, consoled all those fierce and valiant soldiers. The monkeys, however, leaping upon them, shattered their weapons and crushed those Titans with blows from trees and stones. At that instant, the courageous monkey leaders, Kamuda, Nala, and Mayinda, in a paroxysm of rage, as in sport, with mighty bounds and blows of trees, created a great carnage amongst the Titans, and all those lions among the monkeys brought about the complete disorder in the enemy ranks with their countless missiles. Chapter 56. Akampana is slain by Hanuman. Witnessing this great exploit executed by the monkey leaders, Akampana was seized with violent anger, and his features became distorted. Brandishing his powerful bow, he addressed his charioteer in these words: "Drive the chariot with all speed to that place, for those warriors are slaying countless Titans on the battlefield. Those arrogant monkeys of exceeding ferocity, armed with trees and rocks, dare to affront me. I shall exterminate those audacious warriors who are seen sowing confusion in the ranks of the Titans." Thereupon, in his chariot drawn by fast-moving horses, Akampana, the most skillful of car warriors, with a hail of darts, overwhelmed the monkeys so that they were no longer able to maintain their formation, nor for this reason could they fight, and crushed under the shafts of the Titan, the confusion became general. Then the valiant Hanuman, seeing them fall under the sway of death, pursued by Akampana's darts, went to the rescue of his companions, and beholding that great Plavaga, those lions among the monkeys rallied, and in the field grouped themselves boldly round him. Observing his courage, those foremost of the monkeys took heart in the shelter of his valor. Meanwhile, Akampana, like unto a second Mahendra, caused a hail of arrows to descend on Hanuman, who remained as firm as a rock, heedless of the weapons that fell upon his body, and that exceedingly courageous monkey resolved to slay his adversary. And with peals of laughter, the impetuous son of Maruta leapt on the Titan, causing the earth to shake as it were, while burning with energy. He emitted yells so that it was impossible to look upon him, as it is impossible to gaze on a fire in a brazier. Finding himself without weapons, that foremost one among the monkeys, in the fury that possessed him, tore up a rock, and seizing a huge crag with one hand, Maruti, letting forth a roar, began to spin it rapidly, thereafter hurling it at the Titan leader Akampana, as formerly in the encounter Purandara hurled his thunderbolt at Namuchi. Akampana, however, seeing that crag flying towards him, shattered it from a distance by means of great crescent-shaped darts. Beholding that rocky peak shattered in the air by the Titan's arrows and falling in pieces, Hanuman became mad with anger, and observing an Ashvakarna tree as large as a mountain, in the transport of rage that possessed him, that monkey uprooted it with violence, and taking hold of that tree of immense branches in his great strength, brandished it exultantly. Then he began to run with great strides, breaking down the trees in his haste, and in the excess of his fury, tearing up the earth with his feet. And he struck down elephants, as also those who rode upon them, and charioteers with their cars, and the formidable Titan infantry. Seeing Hanuman, like unto Antaka, the destroyer of vital breaths, full of wrath, armed with the tree, the Titans took to flight. Thereupon the valiant Akampana, beholding that enraged monkey, sowing terror amongst his soldiers, greatly perturbed, set up a mighty shout, and with 14-pointed arrows that tore the flesh, he pierced the exceedingly powerful Hanuman. Riddled with sharp-pointed iron shafts, that simian warrior resembled a mountain covered with forests, and like unto a flowering Ashoka tree, he shone like a smokeless flame. Uprooting another tree with a prodigious bound, he struck the head of the Titan general a fearful blow, and by that stroke with which the Indra among monkeys smote him in his fury, Akampana fell dead. Seeing their leader lying lifeless on the earth, all the Titans trembled as trees when the earth quakes. Put to flight, all those warriors, throwing away their arms, escaped in the direction of Lanka, terrified, pursued by the monkeys. Their hair loosened, panic-stricken, their pride broken by defeat, their limbs dripping with sweat, in their bewilderment they fled in confusion. Thereafter, mad with fear, looking back continually, crushing each other in their haste, they entered the city. And when those Titans had entered Lanka, those exceedingly powerful monkeys surrounded Hanuman in order to pay homage to him, and the mighty Hanuman, of noble nature, honored them all in accord with their rank. Then the triumphant monkeys shouted with might and main, and once more pursued the Titans with the intention of slaying them, while that great Plavaga, born of Maruta, returning to his own companions, having slain the Titan, enjoyed the same renown in battle as Vishnu when he overcame the mighty Asura of immense power in the forefront of the fight. Thereafter, that monkey received the homage of the gods and of Rama himself, as also that of the exceedingly valiant Lakshmana, and the Plavangamas led by Sugriva and the great-souled Vibhishana. Chapter 57. Prahasta goes out to fight. Hearing of Ankampa's death, the irascible lord of the Titans, with a downcast mien, took counsel with his ministers, and having reflected a while and deliberated with them, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, passed the forenoon in inspecting the defenses. And the king passed through that city, decorated with banners and flags, guarded by the Titans, and filled with innumerable troops. Seeing Lanka besieged, Ravana, the sovereign of the Titans, said to the devoted Prahasta, a skilled soldier, "This city thus beleaguered and hard-pressed, O skillful warrior, may only be delivered by myself, Kumbhakarna, thou who art in command of the army, Indrajita or Nikumba. None else could undertake such a task. Taking a company of warriors, do thou speedily place thyself in their midst, and set forth in order to triumph over those inhabitants of the woods. In this sortie, as soon as the army of monkeys hear the uproar created by the Titans, they will disperse. Volatile, undisciplined, and fickle, the monkeys will not be able to endure thy cry, any more than an elephant can endure the roaring of a lion. His army routed, Rama, with Saumitri, robbed of further authority, will fall into thy power, O Prahasta. A hypothetical misfortune is preferable to one that is certain. Whether it be unpleasing to hear or no, say what thou considerest to be to our advantage." Thus addressed by that Indra among Titans, Prahasta, the leader of the army, answered him as Ushanas, the king of the Asuras, saying, "O king, formerly we discussed this matter with the wise, and after examining the different points of view, a disagreement arose between us. To return Sita was what I considered the most advantageous course. Not to do so meant war. We foresaw this. I have ever been heaped with gifts and honors by thee, as also with every mark of friendship. When the opportunity arises, Is it not for me to render thee a service? Nay, I shall neither spare life, children, wife, nor wealth. Know me to be ready to sacrifice my life in thine interest in battle." Having spoken thus to his brother, the general Prahasta said to his leading officers who stood before him, "Gather a large army together immediately. Today, the flesh-eating birds and beasts shall feed on the enemy that I strike down on the battlefield with my swift arrows." At this command, those highly powerful leaders assembled the forces in the abode of the king of the Titans. In an instant, Lanka was filled with redoubtable warriors like unto elephants, furnished with weapons of every kind. While they propitiated the god who feeds on offerings and paid homage to the Brahmins, a fragrant breeze, bearing the scent of clarified butter, began to blow, and the Titans, all ready for battle, taking hold of garlands of every kind, adorned themselves with delight. Thereafter, armed with bows and mail, they set out in their chariots at a brisk pace, their eyes turned towards their king, Ravana, and they ranged themselves around Prahasta whilst he paid obeisance to his sovereign to the beating of a gong of dreadful sound, whereafter, with his weapons, that general ascended his chariot that was furnished with all that was needful, harnessed to exceedingly swift steeds, skillfully driven and in perfect condition. Rumbling like a great cloud, shining like the moon itself, unapproachable as the serpent that served as its standard, solidly and artistically constructed, decorated with a net of pure gold, smiling as it were in its magnificence, such was the car in which Prahasta, having received Ravana's command, stood. Then the Titans set out from Lanka immediately in the midst of a powerful army, and at his departure a rolling of drums, resembling the roar of Parjanya, and a blast of fanfares arose that seemed to fill the earth, and with the blare of conchs the Titans advanced, creating a terrible uproar. Narantaka, Kumbhakarna, Mahanada, and Samunata, colossal giants, his adjutants, surrounded Prahasta, who emerged from the eastern gate in the midst of an immense, formidable, and powerful army resembling a herd of elephants, and in the center of that force, vast as the sea, Prahasta in his fury appeared like death at the end of the world, whilst the uproar that arose on his setting forth with his Titans raising their war cries drew a sinister answering call from all creatures. In a cloudless sky, birds of prey advancing to meet the chariot circled from left to right. Fearful jackals vomited forth fire and flames, howling lugubriously. A meteor fell from heaven, and the wind blew chill. Planets in opposition to each other lost their brilliance, whilst clouds with a raucous sound showered blood on Prahasta's car, with which his attendants were bespattered. A croaking vulture, facing south, alighted on the top of his standard, depriving that Titan of his luster. His charioteer, who never turned back in battle, despite his skill, again and again allowed the goad to fall from his hand. The brilliance of that sortie of incomparable pomp vanished in an instant, and the horses stumbled on the even ground. Beholding Prahasta, renowned for his martial valor, advancing to give battle, the army of monkeys, furnished with weapons of every kind, went forth to meet him, and a formidable clamor arose amongst them as they tore up the trees and seized hold of great rocks. Thereafter, the Titans yelled, and the monkeys roared, both armies being filled with ardor. In their fury and zeal and their impatience to slay each other, they challenged one another with tremendous shouts. Meanwhile, Prahasta advanced on the forces of the monkeys, whom in his folly he imagined he would destroy, and with an impetuous bound he hurled himself upon that army as a grasshopper falls into a flame. Chapter 58. The Death of Prahasta. Beholding Prahasta setting out with martial ardor, the conqueror Rama, smiling, inquired of Vibhishana, saying, "Who is this colossus surrounded by an immense army, who with such speed, valor, and courage advances so swiftly? Make known to me this brave ranger of the night." On this enquiry, Vibhishana answered, "Prahasta is the name of this Titan. He is the leader of the army. A third of the forces belonging to the king of the Titans accompanies him. He is courageous, a master of the science of weapons, and a warrior renowned for his prowess." While the terrible Prahasta of formidable exploits advanced roaring, That colossus, surrounded by his troops, was observed by the great and powerful army of the monkeys, who began to emit cries of defiance. Swords, lances, daggers, spears, darts, maces, bludgeons, bars, javelins, and axes of every kind, with many different bows, glittered in the hands of the Titans, who, desirous of victory, fell upon the monkeys. Trees in flower, rocks, huge and heavy stones were the weapons of the Plavamgamas, who were burning to fight, and as they approached each other, a formidable struggle arose between those innumerable combatants, who showered down a hail of stones and arrows. In the conflict, countless Titans caused the death of thousands of mighty monkeys, and countless monkeys destroyed as many Titans. Some of the combatants fell under the lances, others under great arrows. Some were struck down by the blows of bars, others cloven by axes. Deprived of their life's breath, they lay on the earth, their hearts transfixed or cut to pieces by the avalanche of missiles. And those monkeys fell on the earth, cut in two by the strokes of swords, their sides torn open by those bold Titans, and they, on their part, full of fury, overthrew the enemy ranks, heaping the earth with them, and they struck at them with trees and crags, administering thundering slaps and terrific blows with their fists, so that the Titans, blinded, their faces ashen, vomited blood. Thereafter, an appalling clamor arose, and amidst cries of pain and leonine roars, the monkeys and Titans, each maddened, their features distorted, following the path of heroes, conducted themselves with great courage. Narantaka, Kumbhakarna, Mahanada, and Samunata, Prahasta's companions, decimated those inhabitants of the woods, hurling themselves on the monkeys in rage, destroying them. And Devivida struck down one of them named Narantaka. Then the ape Dhurmukha, leaping up in his turn with a ready hand, struck Samunata with a great tree. Jambavan, in the height of anger, seizing a huge stone, hurled it with force on Mahanada's chest, and on his side the valiant Kumbhakarna, having attacked the general Tara, who was armed with a huge tree, received a blow that cost him his life. Infuriated by the quadruple murder, Prahasta, who stood in his chariot with the bow held in his hand, caused a dreadful havoc amongst the monkeys, and the two armies became a vortex, resembling a roaring tempest over a vast ocean. In that great battle, the Titan, intoxicated with combat, in his fury annihilated the monkeys under an immense avalanche of arrows. The corpses of monkeys and Titans heaped the ground and covered it like hideous mountains, and the earth, running with the blood which inundated it, shone as in the mouth of spring when covered by the blossoming palasha trees. With the heaps of warriors for its banks, the broken weapons its trees, the torrents of blood its huge waves, death appeared like an ocean receiving its floods. Livers and spleens its mire, entrails its moss, severed heads and trunks the fish, and morsels of flesh the grass. Innumerable vultures its lovely swans, herons its geese, covered as it was with fat for the foam, the tumult, the sound of its waters. The battlefield resembled a river incapable of being crossed, visited by waterfowl at the end of the rainy season. And the foremost of the Titans and the monkeys crossed over that impassable river, as elephants lead their herds across a lake that the lotuses have covered with pollen. Meanwhile, Prahasta, standing in his chariot, letting fly countless shafts, scattering the Plavamgamas, was observed by Nila, and, like unto a violent wind, the general of the Titans beheld Nila advancing on him like a mass of clouds in the sky. Directing his chariot bright as the sun towards him, that foremost of archers, stretching his bow in the midst of the fray, covered Nila with his barbed shafts, which, piercing him in their rapid flight, passed through his body, and like furious serpents buried themselves in the earth with great spurts. When Nila was wounded by those pointed shafts resembling tongues of fire, that huge and mighty monkey, brandishing a tree, struck that exceedingly redoubtable Prahasta, who had set upon him with such fury. Roaring with anger under his blows, that lion among Titans overwhelmed the monkey chief with a rain of arrows, and the shower of missiles loosed by that cruel demon was received by the monkey with closed eyes. Like a bull standing under a sudden autumnal downpour, so under that intolerable rain of darts, Nila immediately closed his eyes, suffering it, though it was scarce to be endured. Mad with rage under the hail of arrows, that great and mighty monkey, arming himself with a salad-tree, struck down Prahasta's horses, and thereafter, his heart surging with anger, he severed the bow of that barbarian, shouting again and again. Deprived of his bow, Prahasta, the leader of the army, seizing a formidable mace, leapt down from his chariot, and those two generals, facing each other, adversaries full of courage, their limbs covered with blood, like unto two elephants with broken tusks, tore each other with their sharp teeth. Lion and tiger in gait, lion and tiger in prowess, those two warriors, vanquishers of other heroes, intrepid combatants, thirsting for fame, resembled Vritra and Vasava. Meanwhile, Prahasta, with a supreme effort, struck Nila on the forehead with his mace, causing the blood to flow, whereupon that powerful monkey, his limbs covered with gore, seized a great tree and struck Prahasta full in the chest with fury. He, however, not heeding the impact, brandishing an enormous iron bar, hurled himself on the valiant Plavamgama. Seeing him advancing towards him with terrific bounds, full of rage, the mighty monkey Nila snatched up a great rock which he swiftly threw at the head of his bellicose opponent, armed with a mace. Loosed by that monkey chief, that immense and formidable stone broke into several pieces on Prahasta's head, and the Titan, deprived of breath, luster, strength, and consciousness, instantly fell on the earth, like a tree severed at the root. From his riven head and body, the blood flowed, so that it resembled a torrent falling from a mountain. Prahasta, being slain by Nila, the invincible and mighty army of the Titans, bereft of joy, fled to Lanka, their leader having succumbed. Nor could they be stayed, as the waters of the sea may not be stemmed by a broken dike. Their leader slain, the Titans disconsolate regained the abode of their sovereign. Dumb and dispirited, plunged in an ocean of burning grief, they appeared to have lost their wits. The triumphant warrior Nila, however, on his return, was honored by Rama with Lakshmana who accompanied him, and experienced supreme joy. Chapter 59. Ravana's Prowess. Rama overcomes him, but grants him his life. Their general having succumbed in the fight against the foremost of the monkeys, the heavily armed forces of the king of the Titans took to flight with the speed of the tide. Coming before their lord, they apprised him of the death of their leader, who had fallen under the blows of the fire god's offspring, and at these tidings the king was transported with anger. Learning that Prahasta had perished in the fight, his heart was filled with grief, and he addressed the foremost of his leaders as Indra, those who never grow old, and said, "That foe is not to be despised, under whose blows the destroyer of Indra's host, the leader of my army with his followers and elephants, fell. I myself shall enter this strange battlefield without hesitation in order to obtain victory and destroy the enemy. As a forest is consumed by fire, so shall I today, with a myriad arrows, burn up the Simian army with Rama and Lakshmana." Speaking thus, that enemy of the Lord of the Celestials ascended his chariot, which shone like a flame, and was yoked to a team of horses, its brilliance increased by the splendor of his person. The sound of trumpets, gongs, drums, and leonine roars, accompanied by the clapping of hands, acclamations, and hymns of praise, frenziedly greeted the departure of the sovereign of the Titans. Those eaters of flesh, resembling mountains or clouds, whose glances flashed like torches, surrounded the supreme leader of the Titans as he marched out like unto the Bhutas, escorting Rudra, the lord of the immortals. Issuing from the city, that monarch observed the army of ferocious monkeys with trees and rocks in their hands, ready for combat, roaring like a vast ocean or a mass of thunderclouds. Seeing the demon divisions seething with fury, the incomparably illustrious Rama, whose arms resembled great serpents, accompanied by his forces, said to Vibhishana, "Who is in command of this army, furnished with every kind of standard, banner, and canopy, armed with javelins, swords, stakes, and other weapons and missiles, that is indomitable and composed of intrepid soldiers and elephants as high as the Mahendra mountain?" Thus interrogated, Vibhishana, the equal of Shakra in valor, pointed out the principal leaders of those courageous lions among the Titans to him, and said, "That hero of coppery hue mounted on the back of an elephant, causing its head to sway, the rival of the rising sun. Know, O prince, to be Akampana. He who, standing in his chariot, brandishes his bow which resembles chakras, whose standard bears the image of a lion, and who is like unto an elephant with its long curved tusks, is Indrajit, who is renowned for the boons he has received from Brahma. That archer yonder, like unto the Vindhya, Asta or Mahendra mountains, standing in his car, a mighty warrior who wields a bow of unequaled size, is called Atakaya on account of his immense stature. The tawny-eyed warrior, resembling the dawn, riding a wild elephant with its bells jangling, who is shouting aloud, is Mahadara. The rider of the brilliantly caparisoned steed, he who is armed with a gleaming javelin and resembles a mass of evening clouds, whose fury rivals the lightning and possesses the velocity of a well-directed thunderbolt, who is seated on the foremost of bulls and shines like the moon, is Trishiras. The other, resembling a thundercloud, of large and well-developed chest, who is twanging his bow and has the king of the snakes as his standard, is Kumbha. The one who carries a mace decorated with gold and diamonds from which flames and smoke issue, who advances as a standard-bearer to the Titan army, is Nikumba of prodigious exploits. That warrior in the chariot adorned with flags, gleaming like a glowing brazier, who is furnished with bows, swords, and arrows, is Narantaka, who in combat fights with mountain peaks. Finally, the one who appears surrounded by specters of dreadful form, with heads of tigers, buffalo, mighty elephants, deer, and horses, riding under a white canopy with a slender handle, his diadem resembling the moon, he who is the humbler of the gods themselves, like unto Rudra amidst the Bhutas, is the mighty lord of the Titans himself. His countenance is graced by swinging earrings. His formidable stature equals the Vindhya, that lord of mountains. He who brought Mahendra and Vaivasvat low is the king of the Titans, equal to the sun in splendor. Then Rama, the subduer of his foes, answered Vibhishana and said, Ah, what glory, what exceeding majesty is Ravana's, the lord of the Titans! As one cannot gaze on the sun, neither can the eye rest on him. Such is the blinding strength of his magnificence. Neither Devas, Danavas, nor heroes possess a body equal to his. Who can rival the brilliance of the king of the Titans? All are as high as hills, all have crags as their weapons, all are furnished with fiery darts. The lord of the Titans stands out among those ardent warriors as Antaka amidst the impetuous Bhutas of strange form. It is to his destruction that wretch comes today within my sight. Today I shall slake my wrath born of Sita's abduction. At these words, the valiant Rama, who was accompanied by Lakshmana, took up his bow and, standing erect, placed an arrow, the most powerful of all, upon it. Meanwhile, the haughty monarch of the Titans said to his brave troops, Take up your positions unfalteringly at the gates and principal exits, the outposts and fortifications. Learning of my presence amongst you, these savages will try and profit by this opportunity to take this heretofore impregnable city by surprise, it being now denuded of its defenders, and they will then immediately put it to the sword with their united forces. Thereafter, Ravana dismissed his escort, and the Titans left on his orders, whereupon he plunged into the sea of monkeys, agitating it as a great fish the waters of the ocean. As soon as that Indra of the Titans, with his bow and burnished arrows, had thrown himself into the fray, the leader of the monkeys rushed out to meet him, tearing up a great mountain peak. Seizing that rock covered with innumerable trees, he hurled it at that prowler of the night, who, seeing it flying towards him, broke it into pieces with his golden-stemmed arrows. That huge and high peak covered with trees, being shattered, fell on the earth, and the lord of the Titans, like unto another Antaka, selected a dart resembling a great serpent. Taking up that arrow, which rivaled Anila in velocity and possessed the brilliance of fire and the force of lightning, he loosed it with fury on Sugriva in order to slay him, and that weapon, equal to Chakra's thunderbolt, loosed by Ravana's arm, penetrated Sugriva's breast in its flight as formerly Guha's spear when he discharged it at the Karuncha mountain. Wounded by that missile which bereft him of consciousness, that warrior fell moaning to the earth. Beholding him stretched on the ground, deprived of his senses, the Yatudanas raised a shout of triumph. Thereupon, Gavaksha, Gavaya, Sushena, as well as Rishabha, Jayotirmukha, and Nala of exceeding corpulence, tearing up rocks, hurled themselves on the king of the Titans. Then that lord of the Titans, with hundreds of arrows possessed of sharp points, rendered their projectiles fruitless, and pierced those leaders of the monkeys with a hail of marvelous golden-shafted arrows. Under the blows with which the enemy of the gods assailed them, those generals of terrifying stature were overcome, whereupon he covered that formidable army of monkeys with a shower of arrows. Assailed and wounded, those warriors emitted cries of terror and pain, and those deer of the branches, whom Ravana was destroying with his darts, fled for refuge to the intrepid Rama, whereupon that mighty and skillful archer, Raghava, seizing a weapon, set out at once. Lakshmana, however, approaching him with joined palms, addressed him in moving tones and said, "Truly, O noble brother, I am able to slay this wretch. It is I who will destroy him. Do thou give me leave, O Lord." Then the exceedingly powerful Rama, a true hero, answered him, saying, "Go, O Lakshmana, and in this duel may thy valor prevail. Without doubt Ravana is endowed with great strength. He is a warrior of outstanding prowess. The three worlds themselves could not withstand his fury. Seek out his weak points and guard against thine own. Be ever vigilant and defend thyself with eye and bow." Thus spoke Raghava, and Saumitri embraced him. Thereafter, offering obeisance to him and bidding him farewell, he entered the lists. There he beheld Ravana with arms as large as the trunks of elephants, who was brandishing his dread and fiery bow, covering the monkeys, whose limbs he had severed with a close rain of darts. Beholding this, the exceedingly energetic Hanuman, born of Maruta, in order to bring that rain of arrows to an end, rushed on Ravana, and, approaching his chariot, lifted his right arm and threatened him. Thereafter, the sagacious Hanuman addressed him, saying, "Thou hast obtained the boon of invulnerability to Devas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, and also Rakshasas, but the monkeys are a danger to thee. This five-branched hand of mine, which I now rise, will rob thee of the life that has long been resident in thy body." At these words of Hanuman, the exceedingly valiant Ravana, his eyes inflamed with anger, answered, "Strike swiftly without fear. Win eternal renown, having measured thy strength with mine. I shall destroy thee." Then the son of the wind answered Ravana, who spoke thus, saying, "Recollect that I have slain thy son Aksha already." At this, the powerful lord of the Titans struck the son of Anila a violent blow with the palm of his hand, and the monkey reeled. Thereafter, the mighty and illustrious Hanuman recovered his balance, and, steadying himself, struck that enemy of the immortals in fury. Under the violent impact of the monkey's blow, Dasagriva shook like a mountain when the earth trembles. Seeing Ravana struck in the fight, Rishis, Siddhas, and monkeys raised a great shout, as also the Devas, Suras, and Asuras. Then the extremely spirited Ravana, having regained his breath, said, Well done, O monkey, thou art an adversary worthy of praise." Thus did he speak, and Maruti answered him, saying, "Cursed be that strength, since thou dost still survive, O Ravana. Now come, enter into a decisive struggle with me, O perverse wretch. Why this boasting? My fist is about to dispatch thee to the abode of Yama." Hearing Hanuman's words, the powerful Ravana, enraged, his eyes red with fury, whirling his fist with force, brought it down violently on the monkey's chest, and under the shock, Hanuman reeled once more, whilst the king of the Titans, Dasagriva, that exceedingly fiery warrior, seeing his valiant opponent bereft of strength, turned his chariot towards Nila. With his arrows, like unto great serpents, he pierced the vital parts of his enemy, overwhelming the monkey general. But Nila, the leader of the monkey army, assailed by that hail of weapons, with one hand flung a great rock at the king of the Titans. Meanwhile, Hanuman, burning with courage, having recovered his senses, in his martial ire, cried out furiously, "O Ravana, king of the Titans, who art engaged in combat with Nila, to attack one already fighting with another is unjust." The Titan, however, shattered the crag hurled by Nila with 7-pointed darts so that it fell in pieces, and seeing the rock riven asunder, the leader of the monkey army, Nila, destroyer of hostile forces, who resembled the fire of time, glowed with fury and began to hurl Asvakarna, Sala, kuta, and other flowering trees of varying fragrance in the fight, whereupon Ravana caught them in his arms and snapped them, showering a formidable rain of shafts as from a cloud on Pavaki. But that colossus, assuming a diminutive form, leapt onto the point of Ravana's standard. Beholding the offspring of Pavaki thus installed on the point of his standard, the king blazed with fury, whilst Nila let forth a shout, and sometimes the monkey leapt onto the apex of the banner, and sometimes onto the end of the bow, and sometimes onto the peak of the diadem, so that Lakshmana, Hanuman, and Rama also were astonished. The intrepid Titan too was amazed at the monkey's agility, and took up a marvelous and flaming arrow, but the Plavangamas shouted joyously at Nila's tactics, being amused to see Ravana disconcerted by his leaping about in combat, and the shouts of the monkeys infuriated Sugriva, who in his confusion did not know how to act. Taking up an arrow charged with sacred formulas, that prowler of the night aimed at Nila, who had climbed to the tip of his standard, and at that instant the king of the Titans said, "O monkey, thine agility proceeds from a rare power of magic. Do thou save thyself if thou canst by these innumerable tricks which with thou art familiar and constantly employest. This mantra-propelled weapon of mine that I am about to loose will sever the existence thou seekest to retain." Chapter 60. The Titans rouse Kumbhakarna. Returning to the city of Lanka, afflicted with the fear of Rama's arrows, his pride humbled, the king's mind was troubled. Like an elephant by a lion or a snake by Garuda, that monarch had been overcome by the great-souled Rama, and the lord of the Titans was maddened by the mere recollection of Rama's shafts possessed of the splendor of lightning, resembling the rod of Brahma. Seated on his magnificent and elevated throne made of gold, he let his gaze wander over the Titans and said, "Since I, the equal of the mighty Indra, have been defeated by a mere man, all the rigorous asceticism I have practiced has been in vain. I asked to be rendered invulnerable to Devas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, and Panagas, but of man I made no mention. Rama, the son of Dasaratha, is the one, I deem, of whom Anaranya, born of the race of Ikshwaku, spoke, saying, 'O Lord of the Titans, in my house will be born a man who will slay thee in battle with thy sons, ministers, army, and charioteer, O vilest of thy race, O perverse wretch.' I was further cursed by Vedavati for a former outrage, and perchance she has been born as the high-souled daughter of Janaka, and what was predicted by Uma, Nandishwara, Ramba, and Punjakastala, the daughter of Varuna, has come to pass. The words of the sages never prove false. It is on account of all this, therefore, that you should exert yourselves to the uttermost. Let the Titans go to the summit of the Charyapura mountain and awaken Kumbhakarna, on whom the curse of Brahma rests, he who is without equal in prowess and who humbles the pride of the gods and Danavas themselves." Prahasta being slain and the king himself defeated in the fight, that monarch issued his commands to the dreadful host, saying, "Guard the gates and man the ramparts. Rouse Kumbhakarna, who is slumbering soundly. He is sleeping peacefully, oblivious of all that is passing, his senses overcome by lust, and he remains unconscious for periods of 2 or 3 or 9 days, and sometimes for 6, 7, or 8 months. Having met in consultation with me 9 days ago, he has since fallen asleep. In combat, that warrior is the rampart of all the Titans. He will soon strike down all the monkeys and those 2 sons of a king. He is the very banner of the Titans in battle, but that insensate one, intent on vulgar pleasures, still slumbers. Though overcome by Rama in this terrible struggle, my fears will be dissipated when Kumbhakarna wakes. Of what use is this rival of Indra to me, if in so pressing a danger he is not ready to assist me?" Hearing their sovereign's words, the Titans ran in great haste to Kumbhakarna's abode. At Ravana's command, those eaters of flesh and drinkers of blood took perfumes, garlands, and a great store of food, and left immediately. They entered that cave, with its gates measuring a league in extent, the wonderful refuge of Kumbhakarna, from which issued the fragrance of flowers. And with his breathing, Kumbhakarna pressed those Titans back, despite their strength, who with difficulty had penetrated into the cave. When they had entered into that ravishing underground dwelling, paved with precious stones and gold, those lions among the Naritas beheld that redoubtable giant lying there, and that monster, wrapped in profound slumber, resembled a crumbling mountain, and together they sought to waken him. His limbs covered with down, which stood on end, Kumbhakarna, he of irresistible valor, was breathing like a serpent, and as he slept, he emitted dreadful snores, his nostrils being horrible and his mouth a gaping hell. Stretched to his full length on the earth, he gave forth an odor of marrow and blood. His limbs were adorned with golden armlets, and he wore a diadem as bright as the sun. Thus did that lion among the Neritas, Kumbhakarna, the slayer of his foes, appear. Then those powerful titans, in order to satisfy him, placed a heap of venison as high as Mount Meru before him, and piled up a great mass of viands, antelope, buffalo, and bear, and a prodigious mound of victuals, leathern bottles of blood, and the meats of every kind before Kumbhakarna, the enemy of the gods. Thereafter they rubbed that scourge of his foes with the most rare sandalwood, and covered him with celestial garlands and sweet-smelling perfumes, and they burnt incense and hymned the praises of that warrior who proved fatal to his foes. The voices of the Yatudnas burst forth on every side like thunder, and with full cheeks they blew impatiently on their conchs as bright as the moon, causing a terrible uproar, and those rangers of the night clapped their hands and shook Kumbhakarna, creating a great clamor in order to awaken him, so that the birds passing through the air fell down at the sound of the conchs, drums, gongs, clapping of hands, and leonine roars. As the illustrious Kumbhakarna did not waken from his slumber despite the great uproar, all those troops of titans seized hold of bars, pestles, maces, rocks, clubs, hammers, and with these and blows from their fists, those titans beat the chest of Kumbhakarna violently as he was sleeping peacefully on the ground. And Kumbhakarna's breathing prevented those titans from standing upright, so that they had to seat themselves round him, and with all their strength, which was considerable, they began to beat drums, cymbals, and gongs, and to blow their myriad conchs and trumpets. 10,000 demons surrounded that colossus, who resembled a heap of antimony, and tried in every way to rouse him by their blows and cries. Nevertheless, he did not wake. As they were unable to rouse him by these means, they had resort to more energetic and ruthless methods, causing horses, camels, and elephants, whom they beat with sticks, whips, and thongs, to trample upon him, while gongs, conchs, and trumpets blared forth as they crushed his limbs under piles of heavy logs. The noise of the hammers and pestles they wielded with all their strength, and the shouts they raised filled the whole of Lanka with its hills and woods, but still he did not wake. Then they beat 1,000 drums simultaneously with sticks of refined gold, but yet he did not stir from his profound slumber, being under the spell of the divine curse. Finally, those powerful rangers of the night, growing enraged, redoubled their efforts in order to rouse the Titan, and some beat drums, some shouted, some tore out his hair, and others bit his ears, pouring hundreds of pitchers of water into them. But Kumbhakarna, plunged in deep sleep, did not stir. Some, armed with daggers, struck that mighty Titan on the head, chest, and limbs, but that monster did not wake, though smitten by Shatagnis fastened with ropes, and at last 1,000 Titans ran up and down his body, till Kumbhakarna, becoming aware of that pressure, he who had remained insensible to the violent blows of crags and trees, under the prompting of extreme hunger, suddenly emerged from sleep, yawning, and with one bound stood up. Waving his two arms resembling serpents' coils, or the peaks of mountains, hard as cut diamonds, that ranger of the night opened his monstrous mouth like unto Vadavamukha, and yawned horribly, and when he yawned, his mouth resembled hell, and glittered like the sun rising over the high peak of Mount Meru. That extremely powerful ranger of the night, being awake, yawned, heaving a sigh like unto a tempest that shatters a mountain, and Kumbhakarna, rising up, resembling time at the dissolution of the world, prepared to devour all beings, and his two great eyes, like glowing braziers, glittering like lightning, resembled two huge flaming planets. Then they pointed to those victuals of every kind, boar and buffalo, and the giant devoured them. Thereafter that enemy of chakras satisfied his hunger with flesh and his thirst with blood, and he swallowed pitchers full of fat and wine, whereupon he, having feasted, those rangers of the night approached him, and, surrounding him, paid obeisance to him. Raising his eyelids that were heavy with sleep, his gaze still veiled, he let his glance fall on the night rangers on every side, and in a voice of authority, that line among the Naritas, surprised at being roused, inquired of them, saying, "For what reason have you thus wakened me so suddenly? Is all well with the king, or is he in some peril? In truth, there must be some pressing and serious danger from an external source, since you have come in haste to awaken me. I shall drive every misfortune away from the king of the Titans this very day if I have to cut Mahendra himself to pieces or free Anala. Nay, it is certain that one does not interrupt the slumbers of one, such as I, for any trivial motive. Tell me frankly for what reason you have roused me, Kumbhakarna, the vanquisher of my foes." At these words that were tinged with wrath, Yupaksha, the king's confidential minister, with joined palms answered him, saying, "It is not the gods who threaten us in any way, but a man who has placed us in this evil case, O prince. It is not the Devas or Danavas who have put us in this peril. It comes to us from a mortal. Monkeys as large as hills are besieging Lanka. Furious on account of Sita's abduction, Rama is pressing us heavily. Recently, a single monkey set fire to our great city and slew the youthful prince Aksha with his escort of elephants. Get thee hence," were the words addressed by Rama to the king of the Titans in person, the offspring of Pulastya, that thorn in the side of the gods, he who is equal to Aditya in splendor. That which this monarch never suffered at the hands of the gods or deities or Danavas, he has had to endure from Rama, who has spared his life. Hearing from Yupaksha that his brother had been defeated in combat, Kumbhakarna, rolling his great eyes, said, "This very day, O Yupaksha, the whole army of monkeys with Lakshmana and Raghava will be destroyed by me on the field of battle after I have presented myself before Ravana. I shall gorge the Titans on the blood of monkeys, and as for Rama and Lakshmana, I shall drink their blood myself." Hearing these bold words from that Titan, whose anger increased his ferocity, Mahodara, the leader of the Narita warriors, having offered him obeisance with joined palms, said to him, "When thou hast listened to Ravana and weighed the advantages and disadvantages of the matter, then, O long-armed warrior, set out immediately and destroy the foe on the battlefield." Thus spoke Mahodara, and Kumbhakarna, surrounded by Titans, full of energy and prowess, prepared to depart. Thereupon, the Titans, having succeeded in rousing that prince of dreadful aspect and formidable valor, returned to the king's palace in all haste. Approaching Sugriva, who was seated on the throne, all those night rangers with joined palms said to him, "Thy brother Kumbhakarna has wakened, O king of the Titans, and now is it thy will that he should enter the battlefield, or dost thou desire him to come hither?" Thereupon Ravana answered those Titans who stood before him, and with a glad heart said, "I desire to see him here. Let him receive the honors due to his rank." "Be it so," answered all the Titans, and they returned to Kumbhakarna in order to appraise him of Ravana's command, and said, "Do thou go to the king, that lion of all the Titans desires to see thee. Go and gratify thy brother." Then Kumbhakarna, that indomitable and mighty warrior, hearing what was his brother's wish, cried, "So be it," and leapt up from his couch. Washing his face and bathing, refreshed and delighted, he desired them to bring him to drink with speed, whereupon they brought him a soothing draught, and those Titans hastened to carry out Ravana's commands, and presented him with wines and meats of every kind. Having swallowed 2,000 full pitchers, Kumbhakarna prepared to set out, and, slightly inebriated and flushed, he was exhilarated and filled with energy. Impatiently he marched away like Yama at the end of the world period, and approaching his brother's palace, he caused the earth to tremble with his tread. His body illumined the royal highway, like unto that orb of 1,000 rays which gives light to the earth, and as he advanced, surrounded by a circle of Titans paying him obeisance, he resembled Shatakratu approaching Swayambhu's abode. Seeing that slayer of his foes on the royal highway, That monster, as high as the peak of a mountain, the inhabitants of the woods stationed outside the city, as also their leaders, were seized with a sudden panic. Some rushed to Rama for refuge, others fled away in fear. Some, terrified, stampeded in all directions. Others, paralyzed with fright, lay on the ground. Beholding that giant like a great peak adorned with a diadem, who seemed to quench the sun with his brilliance, the inhabitants of the woods were seized with terror, and at the sight of that prodigy, fled in all directions. Chapter 61. The Story of Kumbhakarna. Meanwhile, the illustrious and valiant Rama, bow in hand, beheld that giant Kumbhakarna adorned with a diadem, and seeing that Indra among Titans with golden armlets, who resembled a mountain, and was like unto a cloud charged with rain, or Narayana, when formerly taking the 3 strides, the monkeys scattered once more. In view of the stampede of his forces, and that Titan, who appeared to be increasing in size, Rama, astonished, inquired of Vibhishana, "Who is this hero with a diadem and yellow eyes, resembling a mountain, who is to be seen in Lanka like unto a cloud riven by lightning, or a great and strange meteor which has fallen to earth, he at whose sight the monkeys flee away on all sides? Tell me, who is this colossus? Is it a Rakshasa or an Asura? Never have I seen such a being." Thus questioned by Prince Rama of imperishable exploits, Vibhishana in his great wisdom answered, "It is he by whom Vaivasvara and Vasava were defeated in battle. It is the illustrious Kumbhakarna, the son of Vaishvravas. There is no Titan equal to him in stature. He routed the Devas, Danavas, Yakshas, Bhujamgas, Pishatashanas, Gandharvas, Vidyaharas, and Panagas in their thousands, O Raghava. The gods themselves are not able to slay Kumbhakarna, who, spear in hand, is of monstrous aspect. It is the god of death himself, they cry. The mighty Kumbhakarna is innately powerful, whilst the foremost of the Titans owe their strength to the boons they have received. As soon as that monster was born, and while yet an infant, urged on by hunger, he devoured thousands of beings. Seeing their kind consumed, those creatures, mad with fear, took refuge with Shakra and told him all that had taken place. Enraged, Mahendra struck Kumbhakarna with his mighty thunderbolt, and at the impact of Indra's weapon, that giant reeled howling with terror. When the cries of the Titan were heard, the fear of those beings increased, and in his anger, the mighty Kumbhakarna tore out one of Airivata's tusks in order to pierce Vasava's breast, and under the blows of that monster, Indra appeared like a flame. Seeing this, the Devas, Brahmarishis, and Danavas were thunderstruck, and Shakra, with those celestials, went to Swayambhu's abode and informed Prajapati of Kumbhakarna's wickedness. He also described to the inhabitants of the heavenly region how he had devoured all those creatures, laid waste the hermitages, and carried off others' wives, and said, "If he continues to devour those beings, in a short time the whole world will become a desert." Hearing Vasava's words, the grandsire of the world summoned that Titan who appeared before him. On beholding Kumbhakarna, Prajapati was troubled, but recovering himself, said to him, "Assuredly, Pulastya begot thee to the destruction of the worlds. From today thou shalt sleep like the dead." Struck by the Lord's curse, that Titan fell down before him. Meanwhile, Ravana, exceedingly perturbed, said to Brahma, "Thou hast hewn down the golden tree which was about to bear fruit. It does not behoove thee to curse thine own grandson, O Prajapati. Nevertheless, thy words may never prove vain. Assuredly, he must slumber, but at least appoint a time for sleeping and a time for waking." On Ravana's request, Swayambhu answered, "He shall sleep for 6 months and wake for a single day. For 1 day that warrior shall range the earth in order to appease his hunger. Otherwise, with his huge mouth, he will consume the worlds like a great fire. It is in fear of thy prowess that the king Ravana, beset with peril, has now awakened Kumbhakarna, and that warrior of exceeding valor has emerged from his retreat, transported with anger, and is rushing upon the monkeys in order to devour them and appease his hunger. Seeing Kumbhakarna, they have taken to flight. How can those monkeys withstand him in combat? Let them be told that he is merely a mechanical device created to frighten them. At these tidings they will take heart and remain here." Hearing Vibhishana's eloquent and persuasive speech, Raghava said to the general Nila, "Go, Rally thy forces, and having occupied the outposts of Lanka, the highways and bridges, let them strike camp, O Pavaki. See that the monkeys, furnished with rocks, trees, and stones, arm themselves with these weapons." At Rama's command, Nila, the leader-in-chief, a prince of monkeys, issued his orders to the army, and thereafter, armed with boulders, Gavaksha, Sarama, Hanuman, and Angada, like unto hills, advanced to the gates. Having listened to Rama, the monkeys, those valiant apes, fell upon the enemy's army with shouts of triumph, battering it with trees, and that ferocious company of monkeys, brandishing crags and trees, appeared as resplendent as a lowering mass of clouds spreading over a mountain. Chapter 62. The Meeting between Kumbhakarna and Ravana. Meanwhile, that lion among the Titans, resplendent in glory, still heavy with sleep, advanced with great strides along the royal highway. Titans in their thousands surrounded that most invincible of warriors, and from the houses a rain of flowers fell upon him as he passed. Thereafter, he beheld the vast and enchanting residence covered with gold of that Indra of the Titans, which shone like the sun, resembling that orb when it enters a mass of clouds, and he penetrated into the palace belonging to the king of the Titans, observing him from afar on his throne, like unto Shakra approaching Swayambhu seated in state. Coming to Ravana's abode with his escort of Titans, Kumbhakarna, pacing the earth, caused it to tremble. Having crossed the threshold of the palace, he passed through the courtyard and perceived his elder brother, who appeared troubled, seated in the chariot Pushpaka. Full of anxiety, Sugriva, beholding Kumbhakarna, immediately rose up joyfully and motioned him to approach. Then that mighty warrior, bowing to the feet of his brother, who was reclining on a couch, inquired of him, "What dost thou desire of me?" With renewed delight, Ravana rose and embraced him, whereupon with brotherly salutations and traditional courtesies, Kumbhakarna ascended the celestial and shining throne, and that giant being seated, his eyes red with anger, inquired of Ravana, "Why hast thou forcibly torn me from my slumber, O king? Say from whence springs thy fear, and whom dost thou wish me to slay this day?" Then Ravana answered the enraged Kumbhakarna, seated beside him, who was rolling his inflamed eyes, and said, "Thou hast slumbered for some time, O warrior, and in thy profound oblivion wert indifferent to the peril in which Rama has plunged me. This glorious and mighty son of Dasaratha, accompanied by Sugriva, having crossed the sea without hindrance, is destroying our race. Alas, see how by means of a bridge these monkeys have made an ocean of the woods and groves of Lanka. The foremost of the Titans have been slain by them in combat, nor do I see how these monkeys can be destroyed in battle by any means. Save us from this great peril, O mighty hero, and exterminate them today. It is on this account that thou hast been awakened. All my resources are exhausted. Help me to save the city of Lanka, in which the children and the aged alone remain. O long-armed warrior, for thy brother's sake, accomplish this feat, impossible to another. I have never before spoken thus to any of my brothers, O scourge of thy foes. I have placed my supreme hopes and affections on thee, O bull among the Titans. How often, in the wars between Devas and Asuras, hast thou overcome the gods and celestial beings ranged against thee? Call upon thy valor. Assuredly, among all creatures, none is equal to thee in strength, O redoubtable hero. Render me this great service, O thou, the lover of combat. Do this for me, O thou, who art devoted to thy friends. By thy personal prowess, scatter these hostile forces as the wind scatters the autumnal clouds. Chapter 63. Kumbhakarna consoles Ravana. Hearing the lament of the king of the Titans, Kumbhakarna said with a mocking laugh, "As an evildoer falls into hell as a result of his misdeeds, a swift retribution has followed on the error of judgment we saw thee commit formerly in council through lack of trust in thy ministers. Firstly, O great king, thou didst not reflect on what might happen, and in the pride of thine own strength overlooked the consequences. He who, trusting in his own power, leaves until last that which should be done first, or who does first that which should follow, is unable to distinguish between what is wise and what is foolish. As offerings poured into an unsanctified fire, so are those actions disastrous which are performed without regard to time and place, or in opposition to them. He goes straight to the goal, who, in consultation with his ministers, has examined the 3 kinds of action and their 5 aspects. A king who makes his decisions according to the traditional laws and allows himself to be advised by his counselors and consults his friends, pursuing duty, profit, and pleasure at the proper season, or following 2 of them or all of them combined, is a wise monarch and has a sound understanding, O Lord of the Titans. But the sovereign or heir apparent, who, having heard what is best for the cultivation of these 3 means, and yet does not comprehend them, has spent his time listening to instruction in vain. The king who consults his ministers regarding the bestowal of gifts, conciliation, sowing dissension, taking action, or uniting himself with the foe, as also the consideration of what should or should not be done, and the questions of duty, profit, and pursuit of pleasure, dealing with them in conformity with his circumstances, and is master of himself, is not visited by misfortune. He verily is a king, who, with experienced and sagacious counselors, having studied the advantages he desires to reap from an undertaking and the wisdom of entering into it, takes action. One should never follow the advice of those admitted to counsel who are not conversant with the meaning of the scriptures, whose intelligence is equal to the beasts, and who, in their conceit, prate continuously. Neither should one follow the advice of those who, in their ignorance of the tradition and the works of political science, merely seek to amass wealth. And those counselors who, in their complacency, hold specious but sinister debates, should be excluded from any deliberation, for they mar every transaction. Those in the pay of well-informed enemies, who, in order to betray their master, advise him to act contrary to his interests, will be recognized by the king when they are in the assembly, and a monarch will soon discover those who, under the mask of devotion, hide their treachery by studying their conduct in their deliberations when they are met together. Those foolish ones, who rush precipitately into action like birds entering a hole in the Karuncha mountain, are overwhelmed by the enemy, and he who, disregarding the foe, fails to protect himself, experiences nothing but reverses and loses his status. The advice that the beloved Mandodari and my younger brother Vibhishana formerly gave thee, I now repeat for thine own good. Do what thou considerest best. Hearing Kumbhakarna's words, Dasagriva frowned and replied angrily, One should pay the same respect to one's elder brother as to one's spiritual preceptor. Of what interest to me are thy counsels? Why fatigue thyself? Consider what is fitting at the moment. Whatever has impeded success, whether it has been folly or too great a confidence in the strength of mine army, it is useless to discuss it now. Advise me as to what should be done in the present circumstances. Let thy valor remedy the evil that mine imprudence has brought about, if thou art truly devoted to me, and hast confidence in thine own prowess, and if thine heart is in this great struggle, and thou considerest it to be of supreme moment. He is a friend who rescues one in distress, a kinsman he who helps one who has failed. Thus spoke Ravana in imperious and harsh accents, and Kumbhakarna, reflecting within himself, He is enraged, answered him mildly in soothing tones. Looking fixedly at his brother, whose mind was agitated, he spoke comforting words to him in a quiet voice, saying, Listen carefully, O king, O scourge of thy foes, O leader of the Titan princes. Banish thy grief, renounce thine anger, and be thyself again. There is no reason for thine heart to be troubled as long as I live, O Lord. I will slay him who is the cause of thy distress, but in any circumstances I had of necessity to speak for thine own good because of kinship and brotherly affection for thee, O monarch. It is on account of this that I will show myself to be a friend and a brother, and in combat annihilate the enemy under thine eyes. Today, O long-armed warrior, thou shalt see me in the forefront of battle, having slain Rama and his brother, and put the monkey army to flight. Seeing me bring back Rama's head from the battlefield this day, thou wilt be happy, O warrior, and Sita overwhelmed with despair. Today, all the Titans of Lanka, whose kinsfolk have perished, will witness the death of Rama, who is the object of men's desires. By striking down the foe in battle, I shall dry the tears of those who are overcome with sorrow and have been rendered desolate by the loss of their relatives. Today, thou shalt see Sugriva, the leader of the Plavikas, who resembles a mountain illumined by the sun, lying on the earth. The Titans and I also are eager to slay Dasaratha's son. This should fill thee with confidence. How is it that thou art still trembling, O irreproachable hero? Should he slay me, Raghava will assuredly slay thee also, but I have nothing to fear, O Lord of the Titans. Now command me, O scourge of thy foes, do not seek another for this encounter, O incomparable hero. I shall destroy thy foes despite their strength. Even were it Shakra, or Yama, or Pavaka, or Maruta, I should enter into combat with them, or with Kuvera or Varuna themselves. I, who in stature am like unto a mountain, with a sharpened spear as my weapon, my war cry, my pointed teeth, at the sight of which Purandara himself trembles, throwing away my arms, shall strike down the foe with blows of my fists. None will be able to withstand me, no matter how much they may cling to life, nor have I need of lance, mace, sword, or whetted dart. With my bare hands alone, I will kill Raghava, were he accompanied by the god who bears the thunderbolt himself. If he is able to withstand the force of my fists, then mine arrows will drink his life's blood. O king, I stand here. Why art thou overwhelmed with despair? Here I wait ready to exterminate the slayers of Titans by whom Lanka has been set on fire, and also the monkeys in the struggle that is about to take place. I shall confer a rare and great glory upon thee. Did the danger come from Indra or Swayambhu or the gods themselves, I should make them measure their length on the field of battle, O king. I shall overcome Yama, consume Pavaka, hurl down Varuna, pulverize the mountains, and shatter the earth. After my long sleep, let those beings I am about to consume witness the prowess of Kumbhakarna this day. Nay, the three worlds shall not be able to glut mine appetite. In order to please thee, I will slay the son of Dasaratha. Having struck down Rama and Lakshmana, I shall devour all the foremost of the monkey leaders. Rejoice, therefore, O king, and drink wine. Do what thou hast to do and banish grief. Today, I shall send Rama to the abode of death, and Sita will become thine forever. Chapter 64. Mahodara's Speech. Hearing this speech of the colossal and valiant Kumbhakarna, Mahodara replied, Kumbhakarna, thou art an offshoot of an illustrious race. Thou art courageous, but thou hast two vulgar characteristics, and in thy conceit art unable to anticipate the course of events in all its aspects. It is not true that the king does not understand what is politic and impolitic, O Kumbhakarna, but thou, in thy youthful impetuosity, knowest only how to prate. The Lord of the Titans, who is conversant with the laws of time and place, is also aware of increase and loss, as well as our situation and the state of the enemy. What man of sense would attempt that which an old thick-headed soldier with no respect even for his elders plumes himself on accomplishing? When thou dost assert that duty, profit and pleasure are essentially opposed to each other. It is a proof that thou art unaware of their real nature. Action is undoubtedly the source of all experiences, and here below, happiness is the fruit we seek even in our most evil acts. Apart from pleasure, duty and profit yield felicity, but the fruit reaped from injustice and unrighteousness is calamitous. Men of strong character undertake those acts, the consequences of which they reap in another world, whilst those who give themselves up to the pursuit of pleasure reap the consequences here. Why should that which the king has so much at heart and which we approve, namely the chastising of his enemies, be set aside in any way? As for the motives thou hast given for marching against Rama single-handed, I will point out to thee what is ill-considered and reprehensible about them. How canst thou defeat Rama alone, he who formerly destroyed innumerable exceedingly powerful Titans in Janasthana? Those rangers of the night whom he overcame in Janasthana were valiant warriors also, and dost thou not behold them in the city, stricken with fear? By rousing Rama, the son of Dasaratha, who resembles a wounded lion, alas, thou art waking a sleeping serpent. burning with valor and unapproachable in his fury, inaccessible as Maurizio. Who would dare to challenge him? This entire army cannot face that foe without being imperiled. Therefore, it in no wise recommends itself to me that thou shouldest go out to meet him alone, O child. Who, bereft of resources, would be eager to meet with an adversary, ready to sacrifice his life and furnished with every prerequisite? Rama has no equal among men, O best of the Titans. How canst thou plume thyself on entering into combat with him who is the rival of Indra and Vaivasvata? Having spoken thus to the enraged Kumbhakarna, Mahudara said to Ravana, the destroyer of the worlds, who was surrounded by the Titans, "Having formerly borne Vaidehi away, why dost thou delay? If thou desirest Sita to submit to thy will, I see a means of bringing her to thy feet. If it pleases thee, O Indra among the Titans, then hear me. Let it be proclaimed that I, Divijiva, Samradin, Kumbhakarna, and Vitadharna, all five are going forth to slay Rama. We shall engage him in a fierce struggle, and if we triumph over thine enemy, we need resort to no other means. But if thy rivals survive, and we escape from the fight, then we will adopt the measures I have planned. We shall return from the battlefield and come hither, covered with blood, our limbs pierced by darts on which are engraved Rama's name, and relate how we have destroyed Raghava and Lakshmana. Thereafter we shall press thy feet, and thou wilt cover us with honor, after which, mounted on an elephant, thou wilt publish the tidings throughout the city, relating how Rama, his brother, and his army were entirely destroyed. Simulating an extreme satisfaction, O subduer of thy foes, thou wilt promote feasting and rejoicing, and bestow gold and slaves on thy servants, and distribute garlands, raiment, and perfumes on thy warriors, thou thyself manifesting thy delight by drinking. Thereupon a rumor will spread everywhere that Rama and his friends have been devoured by the Titans. Such will be the report. Then shalt thou repair secretly to where Sita is, in order to offer her consolation and tempt her with grain, diamonds, and entertainment in order to seduce her. By this deceit, O king, Sita's grief will be increased, and she, bereft of felicity, without a protector, will accede to thy desire. Learning that her charming lord is slain, Sita, in despair, and on account of womanly frailty, will submit to thy will. Brought up in the lap of prosperity, this woman who is worthy of felicity and who is afflicted with misfortune, realizing her happiness depends on thee, will surrender herself wholly to thee. This is the best course for thee to follow. Even to behold Rama may prove disastrous. Have no anxiety. Great happiness awaits thee here without entering into combat. Neither losing thy forces nor courting danger, triumph over thine enemy, O monarch. Glory, felicity, prosperity, and renown will long be the lot of thy sovereign majesty. Chapter 65. Kumbhakarna enters into combat. Replying to Mahadara's reproaches, Kumbhakarna said to his brother Ravana, the king of the Titans, "Forsooth, I shall despair the immediate peril this day by slaying that wretch Rama. Freed from thine adversary, be happy. Heroes do not thunder in vain like clouds bereft of rain. Do thou mark how my threats find fulfillment in mine exploits. Warriors do not need to boast and accomplish the most difficult of feats without bluster. Cowardly monarchs devoid of intelligence, who plume themselves on being wise, will ever find thy speech acceptable, O Mahadara. All you effeminate creatures, agreeable talkers who flatter the king, have always ruined any martial enterprise. Nothing is left in Lanka save its sovereign. Its wealth is exhausted, its army destroyed, and that monarch is beset by foes in the guise of friends. I shall go out and fight, determined to triumph over the foe, and in this wise redeem thy calamitous policy in this great struggle." Hearing these words of the intelligent Kumbhakarna, the king of the Titans answered, laughing, "In sooth, Rama has terrorized Mahudara. Assuredly, he does not relish battle, O dear friend. O sagacious warrior, I have none equal to thee in devotion and prowess. Go, slay mine adversary, O Kumbhakarna, and speed towards victory. Thou wast sleeping, and it was for mine enemy's destruction that I had thee wakened. This hour is of extreme significance to the Titans, O vanquisher of thy foes. Go, arm thyself. Let those 2 princes, the equals of Aditya, in splendor be thy pasture. Beholding thee, the monkeys will take to flight, and the hearts of Rama and Lakshmana will cease to beat." Having spoken thus to the exceedingly powerful Kumbhakarna, that illustrious lion of the Titans felt he had received new life. Aware of Kumbhakarna's prowess and knowing his valor, the king expanded with joy like unto the immaculate moon. Hearing his words, which filled him with delight, that warrior went away, and having listened to the king's speech, prepared for battle. Then that scourge of his foes vigorously brandished his iron spear, decorated with fine gold that shone brightly, and was as renowned as Indra's thunderbolt, and equally heavy. The scourge of the Devas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, and Panagas, wreathed in garlands, festooned with crimson flowers, emitting flames. That great spear, stained with the blood of his enemies, was taken up by the illustrious Kumbhakarna, who addressed Ravana, saying, "I shall set out alone. Let thy powerful army remain here. Today, in mine hunger and fury, I shall devour the monkeys." At these words of Kumbhakarna, Ravana answered, "Do thou go out accompanied by troops furnished with picks and hammers. Those monkeys are brave and exceedingly energetic. He who is rash enough to meet them alone will be torn to pieces by their teeth. Yet, though they are extremely difficult to overcome, surround thyself with warriors and setting out, utterly destroy that enemy host so fatal to the Titans." Thereafter, descending from the throne, the mighty Ravana placed a diadem, the interior of which was encrusted with pearls, on Kumbhakarna's brow, and decked out that hero with bracelets, rings, precious gems, and a necklace as bright as the moon, covering his limbs with celestial and fragrant garlands, and setting earrings in his ears. With the bracelets, anklets, and golden coins with which he was adorned, the large-eyed Kumbhakarna shone like the sacrificial fire. Resplendent with his great dark blue girdle, he resembled the Mandara mountain encircled by the snake at the time of the churning of the water of immortality. Clad in golden armor that no arrow could penetrate, which in its natural brilliance seemed to project flames, he was rendered as radiant as the king of the mountains, encircled by evening clouds. His entire body was covered with ornaments of every kind, and spear in hand, that Titan called to mind Narayana when, in his might, he took the 3 strides. Thereafter that warrior embraced his brother and paid obeisance to him by circumambulating him in the traditional manner, and, inclining his head to him, set out to the sound of conchs and gongs. Then Ravana, dismissing him with good wishes, caused an escort of well-equipped soldiers to accompany him with elephants, horses, and chariots, emitting a sound like thunderclouds. Valiant fighters accompanied that prince of warriors, mounted on serpents, buffalo, donkeys, lions, elephants, antelopes, and birds. It was a prodigious shower of blossom, a parasol over him, bearing a pointed spear in his hand, full of daring, that the enemy of Devas and Danavas, intoxicated with the smell of blood, set forth. And innumerable Titans followed him on foot, full of energy and prowess, fierce of aspect, bearing weapons in their hands, their eyes red. And their ranks measured many leagues in extent, and they resembled heaps of antimony, and brandished maces, swords, sharp axes, javelins, bars, ramrods, hammers, great solitaries, and were furnished with nets. Meanwhile, Kumbhakarna, assuming another terrible and ferocious form, advanced impetuously, measuring 100 bows in breadth and 600 in height, formidable, full of power and energy, with eyes like unto chariot wheels. And having assembled the Titans, that colossus with his large mouth, who looked like a flaming crag, said with a mocking laugh, "Today the foremost of the monkey divisions will be consumed by me in my wrath, one after the other like moths in a flame. Yet those inhabitants of the woods have never given offense, and their race adorns the gardens of our dwellings. The cause of the city being besieged is Raghava, and Lakshmana, who accompanies him. He being slain, all will be slain. I shall therefore destroy him in fight." At these words of Kumbhakarna, the Titans emitted a great shout that seemed to agitate the ocean. Then the crafty Kumbhakarna went forth, and sinister portents appeared on every side. Dark and fearful clouds accompanied by meteors were seen, and the earth, The sea and the forests trembled. Jackals of ferocious aspect, with flames darting from their mouths, began to howl, and birds wheeled from left to right. A vulture alighted on the Titan's spear as he advanced, and his left eye and arm twitched. A flaming meteor fell with a terrible crash. The sun lost its brilliance, and no favorable wind blew. Without heeding these threatening portents, causing the hair to stand on end, Kumbhakarna set out, urged on by the force of destiny. Having crossed the ramparts, that giant, equal to a mountain, beheld the vast army of the monkeys, resembling a cloud, and, seeing that most powerful of the Titans as high as a mountain, those monkeys fled in all directions, like clouds driven before the wind. At the sight of that tremendous host of monkeys, scattering to the four quarters like a massive cloud melting away, Kumbhakarna joyfully redoubled his shouts, resembling thunder. Hearing those terrible shouts like unto the roar of clouds in the sky, countless plavagas fell to the earth like great solitrees whose roots have been severed, and as Kumbhakarna hurled himself on the enemy with his huge mace in order to destroy him, he filled the ranks of the monkeys with extreme fear, as does the Lord of Death, accompanied by his minions at the end of the world period. Chapter 66. Angada reproaches the monkeys for flying from Kumbhakarna. Having leapt over the wall, Kumbhakarna, that giant, like unto the peak of a mountain, full of valor, set out from the city in haste, and emitted a great shout which agitated the waters, drowned the thunderclaps, and appeared to shatter the mountains. Seeing that warrior of fierce glance, as invincible as Maghavat, Yama, or Varuna, the monkeys stampeded, and Prince Angada, beholding them fleeing, addressed the mighty Nala, Nila, Gavaksha, and Kumuda, saying, "Forgetting your native valor and noble lineage, where are you fleeing in terror like common monkeys? Come back, O companions, return. Is it thus that you defend your lives? Nay, this Titan is not able to fight against you all. He is here to create panic amongst you. This great fear that the Titan inspires in you will be dispelled by our prowess. Return, O Plavamgamas." Rallied with difficulty from here and there, and reassured, those monkeys, armed with trees, halted in the field, and those dwellers in the woods stayed there ready to advance in fury on Kumbhakarna, like elephants intoxicated with mata juice. Thereafter, they attacked him valiantly with blows from mountain peaks, rocks and trees with their flowering crests, but were unable to overthrow him. Innumerable stones and trees with blossoming tops fell shattered on the earth, having come in contact with his limbs, and that hero, enraged on his side, struck down the ranks of those energetic monkeys by exercising his great strength, like unto a fire which suddenly blazes forth in the forest. Their limbs bespattered with blood, those lions among the monkeys, overcome and cut down, lay there in great numbers, resembling trees with coppery flowers. Thereafter, those monkeys bounded away without looking in which direction, and some threw themselves into the sea, and some leapt into the air. Overcome by that Titan who was disporting himself, some, despite their valor, fled over the sea by the way by which they had come, and some, pale and distraught, escaped to the valleys. The bears climbed into the trees, and some took refuge in the mountains. Others, being no longer able to stand, fell down and remained lying on the earth, insensible, as if asleep or dead. Seeing the monkeys routed, Angada called out to them, "Stay, let us fight. Return, O Plavamgamas. Were you to range the whole earth in your flight, I see no refuge for you anywhere. Why do you seek to preserve your lives? If you fly, leaving your weapons, lest they impede your course, your wives will deride you for this cowardice, which is death to men of honor, O warriors. Whither you are fleeing filled with fear like common monkeys, you who are born in rich and illustrious families? Where are those deeds of valor and prowess of which you boasted in the assembly? The reproach of cowardice will be heard by you. He who seeks to save his life by fleeing is despised. Follow the path chosen by men of courage and overcome your fears. If, after a brief existence, you lie stretched on the earth dead, you will attain Brahmaloka, inaccessible to cowards. We shall acquire glory by striking down the foe in fight, and if we succumb, we shall enjoy the treasures of heaven in the region of heroes, O monkeys. Nay, Kumbhakarna will never return alive, having come before Kakusta, as a moth that draws near to a glowing brazier. If one, despite our numbers, is able to disperse us, and we preserve our lives by fleeing, then there is an end to our renown. Such was Angada's speech, he of the golden bracelets, and the fugitives replied to that hero's reproaches, saying, "That titan Kumbhakarna has caused a terrible carnage amongst us. It is not the moment to stay. Life is dear to us." With these words, the leaders of the monkeys, beholding that giant of fearful glance advancing, scattered in all directions. Nevertheless, Angada, by his exhortations and arguments, succeeded in rallying them, and reassured by that sagacious son of Bali, they submitted to his commands, and those foremost of monkeys returned to the field. Chapter 67. Kumbhakarna's Exploits. He is slain by Rama. Retracing their steps on hearing the voice of Angada, all those huge-bodied monkeys, resolutely taking their stand, desired nothing more than to join issue in the fight. Their confidence restored by the words of the valiant Angada, those monkeys, feeling their energy revived and their courage mounting, advanced, resolving to die and sacrifice their lives. Then those giants, arming themselves with trees and enormous crags, which they spun with great rapidity, hurled themselves on Kumbhakarna, whereupon, full of ire and vigor, that warrior of immense stature, brandishing his mace, dispersed the enemy on every side. 708,000 monkeys lay scattered on the earth, struck down by Kumbhakarna, and, like unto Garuda, consuming serpents, he seized hold of 7, 8, 10, 20, and 30 in his arms, crushing and devouring them in his extreme fury as he ran. Reassured with exceeding difficulty, those monkeys rallied here and there, and, armed with trees and rocks, took up their stand in the forefront of the battle. At that instant, Devivida, that lion among monkeys, resembling a threatening cloud, tearing up a rock, hurled himself on the enemy, who was like unto a mountain peak. And that monkey, breaking off the crag, flung it at Kumbhakarna, missing him, so that the missile fell on the titan force, crushing horses, elephants, and chariots harnessed to excellent steeds. Another rock created further victims, and under that avalanche of stones, the titans wounded, their horses slain, their charioteers struck down, streaming with blood and mounted in their cars, suddenly let forth terrible cries, and with the aid of death-dealing arrows, severed the heads of those foremost of monkeys who were roaring. On their side, the monkeys, full of valor, uprooted great trees in order to crush the chariots, horses, elephants, buffalo, and titans, and from the air where he was stationed, Hanuman showered rocks, stones, and trees of every kind on the head of Kumbhakarna, but that mighty one split and evaded that rain of trees. And he hurled himself upon that great army of monkeys, brandishing his sharp pick, and as he rushed forward, Hanuman placed himself in the way, armed with the peak of a mountain, and in fury struck Kumbhakarna a violent blow, who, in his appalling corpulence, appeared like a hill. Then he, whose limbs were dripping with fat and streaming with blood, stumbled under the shock, and the titan hurled his spear, which was as bright as lightning, and like a mountain spouting forth flames, striking Maruti between the arms, as Guha formerly struck the Karuncha mountain with his formidable lance. His breast pierced by that spear, beside himself, vomiting blood, Hanuman, in fury, let forth a terrible cry in the midst of the battle, like the roar of a thundercloud at the end of the world period, and a great cheer arose from the ranks of the titans as they beheld his plight, whilst the monkeys, distraught and terrified, fled from the field. At that instant, summoning up his courage, the valiant Nila discharged a crag against that crafty titan, who, seeing it approaching, struck it with his fist, and on the impact, that rock broke and fell on the earth, emitting sparks of fire. Then Rishaba, Sharaba, Nila, Gavaksha, and Gandamadana, those 5 tigers among the monkeys, hurled themselves on Kumbhakarna, and in the struggle showered him with blows from stones, trees, the palms of their hands, feet, and fists, attacking that giant on every side. Kumbhakarna, however, scarcely felt those blows, and unheeding, seized the impetuous Rishaba in his 2 arms. Crushed in this embrace, that bull among the monkeys fell to the ground, his mouth filled with blood. Thereafter, in the fight, that enemy of Indra struck Sharaba with his fist, Nila with his knee, and Gavaksha with the palm of his hand. Dazed by the blows they had received, terrified, covered with blood, they fell on the earth like kimshuka trees that have been uprooted. Those powerful leaders of the monkeys being overcome, the rest hurled themselves in thousands on Kumbhakarna, and, flinging themselves upon him and climbing about him as if he were a rock, those bulls among the Plavagas, who themselves resembled hills, attacked and bit him. With their nails, teeth, fists, and arms, those foremost of monkeys assailed the valiant Kumbhakarna, a veritable tiger in stature, and that titan, covered by thousands of apes, resembled a mountain overgrown by trees. Crushing all those monkeys in his arms, that giant devoured them, as Garuda the serpents. Cast into Kumbhakarna's mouth, that resembled the pit of hell, the monkeys issued from his ears and nostrils. As high as a mountain in his rage, he devoured those monkeys, and that prince of titans crushed them, covering the earth with their flesh and blood, and raging through their ranks which he overran, so that he appeared like the fire of time itself. Resembling Chakra bearing the thunderbolt in his hand, or Death with the noose, so did that powerful titan appear, armed with his spear in the fight. As in the summer season fire destroys the dry forests, so did Kumbhakarna consume the simian ranks. Thus decimated, their leaders struck down. The Plavamgamas, wild with terror, emitted dreadful cries, and overpowered again and again by Kumbhakarna, those monkeys fled for refuge to Raghava. Witnessing the massacre of those monkeys, Angada, born of the son of the bearer of the thunderbolt, hurled himself in rage upon Kumbhakarna in the struggle. Seizing hold of a great crag, he roared again and again, putting all the titans who accompanied Kumbhakarna to flight. Thereafter, he struck the head of his adversary with the rock, and that enemy of Indra, inflamed with anger, on receiving the blow, leapt with one bound upon the irascible son of Bali. Emitting loud cries, that titan struck terror among the monkeys, and in his anger, threw his spear with extreme force at Angada, but with a light bound, that valiant lion among the monkeys, an experienced warrior, avoided the impact and leapt on his opponent, striking his chest with the palm of his hand. That violent blow dazed the giant, who resembled a mountain, but regaining his senses, that most powerful of titans, doubling his fist with a mocking laugh, struck Angada, who fell insensible to the earth. As that lion among the Plavagas lay stretched unconscious on the ground, Kumbhakarna, brandishing his spear, rushed on Sugriva, and seeing that colossus running towards him, the courageous king of the monkeys went out to meet him, whereupon, beholding that Indra among the monkeys advancing, Kumbhakarna halted and stood facing him with braced limbs. Beholding Kumbhakarna standing still, his body streaming with the blood of the great monkeys whom he had devoured, Sugriva said to him, "In slaying these warriors, thou hast accomplished a most difficult feat, and by devouring my soldiers hast acquired immense renown. Now let the army of monkeys be. What hast thou to do with common folk? Do thou seek to bear the weight of this rock I am about to hurl on thee, O Titan? Find thy satisfaction in slaying me, O Titan, thou who resemblest a mountain." At these words of the king of the monkeys, who was possessed of courage and fortitude, that lion among the titans answered, "Thou art the grandson of Prajapati, and the son of Riksharajas. Thou art energetic and brave. Hence thine ignorance, O monkey." At these words of Kumbhakarna, Sugriva, taking up a stone, hurled it at him suddenly and struck his breast with that missile resembling a thunderbolt. The rock broke on the huge chest of that giant, and the titans were appalled, whilst from the ranks of the monkeys rose shouts of joy. Struck by that rocky peak, Kumbhakarna, enraged, roared. Opening his huge mouth wide and brandishing his spear that resembled lightning, he hurled it at the king of the monkeys and the bears in order to slay him. As it fell, the son of Anila, Hanuman, with his 2 hands, seized hold of that sharp spear and its gold-encircled shaft loosed by the titan's arm, and, in play as it were, broke that powerful weapon across his knee. Seeing his lance shattered to pieces by Hanuman, the army of monkeys, in a transport of delight, began to cheer. Meanwhile, hearing those rangers of the woods emitting leonine roars and lauding Maruti in their joy, on beholding his spear shattered, that titan became enraged, and, pale with fear, tore off a peak of the Malaya mountain nearby, in the vicinity of Lanka, hurling it on Sugriva in order to strike him down. Struck by that crag, the Indra of the monkeys fell on the earth, insensible, and the Yatudanas let forth a roar of triumph. Thereafter, Kumbhakarna, approaching that powerful king of the monkeys, lifted him up and bore him away like unto a violent wind, driving away a cloud, and as he ranged the battlefield, dragging Sugriva with him, who resembled a great cloud, Kumbhakarna, with his lofty stature, appeared like Mount Meru of exceedingly high peaks. Having laid hold of Sugriva, the mighty lord of the Titans turned towards Lanka amidst the acclamations of his own people and the wailing of the inhabitants of the celestial region, who were inconsolable on account of the capture of the king of the Plavamgamas, and having overcome the king of the monkeys, that enemy of Indra and his rival in power, reflected, "He being dead, the entire simian host is destroyed together with Raghava." Then Hanuman, the sagacious son of Maruta, seeing Sugriva borne away by Kumbhakarna and the monkeys fleeing, thought to himself, "Now that Sugriva has been made captive, what ought I to do? Assuredly I shall accomplish that which is fitting. In order to slay this Titan, I shall assume the shape of a mountain. When I have destroyed the extremely powerful Kumbhakarna in combat by pounding his body with blows and have delivered the king, the delight of the monkeys will be general. Yet that great monkey is well able to free himself, though, meseems, that struck by Kumbhakarna with a rock in the struggle, the chief of the monkeys is not yet conscious of his plight. Presently, when Sugriva recovers consciousness, he will know how to save himself and the monkeys in this great conflict. That warrior will not be pleased if I deliver him, for his fair name would be tarnished and irretrievably lost. That is why I shall delay a while, so that he may extricate himself from this predicament by his own prowess, and I shall confine myself to rallying these scattered forces." Reflecting thus, Hanuman, born of Maruta, sought to instill courage into the simian army. Meanwhile, bearing the great and quivering form of the monkey in his arms, Kumbhakarna returned to Lanka, and from the temples, highways, dwellings, and city gates, the people honored him with a rain of flowers. Under the shower of roasted grain and the fragrance of the blossoms with which he was drenched, and also on account of the coolness of the royal highway, little by little the valiant Sugriva recovered consciousness. Born in the arms of his powerful rival, and beholding the great highway of the city, that warrior was assailed by innumerable thoughts. "Taken captive in this way, what can I do now? I shall act in such a way that it is to the advantage of the monkeys." Then with his sharp nails, the king of the monkeys instantly attacked the enemy of the gods and tore off his 2 ears with his teeth, biting off his nose and splitting his thighs with his feet. With his nose and ears torn off by Sugriva's teeth and nails, Kumbhakarna, transported with anger, his limbs covered with blood, threw the monkey down in order to crush him. Flung to the ground with fearful violence and struck by the enemy of the gods, Sugriva bounced into the air like a ball, and with all speed flew to rejoin Rama. Kumbhakarna, his ears and nose severed, drenched in gore, shone like a mountain with its torrents, and covered with blood, vomiting blood, that gigantic titan of fearful aspect, the younger brother of Ravana, blazed with anger. Like unto a mass of dark collyrium or an evening cloud, that formidable ranger of the night resolved to enter into combat once more, and Sugriva, having escaped, that enemy of Indra, furious, immediately threw himself into the struggle, but reflecting, "I have no weapon," that ferocious warrior seized hold of a huge hammer. Issuing from the city, the valiant Titan began to consume the redoubtable army of the monkeys with the violence of fire at the destruction of the worlds. Famished and avid for flesh, Kumbhakarna entered the ranks of the monkeys, and in his rage, like unto Mrityu at the end of the world period, indiscriminately ate up Titan, monkey, pisacha, and bear. Thereafter, in his fury, he consumed the monkeys, seizing 1, 2, 3 or more in one hand, and Titans also, thrusting them greedily into his mouth so that he streamed with flesh and blood, and, though struck by the peaks of mountains, continued to feast on those monkeys, whilst they, seeing their companions being devoured, took refuge with Rama, whereupon Kumbhakarna, in a transport of rage, pursued them in order to consume them. Seizing them in his arms in the chase, he took hold of them in groups of 7, 8, 20, 30, and 100. His limbs were covered with fat, flesh, and blood, while wreaths of tangled entrails hung over his ears, and that colossus of sharp teeth began to discharge his weapons, so that he appeared like time at the end of the world. At that instant, the son of Sumitra, the scourge of enemy hosts and the destroyer of hostile citadels, enraged, entered the fight, and the courageous Lakshmana loosed 7 darts into Kumbhakarna's body, aiming a hail of other missiles on him, but Kumbhakarna shook off those falling shafts. Then the valiant son of Sumitra was provoked beyond measure and covered the shining armor of that Titan that was made of gold with his shafts, as a mountain is overlaid with clouds by the wind at evening. Like unto a mass of dark collyrium, that Titan, riddled with golden darts, blazed like the sun shining amidst the clouds. And that terrible monster, whose voice equaled the crash of countless thunderclouds, spoke scornfully, increasing Saumitri's delight, saying, "Thou hast manifested thy courage by entering into combat fearlessly with me, I who have overcome Antaka himself without difficulty in the field. He who is able to face the rival of Mritu himself, armed for combat, is worthy of honor. How much more so if he should enter into conflict with him? Mounted on Airavata, surrounded by the gods, Sakara, their king, has never dared to challenge me to battle. This courage from a youth is gratifying to me. Now go hence, O Saumitri. I wish to meet Raghava. In sooth, thy valor, energy, and martial prowess are pleasing to me, but my only desire is to slay Rama. When he is slain, all are slain. When Rama has fallen under my blows, I shall fight with all my might against all those who remain on the battlefield." Thus boastfully did the Titan speak, and Saumitri, with a mocking smile, answered in dread accents, saying, "That thy prowess renders thee invincible to Shakra and the other gods is true, O warrior, and today thou dost manifest the same valor. Yonder is the son of Dasaratha, immovable as a rock." Hearing these words, that ranger of the night, the mighty and powerful Kumbhakarna, disregarding Lakshmana, passed him by, and, causing the earth to tremble, rushed on Rama. The son of Dasaratha, Rama, however, loosed some pointed arrows with Indra's weapon on Kumbhakarna's breast, and, wounded by Rama in his furious course, flames mixed with embers shot from his mouth. Pierced by Rama's arrow, that lion among the Titans, emitting a terrible cry, hurled himself full of rage upon Raghava, throwing off the monkeys. With his breast pierced with darts, adorned with peacock's plumes, his mace fell shattered from his hand, and all his weapons were scattered on the earth. Finding himself disarmed, that colossus created a great carnage with his fists and hands. Covered with blood that streamed from his wounds like a torrent falling from a mountain, his limbs riddled with arrows, maddened by the smell of blood, he rushed about in his violent rage, devouring the monkeys, titans, and bears. Brandishing a huge crag, that mighty and formidable giant, the equal of Antaka, hurled it at Rama. But before it reached him, that hero struck it in the center with the aid of 7 infallible darts. The virtuous Rama, elder brother of Bharata, shattered it with arrows encrusted with gold, and, like unto the peak of Meru, that crag, shining with splendor, fell, crushing 200 monkeys. At that instant, the virtuous Lakshmana, after reflecting deeply on the various means of destroying Kumbhakarna, said to Rama, "O Prince, that monster is no longer able to distinguish between monkeys and titans. Drunk with the smell of blood, he devours friends and foes alike. Let the foremost of the monkeys climb upon him courageously, and let their officers and leaders hang upon him on every side. Under the heavy load that will crush him as he is rushing over the ground, that insensate one will annihilate the titans and not the monkeys." At these words of that intelligent prince, the valiant monkeys all flung themselves on Kumbhakarna with alacrity, and he, full of ire against the monkeys who had climbed on his back, shook them violently as a fierce elephant his keepers. Seeing the Titan shaking himself thus, Rama said to himself, "He is incensed," and rushed upon him with his excellent bow. His eyes red with anger, the intrepid Raghava, consuming him with his glance as it were, bounded quickly forward, reassuring the leaders who were tormenting the mighty Kumbhakarna, and in order to encourage the monkeys, taking hold of his great bow encrusted with gold, that with its cord resembled a serpent, Rama advanced with his huge quiver full of arrows. Surrounded by the monkey host, that warrior went forward, full of valor, followed by Lakshmana, and he beheld the illustrious and mighty Kumbhakarna, the vanquisher of his foes, surrounded by titans, his eyes inflamed, adorned with golden bracelets, pursuing all those monkeys with fury, like unto one of the elephants of the 4 quarters. And he resembled the Vindhya or Mandara mountains, and was vomiting blood like a great cloud pouring down rain. With his tongue, he licked the corners of his mouth that were wet with blood, while he continued to destroy the Simian army like death at the end of the world. Beholding that prince of the Titans shining like a glowing brazier, that lion among men stretched his bow, and the sound of that weapon infuriated that foremost of the Titans, who, highly provoked, hurled himself on Raghava. Meanwhile, Rama, whose arms were like unto the great coils of the king of the serpents, said to Kumbhakarna, who, possessing the splendor of a mountain, was rushing to attack him like a cloud driven by the tempest. "Come, O Prince of the Titans, tremble not. I await bow in hand, and in an instant will deprive thee of life." "It is Rama," reflected Kumbhakarna, and bursting forth into hideous laughter, rushed forth in fury, scattering the monkeys on the battlefield. By his monstrous and terrible laughter, like unto the muttering of a thundercloud, he seemed to cleave the hearts of the inhabitants of the woods, and Kumbhakarna, in his great splendor, said to Raghava, "Take me not for Virada, Kabanda or Kara, Bali or Maricha. It is I, Kumbhakarna, who stand here. Behold my dreadful and mighty mace wrought of iron. With this, Devas and Danavas were formerly struck down by me. Do not hold me in contempt in that I possess neither nose nor ears. I do not feel the least discomfort or pain on account of their loss. Manifest the strength of thy limbs, O tiger among the Ishvakus. Having displayed thy prowess and might, I shall devour thee, O irreproachable prince." Hearing him speak thus, Rama loosed one of his plumed arrows at Kumbhakarna that struck him with the force of lightning, but that enemy of the gods was neither shaken nor moved, and those shafts which had pierced 7 solid trees and slain that bull among the monkeys, Bali, cut into the body of the Titan that was as hard as a diamond. Then, as though they were drops of water, that enemy of the mighty Indra drank up those arrows through his body, thus quenching their fury, whilst he whirled his mace in a fine frenzy. And that weapon, covered with blood, the terror of the celestial hosts, brandished by that Titan with formidable energy, created panic in the Simian ranks. Then Rama, taking up another arrow named the Vayavya, loosed it against that ranger of the night and cut off the arm with which he held the mace. With his arm severed, he let out a terrible cry, and his arm, cut off by Raghava's shaft, fell with its mace, like unto the peak of a mountain on the army of the king of the monkeys, crushing it. Thereafter, beside themselves, the monkeys who had escaped the massacre caused by that fall, their limbs lacerated, took refuge in the vicinity, and became the witnesses of the terrific struggle between that Indra among men and the prince of the Titans. His arm, severed by that arrow, Kumbhakarna, resembling the king of the mountains, its peak cloven by a great sword, struck down a tree with his remaining hand and rushed upon that lord of men. But Rama, with a shaft decorated with gold joined to Indra's weapon, cut off his upraised arm like the coiled body of a snake, and the tala tree also. Beholding the Titan with 2 arms severed, who, roaring, was rushing upon him, Rama took out 2 whetted and crescent-shaped arrows and severed his 2 feet, whereupon the intermediary regions, the 4 quarters, the caves of the mountains, the vast ocean, the city of Lanka, and the ranks of the monkeys resounded with the thunder of his fall. His arms and legs severed, that Titan opened his mouth like Vaduvamukha and suddenly rushed howling on Rama like Rahu on the moon in the sky. Thereupon Rama filled his mouth with steel-pointed and plumed shafts decorated with gold, and with his mouth thus filled he was unable to speak, and emitting inarticulated sounds with extreme difficulty, fell senseless. Thereupon Rama selected an arrow bright as the rays of the sun, which resembled the rod of Brahma at the time of the final dissolution and was fatal to his foes. The weapon of Indra, well-plumed and sharpened, the rival of Maruta in speed, and Rama discharged that arrow, the shaft of which was admirably inlaid with diamonds and gold, brilliant as the flames of a blazing sun, swift as Mahendra's thunderbolt, against that ranger of the night. Loosed from Raghava's arm, that missile which lit up the 10 regions with its brilliance, and which in its formidable aspect resembled a smokeless flame, struck that prince of the Titans, the equal of Shakra, and severed his head with its prominent teeth and swinging earrings like unto the peak of a high mountain, as formerly Purandara severed the head of Vritra. The enormous head of Kumbhakarna, with the curls that adorned it, looked like the moon floating in the sky at the time of the sun's rising, when the night has passed. Severed by Rama's shafts, the head of the Titan, resembling a mountain, fell on the earth, crushing the highways, residences, gates, and edifices of the city, bearing down the high walls also. and that gigantic body of great resplendence belonging to the Titan fell into the sea, where it crushed the great sharks, huge fishes, and serpents, and plunged into the depths below. When Kumbhakarna, that great enemy of the Brahmins and the gods, was slain in combat, the earth shook, as all the mountains also and the celestials shouted for joy. Thereafter, gods, rishis, maharishis, panagas, suras, bhuttas, suparnas, guyakas, and the hosts of yakshas and gandharvas who ranged the skies loudly extolled Rama's exploit. But on beholding that valiant prince of the house of Raghu, the adherents and kinsfolk of the lord of the Naritas emitted loud cries at Kumbhakarna's fall, as do elephants in the presence of a lion. Having overcome Kumbhakarna in the field, Rama, amidst the simian host, resembled the sun emerging from the jaws of Rahu when it drives away the darkness from the celestial region. In their delight, the countless monkeys, whose faces resembled opening lotuses, lauded Prince Raghava, who saw the fulfillment of his desires in the death of his formidable adversary, and the elder brother of Bharata rejoiced that he had slain Kumbhakarna, the scourge of the gods, who had never been overcome in any great encounter, as the king of the celestials rejoiced at the death of the great Asura, Vritra. Chapter 68. Ravana weeps for Kumbhakarna. Seeing Kumbhakarna fall under the blows of the exceedingly courageous Raghava, the Titans brought their tidings to their king, Ravana, and said, "O king, the rival of Kala is dead. Having overthrown the monkey ranks and devoured the Plavagas, he for a space displayed his prowess, which has now been extinguished by Rama's unconquerable strength, and half his body lies submerged in the vast ocean. Streaming with blood, his nose and ears severed, his head obstructing Lanka's gateway, he who resembled a mountain, Kumbhakarna, thy brother, struck down by Kakusta's arrow, is now but a naked and mutilated corpse, like unto a tree consumed by fire." Hearing this report of the mighty Kumbhakarna's death on the battlefield, Ravana, overwhelmed with distress, swooned away. Learning that their paternal uncle had been slain, Devantaka, Narantaka, Trishiras, and Atakaya, a prey to grief, groaned aloud, and Mahodara and Mahaparshva, on hearing that their brother had perished under the blows of Rama of imperishable exploits, were seized with anguish. Thereafter, regaining his senses with extreme difficulty, that lying among the Titans, tormented by the death of Kumbhakarna, his senses troubled, began to lament, saying, "O hero, O humbler of the pride of thy foes, O mighty Kumbhakarna, urged on by destiny, thou hast left me for the abode of death. To go whither hast thou deserted me without having extracted that thorn from my side or from the side of my kinsfolk? O thou powerful warrior, destroyer of hostile ranks, from henceforth I no longer exist, since I have lost my right arm, the support that delivered me from the fear of the gods and Asuras. How has such a warrior, who quelled the pride of the gods and Danavas, who resembled the fire of time, fallen today in the fight with Raghava? How has Rama been able, with a single arrow, to stretch thee on the ground, thou whom the descent of the thunderbolt could not overwhelm? Seeing thee succumb in combat, the hosts of the gods, standing in the heavens with the rishis, emit shouts of joy. Assuredly, this very day the Plavamgamas, making use of a favorable occasion, will scale the gates and fortifications of Lanka on every side, which heretofore were impregnable. I have no further need for a kingdom, and what shall I do with Sita? Bereft of Kumbhakarna, I no longer wish to live. Since I am unable to kill Raghava, the slayer of my brother in combat, would it not be better to die, for life is empty to me? Today I shall go where my brother has gone. Nay, far from my brother I cannot live for an instant. Witnessing my plight, the gods who were formerly wronged by me will certainly mock me. O Kumbhakarna, now that thou art dead, how shall I vanquish Indra? Vibhishana's prudent speech, that great soul whom I disregarded in my blindness, has proved true. The cruel end of Kumbhakarna and Prahasta has justified his words. This is the disastrous consequence of that deed of mine, the banishment of the virtuous and fortunate Vibhishana." Such were the many burning lamentations to which the 10-necked Ravana gave voice in the anguish of his soul on account of Kumbhakarna, his younger brother, the enemy of Indra, and knowing him to have perished in combat, he swooned away. Chapter 69. Narantaka is slain by Angada. Hearing the lamentation of the wicked Ravana, who was overcome with grief, Trishiras addressed him thus: "O king, brave men do not give way to sorrow even at the death of so valiant a warrior as thy younger brother, our uncle. Since thou art able to conquer the 3 worlds, O Lord, why, like a common man, dost thou suffer thy courage to falter? Brahma bestowed on thee a spear, mail, a dart, a bow, and a chariot harnessed to 1,000 mules, sending forth a rumble like unto a thundercloud. Furnished with all these weapons, thou wilt vanquish Raghava. Yet if it please thee, O great king, I myself will descend into the arena and bear away thy foes as Garuda the serpents. As Shambhara fell under the blows of the king of the gods, and Naraka under those of Vishnu, so shall Rama fall this day, struck down by me on the battlefield." At these words of Trishiras, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, under the sway of destiny, felt himself to be born anew, and hearing Trishiras speak thus, Devantaka, Narantaka, and Attikaya, burning with martial ardor, desired nothing more than to enter into combat. "Away! Away!" roared those valiant sons of Ravana, the foremost of the Naritas, the equals of Shakra in prowess. All were able to fly in the air, all were skilled in magic, all had humbled the pride of the gods, all were invincible warriors, all were endowed with great strength, all enjoyed great renown. Of none was it recounted that they had been defeated in battle, even by the gods, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, or great serpents. All were expert in the use of weapons, all were courageous and able fighters, all were highly learned, and all had been the recipients of great boons. Surrounded by his sons, the king, radiant as the solar orb, the destroyer of the power and glory of his foes, shone like the Maghavat amidst the gods, the humbler of the pride of the great Danavas. Embracing his sons, he covered them with ornaments and set them out to fight, heaping blessings upon them. Nevertheless, Ravana sent his brothers, Yuddha-Mata and Mata, to accompany those youthful warriors and watch over them in the struggle. Then those heroes of immense stature paid obeisance to the mighty Ravana, the destroyer of creatures, and, circumambulating him, departed. Thereafter, the foremost of the Naritas, furnished with every kind of medicinal herb and perfume, went away, eager to fight, and Trishiras, Attikaya, Devantaka, Narantaka, Mahadara, and Mahaparshva, under the sway of destiny, set out. A magnificent elephant, like unto a dark cloud, offspring of Erevata's race, named Sudarshana, served as Mahadara's mount, and that hero, furnished with every weapon, armed with a quiver, seated on his elephant, shone like the sun on the peak of the Astakala mountain. Trishiras, born of Ravana, was seated in an excellent car drawn by the foremost of steeds, and it was filled with weapons of every kind. Standing in his chariot, armed with his bow, he looked as resplendent as a storm cloud on the peak of a mountain, attended by lightning, thunder, meteors, and Indra's bow. With his triple crown, Trishiras shone in his chariot like Himavat, the lord of mountains with its golden crests. Then the exceedingly warlike Attikaya, son unto that lord of the Titans, most skillful of archers, ascended a superb chariot with excellent wheels, stout axles, magnificent steeds, carriage and yoke, rich in quivers and bows, filled with missiles, swords, and maces, and that warrior wore a diadem encrusted with gold and covered with gems so that he looked like Meru shining in its own splendor. That mighty prince of the Titans, surrounded by the foremost of the Naritas, glowed in his chariot like the god who bears the thunderbolt amidst the immortals. And Narantaka, mounted on a white steed, as swift as thought, harnessed with gold, resembling Ukaravis, was armed with a javelin like unto a thunderbolt, and appeared exceedingly resplendent, resembling the illustrious Guha, the offspring of Shikhin, riding on his peacock. Devantaka, bearing a gilded iron bar, looked like an incarnation of Vishnu, holding the Mandara mountain in his arms, and Mahaparshva, full of strength and energy, brandished a mace like unto Kuvera, armed for combat. Thereafter, those intrepid warriors set out from Lanka, like the gods leaving Amaravati, and powerful titans on elephants, horses, and in chariots, thundering like clouds, followed, armed with excellent weapons. And those youthful beings shone like the blazing sun, with their brows encircled with diadems, sparkling in splendor like planets flaming in the heavens, and in the brightness of the raiment in which they were attired, that brilliant cavalcade resembled an autumn cloud or a flock of cranes in the sky. Determined to die or vanquish their foe, they went forward in this courageous resolve, eager to fight, boasting, shouting, and uttering threats, and those invincible heroes set out furnished with arrows amidst the clamor and clapping of hands, causing the earth to tremble as it were. As the roars of their troops seemed to rend the heavens, those mighty Titan princes, full of joy, increased their pace and beheld the simian host brandishing rocks and trees, whilst from their side the courageous leaders of the monkeys observed the Titan army with its mass of elephants, horses, and chariots advancing like unto a thundercloud to the sound of hundreds of gongs, and, furnished with huge weapons, encompassed on all sides by the resplendent naritas resembling blazing torches or suns. Beholding that company approaching, the desire of the Plavamgamas was realized, and armed with huge rocks, they redoubled their cries in their eagerness to fight the Titans, who responded with their shouts. Hearing the roars that the monkeys and their leaders let forth, the Titan ranks, provoked by the joyous cheering of the enemy, roared with an even greater fury in their extreme valor. Thereafter, as they joined issue with that formidable host of Titans, the monkeys with their leaders hurled themselves upon them, brandishing sharp rocks like unto mountains, and those Plavamgamas, armed with crags and trees, threw themselves upon the Titan forces, some fighting in the air and some on the ground. Some amongst those foremost of monkeys fought with heavily branched trees, and the struggle between the Titans and the monkeys became desperate. Those monkeys of redoubtable courage let an unequaled shower of trees, stones, and rocks fall on the enemy, who overwhelmed them with a hail of missiles. Titans and monkeys roared like lions on the battlefield. The Plavamgamas crushed the Yatudnas with blows from stones, and in fury struck those warriors covered in mail and jewels, mounted in chariots, and on elephants and horses in the fray. Then the Plavamgamas redoubled their attacks against the Yatudnas with crags that they tore up with their hands. Their bodies tense, their eyes starting from their heads, shouting, they stumbled and fell, whilst those lions among the Titans, on their side, pierced those elephants among the monkeys with sharp arrows, striking them with spears, mallets, swords, javelins, and lances, and they mowed each other down in their desire to triumph. The limbs of monkeys and Titans were streaming with the blood of their enemies, and rocks and swords, thrown by the monkeys and Titans, covered the blood-stained earth in an instant, so that the ground was smothered with Titans like unto mountains, who, mad with martial ardor, had been crushed and mangled by their foes. Thereafter, the monkeys, giving and receiving blows, their rocks shattered, engaged in a fresh and dreadful fight, using the severed limbs as weapons. And the Naritas struck the monkeys with their own corpses, and the apes struck the Titans with the Titan dead. Tearing the rocks from the hands of their foes, the Titans broke them on the heads of the monkeys, who shattered the arrows of the Titans, using the pieces to destroy them, and they overwhelmed each other with crags in the battle, and monkeys and Titans set up roaring like unto lions. Then, their armor and shields pierced, those Titans, attacked by the monkeys, dripped blood as trees their sap, and some monkeys in the conflict destroyed chariots with chariots, elephants with elephants, horses with horses, whilst the Titans employed weapons like razors or half-moons and balas and pointed shafts in order to shatter the rocks and trees of those intrepid monkeys. In that encounter, the earth became impassable, covered as it was with monkeys and Titans mangled and crushed under the rocks and trees in the fight. Full of audacity and ardor, the monkeys, engaged in the struggle, casting aside all fear, fought the Titans with a light heart and various kinds of weapons. Witnessing that appalling melee, the joy of the monkeys and the massacre of the Titans, the great rishis and hosts of celestial beings emitted shouts of triumph. Narantaka, however, mounted on his steed, that was as swift as the wind, with a pointed lance plunged into the thick of the simian ranks like a fish into the sea, and that warrior pierced 700 monkeys with his effulgent spear, and that enemy of Indra, of exceeding courage, in an instant, single-handed, overthrew the army of the foremost of monkeys under the eyes of the Vidyaharas and Maharishis, hacking a pathway for himself through the simian ranks, the bleeding flesh its mire, and which was covered with heaps of monkey corpses as high as hills. Whenever those lions among the monkeys sought to bar his way, so often did Narantaka cleave their ranks by mowing them down. As a fire burns up a forest, so did he consume those simian battalions, and each time those inhabitants of the woods tore up the trees and rocks, they fell under his lance like mountains riven by lightning. Brandishing his glittering spear in the forefront of battle, the valiant Narantaka ranged the entire welkin, overthrowing everything in his course as the wind in the rainy season, and whether they stayed at their post or went out to meet him, those courageous monkeys could neither stand against him nor escape from him, so that all fell, pierced by that warrior. That unique javelin, resembling death itself, bright as the sun, was able by itself to destroy the ranks of the monkeys and leave them stretched on the earth, and the impact of that pike resembled the stroke of lightning, so that monkeys were unable to endure it and emitted loud cries. Those high-souled and intrepid monkeys, falling, resembled the peaks of mountains crumbling away, struck by lightning. Meanwhile, the powerful leaders of the monkeys, who had previously been put to flight by Kumbhakarna, having regained their vigor, were ranged round Sugriva, and he, looking about him, observed the army of the monkeys fleeing before Narantaka, terror-stricken and scattering in all directions. Witnessing this stampede, he beheld Narantaka, spear in hand, who was advancing, mounted on his steed. At this, the illustrious Sugriva, king of the monkeys, addressed the youthful prince Angada, a warrior whose valor equaled Chakra's, and said, "Go out against that bold titan, who, riding on a horse, is consuming the army I have sent against him, and speedily deprive him of his life's breaths." At this command from his sovereign, the intrepid Angada, the foremost of monkeys, resembling a rocky mass, broke away from that company like the sun emerging from a cloud, and with the bracelets he wore, he glittered like a mountain with its metallic veins. Without any weapons save his nails and teeth, that son of Bali, in his great strength, rushed out to meet Narantaka and said to him, "Why dost thou strive with common monkeys? Do thou with thy spear, the impact of which is equal to lightning, strike my breast, which I now present to thee." The words of Angada, son of Bali, angered Narantaka, who bit his lip with his teeth, hissing like a serpent, and hurled himself upon him in fury. Brandishing his spear, which glittered like fire, he struck at Angada, but the weapon broke against the breast of that son of Bali that was as hard as diamond and fell to the earth. Seeing his lance shattered, like a snake whose powerful coils are sundered by Suparna, the son of Bali raised his hand and struck the head of the steed of his adversary. Sinking to its knees, its eyeballs starting from their sockets, its tongue hanging out, that horse, as high as a hill, fell to the earth, its head crushed by the blow from the palm of his hand. Then Narantaka, beholding his steed lying dead, grew enraged and, clenching his fist, struck the son of Bali on the forehead with energy, so that the hot blood gushed forth from his injured brow. Now he flared up with wrath and then swooned away, and having lost consciousness a while, on coming to himself, was confused. Thereafter, Angada, Bali's mighty son, clenching his fist, which equaled Merityu's in strength and resembled a great rock, brought it down on Narantaka's breast. His chest crushed, broken by the shock, vomiting flames, his limbs streaming with blood, Narantaka fell on the earth like a mountain struck by lightning. And when the mighty Narantaka fell in the struggle with Bali's son, from the sky, the foremost of these celestials and the monkeys emitted a great shout of triumph. And Angada filled Rama's heart with joy, and he was astonished at his exceedingly difficult achievement. Thereafter, that warrior of illustrious exploits eagerly prepared for fresh encounters. Chapter 70. The Death of Devantaka, Trishiras, Mahodara, and Mahaparshva. Seeing that Narantaka was slain, those lions among the Naritas, Devantaka, Trishiras, and Mahodara, the son of Pulastya, wept bitterly. Thereafter, Mahodara, mounted on that Indra of elephants, like unto a cloud, rushed impetuously on the exceedingly energetic son of Bali. Then the valiant Devantaka, distressed on account of the calamity that had visited his brother, arming himself with a formidable mace, also ran on Angada, and in his turn, the energetic Trishiras, standing in his chariot that was as bright as the sun and harnessed to excellent steeds, advanced on the son of Bali. Attacked by 3 of the foremost of Titans who had humbled the pride of the gods, Angada tore up a many-branched tree, and as Shakra, his flaming thunderbolt, hurled that huge trunk with its immense branches at Devantaka. Thereupon Trishirus severed it with his arrows, which resembled venomous snakes, and Angada, beholding the tree shattered, darted forward, and that elephant among monkeys caused a shower of trees and rocks to fall upon the Titans. Enraged, Trishirus broke them with his whetted shafts, and with the head of his mace, Mahodara crushed them, while Trishirus pursued the valiant Angada with his darts. Thereafter, Mahodara urged his elephant to advance on the son of Bali, and in his anger pierced his breast with tomaras that were equal to lightning, and Devantaka, provoked, approaching Angada, struck him with his mace and swiftly turned away. The combined assault of those 3 Nairitas left that illustrious warrior unmoved. That agile and invincible hero, however, hurled himself in great fury on the colossal elephant belonging to Mahodara, and with the palm of his hand struck it down. Its eyes starting from their sockets, the elephant fell dead, and that powerful son of Bali tore out one of its tusks. Thereafter, rushing on Devantaka, he dealt him a blow in that struggle which caused him to stumble like a tree buffeted by the wind, and he vomited blood profusely, which was the color of lac. Breathing with difficulty, the energetic and mighty Devantaka, brandishing his mace, struck Angada with a violent blow. At the impact, the son of that Indra among monkeys fell to his knees, but soon rose up again, and as he did so, Trishirus, with 3 infallible and formidable darts, pierced that son of the Simian king. Meanwhile, Hanuman and Nila, beholding Angada assaulted by 3 of the foremost of the Titans, came to his aid, and Nila struck Trishirus with a rock, which the skillful son of Ravana broke with his sharp darts. Shattered by 100 arrows, its surface broke into pieces. That rocky peak from which sparks and flames spurted fell. Witnessing their astonishment, the courageous Devantaka, full of joy in the fight, flung himself with his mace on the son of Maruta, and as he rushed upon him, that lion among the monkeys leapt to meet him, and with his fist struck him a thunderous blow on the head. Thereafter, the heroic son of Vayu, that great and powerful monkey, battered in his skull, and his roaring caused the Titans to tremble. Devantaka, the son of the king of the Titans, gasping from the blow, his skull shattered, his teeth protruding, his eyes starting from their sockets, his tongue hanging out, fell to the earth, instantly bereft of life. Enraged by the death of the foremost of the Titan warriors, that mighty enemy of the gods, Trishirus, let fall a fearful shower of whetted shafts on Nila's breast, and Mahodara, in fury, quickly mounted a second elephant as high as a hill. As the sun scales the Mandara mountain, so did he let fall a rain of arrows on Nila, as under a rainbow a cloud lets loose a shower on a mountain amidst the muttering of thunder. Covered with those darts with which the valiant Titan overwhelmed him, the leader of the monkey army, his limbs pierced, faltering, swooned away. Then, coming to himself, Nila tore up a rock covered with many branched trees, and with a terrific bound, leapt on Mahodara and struck him on the head. Crushed by the impact with which that elephant among monkeys had just overwhelmed him, Mahodara fell to the earth, deprived of life, like a rock riven by lightning. Beholding his uncle slain, Trishirus seized hold of his bow and, full of ire, pierced Hanuman with his sharp arrows. Thereupon, the son of the wind, provoked, flung a crag at the valiant Trishirus, who broke it into pieces with his whetted shafts. Seeing that his missile was useless, the monkey let fall a rain of trees on the son of Ravana in the struggle, and he, observing that shower of trees falling through the air upon him, severed them in fury with his sharp arrows, emitting shouts of triumph. Then Hanuman, leaping upon his steed, tore at it violently with his nails, as the king of the bears claws a great elephant. Thereafter, from his side, the son of Ravana, as Death with his noose, arming himself with a spear, hurled himself on the son of Anila. As a meteor falls from the skies, so did that lance descend unobstructed, and that lion among the monkeys caught it and snapped it, emitting a great shout. Beholding that weapon of formidable aspect destroyed by Hanuman, the monkey forces raised joyful roars like unto the rumble of thunder, and Trishirus, the foremost of the Titans, drawing his sword, pierced the breast of that Indra of the monkeys. Wounded by the thrust of his sword, the mighty Hanuman, born of Maruta, struck that 3-headed one on the breast with the palm of his hand. Smitten by the blow from Hanuman's palm, the illustrious Trishiras let his gauntlet fall and dropped swooning to the ground, and as he fell, the great monkey, who resembled a mountain, broke his sword, letting out a roar which struck terror in all the Titans. Unable to endure the terrible cry of triumph, that ranger of the night rose up and struck Hanuman with his fist. The blow infuriated the great monkey, who in anger seized hold of the Titan by his crown, and as formerly Shakra severed the head of Tashtri's son, so Hanuman, with a terrific stroke of his sharp sword, cut off his 3 heads, each encircled with a diadem and decorated with earrings. The heads of that enemy of Indra, with their large eyes resembling stones, their glances like unto a glowing brazier, fell to the earth like stars falling from the sky. When the enemy of the gods, Trishiras, was slain by Hanuman, who was equal to Shakra in valor, the monkey shouted in triumph, and the earth shook, whilst the Titans scattered on all sides. Beholding Trishiras, Yuddha-Mata, and the irresponsible Devantaka and Narantaka slain, the fury of Mata knew no bounds. Seizing a mace plated with gold, stained with flesh, blood, and foam, immense, glittering, saturated with the enemy's gore, its points effulgent, festooned with scarlet garlands, the terror of Airavata, Mahapadma, and Saravabhauma, he armed himself with that weapon. In his fury, Mata, that lion among the Titans, scattered the monkeys like fire at the end of the world period. Meanwhile, the monkey, Rishaba, rushed toward Matanika, the younger brother of Ravana, and stood courageously facing him. Beholding that monkey as high as a hill standing before him, Mata, enraged, struck him violently on the chest with his mace that resembled lightning. Under the impact of that weapon, the lion among monkeys, his chest riven, stumbled, blood flowing in streams from the wound. Regaining consciousness after a long time, that prince of the monkeys, his lips trembling, threw a savage glance at Mahaparashva, and with a bound hurled himself on that Titan. Thereafter, the impetuous leader of the intrepid monkeys, of the size of a mountain in stature, clenched his fist and struck him full on the chest, and like a tree whose roots have been severed, the Titan suddenly fell to the earth, his limbs streaming with blood. Thereupon Rishaba tore that terrible mace which resembled the rod of death from his grasp, shouting in triumph. For an instant, that enemy of the gods appeared to be dead, but regaining his senses, his color that of an evening cloud, he threw himself on the son of the Lord of Waters and struck him. Dazed by the shock, the monkey sank to the ground, but having regained consciousness, quickly rose again, and brandishing the mace resembling a huge rock, he struck the Titan a violent blow. When that terrible mace fell on the powerful breast of the enemy of the gods, hostile to sacrifice and the priests, from his riven breast, blood fell in torrents as mineral-charged waters flow from a mountain. Thereafter, Rishaba, still armed with that formidable weapon, advanced upon him rapidly, striking his mighty adversary again and again, and that hero felled Matanika in the forefront of the battle, and crushed by his own mace, his teeth and eyes pressed in, Mata sank to the earth, bereft of life, and strength like a rock shattered by lightning. At his fall, all those Titan warriors fled, and Ravana's brother being slain, the whole army of the Naritas, which was as vast as the sea, throwing away their weapons, seeking only to preserve their lives, scattered in all directions like the sea bursting its banks. Chapter 71. Lakshmana slays the Titan Ayodhya. Witnessing the rout of his great army, causing the hair to stand on end, and the death of his brothers, the equals of Shakra in prowess, and beholding his 2 uncles, Yuddha-Mata and Mata, the foremost of the Titans, struck down in the fight, the illustrious Ayodhya, who resembled a rock, the humbler of the pride of Devas and Danavas, he who had been favored by Brahma, fell into a transport of rage. Ascending his chariot, glittering like 100 suns, that enemy of Indra hurled himself on the monkeys, and stretching his bow, that Titan, wearing a diadem and adorned with sparkling earrings, proclaimed his name, emitting a tremendous shout. The proclaiming of his name, the leonine roar, and the fearful twanging of his bowstring struck terror in those monkeys, and they, beholding that gigantic warrior, reflected, "Kumbhakarna has come again," and in their panic took shelter one with the other. At the sight of that apparition, like unto Vishnu taking the 3 strides, the simian warriors, seized with fear, fled in all directions, and in the presence of Ayodhya, those monkeys, bewildered, sought refuge with the one who is the refuge of all, the elder brother of Lakshmana. At that instant, Kakusta beheld the Titan like unto a mountain, standing in his chariot, afar off, armed with a bow and roaring like a cloud at the time of the dissolution of the worlds. Seeing that monster, Raghava, struck with astonishment, reassuring the monkeys, inquired of Vibhishana, saying, "Who is that archer, as high as a hill, with yellow eyes, standing in his vast chariot, harnessed to 1,000 horses amidst sharp picks, javelins, gleaming and pointed darts, who shines like Maheshwara among the Bhutas, and who is surrounded by glittering spears that fill his car like tongues of fire of death, blazing like a cloud riven by lightning, his best and golden-backed bow illumining his marvelous car on all sides, as chakra in the heavens. This tiger among Titans diffuses a brilliant light over the battlefield, as he, the prince of warriors, advances in a chariot reflecting the sun's rays. On the point of his standard, Rahu has lent him his splendor, and his arrows, like unto the rays of the sun, light up the 10 regions. His triply curved bow, inlaid and backed with gold, resounding like thunder, is as resplendent as Shatakratus. With its standard, banner, carriage, and the 4 outriders who escort it, that vast chariot thunders like a storm cloud. 38 quivers lie in the car with dreadful bows furnished with yellow cords. 2 shining swords illumine its sides, their hafts measuring 4 palms, and they are assuredly 10 palms in length. With his red garlands, this hero of the size of a mountain, dark of hue, his great mouth like unto death, resembles the sun veiled by cloud. Who is this Titan leader with his arms loaded with golden bracelets? Thus questioned by Rama, the descendant of Raghu of immense energy, the extremely illustrious Vibhishana answered, "It is the valiant son of that king who is without equal in might, Dashagriva of great splendor, the younger brother of Vaishvaravana of terrible exploits, the mighty Ravana, lord of the Titans. Full of reverence for his elders, renowned for his strength, the most skillful of those versed in the science of arms, he is able to fight on horseback or on the back of an elephant, either with a spear or bow, and whether it be a question of destruction or of sowing dissension or of making peace, of bestowing gifts, of using diplomacy or of strategy, he is highly esteemed. His mother was Danya Malini, and he is named Atakaya. Having found favor with Brahma through his chastity and austerity, he has obtained possession of marvelous weapons with which he has overcome his enemies, and Swayambhu granted him invulnerability to gods and Danavas, and bestowed this celestial armor on him, and a chariot reflecting the sun's rays. 100 times he has triumphed over gods and Danavas, rescued the Titans, and exterminated the Yakshas. In battle, that intrepid warrior stayed Indra's thunderbolt with his darts, and repelled the noose belonging to the Lord of the Waters, Varuna. He, Atakaya, the most powerful of the Titans, is the intelligent son of Ravana, and the subduer of the pride of Devas and Danavas. Speedily direct thine efforts against him, O lion among men, lest with his arrows he annihilate the monkey race." At that instant, the mighty Atakaya, shouting again and again, stretching his bow, hurled himself on the monkey host. Beholding that fearful monster, standing in his chariot, the greatest of car warriors, the foremost of the illustrious monkey leaders, advanced to meet him, and Kumuda, Mayinda, Nila, and Sharaba, coming together, also went out with trees and rocks. Then that mighty Titan, prince of warriors, broke those rocks and trees, and all the monkeys resisted him, but that virtuous hero of appalling stature pierced them with iron darts. Overwhelmed by that hail of missiles, their limbs dislocated, demoralized, they were unable to endure the furious assaults of Atakaya, and that hero sowed terror amidst the hosts of the valiant monkeys, as a lion, proud of its youth and strength, stands amongst a herd of deer. Nevertheless, that Indra among the Titans desisted from striking any who were defenseless. Thereafter, with his bow and quiver, he rushed on Rama, and addressed him proudly, saying, "Here I stand in my chariot with my bow and arrows in my hand. I do not contend with common soldiers, but he who desires it and is willing, I challenge here and now to combat." This speech incensed Saumitri, the slayer of his foes, and in his rage he sprang forward with a smile of disdain, bow in hand. Provoked, he advanced, taking an arrow from his quiver and placing himself before Atakaya, stretching his great bow so that the earth, the sky, the sea, and the 4 quarters resounded with the formidable thrumming of the bowstring, and terror seized those rangers of the night. Hearing that dreadful twanging of Saumitri's bow, the powerful and valiant son of that Indra of Titans was astounded, and enraged on beholding Lakshmana advancing towards him, he took out a sharp dart and spoke thus: "Go hence, O Saumitri, thou art but a child without any experience of warfare. Why dost thou seek to measure thy strength with mine, who am the equal of death? Nay, assuredly the force of these arrows loosed by mine arm may not be withstood by Himavat himself, nor the earth, nor the heavens. Thou art seeking to rouse the fire of dissolution, which to thy good fortune is now sleeping. Throw away thy bow and go hence. Do not sacrifice thy life by advancing to meet me. Nevertheless, if thou art determined not to turn back, then stay, and yielding up thy life, enter Yama's abode. Behold my whetted shafts, which wrought of refined gold subdue the boasting of mine adversaries and resemble Shiva's trident. This arrow also, resembling a serpent, shall this instant quaff thy blood as the king of the beasts drinks the blood of the lord of the elephants." Speaking thus in rage, the Titan placed an arrow on his bow, and that speech of Atakaya's, full of wrath and threats, infuriated Lakshmana, who was brave and virtuous by nature, so that he answered him proudly and with dignity, saying, "Superiority is not measured by speech, nor is bragging indulged in by men of worth. Here I am, armed with my bow, an arrow in mine hand. Manifest thy prowess, O wretch. Reveal thyself in deeds, and cease to blow thine own trumpet. He who conducts himself with courage is said to be a warrior. Thou art furnished with every kind of weapon, art mounted on thy chariot, and hast a bow. Now manifest thy valor either with arrows or with magic darts. I shall cut off thine head with my whetted shafts, as the wind detaches the ripe fruit of the palm from its stem. Soon mine arrows, decorated with refined gold, shall drink thy blood, that their points will cause to flow by piercing thy limbs. Thou hast said, 'He is but a child,' but let not this thought cause thee to underestimate me. Old or young, know that it is death who is about to enter into combat with thee. Vishnu, while yet a child, covered the 3 worlds in his 3 strides." These words of Lakshmana, fraught with sense and reason, exasperated Atakaya, who laid hold of an excellent dart. At this, Vidyaharas, Bhuttas, Devas, Daityas, Maharishis, and Guyakas of great soul gathered to witness the duel. Thereafter, Atakaya, provoked, placed an arrow on his bow and loosed it on Lakshmana, and it ate up space, as it were, but that sharpened arrow, like unto a venomous snake in the form of a crescent, as it flew was severed by that slayer of his foes, and seeing his dart broken, Atakaya, in a paroxysm of rage, took out 5 arrows at once, and that ranger of the night loosed them on Lakshmana. But before they reached him, the younger brother of Bharata shattered them with his whetted shafts. Having severed those missiles with his sharpened darts, Lakshmana, the slayer of his foes, selected a pointed arrow, the brilliance of which sent forth flames, and placed it on his excellent bow. Then, bending it with force, he struck the forehead of that prince of the Titans. That shaft, sinking into the brow of the terrible Titan, with the blood that covered it, resembled the king of the serpents entering a mountain, and as the formidable gateway of Tripura shook when struck by Rudra's shaft, so did that Titan falter at the impact of Lakshmana's weapon. Breathing heavily, that colossus reflected, "Assuredly, the arrow thus loosed proves to me that thou art a worthy adversary." Thinking thus, he opened his mouth, and stretching his great arms, leaning on his seat, urged his chariot forward. 1, 3, 5, and 7 were the arrows selected by that lion among the Titans, and placing them on his bow and drawing it, he let them fly, and those shafts, as bright as the sun, seemed as it were to set the firmament ablaze. Meantime, unmoved, the younger brother of Raghava severed them with the aid of innumerable whetted darts. Seeing those arrows broken, the son of Ravana, enemy of the Lord of the Gods, incensed, took hold of a sharp weapon, and, placing it on his bow, he loosed it with great force against Saumitri, who was advancing towards him, striking him on the breast. Wounded in the breast by Atakaya, Saumitri began to bleed profusely, like an elephant discharging its temporal juices, and that prince plucked out the shaft and threw it away. Thereafter he selected a sharp dart to which he joined a mantra-charged arrow and set Agni's weapon on his bow, whereupon both bow and arrow spat forth flames. Thereupon Attikaya, endowed with great strength, took up Rudra's weapon and fixed an arrow with a golden haft resembling a serpent on his bow. Then Lakshmana loosed that powerful weapon, his flaming and redoubtable missile on Attikaya, like Antaka wielding the rod of death. Seeing that shaft joined to the Agneya dart, the Ranger of the Night loosed Rudra's shaft joined to Suraya's weapon, and those two missiles rushed towards each other in space, and their flaming points made them appear like infuriated serpents. Devouring each other, they fell on the earth, their fire extinguished, reduced to ashes and bereft of their splendor, and having set the sky ablaze, they lay without luster on the earth. Thereafter, Attikaya, enraged, discharged the Aishika reed joined to Twashtar's weapon, but the mighty Saumitri severed it with Indra's shaft. Seeing the reed broken, that prince born of Ravana, enraged, joined a spear to Yama's weapon, and that Ranger of the Night hurled it at Lakshmana, who destroyed it with the Vayavya weapon. Then, like a massive cloud letting loose its rain, Lakshmana, in anger, covered the son of Ravana with a rain of missiles, and those shafts, coming in contact with Attikaya's coat of mail, which was encrusted with diamonds, had their points shattered and fell on the earth. Seeing them rendered fruitless, Lakshmana, the slayer of hostile warriors, covered his adversary with 1,000 arrows. Inundated by that hail of shafts, Attikaya, that mighty warrior, whose cuirass could not be pierced, remained unmoved, and that hero was unable to inflict a wound on the Titan. Thereafter, the wind god approached him and said, "Because of the boon received from Brahma, that warrior is clothed in impenetrable armor. Do thou therefore strike him with the Brahma weapon, else he may not be slain, his mail being proof against aught else." On hearing Vayu's words, Saumitri, the equal of Indra in prowess, instantly took up a dart of incredible velocity and joined it to Brahma's weapon. Having placed that excellent weapon with the foremost of arrows, furnished with sharp points on his bow, every region, the sun, moon, and the great planets were struck with terror, and the heavens and earth also shook. Then, having fixed the Brahma weapon on his bow, that missile, the stem of which being like death's messenger and equal to lightning, Saumitri let it fly on the son of Indra's foe, and Attikaya beheld that shaft loosed by the mighty-armed Lakshmana, swift as the tempest, with its haft encrusted with gold and diamonds, falling upon him, and beholding it, immediately struck at it with his innumerable shafts. But that arrow, swift as Suparna himself, flew towards him with extreme velocity, and seeing it draw near, like death at the time of dissolution, Attikaya struck at it with lances, spears, maces, axes, picks, and arrows with unrelenting energy. But those weapons of marvelous aspect were rendered fruitless by that flaming dart, which, striking him, severed his head with its diadem. Cut off by Lakshmana's arrow, the head instantly fell on the earth with its crown like unto the peak of Himafat. Then those rangers of the night, who had escaped the slaughter, beholding the body lying on the ground, its raiment and adornments in disarray, were thunderstruck, and their features distorted, those unfortunate beings, exhausted with fighting, suddenly began to emit piercing and inarticulate cries. Thereafter those Titans, who surrounded their dead leader, terrified, without paying him honor, fled towards the city. The monkeys, however, their faces shining like full-blown lotuses, in their delight, all paid homage to Lakshmana on account of the success he had won in striking down that formidable adversary, who was renowned for his prowess and theretofore invincible. Chapter 72. Ravana, overcome by anxiety, makes further plans. Hearing that Attikaya had been slain by the mighty Lakshmana, Ravana became extremely anxious and spoke as follows. Dhumraksha, who is full of ardor and the most skilled in the use of arms, Akampana, Prahasta, and Kumbhakarna, those valiant Titan warriors eager for combat, the destroyers of hostile forces, ever invincible, brave Titans of immense stature who were versed in the use of every weapon, have fallen with their troops under the blows of Rama of imperishable exploits. Yet many powerful warriors were struck down by my son Indrajit, who is renowned for his strength and prowess. Those two brothers were fettered by his formidable shafts bestowed on us as a boon. All the gods and asuras combined, despite their power, could not have broken those fearful bonds, nor the yakshas, gandharvas, or panagas. I do not know by what force, magic, or supernatural means those bonds were severed by those two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana. Those courageous titans who went out to fight at my command have all perished in combat with the exceedingly valiant monkeys. Henceforth, I do not see who on the battlefield will be able to slay Rama and Lakshmana, or the powerful Sugriva and his forces. Ah, how mighty is Rama! How great is the range of his shafts! Those titans who challenged this warrior have all been destroyed. Now, on his account, let defenses be set up everywhere, both in the city and round the Ashoka Grove where Sita is being guarded. Let the entries and exits be patrolled continuously by our sentinels, wherever they are posted. Establish yourself with the foremost battalions everywhere, in order to observe the movements of the monkeys, O Night Rangers. In the evening, at midnight or at dawn, no matter when, do not relax your vigilance in regard to the simian army. Observe what troops are placed in the line by the enemy, how they advance and where they halt. Let the gateways and turrets be barricaded at once. All the Titans listened to the commands of the mighty Lord of the Titans and went away to carry them out. Ravana, the king of the Titans, however, having issued these orders, exceedingly despondent, entered his abode, the fire of his anger smoldering within him, and that powerful monarch of those Rangers of the Night, reflecting on the misfortune that had befallen his son, sighed without ceasing. Chapter 73. Indrajita, making himself invisible, puts the monkey army out of action. The Titans, who had escaped the slaughter, hastened to apprise Ravana of the death of their leaders, Devantaka and others, as also Trishiras and Atakaya. Hearing these mournful tidings, great tears immediately filled the king's eyes, and for a long time he remained absorbed in the melancholy thought of the death of his sons and brothers. Beholding the wretched monarch plunged in an ocean of grief, Indrajita, the son of that lord of the Titans, the foremost of warriors, addressed him thus: "O my dear father, since Indrajita still lives, do not give thyself up to despair. O prince of the Naritas, he whom the enemy of Indra strikes with his shafts in the fight is not able to preserve his life. Today thou shalt see Rama and Lakshmana lying stretched on the earth, their bodies pierced, torn to pieces by mine arrows, their limbs riddled with my whetted shafts. Bear witness to the well-considered vow of Shakra's enemy, reinforced by my prowess and the divine power. This very day I shall overwhelm Rama and Lakshmana with the arrows that never miss their target. Let Indra, Vaivasvata, Vishnu, Rudra, and the Sadyas, Vaishvanara, Chandra, and Surya this day witness mine immeasurable prowess as redoubtable as that of Vishnu at Bali's place of sacrifice." Having spoken thus, that rival of the Lord of the Celestials craved permission of the king to depart, and with fearless soul ascended his chariot that was as swift as the wind, harnessed to excellent steeds and furnished with weapons resembling the car of Hari himself. Then he set out for the battlefield immediately, and that magnanimous hero was escorted by innumerable warriors, full of ardor, bearing great bows in their hands. As they advanced, some on the backs of elephants, others on prodigious mounts such as tigers, scorpions, cats, mules, buffalo, serpents, boars, cheetahs, lions, and jackals as large as hills, crows, herons, and peacocks, those titans of redoubtable courage were armed with javelins, hammers, sabers, axes, and maces. To the sound of conchs and the rolling of drums, that valiant enemy of the king of the gods rushed out to fight. With his parasol, pearly like the moon, that slayer of his foes shone like the firmament when that orb is full. Fanned by marvelous chowries with elegant handles, that warrior, adorned with golden ornaments, the foremost of archers, Indrajita, blazed like the solar disk, and he, whose strength was irresistible, illumined Lanka like the burning sun in the sky. Then that intrepid subduer of his foes, on reaching the battlefield, ranged the Titans round his chariot, and according to the traditional rites, that prince of the Titans prayed to the god who feeds on sacrificial offerings, whose brilliance he possessed, reciting the most auspicious mantras, and offering libations of soma and roasted grain with garlands and perfumes, that resplendent leader of the Titans invoked Pavaka. Thereafter, he brought their weapons such as Sharapatras, Samids, and Bibitakas with red robes and an iron spoon, and heaping the fire with Sharapatras and Tumaras, he seized hold of a live goat by the neck. Blazing up suddenly, the fire gave off no smoke, but manifested the signs betokening victory, and having been lit, the flames bright as gold, whirling in a southerly direction, passed through the crucible and instantly consumed the offerings. Thereafter, Indrajit, who was skilled in handling arms, took out the Brahma weapon and pronounced a mantram on his bow, his chariot, and on all. Then he, having uttered the sacred formula and invoked Pavaka, the firmament, the sun, the planets, the moon, and the stars trembled. Having called on the god of fire, whose brilliance he possessed, he, the equal of Indra in power, whose strength was unimaginable, disappeared in the sky with his bow, arrows, sword, chariot, horses, and spear. Then the army of Titans, abundantly furnished with horses and chariots, flags and pennants, burning to fight, set out emitting war cries, and in the struggle, those Titans, full of rage, attacked the monkeys with darts of different kinds, which were sharp, swift, and beautifully wrought, and with spears and hooks. Beholding them, the son of Ravana, addressing those rangers of the night, cried out, "Attack the foe speedily whom you are burning to destroy. Be of good cheer." At these words, the Titans, in their anxiety to triumph, roared aloud and caused a hail of missiles to descend on those redoubtable monkeys. Arming himself with arrows, maces, and clubs, Indrajit, on his side, in the midst of the Titans, assaulted the monkeys from where he stood, invisible in the sky. Then those monkeys, struck down in the fight, instantly began to assail Ravana with blows from stones and trees, and full of anger, Indrajit, born of Ravana, that hero full of power, smote the monkeys with a single lance, and in fierce fury pierced 5, 7, and 9 monkeys at one time, to the great delight of the Titans. Thereafter, that invincible warrior crushed those monkeys under his shafts that glittered like the sun and were decorated with gold. Their limbs pierced, the monkeys, overwhelmed by those arrows, fell like great asuras destroyed by the gods. Before this second, Aditya, who consumed them with formidable weapons as his rays, those lions among the monkeys fled away, filled with terror. Their bodies mutilated, their senses confused, they stampeded, bathed in blood, and terrified. But in their devotion to Rama, those monkeys, willing to sacrifice their lives, suddenly halted and returned shouting, armed with rocks, and, closing their ranks, showered down a hail of trees, crags, and stones on Ravana. That murderous and fearful avalanche of trees and rocks was, however, dispersed by the mighty Indrajit, who was ever victorious in combat, and, with his arrows, as bright as fire, resembling serpents, that prince pierced the ranks of his foes. With 18 penetrating darts, he wounded Gandhamadana. With 9 others, he struck Nala, who stood some way off, and in his great strength, he assailed Mayinda with 7 arrows, tearing out his entrails, and Gaja with 7 blunted shafts. Thereafter, he pierced Jambavan with 10 arrows, Nila with 30, and Sugriva, Rishaba, Angada, and Devivida with dreadful flaming arrows that had been received as boons, thus rendering those foremost of the monkeys insensible, who, struck by innumerable shafts, fell under his furious onslaught, so that he appeared like the fire of death itself. With the aid of arrows as bright as the sun, loosed with skill, that were exceedingly swift, he scattered those monkey divisions in that great fight, and with transports of the keenest joy, that renowned warrior, born of the Indra of the Titans, witnessed the entire Simian army bathed in blood, overwhelmed with that rain of missiles. Under that shower of arrows and cruel hail of weapons with which he assailed them, the valiant Indrajit ranged the monkey ranks, spreading destruction. Then, leaving his army behind, he speedily flung himself on the monkey forces in that great fight, covering them with a huge wave of formidable shafts like the downpour from a dark cloud. Victims of his magic arts, their bodies crushed by those missiles loosed by that vanquisher of Chakra, the monkeys, who were as large as rocks, emitted piteous cries, falling in the fray like great hills struck by Indra's thunderbolt, and they could see nothing but those sharp arrows decimating their ranks, whilst the enemy of the king of the gods, that Titan, veiled in his magic power, remained invisible. Then that illustrious prince of the Titans let fly his whetted shafts that shone like the sun in all directions, covering the foremost of the monkeys and destroying them. And he caused spears, swords, and axes resembling fire, shooting forth flames like a glowing brazier from which sparks fly, to fall on the ranks of the foremost of the Plavagas. Under the arrows and flaming darts with which the vanquisher of Indra overwhelmed them, the monkey leaders resembled kimshuka trees in full flower. As they looked upwards, some, struck in the eyes, were blinded, and jostling one another, fell to the earth. With the aid of javelins, spears, and whetted shafts charged with mantras, Indrajita, the prince of the Titans, crushed all those warriors: Hanuman, Sugriva, Angada, Gandhamadana, Jambavan, Sushena, Vigadarshan, Mayinda, Devivida, Nila, Gavaksha, Gavaya, Kasarin, Hariloman, Vidyadamstra, Suryanana, Jayotamuka, Dadamuka, Pavakaksha, Nala, and Kumura, and having disarmed those monkey leaders, he caused a shower of glittering darts like unto the rays of the sun to fall on Rama and Lakshmana who accompanied him. Under the wave of arrows, which he heeded as little as though they were drops of rain, Rama, of prodigious splendor, began to ponder within himself and said to his brother, "O Lakshmana, having overwhelmed the Simian army, that Indra among the Titans, the enemy of the gods, trusting in his powerful weapon, now attacks us afresh with his sharp darts. In virtue of the boon he has received from Swayambhu, that hero, full of energy and prowess, has made himself invisible despite his formidable size. How may Indrajita, who has taken up arms against us, be struck down in combat when his body is invisible? I recognize this to be the weapon and power of Swayambhu, the beneficent and incomprehensible one. With a tranquil heart, O sagacious Lakshmana, bear the fall of this shaft with me today. Let this Indra of Titans, the leader of them all, cover us with a rain of darts." The entire army of the Monkey King, his greatest warriors having been struck down, appears to have lost its splendor. Yet when Ravana beholds us lying stretched insensible and impotent, manifesting neither joy nor anger, he will certainly rejoin Ravana, the enemy of the gods, in his abode, having gained a great victory. Thereafter, Indrajita overwhelmed them both with a hail of missiles, and having reduced them to a state of impotence, that Indra among the Titans set up a shout of triumph. In this way, having overcome the Simian army in battle, as also Rama and Lakshmana, he returned at once to the city ruled by Ravana's hand, where, extolled by the Yatudanas and filled with delight, he related all to his sire. Chapter 74. On Jambavan's instructions, Hanuman goes to the mountain of medicinal herbs. Seeing the two Raghavas lying unconscious on the field, the army of monkeys and their leaders lost courage, nor did Sugriva, Nila, Angada, or Jambavan dare to take any action. Thereupon Vibhishana, foremost among the wise, seeing the general despondency, with his sagacious words, reassured those warriors belonging to the Simian king, saying, "Although those two princes are lying here without consciousness, have no fear. You have no cause to despair. It is in order to honor Swayambhu's pledge that they have allowed themselves to be struck down by Indrajita with his rain of missiles. Indrajita received that excellent weapon that is not to be withstood from Brahma. It is in order to render homage to that god that the two princes have fallen in the fight. It is therefore not the moment to lose heart." Having paid honor to Brahma's weapon, Maruti answered Vibhishana, saying, "Let us console those who still live among the army of the monkeys, which has been decimated by that celestial shaft." Thereupon, with torches in their hands, those two heroes, Hanuman and the foremost of the Titans, began to range the battlefield together during the night, and they beheld the earth covered with tails, hands, breasts, feet, fingers, necks, and severed limbs, scattered here and there, from which the blood flowed, and monkeys as large as hills fallen on the field, their weapons still glowing. Thereafter, Vibhishana and Hanuman beheld Sugriva, Angada, Nila, Sharaba, Gandhamandana, Jambavan, Sushena, Vigadarshan, and also Mayinda, Nala, Jayotamuka, Devivida, and all those monkeys lying on the battlefield. 76 kotis of brave monkeys had been overthrown in the fifth and last period of the day by Brahma's cherished weapon. while looking on that formidable army that had fallen under the blows of the enemy and that resembled the waters of the sea, Hanuman, accompanied by Vibhishana, began to search for Jambavan, and, beholding that aged one, bowed with the weight of years, riddled with 100 arrows, the valiant son of Prajapati, like unto an extinguished brazier, the grandson of Pulastya, rushed towards him and said, "O hero, is it possible that those penetrating shafts did not cut off thine existence?" Hearing the voice of Vibhishana, Jambavan, the foremost of the bears, who was scarcely able to speak, answered, saying, "O Indra among the Naritas, thou who art full of valor, I recognize thy voice. O pious one, say whether he, on account of whom Anjana and Matarishwan are happy parents, that hero Hanuman still lives." On this enquiry from Jambavan, Vibhishana replied, "Why dost thou remain silent concerning the two princes and question me on the subject of Maruti? How is it that King Sugriva, Angada, or even Raghava do not inspire thee with an affection as great as that which thou bearest for the son of Vayu, O venerable one?" Hearing Vibhishana's words, Jambavan answered, "Hear, O tiger among the Naritas, as to why I inquire concerning Maruti. It is that should the valiant Hanuman still live, even if the army has been destroyed, it is not destroyed. If Maruti yet lives, O dear friend, he, the rival of Maruta, the equal of Vaishvanara in power, then there is still the possibility of survival." At that moment, the son of Maruta approached that venerable one with reverence, paying obeisance to him and touching his feet. And the voice of Hanuman moved his heart, so that the prince of the Plavagas felt new life had been bestowed on him. Thereafter, the illustrious Jambavan said to Hanuman, "Come hither, O mighty one. It is for thee to deliver the monkeys. None other has the power, and thou art their best friend. This is the moment to demonstrate thy prowess. I see no other. Do thou bring joy to those brave troops of bears and monkeys. Heal those two unfortunate beings, Rama and Lakshmana, of their wounds. Prepare to cross far above the great path of the ocean in order to reach Himavat, the highest of mountains, O Hanuman, and there direct thy course to that golden peak Rishaba, difficult to scale and of an extreme altitude. There the summit of Mount Kailasha will be seen by thee, O slayer of thy foes. Between the peaks of these two mountains thou wilt behold the mountain of medicinal herbs rising in unparalleled splendor, where every kind of healing plant abounds. O foremost of the monkeys, thou wilt discover 4 plants growing on the summit, the radiance of which illumines the 10 regions. They are Mritasamjavani, Vishalyakarani, Suvarnakarani, and Sandhani, herbs of rare value. Gather all 4, O Hanuman, thou the son of the bearer of fragrance, and return to aid the monkeys by reviving them." At these words of Jambavan, Hanuman, born of Maruta, felt himself infused with tremendous power as the ocean heaves with the force of the wind. Standing on the summit of the high mountain, which he crushed with his weight, the valiant Hanuman looked like a second mountain. Trodden down by the monkey's feet, the mountain sank, unable to endure the load that pressed so heavily upon it, and the trees fell to the ground and caught fire on account of the rapid course of the monkey, while the peaks, trampled down by him, were shattered. Thus crushed, its trees, rocks, and soil torn up, it became impossible for the monkeys to stand erect on that high mountain which was shaking, and Lanka, with its great gateways destroyed, its dwellings and bastions crumbling, full of terror-stricken titans, appeared to be reeling. Then the son of Maruta, like unto a mountain, trod that support of the earth underfoot, causing the earth and sea to quake. Pressing the mountain under his feet, he opened his mouth like the fearful jaws of Vidava and began to roar with all his might in order to strike terror into the Titans. And when they heard that formidable clamor, those lions among the Titans in Lanka were paralyzed with fear. Thereafter, paying obeisance to Samudra, Maruti, the scourge of his foes, possessed of redoubtable courage, for Raghava's sake, prepared himself for the undertaking. Raising his tail, which resembled a serpent, flattening his ears, and opening his mouth wide, like unto the entry to Vidava, he sprang into the air with an impetuous bound, drawing trees with their branches, stones, and a rabble of monkeys in his wake. And, borne away by the force of the wind produced by the movement of his arms and thighs, deprived of resistance, they all fell into the ocean. Then the son of Vayu, stretching his 2 arms that resembled the coils of serpents, with a strength equal to the enemy of reptiles, set out in the direction of that celestial peak of the Lord of the Mountains, displacing all the cardinal points as it were. And he observed the ocean that rolled on and on with its garlands of waves, and all the creatures moving in its depths, while he coursed on like the discus loosed by the fingers of Vishnu. Mountains, flocks of birds, lakes, rivers, ponds, vast cities, crowded provinces, passed under his gaze as he journeyed on with the swiftness of his sire, the wind god. And the agile and courageous Hanuman, the rival of his father in valor, strove to follow the orbit of the sun, and in extreme haste, the foremost of monkeys went on with the speed of the wind, and all the quarters re-echoed to the sound. Then Maruti, that great monkey, full of energy, remembered Jambavan's words, and suddenly Himavat appeared with its many streams, its great number of caves and waterfalls, the many kinds of trees that adorned it, and its peaks like a mass of white clouds, lovely to look upon. Thereafter he approached that king of mountains, and as he drew near that Indra of high mountains with its golden peaks of great altitude, Hanuman beheld those illustrious and holy retreats of the ascetics, frequented by the foremost of the gods, rishis, and siddhas, and he saw Brahmakosha, Rajatalya, Shakralya, Rudrashara Pramoksha, Hayanana, and the blazing Brahmashiras, and he recognized the servants of Vivasvat. Thereafter he beheld the Vanyalaya and the Vaishravanyalaya, Surya Prabha and the Surya Nibandana, Brahmalaya and Shankara Kurmuka. Thus did he perceive the center of the earth. And Hanuman also discovered the steep mountain Kailasha and the rock of Himavat and Vrisha, that sublime and golden mountain illumined by the radiations of all the curative herbs, the king of mountains, where all the simples grow. Astonished on beholding that mountain wreathed in phosphorescent fires, the son of Vasava's messenger descended on that lord of hills covered with medicinal herbs in order to gather them. Then that great monkey, born of Maruta, covered 1,000 leagues, ranging that mountain where those specifics grew on that most elevated of peaks. Nevertheless, those sovereign remedies, knowing that Hanuman had come to gather them, made themselves invisible. Thereupon that hero, not being able to see them, grew angry, and in his ire began to emit loud cries. Impatient, his glances inflamed, he questioned that mountain, the support of the earth, saying, "What impels thee, thou who art of such strength, to show thyself to be without pity for Raghava? O king of the mountains, the hour having struck, overcome by the power of mine arms, thou shalt see thyself shattered to pieces." Thereupon, seizing hold of the crest with its trees, elephants, gold, and many kinds of ore that adorned it, with its summit of jagged peaks and sublime radiant plateaus, he broke it off roughly. Having thus uprooted it, he flew into the air to the great terror of the worlds, the gods and their leaders, and to the acclamations of innumerable inhabitants of the sky. Thereafter, he flew away with the speed of Garuda, carrying that rocky peak which shone like the luminous orb, and he too was filled with radiance as he followed the path of the sun. Coursing thus in the vicinity of that orb, he appeared to be its very image, and that peak spread a great light over the son of the god, who is the bearer of fragrance, so that it appeared as if Vishnu himself, armed with his discus of 1,000 fiery rays, were in the sky. Then the monkeys, observing him, shouted with delight, and he also, on beholding them, emitted tremendous roars. Hearing those cries of triumph, the inhabitants of Lanka set up a dreadful clamor, and Hanuman alighted on a high rock in the midst of that host of monkeys. Thereafter, he bowed to the chief of monkeys and embraced Vibhishana. Then the 2 sons of that king of men, having inhaled those wonderful herbs, were instantly healed of their wounds, and the others, those valiant monkeys, rose up in their turn, and all the brave Plavagas were instantly cured of their wounds and sufferings, having inhaled those wonderful herbs, and those who had been slain returned to life like sleepers waking when the night is over. From that moment, the monkeys and titans fought in Lanka itself, and thereafter, on Ravana's command and out of perversity, all the titans struck down in the fight by the valiant monkeys, both wounded and dead, were thrown into the sea. Meantime, the son of the bearer of fragrance, Hanuman, of formidable bounds, carried the peak of medicinal herbs back to Himavat and returned with speed to rejoin Rama. Chapter 75. Lanka is set on fire by the monkeys. At that moment, Sugriva, the illustrious king of the monkeys, addressed Hanuman in words fraught with wisdom, saying, "Now that Kumbhakarna has been slain and the youthful princes have perished, Ravana can no longer harm us. Therefore, let those valiant and agile Plavangamas who are able to do so hurl themselves on Lanka with torches in their hands." Meanwhile, the sun had withdrawn behind the Astakala mountains, and at the dread hour of night, the foremost of the monkeys approached Lanka with flaming torches, and those simian ranks, furnished with fiery brands, rushed in on all sides, so that the grim-visaged Titan sentinels instantly fled away. Then the monkeys joyfully set fire to gates, pavilions, highways and byways, and buildings of every kind, and the dwellings were consumed by thousands, and the public monuments, as high as mountains, toppled down and fell to earth. All was consigned to the flames. Sandal of great price, pearls, brilliant jewels, diamonds and coral, woolen cloths, rich silks, carpets of many kinds, made of lamb's wool, vases and weapons of gold, countless rare objects, harness and horse cloths, collars and girths for elephants, chariots with their furnishings and decorations, warriors' armor, trappings for their mounts, swords, bows and bowstrings, arrows, spears, goads and lances, cloths of wool and horsehair, tiger skins, innumerable perfumes, palaces enriched with pearls and precious gems, with stores of arms of every kind. All were burnt to ashes. Then the fire consumed all the buildings with their ornamentation and devoured the dwellings of the Titans who inhabited them. Clad in armor encrusted with gold, decorated with garlands and other ornaments, their eyes wild with inebriation, wine caused those inhabitants of Lanka to reel as they walked, whilst courtesans clung to their apparel, and they were incensed with fury against their foes. Armed with maces, picks, and swords, they were gorging themselves with meat and drink, or sleeping on sumptuous beds with the objects of their desire. Full of terror, they fled distracted, carrying their sons with them in all haste, whilst their luxurious and splendid mansions, which combined every effort, were consumed by fire in hundreds and thousands on every side. Those golden buildings that seemed to touch the skies, constructed like moons and crescents with their magnificent upper galleries, their trellised windows and terraces decorated with pearls and crystal, re-echoed to the cries of herons, peacocks, and the tinkling of ornaments. Asleep in the many-storied residences, the lovely courtesans, awakened by the flames that scorched them, threw off the jewels that impeded their flight, crying, "Ah, alas!" in piercing tones. Meanwhile, the palaces crumbled in the fire that consumed them, and those flaming mansions spread their light afar, like unto the summits of high mountains when struck by Indra's thunderbolts, so that it appeared as if the peak of Himavat itself were ablaze. The houses on all sides, wreathed in fire, resembled blossoming Kimshuka trees. Thus did Lanka appear that night. Elephants and horses that had broken loose from their keepers gave the city an appearance of the ocean with its maddened sharks and crocodiles at the time of the end of the world. Here a horse was seen running unchecked, or an elephant standing motionless in terror. Lanka in flames illumined the sea, the waters of which, streaked the shadows, seemed to flow with blood. In an instant, the monkeys had set fire to the city, and it looked as if the whole earth were aflame, as at the dread destruction of the world. Seeing the smoke, the women began to shriek, and when the flames reached them, their cries could be heard at 100 leagues distance. The Titans rushed out of the city, their limbs covered with burns, whereupon the monkeys, eager to come to blows, fell upon them. Monkeys and Titans set up such a clamor that it caused the 10 regions, the ocean and the whole earth, to re-echo. Meantime, healed of their wounds, the 2 brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, intrepid warriors, took up their marvelous bows, and when Rama drew that excellent weapon, the dreadful thrumming thereof struck terror in the Titans, and whilst he bent his great bow, Raghava shone in glory, as Bhava in his fury when he stretches the bow of the Vedas. Under the shafts loosed by that warrior, one of the gates of the city, resembling the peak of Mount Kailasha, fell shattered on the earth, and beholding Rama's arrows falling on temples and mansions, those Indras among the Titans made a supreme effort, and while they closed their ranks, they emitted leonine roars, so that it appeared as if the night of final dissolution was at hand. Then the leaders of the monkeys received orders from the magnanimous Sugriva, who said, "Enter the nearest gate and begin to fight, O Plavagas. If any amongst you acts contrary to my orders, let him be slain." Thereupon monkey leaders bearing torches in their hands took up their positions at the entrance of the city, and beholding them, Ravana, transported with fury, yawned, and the 10 regions were thrown into confusion, so that it seemed as if Rudra were manifesting his wrath. In his rage, he sent out Kumbha and Nukumbha, both born of Kumbhakarna, with innumerable titans, and at his command, Upaksha, Shonataksha, Prajanga, and Kampana set out with the 2 sons of Kumbhakarna. Then with the roar of a lion, Ravana said to those valiant warriors, "Go forth immediately, Titans." At his command, those brave Titans with their shining weapons left Lanka emitting a continuous clamor, and with the splendor of their ornaments and persons, they illumined the whole firmament, as did the monkeys also with their torches. Then the light of the moon and stars and the brilliance of the 2 armies irradiated the heaven, whilst the rays of the moon, their ornaments and the planets lit up the ranks of monkeys and Titans on all sides, and the light from the half-demolished mansions projected lurid flames over the flowing and tumultuous waves. With their flags and pennants, their swords and excellent axes, their formidable cavalry, chariots and elephants, their innumerable hosts of infantry, their spears, maces, sabers, javelins, darts, and shining bows, that terrible army of Titans of redoubtable valor and ardor seemed to be furnished with flaming missiles, and amidst the clash of hundreds of gongs, their arms, encased in golden sheaths, were brandishing axes, and the javelins of the Titans rang as they struck with their arrows and their great bows, whilst the air was permeated with the fragrance of their garlands and the aroma of wine. Beholding that formidable army of Titans, that was not to be withstood, emitting the muttering of a great cloud, the Plavangamas were agitated, and whilst their terrible opponents advanced towards them, they let forth loud cries. Thereafter, the enemy forces hurled themselves upon them like moths into a flame, and their maces, whirling in their fevered hands, emitted lightning flashes which increased the exceeding splendor of that host of excellent Titans. Meanwhile, as if a prey to intoxication, the monkeys rushed forward, eager to fight, striking those rangers of the night with blows from trees, rocks, and fists, whilst they advanced on them, loosing their sharp arrows. Then those Titans of immense energy cut off the heads of the monkeys, who tore off their ears with their teeth and battered in their skulls with their fists, crushing their limbs with stones as they moved about. Other rangers of the night, of grim aspect, struck the foremost of the monkeys here and there with their sharp swords, and the slayer was slain in his turn, cursing and biting as they massacred each other. Then one cried, "Strike!" and was struck in his turn, whilst another called, "It is for me to deal the blow!" And yet others called in chorus, "Why trouble thyself? Stay!" Amidst the stained missiles, armor, and shattered weapons, long spears were thrust forward, and blows from fists, maces, sabers, javelins, and plowshares were given. Then the encounter between monkeys and Titans assumed terrifying proportions, and in the conflict, the rangers of the night slew their enemies in tens of sevens, and in their turn, the army of Titans, their raiment in disorder, their armor and standards shattered, were assaulted and hemmed in on all sides by the monkeys. Chapter 76. The prowess of Angada and Kumbha. Kumbha is slain. At the height of that appalling struggle in which so many valiant soldiers perished, Angada advanced on the heroic Kumbha, and the impetuous Kampana, in anger, challenged Angada, and forestalling him, struck him a violent blow, causing him to reel. Thereafter that warrior, coming to himself, hurled a rock on his adversary, who, crushed under the blow, fell to the ground. Seeing Kampana slain, Shonataksha drove his chariot boldly at the monkey, and in his fury struck him with his sharp and fiery arrows, tearing his flesh. Then, like unto the fire of death, he loosed innumerable flaming Kushuras, Kushurapras, Narachas, Vatsadantas, Shilamukas, Karnis, Shalyas, and Vipithas on him, and that valiant and energetic son of Bali, his limbs pierced, in his might snapped the formidable bow of that Titan, and shattered his chariot with its shafts also. Thereupon Shonataksha instantly took up his sword and shield, and without hesitation sprang forward with an impetuous bound, but the courageous Angada, receiving the violent impact with a shout, broke that weapon with his hand. Thereafter, that line among monkeys, as if following the line of the sacred thread, let the blade fall on the Titan's shoulder, cutting it in two, and, raising his great sword, the son of Bali, shouting again and again, ran to the forefront of the battle to seek out further opponents. Now in company with Prajanga, the courageous Yupaksha drove his car furiously against that valiant monkey, and at that instant, Shonataksha, breathing heavily, rushed on that warrior of the golden bracelets. Full of energy, Prajanga, the intrepid companion of Yupaksha, hurled himself on the mighty Angada, mace in hand, and between Shonataksha and Prajanga, the prince of monkeys resembled the full moon between two Vishakhas. Then Mayinda and Devivida went to Angada's aid, and stood on guard near him, whilst the Titans of immense stature, their battalions drawn up, full of vigor, threw themselves furiously on the monkeys with swords, arrows, and maces, and the encounter between those Indras among the monkeys, in the grip of those bulls of Titans, was desperate, causing the hair to stand on end. In that fight, the former, seizing trees and stones, discharged them, but Prajanga, who is exceedingly powerful, broke them with his sword. Stones and trees fell thick and fast on his chariot, but were all severed by the countless shafts of the mighty Yupaksha, while the trees that, on their side, were thrown by Devivida and Mayinda were crushed and destroyed by Shonataksha, who was full of ardor and courage. Thereafter, the infuriated Prajanga, brandishing his great sword with which he severed the limbs of his adversaries, leapt on Angada, and, seeing him close behind him, that Indra among the monkeys, in his great strength, struck him a violent blow with the Ashvakarna tree, and with his fist hit out at the arm holding the sword which fell at the impact. Beholding his sword lying on the earth, like unto an iron bar, that powerful Titan raised his fist, and like unto lightning brought it down with great force on the brow of the intrepid Angada, foremost among the monkeys, who reeled for an instant. But, having regained his senses, that courageous son of Bali, boiling with rage, struck Prajanga's head from his shoulders. Then Yupaksha, seeing his paternal uncle lying on the field, quickly alighted from his chariot, his eyes full of tears, and as his quiver was empty, drew his sword. Beholding Yupaksha rushing towards him thus, Devivida, with a mighty blow, struck him on the breast, and in his ire seized hold of him with force. Perceiving his valiant brother made captive, the exceedingly energetic Shonataksha struck Devivida on the chest, and the blow caused the intrepid Devivida to stumble, but he clung to the mace that his rival sought once more to raise against him. Meanwhile, Mayinda joined Devivida, and Shonataksha and Yupaksha, burning with courage, engaged the two Plavagas in a terrible struggle. The mighty Devivida tore the face of Shonataksha with his nails, and, dragging him to the ground, crushed him, whilst Mayinda, fired with wrath, pressed Yupaksha in his arms so that he fell lifeless to the earth. Then the army of those foremost among the Titans, discouraged by the death of their leaders, turned and fled in order to rejoin the sons of Kumbhakarna, and Kumbha, seeing those soldiers fleeing in all haste, rallied them, and perceiving those valiant warriors to have been cruelly used by the highly powerful monkeys, and their leaders being slain, Kumbha, full of ardor, began to execute difficult feats in the encounter. Taking up his bow, he, the foremost and most skilled of archers, let fly a series of arrows like unto venomous serpents, able to pierce the limbs, and with his shafts and marvelous bow, shining with a great luster, he appeared like a second Indra illumined by the effulgence of Ravana. Thereafter he stretched that bow up to his ear and struck Devivida with a golden-hafted and plumed arrow, and as soon as it pierced that foremost of the Plavagas, who resembled the Trikutam mountain, his legs stiffened, and, trembling, he stumbled and fell. Mayinda, however, beholding his brother succumb in that great combat, rushed towards his adversary with a huge rock, and that hero hurled it at the Titan, but Kumbha shattered it with 5 whetted shafts, and taking hold of another dart with a sharp point resembling a poisonous snake, he struck the breast of Devivida's elder brother with violence. Under the blow, Mayinda, the general of the monkeys, his chest torn open, fell unconscious on the earth. Thereupon the fiery Angada, seeing his maternal uncles overcome despite their prowess, hurled himself on Kumbha, who was stretching his bow, and as he advanced, Kumbha pierced him with 5 whetted darts. Then with a further 3, and again with 3 spears as if he were attacking an elephant. Thus Angada was struck by the mighty Kumbha with innumerable shafts, but though his limbs were pierced by a succession of penetrating darts that were flaming and adorned with gold, yet he remained immovable and let fall a shower of rocks and trees on the head of that warrior born of Kumbhakarna, who cut off and severed all the weapons that the son of Bali loosed upon him. Seeing that leader of monkeys, Kumbha cut off his 2 eyelids with twin arrows, as one blinds an elephant with torches, so that the blood flowed and his eyes were veiled. Thereupon Angada, with one hand, protected his bloody lids, and with the other seized hold of a sala tree that stood near, and propping it on his chest, he stripped that leafy tree of its branches, and having bent it a little, discharged it in the fight in the sight of all the Titans, and that sala tree that resembled the banner of Indra appeared like unto Mount Mandara. Thereafter, Kumbha cut that tree to pieces and pierced his adversary with 7-pointed and murderous shafts, so that Angada suddenly fell down, unconscious. Beholding the invincible Angada stretched on the ground, like unto the sea when its waters recede, the leaders of the monkeys carried the tidings to Raghava. Then Rama, hearing that the son of Bali had fallen and been overcome in the course of a desperate struggle, issued his orders to the Simian leaders, who were led by Jambavan. At Rama's command, those lions among the monkeys, full of rage, their eyes red with anger, rushed on Kumbha, who was stretching his bow, and flew to the aid of Angada. Then Jambavan, Sushena, and Vegadarshan, enraged, threw themselves on that warrior born of Kumbhakarna, and seeing them advance, the Titan cut short the impetuous onslaught of those foremost of monkeys with a hail of arrows, as a rock obstructs the course of a torrent. And in the path sown with arrows, the intrepid monkeys were unable to discern anything, nor, as the sea cannot overstep its shores, were they able to pass. Beholding the Simian ranks overwhelmed by the rain of shafts, the king of the monkeys, Sugriva, placing his nephew Angada behind him, fell upon the son of Kumbhakarna in the fight, as an impetuous lion on an elephant who is wandering on the slopes of a mountain. And that powerful monkey tore up huge trees, ashvakarnas, and others of varying fragrance in great numbers, which he hurled at his adversary. Then the illustrious son of Kumbhakarna, with his sharp arrows, shattered that irresistible avalanche of trees that covered the whole sky and scattered those forest giants that shone like shatagnis. Beholding the rain of missiles dispersed by Kumbha, the valiant monarch of the monkeys, full of glory and majesty, remained unmoved, and, suddenly struck by an arrow, he seized hold of Kumbha's bow that was equal to Indra's and broke it, throwing that weapon on the ground with violence. Then, having accomplished that incredible feat, he angrily addressed Kumbha, who resembled an elephant whose tusks are broken, and said, "O elder brother of Nakumbha, thy strength and prowess in loosing thine arrows are admirable, as are thy filial piety and courage, and Ravana's also, O thou who art equal to Prahlada, or Bali, or the slayer of Vritra, or Kruvera, or Varuna. Thou alone art like unto thy mighty sire. Thou only, O long-armed warrior, armed with thy mace, the slayer of thy foes, cannot be overcome by the gods any more than misfortune can overwhelm him who is master of his senses. Advance, O most intelligent prince, and witness me in action. On account of a boon, thy paternal uncle is able to withstand Devas and Danavas, and full of prowess, Kumbhakarna, in his turn, defied the Suras and Asuras. With thy bow, thou art equal to Indra, and in valor, Ravana's peer. In the world, thou art now the foremost of the Titans in strength and power. Let all beings witness the mighty and prodigious duel between us today, resembling the combat between Shakra and Shambhara. By striking down those valiant monkeys who were possessed of extreme courage, thou hast accomplished a feat without equal, and manifested thy skill in the use of weapons. O hero, it is from fear of incurring reproach that I have not slain thee, for thy great exploits have wearied thee. Rest awhile, therefore, reflecting on my prowess." Thus flattered by Sugriva with fair words, the ardor of that warrior was redoubled, as the sacred fire flames up when butter is poured therein. Then Kumbha seized Sugriva in his 2 arms, whereupon, like 2 elephants intoxicated with ichor, those 2, breathing heavily again and again, their limbs interlaced, crushed each other, wrestling, and from their mouths emitting flames mingled with smoke. Under the trampling of their feet, the earth sank, and the waters of Varuna's abode overflowed on every side. Finally, Sugriva, having thrown Kumbha down with violence, cast him into the salty waves, thus causing him to become acquainted with the depths of the ocean. Nevertheless, Kumbha rose again and leapt on Sugriva, with his fist delivering a furious blow like unto lightning upon his breast, and the armor of the monkey was shattered, and blood gushed forth. That violent blow from the Titan's fist struck against the bones of his adversary, and from the impact, a flame shot forth resembling the fire that bursts from the mountain Meru when struck by lightning. Thereafter, Sugriva, that mighty lion among the monkeys, effulgent like the solar disk of 1,000 rays, parrying the thrust, lifted up a fist resembling a thunderbolt and brought it down with force on his opponent's breast. At the impact which shattered him, Kumbha, bereft of his senses, sank like a brazier, the brightness of which is extinguished. Under this blow of the fist, the Titan suddenly fell down, like unto the Loetanga of brilliant rays expelled from heaven by the force of destiny. And Kumbha falling, his chest crushed by Sugriva, resembled the flaming body of a meteor shooting from the sky. Thereupon Kumbha, being struck down in the fight by that monarch of the Plavangamas of formidable valor, the earth with its mountains and forests trembled, and a great fear seized the Titans. Chapter 77. The Fight Between Nikumba and Hanuman. Nikumba, seeing his brother slain by Sugriva, gazed on the king of the monkeys as if he would consume him with the fury of his glance, and that warrior took hold of his brilliant and terrible mace as large as the peak of the Mahendra mountain, like unto the rod of death, the support of the Titans, which was festooned with garlands, plated with gold, and embellished with diamonds and coral. Brandishing that weapon of a splendor equal to Indra's standard, the fortunate Nikumba, who was endowed with redoubtable courage, opening his mouth wide, emitted loud cries. With his breast adorned with golden pieces, his arms encircled with bracelets, his charming earrings and graceful garlands, his jewels and his mace, Nikumba shone like a cloud, shot with lightning, and charged with thunder to which the bow of Indra is added. The tip of his weapon shattered the conjunction of the 7 winds, and that loud-voiced hero glowed like a smokeless flame, whereupon the firmament, with the city of Vitapavati, the most lovely palaces of the Gandharvas, the clusters of stars and planets, the moon and great luminaries seemed to be spinning round with the whirling of Nikumba's mace. Unapproachable in ardure, Nikumba was like unto the fire at the destruction of the worlds, his mace and his ornaments the flames, his wrath the fuel, and in their terror neither Titans nor monkeys dared to move. Hanuman, however, baring his breast, stood fearlessly before him, and that Titan, with arms as thick as iron bars, which shone like the star of day, brought his weapon down on the breast of that mighty one, so that it broke into 100 pieces like a meteor suddenly exploding in space. But the great monkey remained unmoved under the impact of that weapon like a mountain in an earthquake. Thus assailed by his adversary, Hanuman, the foremost of the Plavagas, swinging his fist round with extreme force and lifting it up, with a swift bound, struck Nikumba with a violent blow on the chest, so that his armor was shattered and blood shot forth like lightning from a cloud. The shock caused Nikumba to stumble, but steadying himself, he seized hold of the energetic Hanuman, whereupon a great cheering broke out amongst the inhabitants of Lanka, witnessing that combat. Though lifted up in this wise by the Titan, the mighty Hanuman struck him a violent blow with his fist, and, freeing himself from Nikumba's grasp, leapt to the ground. Thereafter, with a supreme effort, in his rage he struck him down, crushing him, and then, leaping into the air, he fell heavily on his chest, and, taking hold of his neck, pressed it with his 2 hands, while he cried out, whereupon he tore off the head, which was of an appalling size. Amidst the shrieks emitted by Nikumba, who had fallen under the blows of the son of Pavana, the armies of the son of Dasaratha and the son of that Indra of the Titans, both filled with fury, entered into a desperate struggle. And Nikumba, being slain, the Plavagas emitted cries of joy that re-echoed in all the quarters of the horizon, and the earth seemed to tremble and the heavens crumble, whilst the hosts of the Titans were filled with terror. Chapter 78. Maharaksha goes out to meet Rama and Lakshmana. Seeing Nikumba slain and Kumbha also laid low, Ravana, in extreme wrath, appeared like unto a raging fire, and that Narita, mad with anger and grief, spoke with urgency to the son of Kara, the large-eyed Maharaksha, saying, "Go, O my son, and at my command strike down Raghava and Lakshmana with all the dwellers in the woods." On this behest, the son of Kara, Maharaksha, who was proud of his courage, answered, "It is well, I shall obey thee." Thereafter, having paid obeisance to Ravana by circumambulating him, that valiant warrior emerged from his sumptuous abode. Then Kara's son addressed the commander of the army, who stood near, saying, "Let my chariot be brought hither immediately, and assemble the troops at the earliest moment." On this, that night ranger brought his chariot and assembled the army, whereupon Maharaksha, having paid obeisance to the car and circumambulated it, caused it to be driven forward, urging on his charioteer with the words, "Drive on!" Thereafter, Maharaksha issued this order to all the Titans, "Do ye precede me, O soldiers. As for myself, the magnanimous Ravana has commanded me to slay those two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, in combat. Today I shall lay them low with my whetted shafts, O night rangers, as also the deer of the trees, and Sugriva. Today, under the blows of my mace, the great host of monkeys will be destroyed as wood by fire." Hearing Maharaksha's words, the rangers of the night, furnished with all sorts of weapons, full of valor, closed their ranks. Able to change their shape at will, ferocious, endowed with sharp claws, their eyes inflamed, emitting the roar of elephants, causing the hair to stand on end, inspiring terror, those giants surrounded the huge son of Kara, shouting joyfully, shattering the vault of heaven. Then conchs and drums sounded by the thousands in all the quarters, whilst they, leaping and clapping their hands, caused a great tumult. Thereafter, Maharaksha's charioteer suddenly let the goad drop from his hand, and the standard fell to the ground, whilst the horses, harnessed to his chariot, slackened their pace and stumbled as they advanced, mournfully shedding tears, and as the illustrious Maharaksha set forth, a sinister and biting dust storm arose. Nevertheless, the Titans, having witnessed those portents, set out unheeding and full of courage to meet Rama and Lakshmana, and their hue was like unto herds of elephants or buffalo, and they bore the marks of the blows from maces and swords received in the forefront of battle. "Here stand I! Here stand I!" cried those seasoned warriors, beginning to range to and fro on the battlefield. Chapter 79. Maharaksha falls under Rama's blows. Seeing Maharaksha approach, the foremost among the monkeys rushed forward, burning to fight. Thereupon a desperate struggle ensued between the rangers of the night and the Plavagas, like unto that combat formerly waged between Devas and Danavas, causing the hair to stand on end. Blows from trees and swords, clashes of maces and iron bars were exchanged, whilst monkeys and night rangers assailed each other, and the Titans created carnage among the foremost of the monkeys with swords, maces, lances, javelins, harpoons, goads and arrows, nets, hammers, sticks, and other weapons with which they struck out on every side. Overwhelmed by a mass of missiles which the son of Kara hurled upon them, all the monkeys, distracted, fled full of terror. And seeing their enemies routed, the Titans emitted leonine roars and triumphant shouts, while the monkeys scattered in all directions. Then Rama covered the Titans with a hail of arrows, and beholding them overpowered in this wise, Maharaksha, that ranger of the night, consumed with the fire of his wrath, challenged Rama in these words, saying, "Stay, it is with me, O Rama, that thou shouldest measure thy strength. With whetted shafts loosed from my bow, I am about to relieve thee of thy life. Since in the forest of Dandaka thou didst slay my sire, remembering thine iniquity, my wrath has increased. O wicked Raghava, a violent fire consumes my limbs since I failed to meet with thee in that great forest. By good fortune, thou art now before me. As a hungry lion desires to see its prey, so did I seek this encounter. Soon shall my swift arrows dispatch thee to the region of the dead, where thou shalt rejoin the warriors thou hast slain. Of what use are further words? O Rama, let all the worlds witness our combat. Let us fight with darts, maces, fists, or whatever weapon thou preferest." Thus spoke Maharaksha, and the son of Dasaratha, smiling, interrupted that flow of words, saying, "O Titan, of what use is this prating? It is in no wise worthy of thee. On the battlefield one does not triumph by strength of words, but by fighting. 14,000 Titans and thy sire, Trishiras, and Dushana himself fell under my blows in the Dandaka forest. Today vultures, jackals, and crows shall feed on thy flesh with their beaks, nails, and claws, O wretch." Hearing these words of Raghava's, Maharaksha loosed innumerable shafts on him with great violence, but Rama, with a shower of darts, severed those golden-hafted and richly bejeweled arrows again and again, so that they fell in pieces on the earth. Thereafter, as they joined issue, a desperate struggle ensued between the son of the demon Kara and the son of Dasaratha, and the clanging of their bowstrings and the clash of their gauntlets was like the muttering of thunderbolts. Then Devas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, and great serpents stood in the sky, eager to witness that prodigious conflict. Each wound inflicted on the combatants redoubled their ardor as they exchanged blow for blow, and the countless shafts loosed by Rama were destroyed by the Titan, whilst those of the Titan were severed by Rama again and again. Innumerable missiles covered all the regions and space itself, and the earth was heaped on every side so that it could not be distinguished. Finally, the long-armed Raghava, enraged, broke the bow of his adversary, and with 8 narachas wounded his charioteer. With his shafts he demolished the chariot and slew the horses who fell to the ground. Deprived of his car, Maharaksha, that prowler of the night, stood on the ground, and armed with his spear, he shone like fire at the dissolution of the worlds, and he was irresistible with his great lance, a gift from Shiva, that glittered in the air like unto the weapon of destruction. Beholding that great spear that emitted flames, the gods, struck with terror, fled on all sides, whilst that ranger of the night, lifting it up, hurled it with fury against the magnanimous Raghava. As it fell flaming from the hand of the son of Kara, Raghava, with 4 arrows, severed it in its flight, and broken at many points, that spear with its celestial gilding, having been destroyed by Rama's shafts, fell to earth like a great meteor. Beholding that weapon shattered by Rama of imperishable exploits, the Bhutas cried out in the sky, "Well done! Well done!" And observing his spear to be broken, Maharaksha, that ranger of the night, raising his fist, called out to Kakusta, "Stay! Stay!" Seeing him advancing, Rama, the joy of the house of Raghu, smiling disdainfully, took the fire weapon from his quiver, whereupon, struck by Kakusta's shaft, the Titan, his heart transfixed, fell down and perished. Witnessing the fall of Maharaksha, all the Titans, terrified of Rama's arrows, fled to Lanka. Thereafter, the gods rejoiced at the death of that night ranger, born of Kara, who had been stricken by the violent blows of Dasarathi and shattered like a mountain struck by lightning. Chapter 80. Indrajita sets out to fight once more. Hearing of the death of Maharaksha, Ravana, hitherto victorious in war, became a prey to violent anger, grinding his teeth, and enraged, he reflected on what ought to be done. Having considered the matter, in his wrath he sent his son Indrajita out to fight, saying, "Having triumphed over those 2 powerful brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, return, O hero. Visible or invisible, thou art superior in every way. Wert thou not victorious in the struggle with Indra of incomparable exploits? Therefore, why shouldest thou not succeed with these 2 mortals?" At this command of the king of the Titans, Indrajita, in obedience, proceeded to the place of sacrifice to offer oblations to Pavaka according to the traditional rites. During the ceremony, female Titans carrying red turbans also came there and took part in sacrificing to the fire. Thereafter, Titans came up hurriedly to that place where Ravani was, and in that sacrifice, weapons such as Sharapatras, Bibitakas, with fuel, red robes, and iron ladles were placed there. Then, having heaped the fire with Sharapatras and Tomaras, Indrajita seized hold of a living black buck by the neck, and that smokeless brazier devoured the sacred grass, oblations, and fuel, whereupon many auspicious omens, indicative of victory, appeared. With its flames, bright as the moon, whirling in a southerly direction, the fire, having been kindled, seized hold of the offerings. Thereafter, having offered oblations to Agni and gratified the Devas, Danavas, and demons, Indrajita ascended his marvelous car, which he had rendered invisible. In his magnificent vehicle, harnessed to 4 horses, that hero, furnished with whetted shafts and armed with his great bow, appeared resplendent. The chariot, with its decorations of refined gold, carved with figures of gazelles, moons, and crescents, shone with beauty, and Indrajita possessed a standard that, with its golden rings and encrustations of emerald, glowed like a brazier. Under the protection of the rod of Brahma, like unto the sun, the mighty Ravana was invincible. Setting out from that city, having invoked Agni and acquired the power to make himself invisible by the aid of sacred formulas lawful to Titans, the triumphant Indrajita spoke thus: "Today I shall slay those 2 who have passed their exile in the forest in vain, and in combat win a decisive victory for my sire Ravana. Today, having destroyed Rama and Lakshmana, I shall enjoy the supreme felicity of ridding the earth of monkeys." Having spoken thus, he made himself invisible and thereafter rushed furiously into the fray, whither Ravana had dispatched him. Effulgent with bow and shafts, that ardent adversary of Indra, beholding those 2 valiant heroes like unto a serpent with 3 heads, who were loosing a stream of arrows in the midst of the monkeys, reflected, "These are those 2. And stretching his bow, he covered those warriors with a shower of darts, as Parajanya lets loose his rain. Standing in his aerial car, invisible to the eye, he overwhelmed Rama and Lakshmana with whetted shafts. Enveloped by those swift darts, Rama and Lakshmana placed celestial arrows on their bows, and those 2 valiant warriors covered the sky with a rain of missiles as bright as the sun, without striking Indrajita. Thereupon that powerful Titan filled the sky with darkness and smoke, blotting out the cardinal points and shrouding himself in a dense fog. And during his airy flight, neither the twanging of his bowstring, nor the sound of the wheels, nor the clattering of the horses' hooves could be heard, nor could he himself be seen. In the midst of that fearful darkness, that long-armed warrior loosed a shower of narachas so that it appeared like an avalanche of rocks, and with his golden shafts bestowed on him as a boon, the furious Ravana wounded Rama and Lakshmana grievously in every limb. Then those 2 lions among men, overcome by narachas, like unto mountains under a deluge, loosed their whetted and golden-hafted arrows, and those darts, adorned with heron's plumes, struck the son of Ravana in the sky and pierced him in his course, whereupon they fell on the earth covered with blood. Thereafter, those 2 princes, with the aid of innumerable shafts, sought to sever the mass of missiles in their flight that burned them cruelly, and the 2 sons of Dasaratha aimed their excellent shafts in the direction whence those whetted darts fell. Ravana, however, a skilled driver, coursing on every side in his chariot, struck the 2 sons of Dasaratha with swift arrows and sharp shafts. Riddled by the golden-hafted arrows that rained upon them incessantly, the 2 sons of Dasaratha appeared like Kimshuka trees in flower. None could follow the rapidity of the Titan's course, none catch a glimpse of him, nor his chariot, nor his arrows, so that he resembled the sun obscured by heavy cloud. Struck down, wounded and slain by him, the monkeys lay stretched on the earth in hundreds, whereupon Lakshmana, enraged, addressed his brother, saying, "Shall I loose the Brahma weapon in order to exterminate all the Titans?" But Rama, who bore the marks of royalty, answered him, "Nay, it doth not behoove thee to rid the earth of Titans. No one may strike him who has withdrawn from the fight, or who has sought protection, or who has hidden himself, or stands before thee with joined palms, or who is fleeing or intoxicated. O long-armed hero, we will strive to slay Indrajita by employing those exceedingly fiery arrows resembling serpents. That magician, that insignificant Titan, with his invisible chariot, will be overthrown by the monkey leaders should he reveal himself. Whether he penetrate heaven or hell, or range the firmament, my shafts will consume him wheresoever he may take refuge, and he will fall, deprived of life." Having spoken these significant words, that hero of the house of Raghu was surrounded by the Plavagas, in his great might, reflected on how he should destroy that barbarian, the perpetrator of evil deeds. Chapter 81. Indrajita's Stratagem, Sita's Apparition. Indrajita, having divined the mighty Raghava's intention, withdrew from the fight in order to re-enter the city. Thereafter, remembering the death of those brave Titans, his eyes red with anger, the valiant Ravana set forth once more, leaving by the western gate surrounded by Titans, and the extremely energetic Indrajita, the descendant of Pulastya, that thorn in the side of the gods, seeing those warriors, the two brothers Rama and Lakshmana, burning to fight, resorted to magic and caused the illusory figure of Sita to appear in the chariot encircled by a large force, and he made seeming preparations to slay her. For the purpose of deceiving the monkeys, that wretch conceived this design, and, advancing to meet them, resolved to slay Sita as it were. Then the monkeys, beholding him approaching, enraged, rushed upon him with rocks in their hands, burning to fight. At their head marched Hanuman, that elephant among monkeys, armed with an enormous mountain peak, and he beheld in the chariot of Indrajita the unfortunate Sita, with a single tress, sorrowful, her features wasted on account of fasting, and the beloved of Raghava wore only a soiled garment, nor had she washed her countenance, and the limbs of that lovely woman were covered with dust and mud. Seeing Maithili, Hanuman stood a moment as if stupefied, for but a little while since he had beheld the daughter of Janaka, and at the sight of that unfortunate being standing sorrowfully in the car under the sway of that Indra of Titans, Hanuman thought to himself, "What does this Titan intend to do?" Having reflected thus, that great monkey, the foremost of the Plavagas, rushed forward to meet Ravana. Beholding that simian army, the son of Ravana, transported with rage, drew his sword from its sheath and brandished it over Sita's head in their presence, and he struck that woman in the chariot who was created by illusion, whilst she cried out, "O Rama! O Rama!" Then Hanuman, born of Maruta, seeing the Titan seize her by her attire, became greatly afflicted, and tears of grief fell from his eyes as he beheld the cherished consort of Rama, who was so divinely beautiful. Thereafter, in his anger, he addressed the son of the king of the Titans harshly, saying, "O wretch, it is to thy destruction that thou hast laid hands on her hair. O offspring of a family of Brahma rishis, thou hast fallen into the womb of a female demon. Cursed art thou for thine infamous conduct in cherishing such a desire. Cruel and ruthless scoundrel, vile and puerile warrior, art thou not ashamed to perpetrate such an infamous deed? O pitiless one, without a heart, what has Maithili done, torn as she is from her home, her kingdom, and the arms of Rama, that thou shouldest seek to slay her without mercy? Sita being slain, thou shalt undoubtedly not survive long, since deserving death for such a crime, thou hast fallen into my hands. When thou hast yielded up thy life's breath, thy fate will be the lowest hell to which the slayers of women descend, and which is eschewed by the most infamous of evildoers." Speaking thus, Hanuman, attended by armed monkeys, hurled himself in fury on the son of that Indra of Titans, who opposed the powerful army of monkeys that surged towards him with his Titans of redoubtable ferocity, and he himself assailed that simian host with thousands of arrows, and thereafter addressed Hanuman, that monkey leader, saying, "I am about to slay Vaidehi before your eyes, who is the cause of Sugriva, thee and Rama, coming hither. She being slain, I shall destroy Rama, Lakshmana, thou thyself, O monkey, and Sugriva, as also the vile Vibhishana. Thou hast said, one must not slay a woman, O Plavagama, but assuredly one is justified in doing that which will injure a foe." Speaking thus, with his sword furnished with a sharp blade, he struck Sita, that illusory phantom who was sobbing, and having slain her, Indrajita said to Hanuman, "Behold how the beloved of Rama has fallen under my sword. Vaidehi is dead. Thine arduous undertaking has been in vain." Having thus slain her with his great sword, Indrajita, full of joy, standing in his chariot, began to shout aloud, and the monkeys, ranged before him at no great distance, heard him roaring full-throatedly, stationed in his aerial citadel. Having slain the illusory Sita, the perfidious Ravana manifested great delight, and beholding him fully satisfied, the monkeys, a prey to despair, took to flight. Chapter 82. Hanuman rallies his forces, Indrajita's sacrifice. Hearing that formidable clamor and beholding Ravana, whose voice resembled Indra's thunder, the monkeys immediately fled in all directions. Then Hanuman, born of Maruta, called to those who, with a downcast mien, sorrowful and fearful, were fleeing on all sides, and said, "Why are you fleeing with a cheerless mien in all directions, O Plavamgamas? Where is your courage? Do not turn your back on the foe, but follow me into battle." At this reprimand from the virtuous son of Vayu, the monkeys, reassured, armed with rocks and trees, advanced, and in a transport of fury, challenged the Titans. Thereafter those lions among the monkeys encircled Hanuman, who accompanied them in the great fight, and as the consumer of offerings burns up the east with his rays, so did Hanuman, surrounded on all sides by the foremost of monkeys, consume the enemy host. Creating carnage among the Titans, that most powerful monkey, attended by the simian battalions, resembled Yama on the day of the final dissolution, and, smarting with grief and anger, Hanuman hurled a huge rock on Ravani's chariot. Seeing that missile descending, the driver, master of his horses, turned his car aside so that neither Indrajita nor the charioteer were struck by that rock, which split the earth, burying itself after a fruitless flight. Then those inhabitants of the woods, shouting, rushed on the enemy in their hundreds, and those giants brandished trees and mountain peaks so that Indrajita was covered by a fearful hail of trees and stones by those Plavamgamas of redoubtable valor. And they created havocs in the ranks of the enemy, causing a great tumult, and under the ferocious blows of those terrible monkeys, the hideous rangers of the night fell, overwhelmed by trees on the battlefield. Beholding his forces thus roughly handled by the monkeys, Indrajita, enraged, surrounded by his divisions, advanced towards them, loosing a quantity of arrows, and that intrepid warrior struck down the foremost of the monkeys in great numbers. Furnished with spears, rocks, swords, harpoons, picks, and maces, the monkeys, on their side, annihilated his companions in the struggle, and the exceedingly valiant Hanuman made use of huge trunks and branches of trees, stones and rocks to exterminate those Titans of terrible exploits. Having thrown back the enemy forces, Hanuman said to his troops, "We have acted in order to please Rama at the risk of our lives, but she for whom we have fought, the daughter of Janaka, is dead. Having informed Rama and Sugriva of this on our return, we will do whatever they command." Thus spoke that monkey general, and heroically calling on his troops, he returned slowly with them. Meanwhile, seeing Hanuman going to rejoin Raghava, the wicked Indrajita, desiring to offer oblations, went to the sacrificial altar of Nikumbila, and, reaching that place, he invoked the god of fire, Pavaka. Having entered the place of sacrifice at the instance of the Titans, Indrajita began to pour on the libations, and the fire blazed up, consuming the oblations and blood, and Agni, effulgent, sparkling and satisfied, resembled the setting sun. Thereafter, Indrajita poured libations on the earth for the prosperity of the Titans, according to the rites in which he was well versed, and, beholding this, the Titans, instructed in what was fitting and unfitting, stood round in great numbers. Chapter 83. Lakshmana's Speech. Meanwhile, in that fight between the Titans and the monkeys, Raghava, hearing the formidable tumult, said to Jambavan, "O friend, to judge by the fearful uproar and the clamor of the combatants, Hanuman is performing an exceedingly difficult feat at this moment. Go attend by thine army, O leader of the bears, and lend thine aid to that prince of monkeys who is engaged in combat." "Be it so," said the king of the bears, and thereafter, surrounded by his troops, he advanced to the western gate to join Hanuman, and that lord of the bears beheld Hanuman returning amidst his monkeys, who had given up the fight and were lamenting. Beholding the host of bears resembling a dark and fearful cloud, Hanuman caused them to halt and retrace their steps. Then that illustrious warrior, in company with those troops, speedily returned to seek out Rama, and, full of grief, addressed him, saying, "Whilst we were fighting under our very eyes, Indrajita, born of Ravana, slew Sita, who was weeping, O destroyer of thy foes, and my mind being afflicted by this spectacle, in despair, I have come to inform thee of what has taken place." Hearing these tidings, Raghava, overcome with sorrow, fell to the earth like a tree whose roots have been severed, and beholding the son of Raghu, who was like a god, lying on the ground, the monkey leaders from all sides rushed towards him as he lay consumed with the violence of his grief, resembling a fire that has suddenly been ignited, and they sprinkled him with water that was fragrant with the scent of blue and white lotuses. Then Lakshmana, full of anguish, pressed him in his arms, and he addressed the half-conscious Rama in words pregnant with reason and penetration, saying, "O thou who walkest in the path of virtue, O my noble brother, though thou hast mastered thy senses, yet righteousness has not been able to preserve thee from misfortune. I see the form of that which is animate and inanimate, but not the form of Dharma. Hence, in my opinion, it does not exist. Inanimate objects may be seen, and also those which are animate, but the spiritual law is not manifest, else the virtuous, such as thou, would not suffer adversity. If unrighteousness brought evil in its train, then Ravana would now be in hell, and thou, who art virtuous, wouldst not be afflicted by ill fortune. Meanwhile, calamity spares the Titan in order to strike thee down, which proves the consequences of righteousness and unrighteousness to be reversed. If virtue produced good results and righteousness evil ones, then those, like Ravana, who have forsaken virtue, would suffer evil consequences. Those who never take pleasure in ill-doing should not be robbed of felicity, since their every delight is in doing good. Those who follow righteousness should pluck the fruits thereof. Since prosperity attends on those in whom unrighteousness abides, and those who make virtue their way of life are afflicted, these words, vice and virtue, have no meaning. O Raghava, if the evildoer perished through his own unrighteousness, unrighteousness itself would perish through its own evil, and it being destroyed, how could it destroy? If it be through the decree of destiny that a man is slain or slays another, then it is destiny and not the slayer who is at fault. O thou slayer of thy foes, since one is unable to discern the law of Dharma, meting out retribution, or behold its form, and it is as if it were not, how is it possible to attain the highest by means of Dharma? If Dharma truly existed, O king, O most virtuous of men, then thou wouldst not have suffered this misfortune. It is therefore manifest that this law is meaningless. Dharma, being weak and powerless, attaches itself to the strong, and because of its weakness, rubs out any difference between itself and vice. Therefore, in mine opinion, one should disregard it. If unrighteousness is merely the result of strength, then abandon it, since might is right. But if, as some hold, Dharma is loyalty to one's word, O scourge of thy foes, then thy sire is guilty of adharma in the duplicity and cruelty he meted out to thee without reason. If one accepts the existence of righteousness, then Indra, the bearer of the thunderbolt, god of 100 sacrifices, was not justified in performing a sacrifice after slaying the ascetic Vishvarupa. If righteousness gives birth to unrighteousness, it must perish, O Raghava. Men will act accordingly to their whim, O Kukusta. In mine opinion, O beloved Raghava, Dharma has indeed been destroyed. Thou hast severed its roots by abandoning thy kingdom. Like streams from the mountains, all success is brought to birth by material prosperity. The man of small intelligence, without resources, sees all his deeds come to naught, as trickles of water drying up in the hot season. Renouncing wealth when one is accustomed to the advantages in which one is reared is an error of judgment and is setting out on the wrong path. He who has wealth has friends and kinsfolk. He who has wealth is verily a man of importance. He who has wealth is a wise man. The wealthy man is brave. The wealthy man is wise. The wealthy man is powerful. Above all the wealthy men is a man of worth. O hero, I have pointed out the disadvantages that result from giving up one's good fortune. I see no reason for thy determination to abandon the crown. He who possesses a fortune finds virtue, pleasure, and prosperity to be at his disposal. The poor man who seeks wealth cannot attain it and merely dreams of it. Wealth is the creator of joy, pleasure, pride, anger, and inner and outer control. All these come from wealth, O foremost of men. Prosperity eludes virtuous men and those who pursue the path of duty in this world, nor can it be discerned any more than the stars in a stormy sky. Whilst in accordance with thy sire's command, thou didst live in exile, O hero, a Titan borne away thy consort, who is dearer to thee than life itself. O hero, by my valor I shall be able to dissipate this great grief that Indrajita has caused thee today. O Raghava, arise, therefore, rise up, O lion among men, O long-armed warrior, who art fixed in thy vows. Dost thou not know that thou art the self, the highest self? Here am I, O reproachable hero, at thy command. The tidings of the death of the daughter of Janaka enrages me. With my shafts, I shall overwhelm Lanka in its chariots, horses, titans, and its king. Chapter 84. Vibhishana consoles Rama. Whilst Lakshmana, in his fraternal affection, was consoling Rama, Vibhishana, who had been restoring order in the ranks, came to that place. 4 warriors, armed with various weapons, escorted him, and they resembled heaps of black collyrium and were like unto the leaders of elephant herds. Then that hero, approaching, beheld Raghava plunged in affection, as also the monkeys themselves, whose eyes were full of tears, and he saw the great-souled Raghava, the joy of the Ikshvaku race, stunned with burning grief, whereupon Vibhishana, his heart pierced with anguish, inquired, "How is this?" Then Lakshmana, seeing Vibhishana, Sugriva, and the monkeys, uttered these impetuous words, "Indrajit has slain Sita. Hearing these tidings from Hanuman's lips, Raghava has been overwhelmed with despair, O my friend." As Samitri was still speaking, Vibhishana interrupted him and addressed Rama, whose mind was agitated, in words fraught with good sense, saying, "O Indra among men, that which thou hast heard spoken by Hanuman with a sorrowful mien seems to me as probable as the drying up of the sea. I am fully conversant with the wicked Ravana's design. Assuredly, he would never permit Sita to be ill-treated, O long-armed warrior. Though constantly pressed by me, who desired his welfare, to release Vaidehi, he would never listen to me. Neither by persuasion nor threats, conciliation nor gifts, nor by sowing dissension has anyone been able to behold Sita, how much less by force of arms. It was in order to deceive the monkeys that Indrajit set out to meet them again. This seeming daughter of Janaka is the effect of illusion, O long-armed warrior. Today, Indrajit is going to the sacrificial ground of Nikumbila to offer an oblation. Having performed the sacrifice on leaving, the son of Ravana will be invincible in battle, even to the gods, led by Vasava. It is he, in the role of a skilled magician, who has made use of this illusion in order to undermine the courage of the monkeys. Let us leave now with our forces, ere he accomplishes his object. Shake off the distress that has visited thee on this account, O lion among men. The whole army is dispirited on beholding the grief that overwhelms thee. Come, pluck up courage. Rise, call up thy valor, and command Lakshmana to join with us and the troops which we command. With his whetted shafts, that lion among men will compel Ravana to break off his sacrifice, after which he may be slain. Thy brother's sharp and penetrating arrows that fly on wings and resemble birds of prey will drink his blood. O long-armed warrior, let Lakshmana, who is endowed with auspicious marks, bear down on that Titan in order to destroy him, as Indra looses his thunderbolt. O best of men, it is not fitting to defer the slaying of a foe. Now suffer Lakshmana to fall on thine adversary speedily in order to slay him, as Mahadeva looses his thunderbolt on the enemies of the gods in order to exterminate them." Chapter 85. Lakshmana goes to the Nikumbila grove to fight Indrajit. Thus did the Titan speak, but Raghava, who was overwhelmed with grief, did not fully comprehend what was said to him. Thereafter, having regained his strength, Rama, the conqueror of hostile citadels, answered Vibhishana, who was seated at his side, saying, "O Vibhishana, prince of the Naritas, I desire to hear once more what thou hast said to me. Do thou repeat what I long to know." Hearing these words of Raghava, Vibhishana, skilled in discourse, repeated that which he had already told him, saying, "The behests thou didst lay upon me, O long-armed warrior, regarding the disposal of the forces have been carried out scrupulously. The divisions of the army are drawn up on all sides, and the leaders have each had their posts allotted to them. O mighty Lord, now hear what I have to impart further. O Prince, beholding thee afflicted, we are discouraged. Abandon thy distress, that grief which conduces to the joy of the foe afar off. Take courage, O hero, and destroy the rangers of the night. May felicity be thine, since thou art to be reunited with Sita. O joy of the house of Raghu, listen to my sage counsel. Let Samitri set out bravely at the head of a considerable force and converge on the Nikumbila grove in order to slay Ravana in combat by the aid of arrows resembling venomous snakes loosed from his bow. That warrior, on account of his asceticism, received a marvelous boon, the Brahmashira weapon, from Swayambhu, and also steeds that course at his will. He has undoubtedly reached the Nikumbila Grove with his forces. If he succeeds in carrying through the sacrifice, know that we are lost. The foe who strikes thee, ere thou hast reached the Nikumbila Grove and ignited the fire, armed as thou art, will bring about thy death, O enemy of Indra. Such were the words pronounced by the Lord of the world, and thus was the end of that crafty Titan ordained. O Rama, send thy powerful brother to slay Indrajita, and he, being slain, Ravana with his friends is also slain. Vibhishana having spoken thus, Rama answered him, saying, O thou, whose prowess is truth, I know the magic power of that barbarian. His knowledge of the Brahma weapon endows that skillful and great magician with immense power, so that he is able to deprive the gods and Varuna himself of consciousness in combat. While he ranges the sky in his chariot, O illustrious prince, one is no more able to follow his course than that of the sun in the midst of heavy cloud. Then Raghava, who was conversant with the magic power of that crafty foe, said to Lakshmana, who shone with effulgence, Go with the entire army of the Lord of the Monkeys, with its generals and Hanuman at their head, O Lakshmana. Take the army of the bears with their leader Jambavan and destroy the Titan possessed of the power of magic. This magnanimous Night Ranger will follow thee with his ministers in order that thou mayest fall upon that master of illusion. Hearing these words of Raghava, Lakshmana, of redoubtable courage, who was accompanied by Vibhishana, took up his rare bow, the foremost of all, and donning his mail, furnished with a sword and arrows, and full of joy, addressed him thus. Today, the arrows loosed from my bow, having pierced Ravani, will lay Lanka waste as herons ravage a lotus pool. This very day, the shafts speeding from my bow will pierce the body of that barbarian. Having spoken thus to his brother, the illustrious Lakshmana, eager to slay Ravani, departed with all speed, and having paid obeisance to the feet of his elder brother and circumambulated him, he set out for the Nikumbila Grove and the place of sacrifice where Ravani was to be found. Followed by Vibhishana, Prince Lakshmana, burning with courage, with the good wishes of his brother, hastened away. Then Hanuman, at the head of countless monkeys, and Vibhishana with his counselors, speedily followed in his wake. Whilst the great hosts of monkeys threw themselves in his train, Lakshmana beheld the forces of the king of the bears stationed in the way. Thereafter, Sumitra's son, the joy of his friends, having already covered a great distance, observed the army of the king of the Titans ranged for battle, and, bow in hand, that conqueror of his foes, the joy of the house of Raghu, coming upon that skillful magician, prepared to enter into combat with him in conformity with Brahma's ordinance, and that prince, who was full of ardor, was accompanied by Vibhishana, the valiant Angada, and also the son of Anila. Thereafter Lakshmana, as one entering into darkness, penetrated into the ranks of the countless enemy host that was exceedingly formidable, blazing with its glittering weapons and shaded by its dense rows of mighty chariots with their standards. Chapter 86. Indrajita breaks off his sacrifice to fight with Lakshmana. As these events were taking place, the younger brother of Ravana gave the following counsel to Lakshmana, which was advantageous to his undertaking, but detrimental to his foes, saying, Armed with rocks, throw thyself with thy monkeys on the army of the Titan, which is now visible and resembles a dark cloud. Seek to overthrow them, O Lakshmana, for the son of that Indra of the Titans will become visible the instant the ranks are broken. With thine arrows, that equal Indra's thunderbolt, assail the enemy. Enter into the fray with all speed ere the sacrifice be completed. O warrior, triumph over that perverse but skilled magician, the wicked Ravani of ruthless exploits, the terror of the worlds. At these words of Vibhishana, Lakshmana, endowed with auspicious marks, let loose a rain of shafts on the son of the Lord of the Titans. Thereafter, the bears and monkeys in a body, arming themselves with huge trees, rushed on the army of the Titans, which was drawn up in battle array, and which, with sharp darts, swords, picks, and spears, hurled itself on the Simian battalions, eager to overcome them. Thereupon a desperate struggle ensued between monkeys and Titans, and the city re-echoed with the mighty tumult. Missiles of every kind, whetted darts, trees and mountain peaks sped through the air in dreadful wise so that the sky was obscured, and innumerable titans, possessed of monstrous arms and faces, hurled their weapons on the foremost of the monkeys, creating extreme terror amongst them, whilst from their side the monkeys struck the titans with whole trees and crags, crushing them in the struggle. And the foremost of the bears and monkeys of immense stature created great terror among the titans with whom they fought. Learning that his army, overwhelmed by their foes, was losing ground, the invincible Indrajita arose, the sacrificial rites as yet uncompleted, and, leaving the Nikumbila grove that was darkened by trees, Ravana, enraged, ascended his chariot that stood ready, harnessed and fully equipped. With his bows and arrows he was formidable, and resembled a heap of black collyrium, terrifying to behold with his reddened eyes, like unto Mritu the destroyer. Beholding him standing in his chariot, and the Titan host ranged round about him, rushing to attack Lakshmana with fury, Hanuman, the scourge of his foes who resembled a mountain, uprooted a huge tree, difficult to wield, and like unto Kala's consuming fire, that monkey, with repeated blows, struck down the enemy on the battlefield where they lay insensible. Seeing the son of Pavana creating confusion in the ranks, thousands of Titans attacked him with spears, those bearing lances with lances, those with swords with blows of their swords, and those with harpoons with blows of harpoons. Iron bars, maces, sticks in their hundreds, shatagnis, iron hammers, terrible axes, bindipalas, blown from their fists like unto lightning, slaps sounding like thunder, were all delivered at Hanuman, who, like unto a mountain in stature, in his rage created a terrible carnage. Then Indrajita beheld the foremost of the monkeys, the intrepid son of Pavana, like unto a rock, destroying his adversaries, and addressing his charioteer, he said, "Drive towards that monkey. He will certainly destroy all the Titans if he is suffered to do so." At this command, the driver set his course at Maruti and drove the invincible Indrajita, who was standing in the chariot, upon him. Then that redoubtable Titan, drawing near, let fall arrows, blows from his sword, harpoons, spears, and axes on the head of that monkey, so that those formidable missiles that fell upon him threw Maruti into a transport of rage. And he said, "O perverse son of Ravana, if thou hast any claim to valor, then fight. With thy two arms strive with me. O insensate one, if thou dost withstand my might, thou shalt be accounted as the foremost of the Titans." Then Vibhishana pointed out the son of Ravana to Lakshmana, as he, with his bow upraised, sought to slay Hanuman, and said, "The conqueror of Vasava, the son of Ravana, standing in his car, is about to slay Hanuman. O Saumitri, do thou slay Ravana with thy formidable arrows of incomparable workmanship, the destroyers of their foes, that put an end to their lives." Hearing Vibhishana's words, that magnanimous one, a veritable Vibhishana, looked on Indrajita of dreadful prowess, who, standing in his chariot, was invincible and resembled a mountain. Chapter 87. Indrajita and Vibhishana denounce each other. Having spoken thus, Vibhishana, delighted, taking Saumitri, who bore his bow in his hand, hastened away. Proceeding some distance, they entered a great wood where Vibhishana pointed out Indrajita's place of sacrifice to Lakshmana, and the illustrious brother of Ravana showed Saumitri a huge Nyagrodha tree of fearful aspect, resembling a dark cloud, and said, "It is here that the powerful son of Ravana offers up his victims, and thereafter enters into combat. Becoming invisible to all creatures, the Titan overthrows his enemies in the fight, paralyzing them with his excellent shafts. Do thou pierce the valiant son of Ravana, his chariot, steeds, and charioteer with thy flaming darts, ere he reaches the Nyagrodha tree." "Be it so," replied the mighty Saumitri, the delight of his friends, and, taking his stand, he drew his marvelous bow. Thereafter Indrajita, the powerful son of Ravana, appeared before them in his chariot that shone like fire, clad in armor with his sword and banner. Burning with ardor, Lakshmana challenged that invincible descendant of Pulastya, saying, "I challenge thee to combat. Let it be in fair fight." Thus accosted, the brave and exceedingly energetic Indrajita, observing Vibhishana, overwhelmed him with reproaches, saying, "O thou, born and bred in this race, the brother of my sire, why dost thou seek to harm his son, O my paternal uncle, O Titan? For thee, O wretch, there is neither tradition, brotherly feeling, nor a sense of duty.
O impious one, thou art to be pitied. O perverse being, thou art the object of reproach to the virtuous, thou who didst abandon thine own kind in order to seek service with the enemy. It is not a want of intelligence in thee that thou dost not discern the great difference between living with one's kindred and seeking a miserable refuge with strangers. Even if a stranger be endowed with every quality and a relation bereft of them all, yet the kinsman, though wanting in all merit, is to be preferred. A stranger is always a stranger. He who renounces his own kind to follow another will perish under the blows of the enemy after his own kinsfolk have been destroyed. Thou alone art capable of such ruthlessness, and so relentless an attitude to thy kind, O Ranger of the Night, O younger brother of Ravana."
Thus addressed by his brother's son, Vibhishana answered, "Art thou ignorant of my character, that thou dost reproach me thus, O Titan? O perverse prince, do not insult me, but treat me with respect. Albeit I have been born in the race of Titans, I possess those principles which appertain to men. My nature is not that of the demons. Nay, I do not delight in cruelty, nor does injustice find favor with me. But even if his character be dissimilar, how can a brother banish his own brother? The one who rejects him, who renounces his duty, and is bent on evil doing, is assured of good fortune, as one who shakes off a snake from his hand. One is told to fly that perverse wretch who habitually purloins his neighbor's goods and has intercourse with others' wives, as one would flee from a burning dwelling. To take possession of another's property, or to look with desire on his neighbor's wife, or to distrust one's friends are the three faults that lead to destruction. The ruthless slaughter of the great sages, the war on the gods, arrogance, anger, hate, and self-will are the defects of my brother, who is destroying himself and his empire, obscuring his good qualities as clouds veil the mountains. It is on account of his vices that I abandoned my brother, whose son thou art. Thou, thy father, and Lanka are doomed. O Titan, thou art a mere boy possessed of an overweening pride, and art ill-mannered. Say what thou wilt to me, thou art caught in the noose of death. Thou shalt suffer the penalty thou hast merited for the harsh reproaches thou hast made to me this day. From henceforth, thou shalt not be able to approach the Nyagroda tree, O vilest of the Titans. Having outraged Kakusta, thou canst not survive. Enter into combat with this god among men. Fall on the field of battle, and go to the abode of Yama to the satisfaction of the gods. Display thy prowess, exhaust thy weapons and missiles, but if thou approachest within the range of Lakshmana's shafts, thou and thine army shall not return alive." Chapter 88. The Combat Between Lakshmana and Indrajita. Hearing Vibhishana's words, Indrajita, seething with anger, answered him with fresh invectives and advanced upon him in fury. Standing in his richly decorated chariot that was yoked to black steeds, his weapons and sword upraised, bearing his mighty, pliant, and terrible bow and his arrows that were fatal to the foe, he resembled the destroyer, Death himself. Then Lakshmana, in all his splendor, appeared before that mighty archer standing in his car, decked with ornaments, the slayer of his foes, the valiant son of Ravana, and transported with fury, Indrajita addressed Saumitri, who was seated on Hanuman's back and resembled the rising sun, and Vibhishana also, and the foremost of the monkeys, saying, "Do ye all behold my prowess? In an instant, a rain of arrows speeding from mine irresistible bow will fall upon you in the fight, like unto a shower of rain from the sky. Soon the shafts loosed from my great bow will scatter your limbs as the wind a heap of cotton. Pierced by my sharp darts, spears, lances, daggers, and other weapons, this day I shall send you all to the abode of Yama, when, roaring like a thundercloud, I scatter the waves of mine arrows with a steady hand in the fray. Who can stand before me? Formerly, in a night engagement, with my darts that are equal to thunderbolts, I overthrew you both, leaving you unconscious with your escort. Hast thou forgotten it? Since thou desirest to measure thy strength with mine, I, who in my fury resemble a venomous reptile, I deem thou art anxious to enter the region of death." Hearing the taunts of Ravani, that Indra among the Titans, the son of Raghu replied indignantly, "It is not easy to succeed in those undertakings of which thou dost boast.
and in fact he who accomplishes his end alone is skillful. O thou whose situation is desperate, thou deemest to have attained thy purpose in this enterprise, which is untenable from every aspect, merely by saying I have accomplished mine end. O insensate one, rendering thyself invincible on the field of battle is the procedure of a rogue. Honest men do not practice it. Since I am within the range of thy shafts, O Titan, manifest thy prowess. Of what use is this bragging? Thus addressed, Indrajita, who was ever victorious in combat, stretched his dread bow, and with a powerful arm let fly his whetted shafts on his adversary. Discharged by him, those swift arrows resembling venomous snakes struck Lakshmana, hissing like serpents, and the impetuous son of Ravana, Indrajita, with those arrows of extreme velocity overwhelmed Saumitri, who was endowed with auspicious marks, whereupon the fortunate Lakshmana, his limbs pierced by those darts, covered in blood, shone like a smokeless flame. Meanwhile, Indrajita, contemplating his feat, advanced, emitting an exceedingly loud cry, and said, O Saumitri, the feathered shafts loosed upon thee from my bow will rob thee of thy life, for their impact is mortal. This very day, O Lakshmana, bands of jackals, eagles, and vultures will descend upon thee when thou hast fallen unconscious under my blows. Rama, of perverse soul, will see thee, his devoted brother, struck down by mine arm, thine armor shattered, thy bow in pieces, thy head severed, thou who art a warrior by birth only. To these insolent words of Ravana's son, the sagacious Lakshmana replied in measured and judicious terms, saying, Cease from boasting, O wretched Titan of crooked ways. What purpose is served by vain speech? Demonstrate thy valor in action. Thou dost vaunt thine exploits ere thou hast accomplished them. To what end, O Titan? Act in such a way that I may believe in thine utterances. Mark how, without addressing a single word of contempt or provocation to thee, and without bragging, I shall slay thee, O last of warriors. Thus speaking, Lakshmana, with 5 narachas loosed with great force from his bow, which he stretched up to his ear, struck the Titan full in the breast, and those feathered shafts of swift flight, resembling fiery serpents, shone in the breast of the Narita like the rays of the sun. Struck by those darts, the son of Ravana, enraged in his turn, pierced Lakshmana with 3 well-aimed arrows. Thereupon, an appalling and fearful exchange of blows ensued between those lions among men and Titans, who sought to triumph over each other. Valiant and endowed with strength, both courageous by nature, each found it hard to overcome the other, neither having his equal in energy and prowess. Resembling 2 planets coursing through the heavens, those 2 heroes strove so that they seemed like those 2 invincible warriors, Bala and Vritra, struggling proudly like 2 lions, standing immovable as they showered innumerable darts on each other. And that king of men and the prince of the Titans fought on with extreme ardor. Chapter 89. Lakshmana and Indrajita continued to fight. Meanwhile, the son of Dasaratha, slayer of his foes, arming himself with arrows, loosed them in fury on that Indra of Titans, and at that twanging of his bowstring, the Titan leader, his countenance ashen, fixed his gaze on Lakshmana. Vibhishana, beholding the blenched features of the son of Ravana, said to Saumitri, who was engaged in combat, O long-armed warrior, I behold inauspicious signs around Ravana's son. Hasten, therefore, for he is assuredly nearing his end. Thereupon Saumitri, selecting some arrows resembling venomous snakes, let fly those barbed shafts like unto exceedingly poisonous serpents on Indrajita, and he, struck by those missiles like unto thunderbolts hurled on him by Lakshmana, was dazed a while, his senses stupefied. Thereafter, beholding the valiant son of Dasaratha standing in the field, he flung himself upon him, his eyes red with anger, and drawing near, he began to taunt him afresh, saying, How is it that thou hast forgotten my prowess, when at the first encounter thou and thy brother were bound and laid low, thou who dost now seek to enter into combat with me anew? In that great struggle under mine arrows resembling thunderbolts, both of you with your followers were first felled to the earth by me and then deprived of your senses. Meseems it has escaped thy memory. Since thou hast dared to challenge me, it is clear thou desirest to enter the abode of Yama. If at the first assault thou didst fail to recognize my superior strength, I shall soon demonstrate it to thee. Stay therefore, and face me with resolution."
Speaking thus, he pierced Lakshmana with 7 arrows and Hanuman with 10 powerful whetted shafts. Thereafter, with redoubled fury, Indrajit pierced Vibhishana with 100 well-aimed darts. Seeing this, the younger brother of Rama, unmoved, began to laugh, saying, "This is nothing." And that lion among men, Lakshmana, undaunted, taking up some dreadful darts, hurled them in anger on Ravana in the fight, saying, "Nay, it is not thus armed that warriors enter the fray, O Knight Ranger. Thy darts are trifling, and without power, conducing to mine ease. It is undoubtedly not in this wise that brave men fight." With these words, he, from his bow, loosed a shower of arrows on his adversary. Shattered by Lakshmana's shafts, the heavy golden armor of the Titan fell to pieces on the floor of the chariot, like a mass of stars falling from the sky. His coat of mail riven, riddled with wounds inflicted by Narachas, the valiant Indrajit resembled the rising sun, and, full of ire, the courageous son of Ravana of redoubtable valor struck Lakshmana with 1,000 shafts, cleaving his celestial armor. Then, exchanging blow for blow, they rushed on each other, and breathing heavily, engaged in a terrible struggle, and, in the twinkling of an eye, their limbs were lacerated by arrows, and from every part of their bodies the blood flowed. For a long time, these two valiant warriors tore each other with their sharp weapons, and in their unbridled energy, the two skilled combatants sought to overcome each other. Both riddled with a mass of arrows, their armor and standards shattered, they caused the hot blood to flow as waterfalls let loose their torrents, and they let a dreadful hail of missiles fly with a great clamor, like unto the dark, destructive clouds of doom, loosing their floods from the sky. For a long time they fought thus without turning back or experiencing any fatigue, and those foremost of archers let fly their shafts again and again, and the multi-shaped darts crossed and recrossed each other in the air. With agility, speed, and grace, the struggle between man and Titan continued with an appalling din, and each on his side raised a tremendous clamor, inspiring terror like unto a fearful tempest, and the sound of those two redoubtable warriors in desperate combat resembled two clouds clashing in the sky. With golden-footed Narachas, those two warriors sought to overcome one another, inflicting wounds from which rivers of blood flowed, and from their pierced bodies, the golden-hafted arrows, covered with blood, fell to the earth in which they buried themselves. By thousands, their whetted shafts converged in the sky, cleaving and riving each other, and both let fall a formidable mass of darts in the struggle, so that they appeared like heaps of kusha grass destined for two sacrificial fires. The bodies of those illustrious heroes, full of wounds, shone like a kumshuka or shamali tree, leafless and in full flower in the forest, and the impact was appalling as Indrajit and Lakshmana fought, each desirous of overcoming the other. Lakshmana battled with Ravana, and Ravana with Lakshmana, each striking the other without ceasing, and the streams of arrows buried in their flesh gave those two powerful warriors the appearance of two hills covered with trees, and their limbs, streaming with blood, riddled with arrows, shone like two fires. Thus did they fight for a long time, without turning back in combat or giving way to exhaustion. Nevertheless, in order to allow the invincible Lakshmana, ever in the forefront of the fight, to overcome the fatigue of combat, the magnanimous Vibhishana threw himself into the fray, remaining near him to lend him his support. Chapter 90. Indrajit loses his charioteer, chariot, and horses. Seeing the desperate struggle between man and Titan, who resembled two elephants with broken tusks, desirous of overcoming each other, Ravana's valiant brother, curious to behold the outcome of the duel, stood in the forefront of the battle, his excellent bow in hand. Standing erect, he stretched his great bow, letting fly long and pointed arrows on the Titans, and these shafts of burning impact, falling thick and fast, tore the demons to pieces as a thunderbolt rives the high mountains. Then, in their turn, Vibhishana's followers, the foremost of warriors, arming themselves with maces, swords, and harpoons, struck the valiant Titans in the fight, and, surrounded by his companions, Vibhishana resembled a full-grown elephant in the midst of young tuskers, pressing close to him. In order to encourage the monkeys, whose dearest wish was to slaughter their foes, Vibhishana, the foremost of the Titans, conversant with what was fitting to the occasion, uttered these pertinent words to them, saying, Indrajit is the sole support of the king of the Titans, and this is all that is left of his army. Why, therefore, O foremost of the monkeys, have you relaxed your efforts? This wicked wretch being slain in the forefront of battle, all the Titan warriors, save Ravana, have been slain. The valiant Prahasta is dead, and the all-powerful Nikumba, also Kumbhakarna, Kumbha, Dhumraksha, Jumbamali, Mahamali, Tikshnavega, Ashanaprabha, Suptagna, Yajnakopa, Vajradamstra, Samradin, Vikata, Aringa, Tapana and Mainda, Pragasa, as well as Prajanga and Janga, Agnikitu, Durdarsha, Rashmikitu, who was full of energy, Vidyujiva, Divajiva and Akampana, Suparshva, Shakramali, Kampana, Devantaka, and Narantaka, who was full of valor. By slaying all these countless and exceedingly powerful Titans, you have swum the ocean, and now it is for you but to cross the hoof mark of a cow. Attack the Titans who still remain, O monkeys. All these warriors, whose strength has filled them with pride, have perished in the fight. It is not fitting for me to slay my father's son, but laying aside all pity for Rama's sake, I will put an end to my brother's offspring. Yet though I desire to slay him, tears fill mine eyes and deter me. The long-armed Lakshmana will know best how to subdue him. O monkeys, closing in upon him, place yourselves so that you may wipe out those who stand near to him. Thus incited by the exceedingly illustrious Titan, the foremost of the monkeys demonstrated their delight by lashing their tails, and thereafter those tigers among the Plavamgamas, amidst repeated clapping of hands, emitted every kind of cry, like peacocks on beholding the clouds. Jambavan too was surrounded by his leaders and their forces, and they assailed the Titans with their nails and teeth and blows from stones. Thereafter, that lord of the bears decimated the Titans, who, banishing all fear, full of vigor, overwhelmed him with countless missiles, such as darts, axes, sharp pikes, lances, and spears, striking him, their exterminator, in the fray. Thereupon a formidable conflict ensued between monkeys and Titans, like unto the fearful contest between the gods and the Asuras, fired with wrath, and Hanuman, enraged, broke off a mountain peak, and having caused Lakshmana to dismount, slew the Titans in their thousands. Meanwhile, after a fearful combat with his maternal uncle, the valiant Indrajit, slayer of his foes, threw himself afresh on Lakshmana, and a desperate duel arose between those two heroes amidst the general conflict. Then those valiant warriors let loose a rain of missiles, with which they overwhelmed each other, and in the twinkling of an eye they disappeared under a hail of arrows, as the glowing sun and the brightness of the moon under clouds at the end of summer. Their movements were so swift that one was unable to perceive when they took up their bows, or stretched them, or changed hands, or loosed their shafts, or selected or separated them, or when they closed their fists, or took aim and launched a succession of arrows with force, filling the sky on every side, nor was any object distinguishable. Lakshmana struck Ravani, and Ravani in his turn struck Lakshmana, and a general confusion arose between them during the combat. Barbed and pointed shafts, loosed by these two warriors, filled the space in the heavens as it were, and those whetted darts, that fell in hundreds, spread over the cardinal points and the intermediate regions, so that everything was engulfed in darkness, and extreme terror took possession of all beings. Then the orb of 1,000 rays sank behind the Asta mountains, enveloped in shadow, and torrents of blood flowed that day, and fearful beasts of prey emitted full-throated howls. "May good fortune befall the worlds," murmured the great rishis, whilst the Gandharvas with the Chinaras, panic-stricken, fled away. Meanwhile, Saumitri, with 4 arrows, pierced the 4 black steeds caparisoned in gold of that Indra among the Titans, and with the aid of a sharp, yellow, shining, and terrible bala, furnished with beautiful plumes, resembling Mahendra's thunderbolt, resounding like the clang of a gauntlet hurled with full force, that mighty son of Raghu severed the head of the charioteer from his shoulders while he circled round. Thereupon, his charioteer slain, Mandodari's valiant son seized the reins himself, taking up his bow, and it was marvelous to behold him driving his chariot as he fought. Yet while his hands were occupied with the steeds, his adversary struck him with pointed darts, and while he attended to his bow, the horses were pierced with arrows. Then Indrajit, even though his horses were riddled with darts, caused them to circle bravely under the arrows loosed by Saumitra with exceeding lightness of hand. Seeing his charioteer slain in the fight, however, the son of Ravana lost his zest for combat and grew anxious, and observing the Titan's countenance change, the monkey leaders began to acclaim Lakshmana in the height of joy. Thereafter, Pramathin, Rabasa, Sharaba, and Gandamadana, eager to bring matters to a close, struck a mighty blow, and those foremost of monkeys, endowed with extreme vigor and remarkable valor, with a rapid bound, threw themselves on the 4 magnificent steeds of Indrajita. Under the weight of those monkeys who resembled mountains, the horses threw up torrents of blood, and thereafter, crushed and mangled, fell lifeless on the earth. Having slain the Titan's steeds and shattered his chariot, the monkeys, with a further bound, returned to Lakshmana's side. Springing from his car, the horses having perished and his charioteer being slain, Ravana caused a shower of darts to fall on Saumitra, whereupon, like unto Mahendra, Lakshmana overwhelmed Indrajita with shafts, and he, fighting on foot, his excellent steeds being dead, loosed countless whetted and marvelous darts on Saumitra in the fight. Chapter 91. The Death of Indrajita. The mighty ranger of the night, Indrajita, his horses slain, stood in the field in a paroxysm of fury, flaming with valor, and in their desire to triumph, those 2 archers, armed with bows, hurled themselves against one another like 2 mighty elephants in the forest. Rushing this way and that, Titans and monkeys slew each other, not wishing to abandon their leaders. At that moment, the son of Ravana began to encourage the Titans and praised and gladdened them by addressing them thus: "O foremost of the Titans, a profound darkness reigns over all regions, nor can we distinguish between ourselves and the enemies. Therefore, fight fearlessly in order to delude the monkeys, and I too shall return to enter into combat in another chariot. O brave companions, do not suffer the monkeys to triumph whilst I am in the city." At these words, the son of Ravana, slayer of his foes, eluding the vigilance of the dwellers in the woods, re-entered the city of Lanka in order to provide himself with a fresh chariot, and he caused a car embellished with magnificent gilding, furnished with javelins, swords, and arrows, harnessed to the most excellent of steeds, and driven by a skillful and intelligent charioteer to be made ready. Whereafter the illustrious Ravana, victor in combat, ascended it. Surrounded by the foremost of battalions, the valiant son of Mandodari, Indrajita, urged on by the force of destiny, left the city, and drawn by swift steeds with exceeding courage, he rushed on Lakshmana and Vibhishana, who accompanied him. Beholding the crafty son of Ravana mounted in a chariot, Saumitra, the intrepid monkeys, and the Titan Vibhishana were astonished. Indrajita, however, struck down the foremost of the monkeys with fury. Under the clouds of arrows falling in hundreds and thousands, Ravana, victorious in combat, stretching his bow to a circle, slew the monkeys in his wrath, displaying his extreme skill, and the monkeys, overwhelmed by the Narachas of dreadful impetus, took refuge with Saumitra, as all beings with Prajapati. Thereupon, inflamed with martial ardor, that descendant of Raghu severed the bow of Indrajita, thus demonstrating his fleetness of hand, but he, seizing hold of another, hastening to string it, yet Lakshmana shattered it also with 3 arrows, and having broken his weapons thus, Saumitra pierced Ravana's breast with 5 darts, like unto venomous snakes. Then these shafts, leaving that great bow, having entered Indrajita's body, fell to the earth like huge red serpents. His weapon severed, vomiting blood, Ravana took hold of another powerful bow with its stout cord, and, aiming at Lakshmana with extreme speed, caused a shower of missiles to fall upon him, like unto Purandara letting loose his floods. Yet irresistible as that hail of arrows poured down by Indrajita was, Lakshmana, the conqueror of his foes, standing immovable, repelled them. Thus did Ravana witness Lakshmana's marvelous prowess, he who was the intrepid and valiant son of Raghu. Thereafter, Lakshmana, in fury, pierced each of those Titans with 3 shafts in the fight, manifesting the velocity of his arrows, and Indrajita, on his side, riddled him with a hail of shafts. Then that Indra among the Titans, grievously wounded by his valiant adversary, the slayer of his foes, loosed a continuous shower of arrows on Lakshmana, but ere they reached him, they were severed by the sharp spear of that warrior, the destroyer of his enemies, and Lakshmana, with a crescent-shaped arrow, cut off the head of Indrajita's charioteer in this excellent car while he was coursing here and there. Deprived of their driver, the horses, without deviating from their course, continued to draw the chariot, advancing and describing circles in marvelous manner. Thereupon Saumitri, of fixed courage, unable to control his anger, let fly his shafts against the Titan's steeds, causing them to take fright. Provoked by this action, the son of Ravana struck the terrible Saumitri with his 10 arrows, and those shafts, equal to lightning, that seemed composed of all the poisons, glanced off his golden armor. Seeing that his coat of mail was impenetrable, the son of Ravana, Indrajita, in a transport of rage, manifesting his lightness of hand, struck Lakshmana in the forehead with 3 arrows of graceful joints, and that illustrious warrior, the joy of the house of Raghu, with 3 shafts embedded in his forehead, shone in the forefront of battle like unto a triple mountain. Albeit thus smitten by the Titan's arrows, Lakshmana, in his turn, instantly let fly 5 shafts, which struck Indrajita, who was adorned with lovely earrings, full in the face. Thereafter Lakshmana and Indrajita, warriors of exceeding prowess, armed with powerful and mighty bows, overwhelmed each other with sharp arrows. With their limbs streaming with blood, those 2 heroes, Lakshmana and Indrajita, at that instant shone on the field of battle like 2 kimshuka trees in flower, and each hurling himself on the other, desirous of victory, pierced his opponent's limbs with formidable arrows. Filled with martial ardor, the son of Ravana smote Vibhishana's handsome countenance with 3 darts, and having pierced that Indra of the Titans with 3 iron-tipped shafts, he struck all the monkey leaders, one after the other. Highly provoked, the exceedingly energetic Vibhishana felled the horses of the wicked Ravani with a mace, whereupon the mighty Indrajita, springing down from his car, his horses slain and his charioteer dead, hurled a javelin on his paternal uncle. Beholding this, the enhancer of Saumitra's delight with his sharp arrow severed it in 10 pieces in its flight, and it fell on the earth. Thereafter Vibhishana, his mighty bow in his hand, let fly 5 marganas, the impact of which being equal to lightning, and struck Indrajita, whose horses had been slain, in the breast. Having passed through his body, those golden-hafted arrows that flew straight to their target were stained with blood so that they resembled huge red serpents. Then, highly incensed against his paternal uncle, Indrajita, standing in the midst of the Titans, selected a marvelous arrow of great power that he had received from Yama, and seeing him place that formidable shaft on his bow, the valiant and intrepid Lakshmana took up one of immeasurable power, which had been bestowed on him during sleep by the god Kuvera, and that weapon was irresistible, nor could the gods nor the Asuras with their leaders stand before it. And those excellent bows, resembling maces when stretched by their arms, emitted a piercing sound like unto 2 ospreys, and the 2 powerful arrows notched on those wonderful bent bows lit up the faces of the 2 heroes with a vivid glow. Those barbed shafts loosed from the bows illumined the heavens, striking against each other with a violent impact, and the shock of those formidable weapons as they struck against each other caused them to burst into flame, emitting sparks and smoke. Like unto 2 great planets colliding together, they fell shattered in 100 pieces on the battlefield. Seeing those weapons severed and broken in the forefront of the battle, Lakshmana and Indrajita were seized with mortification and fury, and in his anger, Saumitri armed himself with Varuna's shaft, whilst Mahendra's conqueror, fighting on foot, let fly Rudra's weapon in the fight, which shattered Varuna's dart, despite its immense potency. Thereafter, in his ire, the illustrious Indrajita, victorious in combat, as if about to destroy the worlds, took up the flaming Agneya weapon, but the valiant Lakshmana diverted it with the solar dart, and seeing his shaft thus baffled, Ravani, maddened with anger, seized hold of the Asura weapon that was sharp and fatal to its foe. Then from his bow sped shining Kutamudgaras, spears, Bushundis, maces, swords, and axes, and beholding that dire and dreadful weapon, irresistible to all beings, the destroyer of every missile, the illustrious Lakshmana arrested it with the aid of the Maheshwara weapon. Thereupon a prodigious struggle arose between the rivals, causing the hair to stand on end, and from all sides, beings, standing in the sky, made a circle round Lakshmana, and the heavens were filled with a host of beings overcome with astonishment at the fearful tumult arising from that dread conflict between monkeys and titans. Rishis, Pitris, Gandharvas, Garudas, and Uragas, with Shatakratu at their head, watched over Lakshmana during the fight, and in that instant the younger brother of Raghava took up the foremost of shafts, the Avya weapon of flaming impact, in order to transfix Ravana's son, and also the well-plumed and gilded dart skillfully fashioned, to which the celestial host paid homage, and with which Shakra, that mighty lord of great energy, who was drawn by bay horses, formerly overcame the Danavas in the war between gods and Asuras. That weapon of Indra's, undefeated in combat, foremost of shafts, was placed by Saumitri on the most excellent of bows, and the fortunate Lakshmana, in order to achieve his purpose, spoke to the presiding deity of that weapon thus: "If Rama, the son of Dasaratha, is truly virtuous and loyal, and in feats of heroism has no rival, then slay the son of Ravana." Thus speaking, that warrior, the slayer of his foes, stretched his bow up to his ear and let fly an arrow united to Indra's weapon on Ravani in the fight that was incapable of missing its target, and it severed the lovely head of Indrajita, graced with earrings, and its casque, causing it to roll on the earth. Separated from the body, Indrajita's huge head, streaming with blood, resembled a golden ball thrown on the ground, and the son of Ravana fell dead on the battlefield with his armor, his helmet, and his broken bow. Then all the monkeys, with Vibhishana, beholding the corpse, shouted in exultation as the gods rejoiced at the death of Vritra, and in the skies, the Bhuttas, magnanimous rishis, Gandharvas, and Apsaras, on beholding the leaders of the great Titan army scattering on all sides, harassed by the victorious monkeys, emitted shouts of triumph. Hard pressed by the monkeys, the Titans, flinging down their arms, hastily fled in disorder towards Lanka, and in the general stampede, the Titans, throwing away their weapons, lances, swords, and axes, ran in all directions at once. Terror-stricken, harried by the monkeys, some re-entered Lanka, others threw themselves into the sea or took refuge on the mountain. Now that Indrajita lay dead on the battlefield, the Titans fled away in their thousands. As the sun withdraws behind the Asta mountain and its rays disappear, so did the Titans vanish from the horizon when Indrajita had fallen. As the solar orb with its rays extinguished, or a fire without heat, so did that long-armed warrior lie bereft of life, and the world, freed from her sufferings and delivered from her enemy, rejoiced. And the blessed Shakra was exceedingly gratified at the death of that titan of evil deeds, and the great rishis also, whilst in the heavens the gods could be heard striking their gongs, and the dancing Apsaras and the magnanimous Gandharvas caused a rain of flowers to fall that was marvelous to behold. On the death of that titan of cruel exploits, peace reigned, the waters became limpid, the air pure, and Devas and Danavas rejoiced at the fall of the one who was a source of terror to all the worlds. Thereafter a shout of triumph arose from the Devas, Gandharvas, and Danavas, who said, "Now let the Brahmins go about their pursuits without anxiety, their sins removed." Then the monkey leaders, holding that bull among the Naritas slain in battle, whose prowess was irresistible, paid homage to Lakshmana and Vibhishana, Hanuman and Jambavan, and all the Plavangamas, growling and leaping with chattering of jaws, surrounded that descendant of Raghu, lashing their tails and clapping their hands. "Victory to Prince Lakshmana!" rose the cry, and embracing each other, the monkeys, their hearts filled with joy, hymned the praises of Lakshmana in every way. Witnessing that difficult feat of Lakshmana's, he who was the delight of his friends, and seeing the corpse of Indra's adversary, the gods, highly gratified, experienced supreme delight. Chapter 92. Rama commends Lakshmana, who is cured of his wounds by the monkey Sushena. Lakshmana, graced with auspicious marks, his limbs bathed in blood, having slain that conqueror of his foes on the battlefield, experienced supreme satisfaction. Taking with him Jambavan, Hanuman, and all the inhabitants of the woods, the valiant and illustrious Lakshmana speedily returned to Sugriva and Raghava, leaning on Vibhishana and Hanuman. Thereafter, having circumambulated Rama and paid obeisance to him, Saumitri stood beside his brother as Upendra by Indra. Then that hero, Vibhishana, approaching with a look which itself was eloquent of delight, described Indrajita's fearful end, and it was with joy that Rama learned how the head of Ravana had been severed by the great-souled Lakshmana, and the tidings that Indrajita had fallen under Lakshmana's blows filled that valiant prince with unequaled felicity, so that he cried out, "Well done, O Lakshmana! This exceedingly difficult feat pleases me. Ravana's death means victory, be assured thereof." Thereafter, smelling the head of Lakshmana, who had increased his glory yet who was abashed, the mighty Rama caused him to be seated on his lap, and with gentle strength, having clasped his brother, who was wounded, to his breast, he gazed upon him tenderly again and again. Then Rama, smelling his head once more, passed his hand rapidly over his body, and in order to soothe him said, "Thou hast accomplished an auspicious and highly momentous feat, O thou whose exploits are beyond the power of others. Now that his son is slain, I deem Ravana to be defeated. Today, the death of that perverse wretch confers victory over Ravana, the scourge of men, upon me. Be thou blessed, O warrior. Thou hast severed the right arm of the king of the Titans, on which he leant for support. Vibhishana and Hanuman too bore themselves with valor in the great fight. In 3 days, that warrior was utterly vanquished. From now I am delivered from my foes, for Ravana will assuredly come forth, setting out with considerable forces. When, on hearing the death of his son, which will overwhelm him with grief, the king of the Titans advances, surrounded by his vast army, I shall encircle him with my powerful forces and slay him, difficult though it be. The conqueror of Indra having fallen in combat with thee, under thy direction, O Lakshmana, neither Sita nor the earth itself would be hard to regain." Having lavished comfort and caresses on his brother, the son of Raghu, Rama, joyfully addressed Sushena, saying, "Do thou pluck out the arrows from the highly intelligent Saumitri, who is ever devoted to his friends, and restore him. Speedily heal the wounds of Saumitri, who is attached to his friends, and do thou nurse back to health all those who received blows and wounds in the conflict, those bears and monkeys whose valiant battalions have trees as their weapons." At these words of Rama, the powerful monkey leader, Sushena, administered a sovereign remedy to Lakshmana's nostrils, and having inhaled it, that hero was at once liberated from his darts and wounds. Restored to his normal state and freed from the arrows, his burning pains at an end, his fever suddenly allayed, Saumitri experienced supreme delight. Thereupon Rama, the king of the Plavagas, Vibhishana, and the valiant chief of the bears, with their forces, seeing Saumitri standing free from pain, rejoiced exceedingly. Then that supremely difficult exploit of Lakshmana's was praised by Dasarathi of great soul, and recollecting that the conqueror of Indra had fallen in the fight, the king of the monkeys was filled with joy. Chapter 93. Ravana's grief on hearing of his son's death. Pulastya's ambassadors, having learnt of Indrajita's death and confirmed it, conveyed the tidings to Dasagriva in all haste, saying, "O great king, thine illustrious son has been slain by Lakshmana, who was accompanied by Vibhishana. We were witness thereof. That hero, confronted by a hero, measured his strength with Lakshmana's. Thy son, undefeated in any combat, he who triumphed over the gods with Indra at their head, has gone to the celestial regions, having been overwhelmed by Lakshmana's shafts." Hearing of the terrible, cruel, and grievous end of his son on the battlefield, that bull among the Titans swooned away and only came to himself after a long time. Distracted with grief on account of his son's death, that unfortunate one, beside himself, burst into lamentation, crying, "O thou, the conqueror of Indra, how hast thou suffered thyself to be overcome by Lakshmana this day? In thy wrath, wast thou not able to strike down Kala and Antaka themselves with thy shafts, as also the peak of the Mandara mountain? How much more was it possible for thee to strike down Lakshmana in the fight? Hereafter the king of death will be held in greater reverence by me, since today he has brought thee under the sway of destiny, O long-armed warrior. Even among the celestial host, this is the path trodden by those skillful warriors who wage a brave fight. He who is slain in the service of his lord goes to the heavenly regions. Seeing Indrajita slain this day, the gods and all the guardians of the world, free from anxiety, will sleep in peace. Now the three worlds and the entire earth with its woods appears deserted to me without the only Indrajita. Today I shall hear the cries of the youthful daughters of the Naritas in the private apartments like unto the roar of elephants in a mountain cave. O hero, where hast thou gone, relinquishing thy right to the throne, to Lanka, the Titans, thy mother, myself, and thy consorts? Assuredly, I should have preceded thee to the abode of death, so that I might have received those honors due to the departed, offered up by thee. But the contrary has taken place, O hero. Why do Sugriva, Lakshmana, and Raghava still live? And why hast thou deserted me, ere thou hadst ridden me of this triple thorn? Having first lamented thus, Ravana, the king of the Titans, was overcome with a violent rage on account of the death of Indrajita, and the grief at losing his son increased the fire of anger within him, who was irascible by nature, as in the summer months the rays of the sun become more intense. From his half-opened mouth he seemed to breathe forth flame and smoke in his rage, as Vritra, formerly from his, and his eyes, naturally red, were further inflamed with ire, glowing in dreadful wise. Under the sway of anger, his aspect, ever a source of terror, caused him to resemble the enraged Rudra. Tears fell from the eyes of that infuriated monster like boiling oil from two flaming lamps. Grinding his teeth, he made a sound like unto the revolving of the rod with which the gods and Danavas churned the milky ocean. Mad with anger, like unto Antaka, eager to devour all beings animate or inanimate, he allowed his gaze to wander over the four quarters of the horizon, nor did any Titan dare approach him, and in transport of rage, the king of the Titans, seated amidst his warriors, in order to excite their ardor, said, "Having practiced penance for thousands of years and gratified Swayambhu on countless occasions, as the fruit of mine austerities, he accorded me complete immunity from Devas and Asuras. Brahma bestowed a coat of mail that gleamed like the sun on me, which, in my conflicts with the gods and Asuras, none of my foes, though armed with thunderbolts, were able to shatter. Today, clad in that armor and mounted on my chariot of war, who will dare to withstand me, be it Purandara himself? The great bow with its arrows bestowed on me when I gratified Swayambhu, after an encounter with Devas and Asuras, that redoubtable bow will be drawn by me to the sound of countless musical instruments in a mighty battle to Rama and Lakshmana's destruction." Tormented by the death of his son, the ferocious Ravana, overpowered by anger, having reflected within himself, resolved to slay Sita. Rolling his reddened eyes, that cruel and terrible Titan, in his anguish, said to the presence of all the rangers of the night in plaintive tones, "My unfortunate son, in order to deceive the monkeys, having had recourse to magic, showed them an illusory corpse, saying, 'This is Sita. Verily it shall become a reality. I shall slay Vaidehi, who is devoted to that evil wretch.'" Having spoken thus, he seized hold of a sword that was well-tempered and bright as the stainless sky, and rushed out in haste, surrounded by his wives and counselors. Ravana, whose heart was torn with grief on account of his son, taking up his sword, rushed out to find Maithili, and seeing the king setting out in a great rage, the Titans emitted leonine roars, and embracing each other said, "Today we shall see those two brothers humbled. In his anger, Ravana has overcome the four guardians of the world, and countless others have fallen under his blows. The three worlds have yielded up their treasure to him whose prowess and valor have no equal on the earth." As they were speaking thus, Ravana, in a transport of rage, was rushing to where Sita was to be found in the Ashoka grove, and, though his friends sought to restrain him, he ran on, as in the sky the planet Rahu bears down on Rohini. The irreproachable Maithili, in the midst of the great female Titans who guarded her, beholding that furious Titan with a great sword, was seized with terror, and the daughter of Janaka, Sita, seeing him continue to advance with that weapon upraised, though his friends sought to restrain him, in the height of misery, wailing, uttered these words: "Beholding that wicked wretch rushing upon me in fury, I, who am defenseless, but who yet have a defender, fear that he intends to slay me.
Despite my loyalty to my lord, he entreated me again and again, saying, "Be my consort," and I constantly repulsed him. My refusal has assuredly caused him to give way to despair, and in a transport of fury he is preparing to slay me. Or it may be that those two tigers among men, those brothers Rama and Lakshmana, have on my account been cut down today on the battlefield. I hear a great clashing of gongs and the exultant shouts of innumerable people rejoicing. Woe is me! The two princes have died for me, or else this titan of cruel intent has come to slay me on account of grief over his son, or he has been unable to slay Rama and Lakshmana. Why did I not follow Hanuman's counsel? Miserable creature that I am. If I had departed, seated on his back, I should now be resting happily in the lap of my lord. Assuredly, Kausalya's heart will break when she learns that her son has perished in the fight, and weeping, she will recollect the birth, childhood, youth, virtuous deeds, and beauty of that magnanimous hero. Overcome with despair, having offered up the obsequies in honor of her dead son, distracted with grief, she will ascend the funeral pyre or cast herself into the river. Cursed be that wicked hunchback Manthara and her sinister counsels. It is she who is the cause of these sufferings which will overwhelm Kausalya. Hearing the unfortunate Maithili lamenting thus, she, who resembled Rohini fallen under the sway of Rahu in the absence of the moon, a virtuous and honest counselor, the sagacious Suparshva, seeking with his companions to restrain Ravana, the king of the Titans, said to him, "Why, O Sugriva, dost thou, the younger brother of Ravana himself, seek to put Vaidehi to death in an access of rage, disregarding the law? Thou who art a student of the Veda, who hast been purified by pious observances, and who delightest in the scriptures, how art thou able to harbor the thought of slaying a woman? O valiant monarch of the Titans, spare the beautiful Maithili, and loose the vials of thy wrath on that man, entering into combat with him with our aid. This is the 14th day of the dark fortnight, and tomorrow, on the day of the new moon, march to victory, surrounded by thy forces. Courageous, armed with thy sword, in thine excellent chariot, a mighty car warrior, thou shalt cut down the terrible Dasarathi and take possession of Maithili's daughter." Thereupon, the wicked and powerful Ravana, giving ear to the judicious words of his devoted counselor, returned to the palace and re-entered the assembly hall surrounded by his friends. Chapter 94. Rama's Exploits. Having entered the council chamber, the unhappy king, the mighty Ravana, overwhelmed by the death of his son, seated on his throne, in the depth of affliction, breathing like an enraged lion, saluted the leaders of his army and addressed them, saying, "Do ye set out at the head of cavalry with a column of chariots, elephants, and horses, with which you are abundantly supplied, and in the fight hurl yourselves upon Rama only, overwhelming him with a rain of missiles like clouds in the rainy season. Thereupon, when your sharp darts have pierced his limbs in the great battle tomorrow, I myself will put an end to Rama's life in the presence of all beings." On this command from their king, the Titans set out in their swift-moving chariots, followed by innumerable battalions. Armed with maces, harpoons, swords, arrows, and life-destroying axes, all those Titans struck the monkeys, who countered them with blows from rocks and trees. Then, as the sun rose, a great and terrible struggle ensued between Titans and monkeys, fearful to behold, and they struck each other with countless shining weapons, javelins, swords, and axes in the fray, and a prodigious dust storm, arising on account of the battle, was laid again by the rivers of blood from Titans and monkeys. With elephants and chariots as the banks, javelins as the fish, standards as the trees, corpses as the floating logs, rivers of blood flowed. Though soaked in gore, the valiant monkeys, leaping hither and thither in the fight, hacked the banners, armor, chariots, horses, and weapons of every kind to pieces. With their sharp teeth and nails, the Plavangamas tore the hair, ears, foreheads, and noses of their opponents. 100 of the foremost of the monkeys leapt on every Titan like birds on a felled tree, and the Titans, like unto hills, struck the redoubtable monkeys with heavy maces, javelins, scimitars, and axes. Cut to pieces by their foes, the great army of monkeys sought shelter with Rama, the son of Dasaratha, the only true refuge.
Then that exceedingly energetic hero, taking up his bow, penetrating into the ranks of the Titans, overwhelmed them with a hail of darts, and when he entered their lines, like unto the sun entering the clouds, those formidable warriors, whom he was consuming with the fire of his shafts, were unable to discern him. And the Titans, beholding the terrible exploits of that hero so disastrous to them, recognized their author to be Rama. And as the passing of a hurricane through a forest becomes patent, so when innumerable battalions were overthrown and great cars overturned, they perceived it to be his work. And they beheld their army decimated by arrows, battered and crushed by his shafts. But so rapid were his movements that they could not see Rama, and they were no more able to discern Raghava than beings distinguish the soul that governs the senses. "There is the one who is exterminating our cohorts of elephants. There is he who with his sharp arrows is destroying cavalry and infantry." Speaking thus, the Titans, taking each other to be Rama in the fight, under this delusion slew each other in anger, and they were not able to see the real Rama, who nevertheless was destroying their army, for they had all been thrown into bewilderment by the exceedingly mighty, marvelous, and powerful Gandharva weapon. And sometimes on that vast battlefield, thousands of Ramas appeared to the Titans, and sometimes they could only see one, and the bow of that hero seemed to them to be a myriad golden bows, whirling like a circling torch, while Raghava himself remained invisible. With his body the pivot, his strength the luster, his arrows the spokes, his bow the felly, the twanging of the cord and the gauntlet the sound, the force of his intelligence its radiance, its splendor the impetus of his weapon, its circumference the circle traced by Rama, while he was massacring the Titans, he resembled the wheel of time in the eyes of all beings. And in the 8th part of a day, Rama, with his flaming arrows, single-handed exterminated the army of the Titans who were able to change their form at will, which comprised 18,000 great elephants, 14,000 cavalry, and 200,000 infantry. Exhausted, their horses slain, their chariots shattered, their standards broken, those rangers of the night who had escaped the carnage took refuge in the city of Lanka. With the corpses of elephants, infantry, and horses, the battlefield resembled the ground where the mighty Rudra, enraged, disports himself. Then Devas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, and Paramarishis cried out, "Well done, lauding Rama's achievement. And the magnanimous Raghava said to Sugriva, who stood near with Jambavan and the foremost of monkeys, Mayinda and Devivida, "The power to wield this weapon belongs to me and Triambaka alone." Having destroyed the army of the king of the Titans, Rama, the equal of the magnanimous Shakra, who was amidst darts and arrows, transcended all fatigue, received the delighted homage of the celestial host. Chapter 95. The Lamentations of the Titan Women. All those thousands of elephants and horses, and those mounted upon them with the myriad chariots, bright as fire, and their flaming banners, as also the innumerable Titans who were full of valor, able to change their form at will, armed with maces and axes and wonderful golden pennants, fell under the fiery darts, decorated with fine gold, of Rama of imperishable exploits. Beholding this and hearing those tidings, the rangers of the night who had escaped the carnage were filled with terror, and those wretched Titans were united in a common misfortune. The female Titans and those who had lost their sons and kinsfolk, overwhelmed with affliction, assembled to wail and lament, crying, "How did Shurpanaka, who was old, hideous, and of sunken belly, dare to approach Rama in the forest, he who was equal of Kandarpa himself? Seeing that handsome youth, full of nobility, ever engaged in the welfare of all beings, that monstrous Rakshasi, who should have been slain by others, was overpowered by lust. How could she, who was devoid of all good qualities, dare to make love to the all-powerful Rama, who is possessed of comely features and endowed with every virtue? To the detriment of her own race, despite her gray hair and wrinkles, through a ridiculous infatuation condemned by all, that hideous creature pursued Raghava with her importunities to the destruction of the Titans, Dushana and Kara. It was on her account that Ravana committed this offense, the fatal bearing away of Sita, the daughter of Janaka, and has provoked the enmity of the implacable and powerful Raghava. When the demon Virada sought to possess Vaidehi, he fell before her under Rama's blows. This example should have proved sufficient,
and 14,000 titans of terrible deeds were cut down in Janastana by Rama's shafts resembling flaming torches, whilst in the fight, Kara was also slain with Dushana and Trishirus by his darts that glittered like the sun. This too should have been sufficient to prove his prowess. Kumbhakarna too, with his arms 4 miles in length, who lived on blood, was slain despite his fury and screams. This too was a manifestation of Rama's might. He slew the powerful son of that god of 1,000 eyes, the mighty Bali, who was as dark as a cloud. This too proved his valor. And Sugriva, who dwelt disconsolate on Rishyamukha, the vehicle of his hopes shattered, was restored to the throne by Rama, which was a further proof of his power. All the Titans counseled Ravana to his advantage, and Vibhishana, in accord with his duty, offered him good advice and reasonable words, but, in his folly, that monarch disregarded them. If the younger brother of Dhanata had given ear to Vibhishana, Lanka, which has now become a cemetery, would not have been laid waste. When he learnt that the mighty Kumbhakarna had been slain by Raghava, and that the invincible Atakaya had fallen under Lakshmana's blows, as also Indrajita, his beloved son, still Ravana remained blind to the truth. "My son, my brother, my lord, has perished in the fight," is the cry heard from the female Titans in every family. Chariots, horses, and elephants have been struck down in their thousands by the mighty Rama and are lying here and there with the foot soldiers whom he has also slain. He who is destroying us is Rudra or Vishnu or Mahendra or the god of 100 sacrifices in the form of Rama, unless he be the god of death himself. We live bereft of hope. Our warriors slain by Rama, we see no end to our fears, and we lament the loss of our defenders. On account of the great boons he has received, Dasagriva seems unaware of the appalling peril that faces him at the hands of Rama. Neither Devas, Gandharvas, Pisachas, or Rakshasas will be able to rescue him when he falls into Rama's power. Each time Ravana has entered the lists against Rama, inauspicious omens have appeared foretelling his destruction. When the grandsire of the world was gratified with him, he received immunity from Devas, Danavas, and Rakshasas, but he did not ask to be protected from man. Here, without doubt, is one of those who will prove fatal to the Titans and Ravana. Oppressed by that Titan, who was filled with arrogance on account of the boon he had obtained through his severe penances, the Vibhutas took refuge with Brahma, and in order to be of service to them, the magnanimous grandsire of the world uttered these memorable words. "From today the Danavas and Rakshasas shall not cease to wander through the 3 worlds harried by constant fear." Meantime, the gods with Indra at their head approached the destroyer of Tripura, the god whose vehicle is the bull, who received them favorably, and being gratified, Mahadeva said to them, "For your salvation, a woman will be born who will bring about the destruction of the Titans. This woman, whom the gods will employ, as formerly hunger was used to wipe out the Danavas, will be the destroyer of the Titans and Ravana. By bearing Sita away in his perversity and misconduct, Ravana has dug a fearful abyss in which all will be engulfed. Who is there in the world who can rescue us? We have fallen into Raghava's hands, who is the equal of time, the destroyer of the worlds. As elephants that are trapped in a blazing forest, there is no refuge for us in this extreme peril. The magnanimous Vibhishana chose the fitting moment to take refuge with him, from whom he foresaw the danger was to come. Thus did the consorts of those rangers of the night lament with piercing cries, and, in despair, plunged in grief and terror, their arms interlaced. Chapter 96. Ravana goes out to fight and encounters ill omens. From every dwelling in Lanka, the piercing cries emitted by the female Titans and their heart-rending lamentations reached Ravana's ears, and, sighing for a long time, that fierce-eyed monarch reflected a while, and therefore fell into a great rage. Biting his lips, his eyes red with anger, so that the Titans themselves were not able to endure his aspect, he resembled the fire of dissolution itself. In a voice choking with fury, he issued the following orders to the Titans who stood near, consuming them with his glance, as it were, and said, "Do you summon Mahodara, Mahaparashwa, and Virupaksha speedily, and let troops go forth into battle at my command."
At these words, in accord with the king's command, the Titans, in fear, called the warriors together, and those Titans of formidable aspect unanimously cried, "Let it be so!" And having performed many benedictory rites and paid obeisance to Ravana, those mighty car warriors all bowed down with joined palms to their master, whose victory they desired, and set out towards the battlefield. Then Ravana, agitated with fury, with a sneering laugh, said, "Today, with my shafts, loosed from the bow resembling the sun at the end of the world cycle, I shall send Raghava and Lakshmana to the abode of Yama. By the death of our foes, I shall avenge Kara, Kumbhakarna, Prahasta, and Indrajit this day. Neither space, nor the cardinal points, nor heaven, nor the seas themselves will be visible under the cloud of shafts with which I shall cover them. Today, with my bow, I shall cut the foremost of the monkey battalions to pieces with a succession of my plumed darts. Today, from the height of my chariot, swift as the wind, I shall submerge the simian army under the rolling waves of mine arrows with the aid of my bow in the guise of the ocean. This day, I shall be the elephant who tramples under his feet those divisions resembling lakes, with open lotuses the faces, the glistening stamens the bodies. This day, with each arrow loosed in the battle, I shall pierce the monkey forces in their hundreds as they fight furiously with trees. By slaying mine adversary today, I shall dry the tears of all those who have lost their brothers or whose sons have perished. Today, pierced by my shafts, so large a number of monkeys will die, scattered here and there, that through my prowess one will not be able to discern the earth's surface. Today, the crows, vultures, and beasts of prey will be sated by the flesh of the foe struck down by my darts. Let my chariot be yoked with all speed, and let my bow be brought immediately. Let those rangers of the night who are still here follow me into battle." At this command, Mahaparashva gave his orders to the army leaders who were present, saying, "Hasten to assemble the troops." On this, the leaders summoned the Titans, going from house to house, making the entire circuit of Lanka at a rapid pace. Instantly, all the Titans of grim aspect ran out with a formidable clamor, carrying every kind of weapon in their hands: swords, lances, clubs, maces, hammers, halas, spears with sharp points, huge kutamudgaras, harpoons of every kind, discus, pointed parashvas, bindipalas, shatagnis, and various other arms. Thereafter, 4 officers under his command brought 100,000 chariots to Ravana and 300,000 elephants, 60 kotis of horses, mules, and buffalo, and innumerable foot soldiers, all hastening there at the king's command. Whilst the leaders rallied the forces who were to be found in the city, the sovereign's driver prepared his chariot, and it was superbly furnished with celestial weapons and embellished with every kind of ornament, filled with various arms, adorned with rows of bells, encrusted with pearls, blazing with its jeweled pillars, and covered with thousands of golden pinnacles. Beholding it, all the Titans were seized with exceeding admiration, and perceiving it, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, ascended thereon, and mounted that car glittering like a myriad suns, blazing like fire itself, and effulgent with its own luster. Then Ravana drove away immediately, surrounded by innumerable Titans, bearing down the earth, as it were, with the weight of his forces. And amongst the Titans on all sides there was a great din of shouting and shrilling of pipes, accompanied by tabors, war drums, and conchs. "There goes the king of the Titans with his fan and canopy, the abductor of Sita, the ruthless slayer of Brahmins, that thorn in the side of the gods who is setting forth to fight the prince of the house of Raghu." Such were the cries heard on all sides, and at that uproar, the earth trembled whilst the monkeys fled in terror. Meanwhile, the long-armed Ravana, surrounded by his ministers, marched on, full of the ardour of combat and certain of victory. At his command, Mahaparashva, Mahadara, and the indomitable Virupaksha ascended their chariots, and these warriors, in their delight, emitted war cries loud enough to shatter the earth, and with formidable shouts they set out eager for victory. The highly effulgent monarch, surrounded by his valiant battalions, rushed into battle, brandishing his bow like Yama at the dissolution of the world, and that great warrior, mounted on his car, harnessed to swift steeds, set out through the gate where Rama and Lakshmana were encamped. At that moment, the sun lost its brilliance, the quarters were enveloped in darkness, the birds emitted dreadful cries, the earth trembled, the gods let fall a rain of blood, and Ravana's horses stumbled, whilst a vulture alighted on the pole of his banner and sinister jackals howled. Then that Titan felt his left eye twitch, and tremors passed through his left arm. He grew pale, and his voice seemed to die away. As Sugriva set forth to fight, ill omens appeared, presaging his death. A meteor fell from the sky with the crash of thunder, and herons and vultures emitted mournful cries. Ravana, however, remained unmoved by the terrible portents that appeared and rushed madly to his doom, urged on by destiny. At the sound of the Titan chariots, the Rakshasa host and the monkey army also prepared to give battle, and from every side, impatient for victory, challenged one another. Meanwhile, in his ire, Sugriva with his golden shafts created havoc among the monkeys, and some among those heroic warriors had their heads severed by him, and the hearts of others were pierced, or their ears cut off, and some fell lifeless, the flanks of others being torn, their heads broken, or their eyes put out. Whenever the 10-headed Titan, rolling his eyes furiously, turned his chariot in the fight, the ferocity of his assault was irresistible to the leaders of his foes. Chapter 97. The fight between Virupaksha and Sugriva. Virupaksha's death. The mutilated corpses of the monkeys, who had fallen under the shafts of Sugriva, were heaped on the earth, and the Plavangamas were as unable to endure that irresistible avalanche of darts loosed by Ravana as butterflies a scorching fire. Tormented by those sharp arrows, they fled screaming like elephants enveloped in flames, and Ravana advanced in the fight, scattering them with his darts as the wind disperses the clouds. Having in his fury exterminated those inhabitants of the woods, that Indra among the Titans rushed on to find Raghava. Then Sugriva, seeing the monkeys cut to pieces and routed, gave over his position to Sushena and addressed himself for battle. Relinquishing his command to that monkey, who was his equal in valor, Sugriva went out to meet the enemy, a tree in his hand. At his side and following in his footsteps marched all the monkey leaders, brandishing enormous rocks and every kind of tree. Thereafter, that royal giant let forth a great shout and fell on that mob of Titans, destroying their leaders, and that mighty monarch crushed the Titan divisions, as at the end of the world cycle when the wind breaks down the great trees. And he let fall a shower of stones on the Titan divisions like a huge cloud, letting loose hailstones amidst a flock of birds in a wood. Under the avalanche of stones loosed by the king of the monkeys, the Titans, their heads shorn off their ears, fell like crumbling mountains, and whilst the Titans were being overthrown by Sugriva, who was crushing them as they fell, they cried out. Then Virupaksha, armed with his bow, proclaiming his name, leapt down from his chariot, and that indomitable Titan mounted an elephant and advancing thereon, and he, full of vigor, let forth a terrible cry and hurled himself on the monkeys. Thereafter he rained a shower of formidable darts on Sugriva in the forefront of battle, and arrested the rout of the Titans by reviving their courage. Riddled with wounds from the sharp arrows of the Titans, that Indra of monkeys, howling with rage, resolved to slay him, and brandishing a tree, that valiant and indomitable monkey leapt forward and struck the huge head of his adversary's elephant, and under the virulence of that bow, the great tusker sank down, emitting loud cries. Then the courageous Titan jumped down from the back of the stunned beast, and turning on the monkey, threw himself upon him. But he, clad in mail covered with the hide of a bull, unsheathing his sword, with a rapid step, rushed defiantly on Sugriva, who stood fast, waiting. Then Sugriva met the impact of Virupaksha, and thereafter let fly a great rock like unto a cloud, whereupon that lion among the Titans, seeing the stone falling, jumped aside, and, full of valor, struck the monkey with his sword. Pierced by the valiant Titan's sword, the monkey lay on the ground for a time, deprived of consciousness. Then, suddenly rising to his feet in the great struggle, he whirled his fist round and round, bringing it down violently on the Titan's chest. Wounded by his blows, the Night Ranger, enraged, with his sword, severed Sugriva's armor in the forefront of battle, and under the shock he fell to his knees. Thereupon the monkey, picking himself up, gave the Titan a terrific blow that resounded like thunder, but Virupaksha evaded it skillfully and with his fist struck Sugriva on the chest. Thereafter, the Monkey King waxed even more furious and, seeing that the Titan had parried his thrust, sought an opportunity to attack him. In his rage, he struck him a violent blow on the temple like unto Indra's thunderbolt, which felled him to the earth, and the blood flowed from his mouth, covering him like water from a mountain torrent. Rolling his eyes in fury, foaming at the mouth and bathed in blood, he seemed more misshapen than ever, and the monkeys beheld their enemy covered with blood, trembling and rolling from side to side, emitting plaintive cries. Meanwhile, the two valiant armies of monkeys and titans, who were fighting one another, began to create a terrible uproar like two seas that had burst their banks. In the presence of the all-powerful Titan who had been slain by the king of the monkeys, the varied multitude of monkeys and titans resembled the Ganges in flood. Chapter 98. Mahodara is slain by Sugriva. In that fearful struggle, both armies gradually melted away under each other's blows like two lakes drying up under the summer heat. The destruction of his forces and the death of Virupaksha redoubled the fury of the Lord of the Titans. Seeing his army decimated and destroyed by the monkeys, he recognized that destiny was opposing him, and he became apprehensive. Thereafter he addressed Mahodara, who stood near him, saying, "From now on, O long-armed warrior, thou art my only hope of victory. Go, triumph over the enemy forces, display thy heroism today. The time has come to return the favors thy master has bestowed on thee. Fight bravely." At these words, that foremost of Titans, Mahodara, replied, "Be it so," and rushed on the enemy's army as a butterfly into a flame. Then that exceedingly powerful Titan, whose ardor had been stimulated by the words of his master and also on account of his own native valor, began to create carnage among the monkeys. From their side, the noble-hearted monkeys, arming themselves with enormous stones, penetrated into the ranks of the redoubtable Titans and slew them all. And Mahodara, at the height of fury, with his golden shafts severed the hands, feet, and thighs of the monkeys in the great struggle, and they, after a hard fight with the Titans, fled to different quarters, some taking refuge with Sugriva. Witnessing the rout of his powerful army, Sugriva rushed upon Mahodara, and the Lord of the Monkeys, seizing a huge and formidable rock resembling a hill, threw it at him with great force in order to crush him. Seeing the stone falling, Mahodara, unmoved, cut it to pieces with his arrows. Under the Titan's darts, it fell into 1,000 fragments on the earth, so that it resembled a flock of frightened vultures. Beholding that rock broken, Sugriva, mad with anger, tore up a solid tree and flung it at his adversary, who broke it into many pieces. With his shafts, that hero, the scourge of his foes, broke the tree, whereupon Sugriva, observing an iron stake lying on the ground, brandished the flashing bar before the eyes of the Titan, and with one exceedingly violent blow struck down his excellent steeds. Leaping down from his great car, its team of horses having been slain, the valiant Mahodara, highly provoked, took hold of a mace, and the two warriors, one armed with an iron bar and the other with a mace, approached each other, bellowing like bulls, resembling two clouds charged with lightning. In fury, the Night Ranger, his lustrous mace glittering like the sun, rushed on Sugriva, and as the terrible club was falling upon him, the extremely valiant leader of the monkeys, his eyes red with anger, lifted up his weapon and struck, whereupon the bar instantly fell shattered to the earth. Then Sugriva, boiling with rage, from the ground picked up a huge club gilded on all sides, and brandishing it, hurled it against the mace, striking it, whereupon on the impact the two missiles broke in pieces and fell on the field. Their weapons shattered, the two warriors attacked each other with blows of their fists, and, full of ardor and strength, resembled two lit braziers. Amidst loud cries, they struck each other, and having interchanged blows, rolled on the earth. Leaping up immediately, the two pugilists, great champions, scourgers of their foes, exhausted each other, whereupon each seized hold of a sword that lay within reach, and, transported with rage, threw themselves upon each other, their weapons upraised. Then those two spirited and experienced warriors moved rapidly from left to right of one another, each seeking to slay his opponent. Meantime, the courageous, impetuous, and wicked Mahodara, proud of his strength, pierced Sugriva's heavy mail with his sword, whereupon the weapon snapped on the impact. Then that elephant among monkeys, with his own sword, severed the Titan's head, bearing a helmet and adorned with earrings. Beholding their leader lying headless on the ground, the whole army of Titans melted away, and, having slain Mahodara, the monkey with his forces began to cheer, whereupon Dasagriva grew furious, and Raghava was filled with joy. With downcast mien, the Titans, overwhelmed, all fled away mad with terror, but the son of Surya, having laid Mahodara low, who resembled part of a great mountain, shone with effulgence like that orb itself with its inextinguishable brilliance. And the hosts of the gods, Siddhas, Yakshas, and also the beings who move on the surface of the earth gazed with great delight on the king of the monkeys, who had achieved that supreme victory. Chapter 99. The Combat Between Angada and Mahaparshva. Mahodara, having been struck down by Sugriva, the all-powerful Mahaparshva gazed on his slayer, his eyes red with anger, and with his shafts began to sow disorder in Angada's formidable ranks. And as the wind detaches a fruit from its stalk, so did that Titan sever the upper limbs of the leading monkeys. With his darts he cut off the arms of some, and, full of ire, pierced the sides of others. Overwhelmed by those shafts that Mahaparshva loosed upon them, the monkeys grew pale with fright and lost courage. Then Angada, wishing to give a little respite to his troops who had been trampled upon and decimated by that Titan, leapt up, full of fury like the ocean on the day of the full tide. Seizing an iron bar that shone like the rays of the sun, that prince of the monkeys struck Mahaparshva in the struggle, and he, losing consciousness, fell from his chariot, its driver having been slain and lay senseless on the earth. Thereupon the mighty king of the bears, who resembled a heap of black antimony and was extremely powerful, arming himself with a huge rock like unto the peak of a mountain, strode ahead of his battalion, which resembled a cloud, and with a furious blow struck down the horses and shattered the chariot of the Titan. Mahaparshva, however, regaining consciousness, leapt up in an instant, and in his great vigor riddled Angada with innumerable arrows again and again, and struck Jambavan, the king of the bears, with 3 spears full in the chest, wounding Gavaksha with innumerable shafts. Thereafter, Angada, who was transported with rage, seized hold of an enormous stake, and with that iron bar, bright as the rays of the son of Bali, his eyes red with anger, taking hold of it with both hands and brandishing it with force, with the intention of slaying him, hurled it on Mahaparshva, who stood some distance off. Thrown with force, the bar knocked the bow with its arrows from the hand of the Titan and struck off his helmet, whereupon Angada, with a single bound, seething with rage, struck the Titan a blow with his clenched fist on the ear, which was adorned with an earring. Enraged, the valiant and illustrious Mahaparshva seized hold of a great axe in one hand, and with that stainless weapon washed in oil, made of solid stone, that Titan, in a paroxysm of fury, struck his antagonist violently, but the blow, falling on the left shoulder, glanced off his armor. Then Angada, the equal of his sire in valor, furious, lifted up his fist, which was as powerful as lightning, and, knowing the vital parts of the body, delivered a blow like unto Indra's thunderbolt on the chest of the Titan, close to his heart. On this, the Titan, his heart riven by the shock, fell dead on that vast battlefield, and seeing him lying stretched on the earth without life, his army took fright, whilst Ravana fell into a transport of rage. Thereafter, the monkeys with Angada let forth a joyous roaring that resounded far and wide, shattering the gates and turrets of Lanka, as it were. The gods, too, with their king, let forth a great shout of that enemy of Indra, the lord of the Titans, enraged on hearing the immense uproar among the inhabitants of the celestial regions and the forests, resolved to enter into the lists once more. Chapter 100. Rama and Ravana fight with magic weapons. Beholding Mahodara and Mahaparshva slain, despite his great strength, the valiant Virupaksha also struck down. A great rage seized Ravana, who urged on his charioteer with these words: By slaying Rama and Lakshmana, I shall remove that double scourge, the cause of the slaughter of my faithful adherents and the siege of the city. In the fight I shall cut down Rama, that tree of which Sita is the flower and the fruit, whose branches are Sugriva, Jambavan, Kumuda, Nala, also Devivida, Mainda, Angada, Gandhamandana, Hanuman, Sushena, and all the leading monkeys. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, who caused the 10 regions to resound, drove rapidly on Raghava with his chariot, and the earth with its rivers, mountains, and woods trembled with the uproar, and the lions, gazelles, and birds that inhabited it were seized with terror. Then Ravana employed a dark and magic weapon that was formidable and terrifying, and with it he consumed the monkeys who fled hither and thither. Amidst the dust raised by their battalions, for they were unable to endure that weapon created by Brahma himself, Raghava, seeing those countless divisions taking refuge in innumerable places, pursued by Ravana's powerful shafts, stood ready waiting. Meanwhile, that tiger among the Titans, having routed the army of monkeys, beheld Rama standing there unconquered with his brother Lakshmana, like unto Vasava with Vishnu, and Rama seemed to touch the sky as it were, as he stretched his great bow, and those heroes with eyes as large as lotus petals were long-armed and the conquerors of their foes. From his side, the extremely illustrious and valiant Rama, who was accompanied by Saumitri, seeing Ravana overwhelming the monkeys in the fight, joyfully took hold of the center of his bow and immediately began to bend that excellent weapon that was stout and sonorous, riving the earth as it were. At the sound of Ravana's loosing a myriad arrows and Rama stretching his bow, the Titans fell to the ground in their hundreds. Thereafter Ravana, coming within a bow's length of the 2 princes, resembled Rahu in the presence of the sun and moon. Desiring to be the first to enter into combat, Lakshmana, with his sharp arrows, having placed them on his bow, loosed his shafts resembling flames of fire. Hardly had that archer let fly his darts into the air than the extremely energetic Ravana stayed them in their course, severing 1 with 1, 3 with 3, and 10 with 10, thus demonstrating his lightness of hand. Leaping over Saumitri, that triumphant warrior, Ravana approached Rama in the conflict, who stood ready like unto an unscalable mountain. Bearing down on Raghava, his eyes red with anger, the Lord of the Titans loosed a rain of shafts upon him, but with the aid of his sharp arrows, Raghava severed those innumerable darts that flamed in formidable wise and resembled venomous snakes. Thereafter, Raghava struck Ravana with redoubled arrows, and Ravana struck Raghava, and they riddled each other with a hail of varied and penetrating missiles, and for a long time described marvelous circles round each other from left to right, overwhelming each other with swift arrows, each remaining undefeated. And all beings were seized with terror, witnessing that desperate duel between those 2 redoubtable bowmen, the equals of Yama and Antaka. The sky was covered with clouds riven by lightning flashes, and the firmament became, as it were, pierced with holes by a rain of whirling arrows of extreme velocity, possessing sharp points adorned with heron's plumes. With their darts, they first obscured the sky, as when the sun withdraws behind the Astakala mountains, and 2 great clouds suddenly appear. Thereafter, between those 2 warriors, each seeking to slay the other, an incomparable and unimaginable struggle ensued, like unto the duel between Vritra and Vasava. Both were furnished with excellent bows, both were skilled warriors, both brought exceptional knowledge in the science of arms to the fight. In all their maneuverings, they were followed by a stream of shafts, as the waves in 2 oceans that are whipped up by a tempest. Then, with a skillful hand, Ravana, the destroyer of the worlds, aiming at Rama's forehead, loosed a formidable succession of iron shafts from his bow, which Rama received unmoved on his head like a garland of lotus leaves. Thereupon, reciting a sacred formula, arming himself with Rudra's weapon, and choosing a large number of spears, full of wrath, the illustrious Raghava bent his bow, and with force let fly those weapons in rapid succession against that Indra of Titans, but those darts fell without breaking through the armor of Ravana, who, like an immense cloud, remained unmoved. Then Rama, skilled in the use of arms, struck Ravana afresh on the forehead as he stood in his chariot with his bows to which he had joined a miraculous weapon, and it appeared as if 5-headed serpents in the form of darts were penetrating, hissing into the earth, repelled by Ravana, whom they sought to devour. Thereupon, having rendered Raghava's weapon void, Ravana, in a transport of rage, armed himself in his turn with the dreadful Asura weapon, which he loosed, joined to sharp and terrible arrows with huge points, having the heads of lions, tigers, herons, geese, vultures, falcons, jackals, and wolves, or resembling serpents with 5 heads. Others had the heads of donkeys, boars, dogs, cocks, aquatic monsters, and venomous reptiles, and those sharp arrows were the creation of his magic power. Struck by the Asuric shafts that line among the Raghus, he who resembled the god of fire himself responded with the Agneya dart that was full of power, and to it he joined arrows of every kind with points that burnt like fire, and which resembled suns, planets, and stars in hue, or great meteors like unto flaming tongues. Those formidable missiles belonging to Ravana, striking against those loosed by Rama, disintegrated in space and were annihilated in their thousands. Thereupon all the valiant monkeys with Sugriva at their head, able to change their form at will, beholding the Titan's weapon destroyed by Rama of imperishable karma, led forth joyous acclamations and made a circle round him. Then the magnanimous son of Dasaratha, the descendant of Raghu, having destroyed that weapon discharged by Ravana's own arm, was filled with felicity, whilst the leaders of the monkeys joyfully paid homage to him. Chapter 101. Ravana flees from Rama. His weapon having been destroyed, Ravana, the king of the Titans, whose fury was redoubled, in his wrath instantly produced another, and he loosed the fearful Rudra weapon forged by Maya on Raghava. Thereafter from his bow, innumerable spears, maces, flaming bars hard as diamond, mallets, hammers, chains, and spiked clubs, like unto fiery thunderbolts, issued forth like the tempests at the dissolution of the worlds. Then the glorious Raghava, most skilled in the knowledge of excellent shafts, that warrior of great renown, broke that weapon with the aid of the marvelous Gandharva dart, and when it was shattered by the magnanimous Raghava, Ravana, his eyes red with fury, loosed his solar weapon, whereupon huge and brilliant discs issued from the bow of the skillful Dasagriva of redoubtable courage, which, falling, lit up the sky on every side, and the 4 quarters were consumed by the fall of those flaming missiles that resembled the sun, moon, and stars. With a mass of arrows, Raghava destroyed those discs and darts loosed by Ravana in the forefront of the battle, and seeing his weapon broken, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, with 10 arrows, struck Rama in his vital parts. Struck by 10 shafts that Ravana had discharged from his great bow, the exceedingly energetic Raghava did not flinch, and in his turn, that victorious prince, in the height of anger, pierced Ravana in all his limbs with the aid of innumerable darts. At that instant, the younger brother of Raghava, the valiant Lakshmana, slayer of hostile warriors, armed himself with the 7 arrows and those exceedingly swift shafts that illustrious prince severed Ravana's standard in many places, which bore the image of a man's head. With a single arrow, the fortunate Lakshmana of immense vigor cut off the head adorned with brilliant earrings of the Titan who drove the chariot, and with 5 sharp arrows severed the bow resembling the trunk of an elephant that belonged to the king of the Titans. Thereafter Vibhishana, bounding forward, with his mace slew Ravana's beautiful horses that were as tall as hills and resembled a dark cloud in hue, whereupon Dasagriva, leaping quickly from his car, the steeds of which having been slain, was filled with exceeding wrath against his brother, and that powerful and spirited monarch loosed a flaming spear on Vibhishana like unto a thunderbolt. But ere it reached its target, Lakshmana severed it with 3 arrows, whereupon a great cheer arose amongst the monkeys in that formidable struggle, and that spear, wreathed in gold, fell down shattered in 3 fragments like unto a great meteor falling from the sky amidst a shower of flaming sparks. Then the Titan, that mighty Ravana of wicked soul, armed himself with another superior and tested spear which Death himself would have found hard to resist, and which was of immense size and shone with its own effulgence. Brandished with violence by the mighty Ravana of perverse soul, it gave out a lurid gleam so that it appeared like forked lightning. Meanwhile, the valiant Lakshmana, perceiving that Vibhishana stood in peril of his life, placed himself quickly in front of him, and that hero, stretching his bow with a rain of darts, riddled Ravana, who stood waiting to discharge the weapon he held in his hand. Under the shower of arrows with which the courageous Saumitri overwhelmed him, thus frustrating his design, the Titan no longer thought of striking him in return. Seeing that he had preserved his brother's life, Ravana, who was standing before him, addressed him thus: "O thou, whose strength renders thee arrogant, since thou hast preserved this Titan, my spear shall fall on thee. Having pierced thine heart, this blood-stained weapon that mine arm, equal to an iron bar, will hurl at thee, will rob thee of thy life's breath, and return to my hand." Thus did Ravana speak, and in a paroxysm of rage, leveling that pick adorned with 8 extremely loud bells, created magically by Maya, that was infallible, the slayer of its foes, the splendor of which flamed up as it were, hurled it at Lakshmana with a mighty shout. Loosed with terrible violence and a sound of thunder, that spear fell with force on Lakshmana in the forefront of the battle. Then Raghava sought to mitigate the power of that weapon and said, "May good fortune attend Lakshmana, may this mortal impact be rendered void." Released by the enraged Titan on that indomitable hero, the spear, which resembled a venomous snake, falling with extreme violence, penetrated his great chest, and so brilliant was it that it appeared like the tongue of the king of the serpents. Loosed with force by Ravana, that spear penetrated deep into the body of Lakshmana, who, with his heart pierced, fell on the earth. Beholding Lakshmana in that condition, near to whom he stood, the extremely powerful Raghava, full of solicitude for his brother, felt his heart stricken, but after an instant's reflection, his eyes welling with tears, enraged as is Pavaga at the dissolution of the world, he thought, "This is not the time for lamentation." And thereafter he entered once more into the fearful conflict, resolved to make a supreme attempt to slay Ravana. His eyes fixed on his brother, Rama saw how he had been pierced with a spear in the great fight and was covered with blood, resembling a mountain with its reptiles. And the most vigorous of monkeys sought to draw out that weapon loosed by the mighty Ravana, overwhelmed though they were by a hail of shafts discharged by the king of the Titans. The spear, however, having passed through Saumitri's body, had penetrated into the earth. Then Rama, with his powerful hands, seized hold of that spear and, in his wrath, snapped it, throwing the fragments to a great distance, and as he drew it out, Ravana penetrated his every limb with shafts that pierced to his very marrow. Ignoring these darts, Rama embraced Lakshmana and said to Hanuman and that mighty monkey Sugriva, "Ye foremost of the monkeys, gather round Lakshmana. O king of the monkeys, the time has come for me to manifest my prowess. For long I have sought this occasion. May the wicked Sugriva of infamous exploits perish. My longing resembles that of the chatak bird on beholding the clouds at the end of summer. Ere long, I swear to thee, either Ravana or Rama will cease to exist in the world. Ye shall be witness thereof. The loss of the kingdom, my sojourn in the forest, and my wanderings in the woods of Dandaka, the insult offered to Vaidehi, my encounter with the Titans, the great and terrible misfortune that has visited me. This torment, resembling hell, will be wiped out this day when I slay Ravana on the battlefield. He, on whose account I took the army of monkeys in my train, having installed Sugriva, when I had slain Bali in the open field, and on whose account I had crossed the ocean, having thrown a bridge over it, that wretch today has come within my range of vision, and shall therefore cease to live. Appearing before me, Ravana cannot survive any more than one who comes into the presence of a serpent whose glance is poisonous, or a snake falling under Vainateya's gaze. Be tranquil, witnesses of my combat with Ravana, O invincible ones, foremost of the monkeys. Seat yourselves on the brow of the mountain. Today in this duel, the 3 worlds with the Gandharvas, the Sitas, and Charanas will recognize Rama's attributes. I shall accomplish a feat that the world with all beings who move or do not move, as also the gods, will recount as long as the earth exists." Speaking thus, Rama began to discharge his penetrating shafts embellished with gold at Dasagriva. From his side, Ravana, like a cloud from which the rain falls, showered down arrows and clubs with violence on Rama, and a mighty uproar arose when, in order to slay each other, those marvelous arrows were loosed by Rama and Ravana. Severed and scattered, the shafts with flaming points discharged by Rama and Ravana fell from the sky on the earth, and the twanging of their bows, causing great terror amongst all beings, was astonishing to hear. Then that amazing hail of missiles, that the mighty hero let fly in continuous streams from his burning bow, overwhelmed Ravana,
who, terrified, took flight like a great cloud driven before the tempest. Chapter 102. Lakshmana's Miraculous Recovery. Seeing the courageous Lakshmana lying on the battlefield, drenched in blood, struck down by the spear discharged by the mighty Ravana, Rama entered into a terrible duel with that cruel titan whom he overwhelmed with a hail of arrows. Then he addressed Sushena and said, "The valiant Lakshmana, struck down by the ruthless Ravana, is writhing like a serpent, filling me with anguish. When I behold that hero, dearer to me than life itself, how, in mine affliction, can I find the strength to fight? If my brother, who is endowed with auspicious marks, that proud warrior, returns to the 5 elements, of what use is life or prosperity to me? My prowess is ebbing away, as it were, and my bow seems to be falling from my grasp. Mine arrows are blunted, mine eyes blinded with tears, my limbs are heavy as when one is overcome by sleep, my thoughts wander, and I long to die. In this extreme misfortune in which I am plunged, weeping, my mind distracted on seeing my brother, who is emitting inarticulate cries, lying in the dust of the battlefield, brought low by the wicked Ravana, a prey to suffering and seriously wounded in his vital parts. Even victory cannot bring me felicity, O hero. If the moon is hidden from sight, what delight can it give? Of what use is it to fight? What purpose is served by living? The combat has no longer any meaning since Lakshmana is lying dead in the forefront of the battle. As that illustrious warrior followed me when I retired to the forest, so will I follow him now to the abode of death. Ever affectionate to his kinsfolk, he was undeviatingly devoted to me. I was led to this pass by the Titans who have made use of magic in the fight. Wives may be found everywhere, and everywhere one may meet with friends, but I see no place where one could find so dear a brother. Without Lakshmana, of what use will it be for me to rule over a kingdom, O invincible warrior? What shall I say to Sumitra, who loves her son so tenderly? I shall not be able to endure the reproaches with which she will address me. What shall I say to my mother, Kaushalya, or even to Kaikeyi? What answer shall I give to Bharata and the exceedingly powerful Shatrughna? Having gone with him to the forest, how can I return without him? Better were it to die than suffer the censure of my family. What sin did I commit in a former life that my virtuous brother is now lying dead before mine eyes? O my brother, O foremost of men, O first of heroes, O prince, why, forsaking me, wilt thou repair to the other regions? How comes it that thou dost not answer me who am lamenting? Rise, look about thee. Why dost thou remain lying there? Witness my grief with thine own eyes. In my despair, be my comforter, O long-armed warrior, overwhelmed as I am with anguish, wandering, distracted amidst the woods and mountains. As Rama was speaking thus, overwhelmed with affliction, Sushena, in order to comfort him, addressed these well-considered words to him. O tiger among men, abandon this idea that causes thee pain, this thought that pierces thine heart as a javelin in the forefront of the battle. Nay, Lakshmana, the enhancer of prosperity, has not rejoined the 5 elements, for his features have not changed, nor is he pale. Rather is his countenance serene and handsome. Observe how the palms of his hands resemble the petals of a lotus, and his eyes are bright. Those who appear thus have not yielded up their lives, O Lord of all men. Do not grieve, O hero, conqueror of thy foes. Lakshmana lives, and the proofs are the multiple beatings of his heart united with his sighs, even though his body lies stretched on the earth. Thus spoke the extremely sagacious Sushena to Raghava, and thereafter he addressed that great monkey, Hanuman, who stood near and said, O friend, go quickly, repair to the mountain Mahodaya. Formerly thou hast heard of it from Jambavan, O warrior. On the southern peak grow curative herbs, the plants named Vishalya Karani, Savarnya Karani, Samjiva Karani, and also Samdani of great virtue. Bring them back, O warrior, in order to revive that hero Lakshmana. At these words, Hanuman repaired to the mountain of herbs, but there he became anxious, for that illustrious monkey could not recognize those remedial plants. Then the thought came to Maruti, whose strength was immeasurable. I will carry back the peak of the mountain, for it is on the summit that the auspicious herbs are growing. At least I infer so from what Sushena has said. If I return without having picked the Vishalya Karni, the loss of time will prove fatal, and a great misfortune will follow.
Reflecting thus, the mighty Hanuman hastened on his way, and when he reached that high mountain, he shook the summit 3 times, having broken it off, balanced it with its multitudinous trees in full flower of varying fragrance in his 2 hands. Thereafter, like a dark cloud charged with rain, that monkey sprang into the air, carrying the mountain peak, and returned in great haste, setting it down, and having rested a while, he said to Sushena, "I am not conversant with the medicinal plants, O bull among monkeys. Here is the whole summit which I have brought to thee." At these words of the son of Pavana, Sushena, the foremost of the monkeys, having uprooted the herb, took hold of it, and there was great amazement among the monkeys, witnessing Hanuman's feat, which even the gods themselves could only have accomplished with difficulty. Then the foremost of monkeys, Sushena, having crushed that herb, held it to Lakshmana's nostrils, and on inhaling it, that prince, the scourge of his foes, who was riddled with arrows, instantly rose from the ground, released from the darts and his sufferings. Meanwhile, the monkeys, beholding him standing erect, cried out, "Excellent, excellent!" and full of joy, paid homage to him. Then Rama, the slayer of his foes, said to Lakshmana, "Come, come!" and embracing him, pressed him close to his heart, his eyes wet with tears. Thereafter, having embraced him, Raghava said to Saumitri, "O hero, what good fortune to see thee return from the dead! Nay, assuredly neither life nor Sita nor victory had any attraction for me. In sooth, what reason had I for living since thou hadst returned to the 5 elements?" Then Lakshmana, pained, answered the magnanimous Raghava, who had spoken thus, and in a voice trembling with emotion said, "Bound by thy vow, O thou who hast truth for thy prowess, it does not become thee to utter such cowardly words. Nay, those who speak with sincerity do not render a promise void, and the proof they give is the fulfillment of their vow. Thou shouldest not give way to despair on mine account, O irreproachable hero. Mayest thou redeem thy word by Ravana's death this day. Nay, when he comes within range of thy shafts, thine adversary must not return alive, as a great elephant may not live when he falls under the sharp tooth of a roaring lion. I desire to see that wretch perish ere the orb of the day withdraws behind the Astakala mountain, his task accomplished. If thou seekest the death of Ravana on the battlefield, if thou wishest to fulfill thy duty, and if thou dost aspire to recapture the princess, O illustrious hero, do what I tell thee without delay." Chapter 103. Rama and Ravana renew their combat. Hearing Lakshmana's words, the valiant Raghava, the destroyer of hostile warriors, at the head of his forces, took up his bow and, stretching it, allowed a shower of his formidable shafts to fall on Ravana. From his side, the lord of the Titans, mounted on his chariot, rushed on Kukusta as Svarbhanu on Bhaskara, and Dasagriva, standing in his car, assailed Rama with darts like unto lightning, as a great cloud covers a huge mountain with its floods. Then Rama, with his arrows that were decorated with gold and resembled flaming brands, overwhelmed Dasagriva with them on the battlefield. On this, the gods, Gandharvas, and Kinnaras declared, "This combat is unequal. Rama is on foot, whilst the Titan is in a chariot." Whereupon the foremost of the gods, the blessed Shakra, having heard the words of the immortals, called Matali to him and said, "With my chariot, repair speedily to where the illustrious Raghava is fighting on foot. Go to the battlefield and invite him to ascend this car. Do thou render this signal service to the gods." On this command from his king, Matali, the celestial charioteer, bowing, made answer, saying, "With all speed, I go to fulfill my duty as a charioteer." Thereupon he harnessed the bay horses to the most handsome of cars, the body of which, being wrought with gold and hung with hundreds of little bells, with its emerald shafts, shone like the rising sun, and it was yoked to excellent dappled steeds, flecked with white, caparisoned in gold, their coats gleaming like the orb of day. A standard fluttered on a golden staff over that marvelous car belonging to Indra, and under the order of the king of the gods, Matali ascended it, and, leaving the celestial regions, went to meet Kukusta. Armed with a lash, standing in the car, Matali, the charioteer of that god of 1,000 eyes, having paid obeisance to him with joined palms, said to Rama, "Saharaksha, O Kukusta, O renowned destroyer of thy foes, has lent thee this car so that thou mayest be victorious. Here too is Indra's great bow, his shield as bright as fire, his arrows shining like the sun, and his goodly spear well burnished. Ascend the chariot, O warrior, and with me as thy charioteer, triumph over the Titan Ravana, as did Mahendra over the Danavas." Thus addressed, Rama, whose splendor illumines the worlds, circumambulated the car, and bowing, ascended it. Thereafter a wonderful combat of chariots ensued between the long-armed Rama and the Titan Ravana, causing the hair to stand on end. Raghava, skilled in the use of powerful arrows, fought with the king of the Titans, matching Gandharva weapon against Gandharva weapon and celestial arrow against celestial arrow. Then the royal Night Ranger, in a paroxysm of fury, let fly a formidable missile on his rival, marvelous, dreadful, befitting a demon. Loosed from Ravana's bow, those shafts, decorated with gold, falling on Kakusta, were transformed into serpents of subtle venom, and those fearful monsters with brassy faces, vomiting searing flames from their gaping mouths, sprang on Rama, and those reptiles whose contact was equal to Vasuki of iron coils and violent poison enveloped all regions on every side, filling the whole of space. Seeing those serpents falling on him in the fight, Rama chose the dreadful and appalling Garuda weapon and discharged it. Leaving Raghava's bow, those golden-hafted arrows, brilliant as flames, transformed themselves into golden eagles, slayers of serpents, and all the darts in the form of snakes were destroyed by arrows in the shape of birds that belonged to Rama, who was able to change his form at will. Enraged at the destruction of his weapon, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, caused a shower of formidable shafts to fall on Rama, and while he was riddling Rama of imperishable exploits with thousands of darts, he wounded Matali with countless others. Thereafter, having aimed at the golden standard, Ravana shattered it with a single shaft, and the golden device fell from the height of the chariot to the floor. With a series of arrows, he struck Indra's steeds, to the exceeding terror of the gods, Gandharvas, Chanaras, and also the Danavas, and, seeing Rama wounded, the Siddhas and great rishis were troubled, as also the king of the monkeys and Vibhishana. When the moon of Rama was concealed from their sight by Rahu in the form of Ravana, Buddha, in the constellation of Prajapati, rushed on Rohini, the beloved Shashin, to the misfortune of all beings. With its mist-wreathed waves, flaming as it were, the ocean, surging up in fury, seemed to touch the orb of day, and the sun, in the grasp of the planet Dhumaketu, assumed a brassy hue dreadful to behold, its rays extinguished, revealing a headless trunk on its disk. Angaraka, too, was in opposition to the brilliant star of the Koshalas, the presiding deities of which being Indra and Agni, and in the heavens that planet tormented Vishaka also, and Dasagriva with his 10 faces and 20 arms, equipped with his bow, looked like the mountain Mainaka. Meanwhile, Rama, overwhelmed by that 10-necked demon, was unable to loose his arrows in the conflict, and, knitting his brows, enraged, his eyes inflamed, was transported with anger, and it seemed as if he would consume the Titan. On seeing the furious countenance of the virtuous Rama, all beings were seized with terror. The earth shook, the mountains, frequented by lions and tigers, trembled, the trees swayed to and fro. The ocean, that lord of rivers, was agitated, and flocks of crows, braying like donkeys, described circles in the sky on all sides. Beholding Rama wrought up with extreme ire and those fearful portents, all beings were filled with fear, and Ravana too felt dismayed. The gods in their chariots, the Gandharvas, the great serpents, the rishis, the Danavas, daityas, and winged creatures of the air gazed down on that conflict between those two warriors who fought with every kind of dreadful weapon, so that it appeared like the dissolution of the worlds. Suras and Asuras who had come to witness the struggle, with their eyes followed that formidable duel, uttering words of sympathy and encouragement, and the assembled Asuras cried out to Dasagriva, "Victory to thee!" And the Suras, addressing Rama, reiterated, "Triumph! Triumph!" At that instant, the wicked Ravana, in his fury against Rama, whom he wished to slay, took hold of an immense weapon that was as hard as diamond, deafening, the destroyer of its foe, furnished with spikes like unto mountain peaks, dreadful to conceive or behold. and Ravana lifted up that lance with its smoke-wreathed flaming point, like unto the fires at the time of the final dissolution of the worlds, that was greatly to be feared, irresistible, and which death itself could not endure, the terror of all beings, whom it was able to crush to fragments. At the height of anger, he raised his strong arm, and surrounded by his brave troops, brandishing his weapon, that colossus, his eyes red with fury, emitted a piercing cry in order to encourage his forces, and earth, sky, and the four quarters trembled at that fearful shout of the King of the Titans. With his stout arm, taking hold of that weapon, he emitted a great cry and addressed his opponent insolently in these words: "This spear, as strong as a diamond, O Rama, that I wield in my wrath, through my prowess will shortly rob thee and thy brother of your lives. Thou shalt share the fate of my brave soldiers, whom thou didst massacre in the forefront of the battle. Stay, therefore, that I may strike thee down with this lance, O Raghava." At these words, the King of the Titans hurled his weapon at Rama, and loosed by Ravana's hand, that lance, wreathed in lightning, deafening with its 8 bells, passed through the air with a blinding flash. Seeing that flaming spear, formidable to behold, Rama stretched his bow and discharged an arrow with force, but as the spear fell, Raghava loosed a mass of arrows to intercept it, so that he appeared like Vasava with his floods seeking to stay the encroachment of the fires at the end of the world period. As butterflies are consumed by flames, so were those shafts consumed by Ravana's huge spear. Then Raghava, seeing his aerial shafts reduced to ashes, pulverized by contact with that lance, was transported with anger and furious in the extreme. Thereafter Rama, joy of the house of Raghu, took up his spear favored by Vasava, that Matali had brought to him. Wielding it with his powerful arm, that lance, the destroyer of the worlds, with its sonorous bells, lit up the sky like unto a brilliant meteor. In its flight, colliding with the spear belonging to that Indra of the Titans, it was shattered by the impact, and that enormous lance fell bereft of its splendor. Thereafter, Rama pierced Ravana's swiftly moving steeds with shafts loosed with great force that were thunderous and flew straight to their target. Displaying all his strength, he wounded his rival in the breast with penetrating javelins, and his brow with 3 arrows, whereupon Ravana, his whole body pierced with arrows and covered with blood, which flowed from wounds in all his limbs, resembled an Ashoka tree in full flower. His body riddled with darts loosed by Rama, bathed in blood, feeling himself utterly exhausted, that Lord of the Rangers of the Night, in the midst of his army, was filled with extreme wrath. Chapter 104. Rama arraigns Ravana and reproaches him for his misdeeds. Grievously wounded by the wrathful Kakusta, Ravana, that proud warrior, fell into a great rage. His eyes flaming with anger, that Titan raised his bow in a paroxysm of fury, and in that great combat overwhelmed Raghava with blows. Like unto a heavy shower, Ravana deluged Rama as clouds fill a pond. Drowned in a rain of arrows loosed from the Titan's bow in the fight, Kakusta stood firm like unto a mighty mountain. Then that hero, resolute in combat, with his shafts deflected the succession of darts which fell upon him like unto the rays of the sun. Thereafter, with a skilled hand, the Ranger of the Night, in fury, struck the breast of the magnanimous Raghava with thousands of darts, and the elder brother of Lakshmana, covered with blood, looked like a huge Kimshuka tree in flower in the forest. His wrath roused by the wounds he had received, the exceedingly powerful Kakusta armed himself with shafts, the luster of which resembled the sun's at the end of the world period. And Rama and Ravana, both transported with anger, became invisible to each other on the battlefield that was darkened by their shafts. Thereafter, at the height of fury, the valiant son of Dasaratha addressed his adversary in these mocking and ironic words. "Having carried away my consort against her will in Janastana, imposing on her ignorance, thou art verily no hero. Bearing away by force Vaidehi, who was wandering forlornly in the great forest far from me, thou thinkest I am a great hero. Because thou hast molested other women who were without a protector, which is the act of a coward, thou deemest thyself to be a hero, O valiant one. O thou who hast overthrown the ramparts of duty, O arrogant wretch of fickle nature, in thine insolence thou hast invited death into thine house, saying, I am a hero. Is it in the role of the valiant brother of Danada that thou, grown presumptuous on account of power, hast accomplished this memorable, great, and glorious exploit? Thou shalt presently receive a fitting recompense for this infamous act. O wretch, in thine own estimation, thinking to thyself, I am a hero, thou wast not ashamed to bear Sita away like a thief. Had I been there when thou didst affront Vaidehi, handling her so brutally, I should have dispatched thee to rejoin thy brother Kara by striking thee down with my shafts. By good fortune, O insensate one, thou art now before me. Today, with my penetrating darts, I shall hurl thee into Yama's abode. Today, thy head, with its dazzling earrings, severed by my weapon, shall roll in the dust on the battlefield, where the wild beasts will devour it. Vultures will swoop on thy breast when thou art lying stretched on the earth, O Ravana, and will drink the blood greedily that flows from the wounds inflicted by my sharp arrows. Today, pricked by my shafts, lying without life, birds of prey will tear out thine entrails as eagles destroy serpents. Speaking thus, the valiant Rama, scourge of his foes, covered that Indra among Titans who stood near with a hail of arrows, and his courage, strength, and martial ardor in loosing his shafts was redoubled. Then all the celestial weapons belonging to Raghava, versed in the science of the self, presented themselves before him, and in his joy that illustrious hero felt the dexterity of his touch increase. On these auspicious signs appearing of themselves, Rama, the destroyer of the Titans, attacked Ravana himself with increasing violence. Wounded by innumerable rocks thrown by the monkeys, and the darts showered upon him by Raghava, Dashagriva's heart fainted within him, and in the agitation of his soul, he neither took up his arrows, nor stretched his bow, nor sought to oppose Rama's valor, while the arrows and missiles of every kind, discharged unceasingly by his adversary, had death as their target, so that the hour of his doom appeared imminent. Then his charioteer, observing the peril, drove the chariot calmly and slowly out of the fray, and aghast at the appearance of the king, who had sunk down bereft of energy, he turned that dreadful car, rumbling like a cloud, and left the battlefield in haste. Chapter 105. Ravana reproaches his charioteer. Distracted with fury, his eyes red with anger, urged on by destiny, Ravana addressed his charioteer, saying, I am then bereft of valor and strength, deprived of prowess, cowardly, infirm of purpose, weak, without energy, devoid of magic powers, and debarred from combat, that thou hast failed me and actest on thine own understanding? How comes it that without respect for me and disregarding my commands in the presence of a foe, thou didst drive my chariot from the field? Through thine error this day, O vile wretch, that which I had won over a long period, glory, valor, honor, and renown are all lost to me. Before a foe famed for his prowess, who prides himself on his exploits, thou hast transformed me, who delights in battle, into a coward. If it is not through heedlessness that thou hast acted thus, O villain, my suspicions are well founded, and thou hast been bribed by the enemy. Assuredly, it was not an act of friendship or devotion. Only a foe would conduct himself as thou hast done. If thou hast any loyalty to me, then return in the chariot instantly ere mine adversary has departed, and remember the benefits thou hast received at my hands. At these reproaches from the insensate Ravana, the sagacious charioteer made answer in words that were moderate and full of good sense, saying, I am neither afraid nor am I mad, nor do I yield to the solicitations of a foe, nor am I negligent, nor have I ceased to be loyal to thee, nor have I forgotten the benefits I have received from thy hand. It was through my desire to be of service to thee, and to safeguard thy glory, and on account of a sincere attachment, that I acted as I thought best. O great king, thou shouldest not unjustly regard me as a vile and cowardly wretch. I, who seek only to do that which is agreeable to thee. Hear me. I will tell thee the reason why I took thy chariot, resembling a flowing current driven back by the tide, from the field.
Observing thy fatigue following on the tremendous struggle, I no longer recognize thy proud assurance nor thy superior strength. By drawing the chariot unceasingly, my steeds were overcome with fatigue. They were prostrate and overcome with the heat like unto kine lashed by the rain. Furthermore, amidst the portents that were manifest in great numbers, not one, it seemed to me, was favorable to us. One should, at the proper time and place, observe the characteristics, gestures, facial expression, depression or exhilaration, and the measure of fatigue of one's master, O mighty hero. Also the place where the earth is firm and where it is uneven or level, where it is flat or hilly, and the time for combat. When the enemy lays himself open to attack, how to advance and retire, to halt or go forward, to meet the enemy or retreat to a distance. All this must be known by a charioteer as he stands in his chariot. It was on account of thy prostration and the exhaustion of thy steeds, and in order to mitigate this terrible fatigue that I undertook those specific measures. It was not from caprice, O warrior, that I drove the chariot away. It was devotion to my lord that made me resolve to act in this wise. Issue any command thou desirest, O hero, O scourge of thy foes, and I shall fulfill it implicitly with all my heart." Then Ravana, fully satisfied with the reply of his charioteer, addressed many words of praise to him, and, in his martial ardour, said, "Speedily drive my chariot towards Raghava, O charioteer. Ravana is incapable of turning back, ere he has destroyed his enemies in battle." Speaking thus, the king of the Titans, standing in his chariot, bestowed a brilliant ring of great price on his charioteer, and under his orders, the driver set out to the battlefield. Urged on by Ravana's command, the charioteer whipped his steeds into a gallop, and in an instant, the great chariot belonging to that Indra among the Titans stood before Rama in the field. Chapter 106. The sage Agastya instructs Rama in the hymn to the sun. Meanwhile, seeing Rama exhausted by the fight, standing absorbed in thought on the battlefield, and Ravana, facing him, preparing to begin the encounter anew, the blessed Agastya, who had joined the gods and also come there to witness the great combat, approached that hero and said, "Rama, Rama, O long-armed warrior, hearken to the eternal secret which will enable thee to overcome all thine adversaries. It is none other than the hymn to the sun, O dear child. It is sacred, capable of subduing the foe, and brings victory. This prayer is eternal, imperishable, exalted, and auspicious, the delight of the good, the destroyer of all ills, the allayer of fear and anxiety, the increaser of life, and the most excellent of all verses. O thou who on rising art crowned with rays, to whom the Devas and Asuras pay homage, salutations to thee. Thou art Vivhisvata, the resplendent lord of the worlds, the soul of the gods, the effulgent one, creator of light, who sustainest the hosts of Devas and Asuras and the three worlds with thy rays. Thou art the creator, maintainer, and destroyer. Thou art the god of war, the lord of creatures, the king of the celestials, the distributor of wealth. Thou art time and death, the one possessed of splendor, the lord of the waters, the ancestors, the Vasus, the Sadyas, the Maruts, Manu, Vayu, and the god of fire. Thou art the source of life and of the seasons. Thou art the great nourisher of all, the generator of all, the courser in the heavens, the maintainer, the one possessed of rays, the golden, the brilliant, the cosmic energy, the maker of day. Thou art all-pervading, myriad-rayed, the indicator of all paths from whom proceed the senses. Thou art the thousand-beamed one, the subduer of darkness, the one from whom all happiness proceeds, the remover of the suffering of thy votaries, the infuser of life in the mundane egg, the one possessed of rays. Thou art the cause of the creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe, the beneficent one, the possessor of wealth, the bringer of day, the teacher, the fire-wombed, the son of Aditi. Thou art supreme felicity, the remover of nescience, the lord of the firmament, the dispeller of darkness, the one versed in the Rik, Yajus, and Sama Vedas,
the one from whom floweth the showers, the friend of waters, the one who with a single bound crossed the Vindhya range. Thou art intent on creating the cosmos. Thou art adorned with gems. Thou art the bringer of death, the Pingala, the destroyer of all, the omniscient one, whose form is the universe, of great energy, beloved of all, Lord of all actions. O thou, the Lord of stars, planets, and constellations, the creator of all, the resplendent among the splendid, the essence of the 12 forms, salutations to thee. Salutations to the eastern and western mountains, salutations to the Lord of the stellar bodies and the Lord of day. Salutations to thee, the bringer of victory, and the joy that springeth from victory, O Lord of the golden steeds. Salutations to thee, O thousand-rayed one, O Aditya. Salutations to thee, who controlleth the senses. To thee, O hero, who art worthy of the holy syllable. Salutations to thee, who awakeneth the lotus. Salutations to thee, O fierce one, who art the Lord of Brahma, Ishana, and Akyuta. To thee, O sun, possessor of light, thou of illumining power, the devourer of all, who assumest the form of Rudra, be our salutations. Salutations to thee, the destroyer of darkness, of cold, and of the foe. Salutations to thee of infinite soul, the destroyer of the ungrateful, the Lord of the stars. Salutations to thee, whose luster resembles refined gold, the destroyer of ignorance, the architect of the universe. Salutations to thee, the remover of darkness, the illuminer, the beholder of all the worlds. It is thou who createst all and destroyeth all, who drieth up, consumest, and annihilatest all. Thou wakest when all creatures sleep, in whose heart thou abidest. Thou art both the sacrificial fire and the fruit of sacrifice. Thou art the sum of all action and the Lord thereof. O Raghava, he who recites this hymn in the time of peril, in the midst of the wilderness, or in any danger, does not succumb to it. Do thou offer a deep devotion to that God of gods, the Lord of the world. He who recites this hymn 3 times will be victorious. Long-armed warrior, the hour has come when thou wilt triumph over Ravana. Having spoken thus, Agastya returned whence he had come. These words dispelled the grief of the illustrious Raghava, who felt himself fortified, full of ardor, and well pleased. Thereafter, meditating on Aditya, he received the hymn and experienced supreme felicity. Having rinsed his mouth 3 times and purified himself, that hero took up his bow. Seeing Ravana, he rejoiced and advanced towards him in order to enter into combat, calling up his whole strength with the intention of slaying him. At that instant, the deity of the sun, amidst the host of the gods, knowing that the destruction of the Lord of the Rangers of the night was at hand, casting glances of joy and supreme satisfaction on Rama, approached him and said, "Put forth thine whole strength." Chapter 107. Sinister Portents Appear. Thereafter, Ravana's charioteer drove his car forward speedily, with joy, eating up space as it were, and that chariot, capable of crushing hostile armies, bore an immense standard and resembled the city of the Gandharvas. Harnessed to excellent steeds, garlanded with gold, it was filled with implements of war and adorned with flags and banners. The scourge of enemy forces and the joy of its own, Ravana's car was driven with exceeding velocity by its charioteer. Then that prince of men, Rama, observed the chariot of the king of the Titans, rolling noisily along with its great standard, harnessed to dreadful black horses and resembling a Vimana in space, bright as the sun, dazzling to behold like unto Indra's bow, and the rain of arrows falling therefrom resembled the waters loosed by a cloud. Seeing the chariot of his adversary, which bore down upon him like a cloud, with a sound resembling a mountain shattered by lightning, Rama, instantly stretching his bow, like unto the crescent moon, said to Matali, the charioteer of that god of 1,000 eyes, "O Matali, behold the furious pace of the chariot of mine adversary as he rushes upon me in violent rage. Be vigilant and drive to meet the car of my foe. I wish to destroy him as the wind scatters a rising cloud. Without swerving or confusion, thy glance alert, thy mind steady, holding the reins with a firm hand, drive swiftly. Assuredly, thou hast no need of my counsel, accustomed as thou art to drive Purandara's chariot. Yet in mine ardent desire to enter into combat, I make appeal to thine experience. I do not instruct thee." Extremely gratified by Rama's words, Matali, the most excellent charioteer of the gods, increased the speed of his car. Passing Ravana's great chariot on the right hand, he covered it with the dust of his own wheels. Enraged, Dasagriva, his eyes inflamed with anger, riddled Rama with arrows as he stood before him. Provoked by the blows, Rama, whose strength was redoubled by his fury, armed himself with Indra's extremely powerful bow and his great arrows of exceeding swiftness that glittered like the rays of the sun. Thereupon a fierce combat ensued between the two warriors, who stood face to face like two proud lions, each desirous of destroying the other. At that moment, Devas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, and Paramarishis, hoping for Ravana's downfall, assembled to witness that duel between those chariots. Thereafter, dreadful portents appeared, causing the hair to stand on end, foreshadowing death to Ravana and victory to Raghava. And the gods caused blood to fall on Ravana's chariot. A great whirlwind blew from left to right, whilst in the sky, a large flock of vultures flew over his head, following the evolutions of his car. Though still day, Lanka, enshrouded in the light of dusk, hued like a japa flower, seemed aglow. Great meteors accompanied by lightning fell with the sound of thunder, and the Titans were seized with terror, witnessing those portents so unfavorable to Ravana. In whatever direction the Titan drove, the earth shook, and the limbs of his soldiers appeared as if paralyzed. The rays of the sun, falling before Ravana, seemed to him coppery, yellow, and white, like unto mountain ores, and the vultures and jackals who pursued him, their jaws vomiting flames, began to howl on beholding his lugubrious and downcast mien distorted with anger. Contrary winds blew, raising clouds of dust on the battlefield, so that the king of the Titans was unable to distinguish anything. Indra loosed his thunderbolts on all sides on his army with an unendurable sound, without a single threatening cloud appearing. All the cardinal points were enveloped in darkness, and a dense cloud of dust hid the sky. Dreadful birds fought desperately among themselves, falling in hundreds before his chariot, emitting fearful cries. From his horse's flanks, sparks flew continually, and from their eyes, tears fell, fire and water thus issuing from them simultaneously. Many other terrifying portents, foretelling Ravana's death, appeared, whilst omens propitious to Rama, foreshadowing his imminent triumph, could be seen. Beholding those inauspicious signs, Raghava was greatly delighted and regarded Ravana as already slain. Seeing those portents relating to himself, which he knew how to interpret, Rama experienced supreme felicity and, full of confidence, manifested a matchless energy in the struggle. Chapter 108: The Fluctuations of Combat. Then the desperate duel of chariots between Rama and Ravana broke out with increased fury, so that all the worlds were seized with terror. The battalions of Titans and innumerable companies of monkeys stood motionless with weapons in their hands, and beholding those two warriors, man and Titan, all were amazed, their hearts beating rapidly. Ready for combat, their arms filled with every kind of missile, they stood absorbed in the spectacle, forgetting to loose their shafts at one another, and the Titans had their eyes riveted on Ravana and the monkeys on Rama, so that both armies took on a strange aspect. Meanwhile, witnessing those portents, both Raghava and Ravana, steady, resolute, and full of anger, fought with determined courage. "I shall triumph," reflected Kakusta. "I must die," thought Ravana, and both displayed their full strength with assurance in the encounter. At that instant, Dasagriva, in his wrath, placed his arrows on the bow and loosed them with force in the direction of the standard on Raghava's chariot, but those missiles failed to reach the flag in Purandara's car, and glancing off the support, fell on the earth. Meanwhile, Rama, enraged, stretched his bow with energy, resolving to return blow for blow, and, aiming at Ravana's banner, loosed a sharp arrow resembling a great snake, irresistible, shining in its own luster, and he let fly his weapon in the direction of Dasagriva's standard, which, being severed, fell to the earth. Beholding his flag torn down and overthrown, the extremely powerful Ravana, inflamed with ire, blazed with wrath and indignation, and under the goad of his fury, let fall a hail of flaming shafts striking Rama's horses. These celestial steeds, however, did not flinch, remaining motionless as if brushed by lotus stalks, and seeing the horses unaffrighted, Ravana, enraged, discharged a fresh rain of arrows, maces, iron bars, discus, clubs, rocks, trees, spears, and axes, and those weapons were all created by magic, and summoning up all his powers, he loosed them in hundreds and thousands. Appalling and terrible was that unending flood of weapons, re-echoing with a sinister sound, but Ravana failed to strike Rama's chariot, though his shafts fell on the monkey host on all sides, covering the whole of space, and thus Dasagriva, unheeding, fought on. Seeing him deploying increasing efforts in the struggle, Kakusta, as if smiling, took up his sharp arrows and loosed them in hundreds and thousands. Observing them fall, Ravana, with his shafts, covered the entire sky, and on account of that rain of dazzling missiles loosed by those two antagonists, it seemed as if a second heaven of weapons had been created, and amongst them there was not one that did not attain its target, not one that did not pierce another, and not one that was loosed in vain. And having collided with one another, they fell to the ground. Thus Rama and Ravana fought with an increasing supply of weapons, and in the struggle they showered down their spears without pause to right and left, so that these formidable weapons covered the firmament. Rama striking Ravana's steeds, and Ravana striking those belonging to Rama. Thus both exchanged blow for blow, and both, in the height of anger, entered upon a tremendous duel, causing the hair to stand on end. Then, with sharpened arrows, Rama and Ravana continued their combat, and contemplating his broken standard, Ravana was consumed with rage. Chapter 109. The Duel Continues. Witnessing the combat between Rama and Ravana, all beings were struck with amazement, and those two warriors, assuming a dreadful aspect in the struggle, highly enraged, determined on mutual slaughter, and in their excellent cars, bore down on each other. Thereupon their drivers, parading their skill as charioteers, advanced, circled, and maneuvered in various ways. In their rapid course and swift evolutions, those two marvelous chariots ranged the battlefield, whilst the two warriors discharged countless shafts on each other, like unto clouds letting loose their showers. Having displayed their immeasurable resource in the use of weapons, those two champions halted face to face, chariot shaft to chariot shaft, their horses' heads touching, their standards intertwined. Then Rama loosed 4 sharp arrows, driving back Ravana's 4 spirited steeds, and he, furious on beholding them retreat, let fly his penetrating shafts on Raghava. That hero, however, grievously wounded by the mighty Dasagriva, manifested neither agitation nor emotion, and again the 10-necked one discharged his shafts that resounded like thunder, aiming at the charioteer of that god who bears the thunderbolt. And he struck Matali with his arrows with great force without being able to disturb him in any way or cause him to falter. Nevertheless, Raghava, indignant at the affront offered to Matali more than if it had been directed at himself, with the aid of a succession of darts, decided to humble his adversary, and the valiant Raghava discharged 20, 30, 60, and thereafter hundreds and thousands of shafts on his rival's chariot. On his side, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, standing in his car, enraged, overwhelmed Rama with an avalanche of maces and clubs, and the struggle became more desperate, causing the hair to stand on end. At the sound of the maces, clubs, and axes, and the loosing of plumed arrows, the 7 seas were agitated, and the tumult of the oceans sowed terror in the Danavas and Panagas in their thousands, in the depths of hell. The earth shook with its mountains, forests, and jungles. The orb of day lost its brilliance, and the wind ceased to blow. Devas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, and Paramarishis were wrought up with anxiety, as also the Kineras and great serpents. May good fortune attend the cows and Brahmins, may all the worlds endure forever. May Raghava emerge triumphant in his combat with Ravana, the king of the Titans. Offering up these prayers, the Devas, accompanied by hosts of rishis, witnessed that duel between Rama and Ravana, a spectacle that caused the hair to stand on end, and the hosts of the Gandharvas and Apsaras, watching that indescribable struggle, cried out,
The sky resembles the sea, and the sea the sky, but the fight between Rama and Ravana resembles naught but itself."
Thus did they speak on beholding the combat between Rama and Ravana. In his rage, the long-armed warrior, the increaser of the glory of the Raghus, Rama, placed an arrow like unto a venomous reptile on his bow and cut off one of Ravana's heads, whereupon that glorious head, adorned with sparkling earrings, rolled on the earth in the presence of the three worlds. Nevertheless, another, equal to the former, grew immediately, and Rama, with a steady hand, dexterously sundered the second head with his shafts. Hardly was it eliminated when another head appeared, which was severed once more by Rama's darts like unto thunderbolts. Thereafter he struck off 100 more, being unable to bring Ravana low, and that hero, conversant with every weapon, he, the increaser of Kaushalya's delight, who had made use of innumerable missiles, reflected, "These were the shafts by the help of which I slew Maricha, Kara, and Dushena, as also Virada in the Karuncha wood, and Kabanda in the Dandaka forest. These were the shafts wherewith I transfixed the solitaries and the mountains and Bali, and with which I agitated the ocean. All these weapons found their target. How is it that they have so little power over Ravana?" Absorbed though he was in his reflections, Raghava, without ceasing from action, let loose a shower of arrows on the breast of his adversary. On his side, Ravana, the lord of the Titans, standing in his chariot, enraged, overwhelmed Rama with an avalanche of maces and clubs. Thus the fearful and desperate conflict, causing the hair to stand on end, continued in the air and on the ground, and thereafter on the summit of the mountain. Devas, Danavas, Yakshas, Pisachas, Uragas, and Rakshasas watched the dreadful combat that lasted 7 days, and neither by night nor day for a single hour did Rama and Ravana cease from fighting, and the son of Dasaratha and the Indra of the Titans continued to struggle thus. Then the magnanimous charioteer of the king of the gods, beholding no sign of Raghava gaining the victory, addressed him rapidly in the following words. Chapter 110. The Death of Ravana. At that moment, Matali sought to recall Raghava's thoughts, saying, "How is it that thou dost act in regard to Ravana as if thou wert unaware of thine own powers? In order to bring about his end, discharge Brahma's weapon upon him, O Lord. Foretold by the gods, the hour of his doom is at hand." Prompted by Matali, Rama took up a flaming shaft that was hissing like a viper, formerly bestowed on him by the magnanimous and powerful sage Agastya. A gift of the grandsire, that weapon never missed its target, and it had been created of yore by Brahma for Indra, and bestowed on the king of the gods for the conquest of the three worlds. In its wings was the wind, in its point the fire and the sun, in its haft space, and in size it resembled the mountains Meru and Mandara. With its marvelous point, haft and gilding, it was composed of the essence of all the elements, and was as resplendent as the sun. Resembling the fire of time enveloped in smoke, it was like unto an enormous snake, and was capable of riving men, elephants, horses, gateways, bars, and even rocks. Dreadful to behold, covered with blood from countless victims, coated with their flesh, and of the temper of lightning, it emitted a thunderous sound. The dispenser of hosts, it created universal alarm, and hissing like a great serpent, it was exceedingly formidable. In war, it was the provider of nourishment to herons, vultures, cranes, and hordes of jackals. It was a form of death itself, the sower of terror, the delight of the monkeys, the scourge of the Titans, and its wings were composed of innumerable brightly colored plumes like unto Garudas. That marvelous and powerful shaft that was to destroy the Titan was the object of terror to the worlds, the remover of the fear of the supporters of the Ikshvakus, the depriver of the glory of the foe, and it filled Rama with delight. Having charged it with the sacred formula, the valiant Rama of indescribable prowess placed that excellent weapon on his bow according to the method prescribed by the Veda, and when he made ready, all beings were seized with terror, and the earth shook. Enraged, he stretched his bow with force, and deploying his whole strength, discharged that weapon, the destroyer of the vital parts, on Ravana, and that irresistible shaft like unto lightning, irrevocable as fate, loosed by the arm of one equal to the god who bears the thunderbolt, struck Ravana's breast. Loosed with exceeding force, that missile, the supreme destroyer, pierced the breast of the wicked-hearted Titan, and covered with blood, that fatal dart, having extinguished his vital breaths, buried itself in the earth. Thereafter, having slain Ravana, that shaft, stained with blood which dripped therefrom, its purpose accomplished, returned submissively to the quiver. And Sugriva, who had been struck down suddenly, let his bow and arrow fall from his hand as he yielded up his breath. Bereft of life, that Indra of the Naritas of redoubtable valor and great renown fell from his chariot as Vritra when struck by Indra's thunderbolt. Seeing him stretched on the ground, the rangers of the night who had escaped the carnage, struck with terror, their sovereign being slain, fled in all directions, and from every side the monkeys, who in the presence of the dead Sugriva had assumed a victorious air, hurled themselves upon them, armed with trees. Harassed by the monkey divisions, the Titans, terror-stricken, took refuge in Lanka, and having lost their lord, in despair, gave way to tears. In the ranks of the monkeys, however, there arose cries of joy and shouts of triumph, proclaiming Raghava's victory and Ravana's defeat, and the skies re-echoed to the music of the drums beaten by the gods. A rain of flowers fell from heaven onto the earth, covering Raghava's chariot with a ravishing and marvelous shower of blossom. The cry of, "Well done! Well done!" came from the firmament, and the celestial voices of the magnanimous gods were raised in Rama's praise. On the death of that source of terror to all the worlds, a great joy filled the celestial host, as also the Tyrannas. The blessed Raghava, by slaying that bull among the Titans, fulfilled the ambitions of Sugriva, Angada, and Vibhishana. Peace reigned over all. The cardinal points were stilled. The air became pure. The earth ceased to tremble. The wind blew gently, and the star of the day regained its full glory. At that instant, Sugriva, Vibhishana, and Angada, the foremost of his friends, and Lakshmana also, approached that happy conqueror and joyfully offered him due homage. Rama, the delight of the house of Raghu, surrounded by his adherents on the battlefield, having slain his adversary by his extraordinary power, resembled Mahendra amidst the celestial host. Chapter 111. The Lamentations of Vibhishana. Seeing his brother defeated, lying on the battlefield, Vibhishana, his heart torn with violent grief, began to lament, saying, "O illustrious warrior, thou who wert renowned for thy skill, experience, and outstanding courage, even among the valiant, O thou accustomed to a luxurious couch, how is it that thou art lying stiff and motionless, thy long arms adorned with bracelets, stretched on the ground, having suffered thy diadem, the luster of which equals the sun, to fall on the earth? O hero, that which I predicted has come to pass. Carried away by passion in thy presumption, disregarding my counsel, this fate has overtaken Prahasta, Indrajita, Kumbhakarna, Atirata, Atikaya, Narantaka, and thee, thyself. Alas, the rampart of the virtuous has disappeared, the incarnation of duty has departed, the refuge of the strong and powerful is no more. The sun has fallen to earth, the moon is obscured by darkness. Fire has lost its brilliance, energy is bereft of force, since that hero, the prince of warriors, lies stretched on the earth. What remains now that he is deprived of his might, and that tiger among the Titans lies as if asleep in the dust? That great tree, the lord of the Titans, whose stability was the foliage, his valor the blossom, his asceticism the sap, his heroism the entwining roots, has been overthrown on the battlefield by that tempest Raghava. That elephant in Musta, Ravana, his strength the tusks, his lineage the backbone, his exuberance the trunk, his wrath the limbs, has been seized by the lion Ikshvaku. That blazing fire whose prowess and energy are spreading flames, his angry breathing the smoke, his martial ardor the heat, has been extinguished by that cloud Rama. That bull among the Titans with the Naritas as his tail, hump and horns, his love of pleasure, the eyes and ears, he, the conqueror of his foes, equal to the wind in swiftness, that tiger of the lords of the earth is lying dead. Hearing these words, full of good sense and virtue, uttered by Vibhishana, who was torn with grief, Rama addressed him, saying, "Nay, this hero has not succumbed on account of his lack of prowess. Endowed with burning courage in battle, having displayed the greatest energy, he fell without yielding. One should not mourn for those who, firm in their duty as warriors, for the sake of renown, fall on the field of battle. It is not the time to weep for this brave warrior, the terror of the worlds and their leaders, now that he lies under the sway of death. No one is always victorious in war. Sometimes the brave succumb to the blows of the enemy, and at other times it is the foe who is overcome by them. This path followed by Ravana was taught to us by the sages, and the warrior class hold it in great honor. The warrior who is slain in battle should not be mourned. This is the law. In this conviction, do thy duty without further anxiety, and consider what action should now be taken." Then Vibhishana, who was overcome with grief, instantly replied to that noble prince who had spoken to him in his brother's interest and said, "This valiant one, who in previous battles was never defeated even by the assembled gods under Vasava's command, assailed by thee on the field, beheld his power shattered as the ocean when coming in contact with its shores. The bestower of gifts on those who desired them, he knew how to enjoy wealth and entertain those who served him. The distributor of treasure amongst his friends, he suffered his wrath to fall on his foes. Feeding the sacred fire, he practiced severe penances, was conversant with the Veda, and fulfilled his duty as a real hero. Now, with thine approval, I desire to perform his obsequies." Touched by these poignant words of Vibhishana's, Rama commanded him to perform the funeral rites that led the soul to heaven, and said, "Death has terminated our enmity, that now has no reason for its existence. He is as dear to me as thee. Let us therefore perform the obsequies." Chapter 112. The Lamentations of Ravana's Consorts. Hearing that Ravana had fallen under the blows of the highly powerful Raghava, the female Titans, like unto cows which have lost their calves, overcome with grief, their hair disheveled, rushed out of the inner apartments, and, though restrained, rolled in the dust again and again. Issuing from the northern gateway with their attendants, they entered that dreadful battlefield, searching for their dead lord, and cried out, "O our king, our support!" running hither and thither on the ground that was covered with headless trunks, mud, and gore. Their eyes full of tears, overcome with grief, they emitted cries like unto female elephants who have lost the leader of the herd. Then they beheld that great and exceedingly powerful and illustrious Ravana, their lord, lying in the dust, and they immediately all fell upon his body, like creepers that have been torn down in the forest. In a transport of passion, one embraced him, sobbing, one pressed his feet, one hung on his neck, whilst another, beating the air with her arms, rolled on the ground, and yet another, gazing on her dead lord, swooned away, and one, laying her head on his lap, wept as she looked on him, her tears bathing his face as rime covers a lotus flower. Beholding their lord lying stretched on the earth, in their despair, they emitted continual cries of pain as their lamentations increased. He of whom Shakra himself stood in awe, he who was the source of terror to Yama, he who by whom the king Vaishravana was dispossessed of his chariot Pushpaka, he who caused the Gandharvas, Rishis, and the magnanimous gods to tremble, is now lying dead on the field. He had naught to fear from Asuras, Suras, or Panagas, for it was in man that the peril lay for him. He who could not be slain by Devatas, Danavas, or Rakshasas is lying here on the earth, struck down by a mere mortal fighting on foot. He who could not be slain by Suras, Yakshas, or Asuras received his death blow from a man, as one who is defenseless. Thus did the wretched consorts of Ravana speak amidst their sobs, and, overwhelmed with grief, continued to lament without ceasing, saying, "Not heeding the advice of thy friend, who ever offered thee prudent counsel to our destruction, thou didst bear Sita away, and thus the Titans have fallen, and we shall perish this day on account of thy fault. Thy beloved brother Vibhishana, speaking to thee in reasonable terms, was publicly affronted by thee in thy folly, driven on as thou wert by destiny. If thou hadst returned the princess of Mithila to Rama, this fearful and appalling disaster, that is destroying us to the very root, would never have taken place. The wishes of thy brother, of Rama, and of thine innumerable friends would have been fulfilled. None of us would have been widowed, nor the hopes of our enemies accomplished. But in thy perversity, having retained Sita by force, the Titans, we ourselves, and thou thyself are all victims of a triple destruction. Nevertheless, O bull among the Titans, it is not thy passion that is the cause, but destiny. All that dies is slain by destiny. This destruction of the monkeys and the Titans in combat, and thine own, O long-armed warrior, is the work of destiny. Neither the considerations of wealth, desire, valor, nor dominion can avert the course of destiny. Thus the wretched consorts of the king of the Titans lamented like ospreys, overwhelmed by grief, their eyes full of tears. Chapter 113. The Lamentations of Mandodari, Ravana's Funeral Rites. While the consorts of Ravana were lamenting thus, the foremost amongst them steadily fixed on him a tender and sorrowful glance, and in the presence of her lord, Dasagriva, who had been slain by Rama of inconceivable exploits, the unfortunate Mandodari expressed her grief in this wise. O long-armed warrior, younger brother of Vaishravana, did not Purandara himself fear to stand before thee in thy wrath, and did not the great Rishis and the illustrious Gandharvas, as also the Chanaras, assailed by thee, flee to every quarter? Now Rama, who is but a mortal, has defeated thee in combat, thou who didst surpass the three worlds in prowess, thou whose strength rendered thee invincible. How is it that thou hast fallen under the blows of a mere man, a wanderer in the forest? Thou, able to assume any form at will, living in a place inaccessible to man, how can thy defeat by Rama be explained? Nay, I do not believe that thou wast thus struck down in the forefront of the battle by Rama's action, thou who wert ever wont to be victorious in all circumstances. Rather, having recourse to inconceivable magic, it was destiny in the form of Rama in person, or it may be that it was Vasava who slew thee, O mighty hero. But would Vasava have ventured to stand face to face with thee on the battlefield, in view of thy great prowess and strength, thou the foe of the Celestials? Assuredly, it was that great yogi, the supreme soul, the eternal spirit who was thy slayer. He who has no beginning, middle, or end, the Most High, greater than Mahat, the support of nature, he who carries the conch, the discus, and the mace, whose breast bears the Shrivatsa mark, to whom prosperity belongs, the invincible, indestructible, everlasting Vishnu, the true hero assuming human form, surrounded by all the gods in monkey shapes. He, the Lord of the worlds, has slain thee, thou the enemy of the gods, with thy kinsmen and the Titans who attended on thee. Formerly, having subdued the senses, thou didst conquer the three worlds, and thereafter thy senses conquered thee in their turn. Rama is no mere mortal. Once in Janasthana, he slew thy brother Kara and the innumerable Titans who followed him. Furthermore, when Hanuman audaciously penetrated into the city of Lanka, inaccessible to the gods themselves, we were sorely distressed. How oft did I address thee, saying, "Have we naught to fear from Raghava?" But thou didst not heed me. These are the consequences. Without cause thou didst cherish a passion for Sita, O King of the Titans, to the destruction of thy kingdom, life, and race. By offering insult to the illustrious Sita, who surpasses Arundhati and Rohini, thou didst commit an unpardonable offense. She is more patient than the earth itself, the prosperity of prosperity itself, the beloved consort of Rama, of faultless limbs, who was the splendor of the lonely forest where she dwelt. By bearing that unfortunate one away, assuming a disguise, and without being able to enjoy the anticipated delight of union with Maithili, thou hast brought about thine own destruction. O my lord, the asceticism of that lady, faithful to her husband, has consumed thee. Since all the gods and their leaders, with Agni at their head, feared thee, thou wast not instantly destroyed when thou didst lay brutal hands on that slender-waisted lady. But, O Lord, when the time is ripe, the one who acts wickedly reaps the fruit of his evil actions. Of that there is no doubt. He who behaves virtuously culls felicity, and he who acts sinfully reaps ill fortune. Vibhishana has found happiness, and thou in the same wise has met with disaster. Thou didst possess other women who surpassed my Thele in beauty, but in thine infatuation thou didst not perceive it. None dies without a determining cause. For thee it was none other than Sita. Far didst thou go to seek that woman who was to be the reason of thy death. Now my Thele, released from all her sufferings, will rejoice with Rama. Trifling indeed in my merit, since I have fallen into this ocean of grief, I who formerly sported on Mount Kailasha, Mandara, and Meru, and in the woods of Chaityaratha, and all the gardens of the gods with thee, being adorned with marvelous garlands and jewels, roaming at large in a chariot of incomparable magnificence, beholding innumerable countries, whilst now I am deprived of all pleasures and enjoyments by thy death, O hero. Here am I, transformed as it were into another, condemned on account of the fluctuations of the fortunes of kings. O prince, how gracious wert thou with thy charming eyebrows, brilliant complexion, and arched nose, thou whose beauty, splendor, and radiance rivaled the moon, the lotus, and the sun, dazzling with innumerable diadems and variegated garlands, thy red lips and brilliant earrings, handsome and pleasing, whose glances, misty with wine, roved here and there in the banqueting hall, conversing with tender smiles. Alas, today thy countenance has lost its radiance, O king, mutilated as thou art by Rama's shafts, red with blood, covered with flesh and brains, and soiled with the dust of chariots. Ah, the final period of my life has come, the sad state of widowhood. Wretched being that I am, I never contemplated this. My father is the king of the Danavas, my consort the lord of the Titans, my son the conqueror of Shakra. I have naught to fear with such protectors who crush the arrogance of their foes, who are terrible and renowned for their might and courage. Thus did I speak in my pride. With such a power as thou possessed, O bull among Titans, how has so great a disaster overtaken thee suddenly, through a mere man? Thou wert like a marvelous sapphire, enormous, like unto a mountain, and dazzling with thy rings, bracelets, chains of emeralds and pearls, and thy flowery garlands, full of gaiety and pastimes and enjoyments. Thy body, that shone with the luster of thine ornaments as a cloud riven with lightning, is now pierced by many arrows, ill-fitted to be embraced, without a space that is not bristling with darts, like unto a hedgehog, the muscles torn with shafts loosed with violence on thy vital parts. A corpse, lying on the earth that was formerly dark in hue, and is now the color of blood, O king. Alas, that which seemed a dream has now become a reality. How was Rama able to strike thee down, thou who wert death to death himself? Whence comes it that thou hast fallen under his sway, thou who enjoyed the wealth of the three worlds, whom thou didst inspire with a lively fear? Thou who conquered the guardians of the worlds, who overcame Shankara with thy shafts, who didst humble the proud and manifest thy great prowess. Thou who didst trouble the universe, the scourge of the virtuous, whose strength inspired thee to utter insolent threats in the enemy's presence. Thou, the support of thy family and thine attendants, the slayer of redoubtable warriors, thou who exterminated the leaders of the Danavas and Yakshas in their thousands, thou who triumphed in the fight over those wearing impenetrable armor, thou who many a time obstructed the sacrifices, thou, the savior of thy race, who set at naught the laws of duty, who took refuge in the power of magic in battle, who robbed the gods, asuras, and men of their daughters from here and there, and who didst plunge the wives of thy foes into mourning. Thou, the guide of thy people, who ruled over the island of Lanka, thou, the penetrator of dreadful deeds, thou who didst prepare for us many a pleasure and enjoyment, thou, the foremost of warriors. Beholding thee, O Lord, who despite thy great powers hast been struck down by Rama, my heart must be hard indeed that I yet live bereft of thee, my beloved. Having rested on sumptuous couches, O King of the Titans, how is it that thou art now sleeping on the earth, the dust thy coverlet? When mine illustrious son Indrajit was struck down by Lakshmana in the fight, I was deeply distressed, but today I am undone, I, who who, already bereft of parents and kinsfolk, now lose my last support in thee. Deprived of pleasure and enjoyments, now that thou hast left on the last journey from which none returns, O king, I shall waste away in thy perpetual remembrance. I cannot live without thee. Take me with thee. Why dost thou leave me in my misery? Art thou vexed to see me unveiled, who have crossed the city boundary to run here on foot, O Lord? Look on thy cherished consorts who have discarded their veils. Seeing them all come forth from the city, art thou displeased? This company with whom thou didst disport thyself is desolate, deprived of its leader, and thou dost not comfort them. Hast thou no reverence for us? Those women whom thou hast widowed, O king, and more than one was of noble lineage, who were devoted to their consorts, firm in their duty and submissive to their gurus, in their grief have cursed thee, and on this account thou hast fallen under the blows of thine adversary. Stricken by thee, they have cursed thee, and this is the retribution. O king, the truth of the saying, the tears of women devoted to their husbands do not fall on the earth in vain, has been proven by thee. How comes it, O king, that thou, who didst surpass all the worlds in valor, wert so base as to carry off this woman, having lured Rama from the hermitage with the aid of an illusory deer? In the intoxication of thy strength, thou didst bear away Rama's consort after separating her from Lakshmana, and yet, if I reflect carefully, thou wert never a faint-hearted warrior. This is the manifest proof of the changeability of fortune. Conversant with the past and future, and reflecting on the present, that long-armed warrior, my truthful brother-in-law, seeing my Thili, whom thou hadst borne away, sighing deeply, told me what had taken place. The destruction of the foremost of the Titans has been brought about by this infatuation, which was the source of thy lust and anger. Thou didst sacrifice thy real interests to this violent appetite that destroys everything to its very roots, and by this action the whole Titan race is deprived of its leader. Nay, I should not weep for thee, though famed for thy strength and valor, but my woman's nature inclines my heart to compassion. Bearing with thee the sum of that which thou hast done, be it good or ill, thou hast gone to the place for which thou wert destined. It is for myself I should lament, I who am plunged in affliction by thy loss. Thou didst not give ear to thy friends who desired thy welfare, and, though exceedingly sagacious, thou didst ignore the counsels of thy brothers, O ten-necked one. Vibhishana's words, so full of reason, that were measured, prudent, salutary, and affectionate, were not heeded by thee despite their significance. Drunk with thine own power, the utterances of Maricha, Kumbhakarna, and of thy sire also were not acceptable to thee. Behold the consequences. O thou who resemblest a dark cloud in hue, who art clothed in yellow, wearing dazzling bracelets, why are thy limbs stiff and covered with blood? Thou feignest sleep. Why dost thou not answer me, who am overcome with grief? Why dost thou not speak to me, the daughter of the supremely powerful Yuddha-Kanda Somali, who never retreated in battle? Rise, rise! Why dost thou remain lying there in the face of this fresh insult? Today the rays of the sun fall on Lanka without fear. Thy mace, that brilliant weapon encircled with gold, like unto Surya, with which thou didst exterminate thy foes in battle, resembling the thunderbolt of Indra, which thou didst wield at thy whim to the destruction of the many on the battlefield, now lies shattered in 1,000 pieces by Rama's arrows. Why dost thou lie embracing the earth like a loved one? How is it that thou dost not address a word to me, as if I were no longer thy beloved? Woe unto me, whose heart did not split into 1,000 pieces, riven by grief, when thou didst return to the 5 elements. Thus did Mandodari lament, her eyes full of tears, and thereafter, her heart overflowing with love, she swooned away, falling unconscious on Ravana's breast, like a flash of lightning striking a crimson cloud at dusk. Thereupon her companions, distressed, raised her up who was lamenting, and, placing her in their midst, said, O Queen, art thou not conversant with the uncertainty of fate in this world, and how in a moment the fortune of kings may change? To these words, Mandodari replied with sobs and cries, her pure and lovely face and her breast bathed in tears. Then Rama said to Vibhishana, "Proceed with the obsequies of thy brother and offer consolation to the wives." Thereafter the sagacious Vibhishana, having reflected within himself, made this answer that was discreet, reasoned, and in conformity with duty and understanding, saying, "I cannot perform the funeral rites for one who failed to fulfill his responsibilities and his vows, who was cruel, ruthless, and disloyal, O ravisher of others' wives. Under the guise of a brother, he was mine enemy and took pleasure in inflicting injury. Ravana does not merit this homage. The world may say of me he was a barbarian, but when they learn of Ravana's wicked deeds, everyone will approve my conduct." Thus did he speak, and Rama, full of joy, the foremost of those who are firm in their duty, answered Vibhishana, who was skilled in speech, saying, "I seek thy welfare, since with thine aid I have been victorious. Nevertheless, it is essential that I should utter what is fitting, O chief of the Titans. Though unjust and wicked, this Night Ranger was ever energetic, valiant, and courageous in war. It is said that the gods, with Shatakratu at their head, were not able to overcome him. He was magnanimous and powerful, this oppressor of the worlds. Death brings enmity to an end. We have accomplished our purpose. Let us perform the obsequies. It is meet for me, as well as for thee, to do so. In accord with tradition, this ceremony should take place in thy presence. Perform this pious act speedily, thou wilt receive much glory therefrom." At these words of Raghava, Vibhishana hastened to carry out the funeral rites. Entering the city of Lanka, that Indra among the Titans, Vibhishana, began to prepare for the Agnihotra ceremony in honor of his brother. Carts, wood of varying essences, fire, utensils, sandal, logs of every kind, fragrant gums, perfumes, cloths, jewels, pearls, and coral were all assembled by him, and he soon returned surrounded by Titans, whereupon, accompanied by Malyavan, he initiated the sacrifice. Having placed Ravana, the supreme lord of the Titans, wrapped in linen cloths on a golden bier, the twice-born, with Vibhishana at their head, their eyes suffused with tears, raised the litter decorated with many fragrant and divine symbols to the sound of innumerable musical instruments and funeral chants, and all, turning their faces towards the south, took up pieces of wood which had been distributed among them. Then the Brahmins, versed in the Yajur-Veda, bearing flaming brands, went forward, and those who had taken refuge with them, and the women of their inner apartments followed sobbing with tottering steps, running hither and thither. And Ravana was placed in a spacious ground, amidst profound lamentation, and a great pyre was built with pieces of sandal and padmaka wood and grass, according to tradition, and he was covered with antelope skins. Thereafter, in honor of the king of the Titans, a rare offering was made to the ancestors, and the altar was installed to the southwest with the sacred fire in its proper place. Then curd and clarified butter were poured on Ravana's shoulder, and a wooden mortar placed at his feet with one between his thighs. Vessels of wood and the lower and upper kindling sticks, with a spare pestle, were set there according to the prescribed rules. Now the Titans sacrificed a goat in honor of their king according to tradition, as taught by the great rishis, and having dipped a cloth in butter, they covered the face of their sovereign, who was adorned with garlands and sprinkled with perfumes. Thereafter, Vibhishana's companions, their faces bathed in tears, covered the body with cloths and every kind of roasted grain, whereupon Vibhishana kindled the pyre according to these sacred rites, and having laved him with a cloth which had been previously wetted with water and mingled with linseed and sacrificial grass, he bowed down to him. Then he addressed the consorts of Ravana again and again in order to console them, finally entreating them to return home. And when they had all re-entered the city of Lanka, that Indra among the Titans took up his place by Rama in an attitude of reverence. Rama, however, with his army, Sugriva and Lakshmana, rejoiced at the death of his enemy, as the god who bears the thunderbolt on the destruction of Vritra. Having laid aside the arrows and bow that Mahendra had bestowed upon him, as also the massive armor, Rama, the slayer of his foes, renounced his wrath, his adversary having been subdued, and once more assumed a gentle mien. Chapter 114. Vibhishana is installed as king of Lanka. Having witnessed the death of Ravana, the Devas, Gandharvas, and Danavas mounted their respective chariots, discoursing on these matters. Conversing of Ravana's fearful end, the heroism of Raghava, the courageous fighting of the monkeys, the great valor of Maruti and Lakshmana, and Sita's fidelity to her lord, those blessed ones returned joyfully from whence they had come. Raghava, however, sent back the celestial chariot blazing like a flame that Indra had lent him, and took leave of Matali after offering his thanks to him. Then Shakra's charioteer, dismissed by the mighty Rama, mounting his celestial car, ascended into the sky. Matali having returned to heaven in his chariot, Raghava, the foremost of car warriors, in the height of felicity, embraced Sugriva, and having done so, accepted Lakshmana's homage and returned to the camp amidst the acclamations of the monkey ranks. Thereafter, Kukusta addressed the son of Sumitra, the devoted Lakshmana, the bearer of auspicious marks, who stood near him and said, "O friend, install Vibhishana as king of Lanka. On account of his loyalty, his zeal, and the service he formerly rendered to us, my greatest desire is to see Vibhishana, the younger brother of Ravana, enthroned in Lanka, O dear one." At these words from the magnanimous Raghava, Saumitri, full of joy, said, "So be it," and speedily took up a golden jar which he placed in the hands of the foremost of monkeys. Thereafter, that warrior commanded water to be drawn from the four seas, and the monkeys went there in all haste, and, having drawn water from the oceans, returned as swiftly as thought. Then Saumitri, at Rama's command, lifting up an excellent jar, caused Vibhishana to take his place on a high seat, and, following the injunctions laid down in these sacred texts, surrounded by a crowd of his friends, with that water, installed him as king of Lanka amidst the Titans. All the monkeys, as well as the Titans, assisted at Vibhishana's installation, and amidst unequaled transports of delight, they paid tribute to Rama. Vibhishana's counselors were exceedingly happy, as also the Titans who were devoted to him, and being enthroned as king of Lanka, he, Raghava, and Lakshmana, who accompanied him, experienced supreme satisfaction. Then the new monarch, having spoken graciously to his subjects, went to where Rama was to be found. Thereafter, the people of the city offered him curds, parched rice, sweetmeats, roasted grain, and flowers, which he placed at the disposal of Rama and Lakshmana. And Raghava, seeing Vibhishana's work accomplished and his purpose attained, accepted all in deference to him. Then Rama addressed the valiant Hanuman, who resembled a mountain, as he stood before him with bowed head and joined palms, saying, "With the approval of the great king Vibhishana, O my friend, do thou re-enter Lanka and inquire for my Thili. Say to Vaidehi that I am well, as also Sugriva and Lakshmana. O most eloquent of speakers, tell her of the death of Ravana on the field of battle. Impart these agreeable tidings to Vaidehi, O prince of the monkeys, and having received her commands, return." Chapter 115. Hanuman carries Rama's message to Sita. Thus commanded, Hanuman, born of Maruta, returned to Lanka overwhelmed with honors by the rangers of the night, and entering the city invested with Vibhishana's authority, which he had sought, Hanuman penetrated to the Ashoka grove, knowing that Sita was to be found there. There he beheld Maithili like an anguished Rohini, uncared for, sitting sorrowfully at the foot of a tree surrounded by female Titans, and approaching her humbly and gently, Hanuman inclined his head in obeisance to her. At the appearance of the mighty Hanuman, that goddess remained silent, but thereafter, having recognized him, she was delighted, and marking her tranquil looks, Hanuman, the foremost of monkeys, prepared to relate all that Rama had said. "O Vaidehi, Rama is well, as also Sugriva and Lakshmana. He inquires as to thy welfare. His purpose is accomplished. He, the conqueror of his foes, has slain his adversary. Assisted by Vibhishana and the monkeys, Rama, with the skill and wisdom of Lakshmana, has slain Ravana despite his prowess, O goddess. These are pleasant tidings, but I will delight thee still further, O divinity. In this war, undertaken on thy account, O virtuous Sita, Rama has achieved a great triumph. Take heart, therefore, have no further anxiety. Ravana is dead and Lanka subdued. Banishing sleep, I resolved to deliver thee, and bridging the sea, fulfilled my vow. Do not fear now to be in Ravana's abode, since Vibhishana has become the lord of Lanka. Because of this, take courage. thou canst dwell peacefully in the palace. Rama himself is coming hither with a joyful step, eager to see thee." At these tidings, the divine Sita, her face radiant as the moon on account of joy, was unable to utter a single word, and that prince of monkeys inquired of Sita, who remained silent, saying, "Of what art thou thinking, O goddess, since thou dost not answer me?" Thus interrogated by Hanuman, Sita, fixed in the path of duty, in the height of joy, said in a voice broken with sobs, "Hearing these pleasant tidings of the triumph of my lord, for a moment joy rendered me speechless. Nay, assuredly, reflecting on it, O Plavamgama, I do not know what gift I can offer thee which would be equal to this. I know nothing on earth comparable to these happy tidings, or with what I can recompense thee fittingly. Gold, precious gems of every kind, even a throne, or any object in the three worlds cannot be measured against thy message." At these words of Vaidehi, the monkey, standing before her with joined palms, joyfully replied, "O thou who art ever engaged in what is pleasant and advantageous to thy lord, and who desirest him to be victorious, thine affectionate speech confers honor on thee, O irreproachable lady." Hearing this, Maithili, the daughter of Janaka, addressed these flattering words to the son of the wind. "Thy speech, which is characteristic, urbane, and dictated by the eightfold intelligence, is worthy of thee. Thou, the exceedingly virtuous son of Anila, art deserving of praise. Assuredly, strength, prowess, knowledge of the scriptures, courage, boldness, superior skill, energy, endurance, steadiness, constancy, and humility, these brilliant qualities and many others are all to be found in thee." Unmoved by this praise, Hanuman, standing before her with joined palms, addressed Sita respectfully and said, "With thy consent, I will slay all those female titans who formerly taunted thee in thy misfortune, O thou whose lord is a god. I know that those monsters of hideous shape and conduct, those cruel beings of savage looks, those grim-visaged titans, more than once addressed thee in threatening tones at Ravana's command. Grant me permission to strike down those barbarians of distorted features and fearful aspect. I shall beat them with my fists, heels, long arms, thighs, and knees. I shall tear them to pieces with my teeth, chew up their ears, pull out their hair, knock them down and destroy them, since they have caused thee pain, O illustrious princess. I shall exterminate those monsters who formerly insulted thee." Hearing Hanuman's words, the unfortunate Sita, friend of the distressed, reflecting carefully, said to him, "Who would be angry with women who are dependent on a monarch who is their supporter, and who act on others' advice as mere servants or slaves, O excellent monkey? All that has happened to me is on account of an evil fate and the consequence of some fault committed formerly. One reaps the fruit of one's actions. Do not speak thus, O long-armed warrior. The path of destiny is inexorable. It was inevitable that these circumstances should overtake me, and in this conviction, I wish in compassion to protect the slaves of Ravana. It was under the orders of that Titan that these women ill-treated me. He being slain, they will no longer oppress me, O son of Maruta. There is an ancient saying full of wisdom, which a bear uttered formerly in the presence of a tiger. Hear it, O Plavamgama. A superior being does not render evil for evil. This is a maxim one should observe. The ornament of virtuous persons is their conduct. One should never harm the wicked or the good, or even criminals meriting death. A noble soul will never exercise compassion even towards those who enjoy injuring others, or those of cruel deeds when they are actually committing them. Who is without fault?" Hearing these words, Hanuman, who was skilled in speech, said to Sita, the irreproachable consort of Rama, "Thou art worthy of Raghava, thou, his chaste wife, crowned with many virtues. O goddess, command me to seek out Rama." On this, Vaidehi, born of Janaka, said, "I desire to see my lord, the friend of his devotees." Hearing her speak thus, Hanuman, the exceedingly intelligent son of Maruta, made this reply to Maithili, causing that princess great delight. "This day shalt thou see Rama, whose countenance resembles the full moon, with Lakshmana and his trusted friends, his enemies slain, as Sachi looks upon Indra, the king of the gods." Having spoken thus to Sita, who was as radiant as Shri herself, the exceedingly valiant Hanuman immediately departed to rejoin Raghava. Without delay, the foremost of monkeys, Hanuman, repeated the words that the daughter of Janaka had uttered, in their proper sequence to Rama, who was the equal of the chief of the gods. Chapter 116. Rama sends for Sita. That highly intelligent monkey, having paid obeisance to Rama, whose eyes resembled the petals of a lotus, the most skilled of archers, said to him, "It behooveth thee to visit Maithili, who is consumed with grief, and on account of whom this enterprise that has been crowned with success was undertaken. In the distress that overwhelms her, Maithili, her eyes bathed in tears, hearing of thy victory, expressed a desire to behold thee once more. Confiding in me formerly, her glances warm with emotion, she repeated, 'I desire to see my lord again.'" These words of Hanuman instantly evoked thoughts in Rama, the first of men, causing him to shed tears. Sighing deeply, he said to Vibhishana standing near, who resembled a cloud, "Bring the princess of Videha, Sita, hither, anointed with celestial unguents, adorned with heavenly jewels, having laved her head. Do not delay." At these words of Rama, Vibhishana hastened to the private apartments to fetch Sita with her attendants. Beholding the unfortunate Maithili, Vibhishana, the powerful king of the Titans, paid obeisance to her, raising his joined palms to his forehead, and respectfully addressed her, saying, "O Videhi, sprinkle thyself with celestial unguents, adorn thyself with divine ornaments, and ascend this palanquin. May happiness attend thee, thy lord desires to see thee." Then Videhi answered Vibhishana, who had addressed her thus, saying, "Without having bathed, I wish to see my consort, O Vibhishana." Hearing this, Vibhishana replied, "It behooveth thee to do what Rama commands." Whereto the virtuous Maithili, who regarded her husband as a god filled with conjugal duty, said, "Be it so." Thereupon Sita, her tresses waved, adorned with priceless ornaments, wearing gorgeous raiment, ascended a palanquin borne by those Titans accustomed to do so, accompanied by a large escort under Vibhishana's command. And Vibhishana, approaching that magnanimous hero who was merged in meditation, bowing down to him, joyfully announced Sita's arrival. Hearing that his consort, who had dwelt long in the Titan's abode, had come, rage, joy, and grief overwhelmed Raghava, the slayer of his foes, and beholding Sita in the palanquin, Rama, in order to test her, dissembling his happiness, said to Vibhishana, "O supreme lord of the Titans, O my friend who ever rejoiced in my victories, bring Videhi nearer to me." At Raghava's command, the righteous Vibhishana caused the crowd to disperse, whereupon Titans, clad in armor, wearing turbans, with drums and bamboo staves in their hands, began to move about, driving away the warriors, bears, monkeys, and Titans, who, scattering, stood apart some way off. And as they were being driven away, a tremendous clamor arose resembling the roar of the sea buffeted by the winds. Seeing them dispersing, whilst confusion was created amongst them, Rama, in affection for them, grew indignant at their departure, and, highly incensed with a glance that seemed as if it would consume him, addressed the exceedingly intelligent Vibhishana in terms of reproach, saying, "Why, disregarding me, dost thou harass them? Are they not my people? Her conduct, not raiment, walls, seclusion, or other royal prohibitions are a woman's shield. In times of calamity, peril, war, the Swayamvara, or the nuptial ceremony, it is not forbidden to behold a woman unveiled. It is not prohibited to look upon a woman who has fallen into distress and difficulty, above all in my presence. Therefore, leaving the palanquin, let Videhi come hither on foot, so that the dwellers in the woods may see her at my side." Hearing Rama's words, Vibhishana became thoughtful and conducted Sita to him reverently, whilst Lakshmana, Sugriva, and also Hanuman, hearing Rama speak thus, were saddened. Then Maithili, confused and shrinking within herself, approached her lord, accompanied by Vibhishana, and it was with astonishment, delight, and love that Sita, whose husband was a god, gazed on Rama's gracious appearance, she whose own face was still beautiful. Beholding the countenance of her dearly loved lord, whom she had not seen for so long, and which was as radiant as the full moon when it rises, she cast aside all anxiety, and her own face became as fair as the immaculate orb of the night. Chapter 117. Rama repudiates Sita. Beholding Maithili standing humbly beside him, Rama gave expression to the feelings he had concealed in his heart, saying, O illustrious princess, I have re-won thee, and mine enemy has been defeated on the battlefield. I have accomplished all that fortitude could do. My wrath is appeased. The insult and the one who offered it have both been obliterated by me. Today my prowess has been manifested. Today mine exertions have been crowned with success. Today I have fulfilled my vow and am free. As ordained by destiny, the stain of thy separation and thine abduction by that fickle-minded Titan has been expunged by me, a mortal. Of what use is great strength to the vacillating, who do not with resolution avenge the insult offered to them? Today Hanuman is plucking the fruit of his glorious exploits, and Sugriva, who is valiant in war and wise in counsel, with his army is reaping the harvest of his exertions. Vibhishana too is culling the fruits of his labors, he who cast off a brother, who was devoid of virtue, to come to me. When Sita heard Rama speak in this wise, her large doe-like eyes filled with tears, and beholding the beloved of his heart standing close to him, Rama, who was apprehensive of public rumor, was torn within himself. Then, in the presence of the monkeys and the Titans, he said to Sita, whose eyes were as large as lotus petals, her dark-haired plaited, and who was endowed with faultless limbs, "What a man should do in order to wipe out an insult, I have done by slaying Ravana, for I guard mine honor jealously. Thou wert re-won as the southern region, inaccessible to man, was regained by the pure-souled Agastya through his austerities. Be happy, and let it be known that this arduous campaign, so gloriously terminated through the support of my friends, was not undertaken wholly for thy sake. I was careful to wipe out the affront paid to me completely, and to avenge the insult offered to mine illustrious house. A suspicion has arisen, however, with regard to thy conduct, and thy presence is as painful to me as a lamp to one whose eye is diseased. Henceforth, go where it is best pleaseth thee. I give thee leave, O daughter of Janaka. O lovely one, the 10 regions are at thy disposal. I can have nothing more to do with thee. What man of honor would give rein to his passion so far as to permit himself to take back a woman who has dwelt in the house of another? Thou hast been taken into Ravana's lap, and he has cast lustful glances on thee. How can I reclaim thee, I who boast of belonging to an illustrious house? The end which I sought in reconquering thee has been gained. I no longer have any attachment for thee. Go where thou desirest. This is the outcome of my reflections, O lovely one. Turn to Lakshmana or Bharata, Shatrughna, Sugriva, or the Titan Vibhishana. Make thy choice, O Sita, as pleases thee best. Assuredly, Ravana, beholding thy ravishing and celestial beauty, will not have respected thy person during the time that thou didst dwell in his abode." On this, that noble lady, worthy of being addressed in sweet words, hearing that harsh speech from her beloved lord, who for long had surrounded her with every homage, wept bitterly, and she resembled a creeper that has been torn away by the trunk of a great elephant. Chapter 118. Sita's Lamentations. She undergoes the ordeal by fire. Hearing these harsh words from the wrathful Raghava, causing her to tremble, those fearful utterances, which till that time had never been heard by her, and were now addressed to her by her lord in the presence of a great multitude, Maithili, the daughter of Janaka, overwhelmed with shame, pierced to the heart by that arrow-like speech, shed abundant tears. Thereafter, wiping her face, she addressed her husband in gentle and faltering accents, saying, "Why dost thou address such words to me, O hero, as a common man addresses an ordinary woman? I swear to thee, O long-armed warrior, that my conduct is worthy of thy respect. It is the behavior of other women that has filled thee with distrust. Relinquish thy doubts, since I am known to thee. If my limbs came in contact with another's, it was against my will, O Lord, and not through any inclination on my part. It was brought about by fate. That which is under my control, my heart, has ever remained faithful to thee. My body was at the mercy of another. Not being mistress of the situation, what could I do? If despite the proofs of love that I give thee whilst I lived with thee, I am still a stranger to thee, O proud prince, my loss is irrevocable. When, in Lanka, thou didst dispatch the great warrior Hanuman to seek me out, why didst thou not repudiate me then? As soon as I had received the tidings that I had been abandoned by thee, I should have yielded up my life in the presence of that monkey, O hero. Then thou wouldst have been spared useless fatigue on mine account, and others' lives would not have been sacrificed, nor thine innumerable friends exhausted to no purpose. But thou, O lion among men, by giving way to wrath and by thus passing premature judgment on a woman, hast acted like a worthless man. I have received my name from Janaka, but my birth was from the earth, and thou hast failed to appreciate fully the nobility of my conduct, O thou who art well acquainted with the nature of others. Thou hast had no reverence for the joining of our hands in my girlhood, and mine affectionate nature. All these things hast thou cast behind thee. Having spoken thus to Rama, weeping the while, her voice strangled with sobs, Sita addressed the unfortunate Lakshmana, who was overwhelmed with grief, saying, "Raise a pyre for me, O Saumitri. This is the only remedy for my misery. These unjust reproaches have destroyed me. I cannot go on living. Publicly renounced by mine husband, who is insensible to my virtue, there is only one redress for me, to undergo the ordeal by fire." Hearing Vaidehi's words, Lakshmana, the slayer of hostile warriors, a prey to indignation, consulted Raghava with his glance, and by Rama's gestures he understood what was in his heart, whereupon the valiant Saumitri, following his indications, prepared the pyre. None amongst his friends dared to appeal to Rama, who resembled death himself, the destroyer of time. None dared to speak or even to look upon him. Thereafter, Vaidehi, having circumambulated Rama, who stood with his head bowed, approached the blazing fire, and, paying obeisance to the celestials and Brahmins, Maithili, with joined palms, standing before the flames, spoke thus: "As my heart has never ceased to be true to Raghava, do thou, O witness of all beings, grant me thy protection. As I am pure in conduct, though Rama looks on me as sullied, do thou, O witness of the worlds, grant me full protection." With these words, Vaidehi circumambulated the pyre, and with a fearless heart entered the flames. And a great multitude were assembled there, amongst which were many children and aged people who witnessed Maithili entering the fire, and resembling gold that has been melted in the crucible, she threw herself into the blazing flames in the presence of all. That large-eyed lady, entering the fire, who is the bearer of sacrificial offerings, appeared to those who watched her to resemble a golden altar. That fortunate princess entering the fire, which is nourished by oblations, seemed in the eyes of the rishis, devas, and gandharvas to resemble a sacrificial offering. Then all the women cried out, "Alas!" on seeing her, like a stream of butter hollowed out by the recitation of mantras, fall into the flames, and she appeared to the three worlds, the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Danavas, like a goddess smitten by a curse and cast down from heaven into hell. Then, as she entered the flames, a great and terrible cry rose from the Titans and the monkeys. Chapter 119. Brahma's Praise of Rama. Meanwhile, the righteous Rama, hearing the lamentation of the masses, afflicted, pondered a while, and his eyes filled with tears. Then the king, Ravana, and Yama, with the Pitris, the thousand-eyed lord of the celestials, Varuna, lord of the waters, and Mahadeva, the blessed three-eyed god who rides the bull, as also Brahma, the creator of the world, king of the learned, all gathered together, having hastened there in their chariots as bright as the sun, coming to the city of Lanka to seek out Rama. Lifting up their great arms and hands adorned with jewels, they made obeisance with joined palms, and the king of the gods, addressing Raghava, said, "O creator of the universe and foremost of those versed in the spiritual science, how canst thou manifest indifference to Sita falling into the flames? How art thou unaware that thou thyself art the chief of the gods? Formerly thou wert the Vasu Ritaraman, the progenitor of the Vasus. Thou art the creator of the three worlds, Swayam Prabhu, the eighth Rudra, and the fifth of the Sadyas. The twin Ashwins are thy 2 ears, the sun and moon thine eyes. These are the forms at the beginning, middle, and end of creation in which thou dost appear, O scourge of thy foes. And yet thou dost distrust Vaidehi as if thou wert an ordinary man." Thus addressed by the protector of the worlds, The leader of the gods, Raghava, lord of peoples, foremost of the pious, answered, I deem myself to be a man, Rama, born of Dasaratha. Who then am I in reality? From whence have I come? Let the grandsire of the world inform me. Thus spoke Kukusta, and Brahma, foremost of those who know the truth, addressed him, saying, Thou art the great and effulgent god Narayana, the fortunate lord armed with the discus. Thou art the one-tusked boar, the conqueror of thy foes in the past and the future. Thou art the imperishable Brahman, existence itself, transcending the three divisions of time. Thou art the law of righteousness, the four-armed, the bearer of the Shanga bow. Thou art the subduer of the senses, the supreme Purusha. Thou art invincible. Thou art the holder of the dagger. Thou art Vishnu. Thou art Krishna, and of immeasurable might. Thou art Sanai and Gramani, the controller of passions, the origin and dissolution. Thou art Upendra, and the slayer of the demon Madhu. Thou art the creator of Indra and Indra himself. Thou art the lotus-naveled one. Thou dost bring combat to an end. The great and divine rishis acknowledge thee as their refuge and protector. Thou art the Himalayas of 100 peaks, the essence of the Vedas, the god of 100 tongues, the great bull. Thou thyself art the creator of the world, Swayam Prabhu. Thou art the refuge and elder of the Siddhas and Sadhyas. Thou art the sacrifice, the sacred syllable, Vashat and Om, the greatest of the great. None knows thine origin or end, or who thou really art. Thou art manifest in all beings, in the cows and the Brahmins. Thou pervadest all regions, the firmament, the mountains and the rivers. Thou, the thousand-footed God, the thousand-headed one, thou of 1,000 eyes. Thou art the support of all beings and the earth. When the earth is withdrawn under the form of a great serpent, thou dost appear on the waters, supporting all the worlds and the gods, Gandharvas and Danavas, O Rama. I am thy heart, and the goddess Saraswati thy tongue. The gods are the hairs of thy body. I, Brahma, created them thus. When thou dost close thine eyes, it is night, and when thou dost open them, it is day. The Vedas are thy samskaras. Nothing exists apart from thee. The whole universe is thy body, the earth thy forbearance, Agni thy wrath, Soma thy beneficence, the Shrivatsa mark thy holy symbol. Thou didst cover the 3 worlds in 3 strides. Thou didst bind the terrible Bali and establish Mahendra as king. Sita is Lakshmi, and thou the god Vishnu, Krishna, and Prajapati. It was in order to slay Ravana that thou didst enter a human body. This task that we entrusted to thee has been accomplished, O thou the foremost of those who observe their duty. Ravana having fallen, do thou ascend to heaven joyfully. Thy might is irresistible, O Rama, and thine exploits are never fruitless. To behold thee and offer adoration to thee is never unprofitable. It is not in vain that men are devoted to thee on earth. Those who are ever faithful to thee attain to thee, who art the primeval Purusha, and their desires will be fulfilled in this world and the other worlds. Those who recite this eternal, ancient, and traditional theme, transmitted by the rishis, will never suffer defeat. Chapter 120. Sita is restored to Rama. Hearing those excellent words uttered by the grandsire Vibhavasu, who bore Vaidehi in his lap, having extinguished the pyre, rose up, and that bearer of the sacrificial offerings, assuming a corporeal form, stood up and took hold of the daughter of Janaka. Then that youthful woman, beautiful as the dawn, wearing ornaments of refined gold, attired in a red robe, having dark and curly hair, wearing fresh garlands, the irreproachable Vaidehi was restored to Rama by the god of fire. Thereafter the witness of the whole world, Pavaka, addressed Rama, saying, Here is Vaidehi, O Rama. There is no sin in her. Neither by word, feeling, or glance has thy lovely consort shown herself to be unworthy of thy noble qualities. Separated from thee, that unfortunate one was borne away against her will in the lonely forest by Ravana, who had grown proud on account of his power. Though imprisoned and closely guarded by Titan women in the inner apartments, thou wast ever the focus of her thoughts and her supreme hope. Surrounded by hideous and sinister women, though tempted and threatened, Maithili never gave place in her heart to a single thought for that Titan, and was solely absorbed in thee. She is pure and without taint. Do thou receive Maithili. It is my command that she should not suffer reproach in any way." These words filled Rama's heart with delight, and he, the most eloquent of men, that loyal soul, reflected an instant within himself, his glance full of joy. Then the illustrious, steadfast, and exceedingly valiant Rama, the first of virtuous men, hearing those words addressed to him, said to the chief of the gods, "On account of the people, it was imperative that Sita should pass through this trial by fire. This lovely woman had dwelt in Ravana's inner apartments for a long time. Had I not put the innocence of Janaki to the test, the people would have said, 'Rama, the son of Dasaratha, is governed by lust.' It was well known to me that Sita had never given her heart to another, and that the daughter of Janaka, Maithili, was ever devoted to me. Ravana was no more able to influence that large-eyed lady whose chastity was her own protection than the ocean may pass beyond its bournes. Despite his great perversity, he was unable to approach Maithili even in thought, who was inaccessible to him as a flame. That virtuous woman could never belong to any other than myself, for she is to me what the light is to the sun. Her purity is manifest in the three worlds. I could no more renounce Maithili, born of Janaka, than a hero his honor. It behooveth me to follow your wise and friendly counsel, O gracious lords of the world." Having spoken thus, the victorious and extremely powerful Rama, full of glory, adorned for his noble exploits, was reunited with his beloved and experienced the felicity he had merited. Chapter 121. Dasaratha appears to Rama. Hearing those excellent words uttered by Raghava, Maheshvara addressed him with even greater eloquence, saying, "O lotus-eyed one, O thou, the possessor of long arms and a broad chest, O scourge of thy foes, fortunate it is that thou hast accomplished this great feat, O most pious of men. O Rama, it is well for all beings that thou hast dispelled this deep and dreadful darkness of the whole world, this fear created by Ravana. Go now and console the unfortunate Bharata with thy presence, the illustrious Kaushalya, Kayaki, and Sumitra, the mother of Lakshmana. Rule over Ayodhya, giving satisfaction to thine innumerable friends, and establish the dynasty of the Ikshvaku race. O mighty hero, having performed the Ashvamedha sacrifice and acquired supreme renown, having distributed wealth among the Brahmins, do thou attain the highest state. Behold, King Dasaratha standing in his chariot, thy sire, thy superior in the world of men, O Kakusta, having crossed the sea of relativity by thy grace, full of glory, he has entered the region of Indra. With thy brother Lakshmana, pay homage to him." Hearing the words of Mahadeva, Raghava, who was accompanied by Lakshmana, bowed before his sire, who was standing in his aerial car on high, and that prince with his brother Lakshmana beheld his sire blazing in his own effulgence, clad in spotless raiment. With extreme delight, King Dasaratha, standing in his chariot, once again beheld his son, who was as dear to him as his own life, and that long-armed warrior on his seat took him in his lap, and embracing him said, "Far from thee I do not prize the heaven in which I dwell with the gods, O Rama. This is the truth. O most eloquent of men, the words addressed to me by Kayaki, which were designed to effect thy banishment, have never been erased from mine heart. Embracing thee and Lakshmana, beholding thee well and happy, I am delivered from mine affliction as the sun when the mist has been dispelled. By thy grace, O my son, thou who art truly filial and of noble soul, I am redeemed, as was the virtuous Brahmin Kahola by Ashtavakra. Now it is made clear to me, O dear child, that in order to destroy Ravana, the gods determined that the supreme Purusha should become incarnate as a man. Assuredly, Kaushalya will see all her desires fulfilled, O Rama, when she beholds thee returning from the forest, O slayer of thy foes. O Rama, the people, seeing thee returning to the city and installed as king and ruler of the world, will indeed be blessed. I desire to see thee reunited with Bharata, thy devoted, valiant, pure, and loyal brother. Thou hast passed 14 years in the forest with my beloved Sita and Lakshmana, O dear child. The term of thine exile is over, thy vows honored, and further, by slaying Ravana on the battlefield, thou hast gratified the gods. Thy task is accomplished. Thou hast won infinite renown, O slayer of thy foes. Now, installed as king, mayest thou with thy brothers live for a long time. With joined palms, paying obeisance to King Dasaratha, who had thus addressed him, Rama answered, O virtuous sire, give thy blessings to Kayakyi and Bharata. Thou didst pronounce a terrible curse upon them, saying, I renounce thee and thy son. May this malediction not fall on Kayakyi or her son, O Lord. Be it so, replied that great monarch, paying obeisance with joined palms to Rama, who had spoken thus, and thereafter, embracing Lakshmana, he said to him, Thou hast acquired extreme merit, O pious one, and thy fame will be great on earth. By Rama's grace thou shalt attain heaven, and thy power shall be inconceivable. Attend on Rama and be happy, O thou who art the increaser of Sumitra's delight. Rama is ever engaged in the welfare of all beings. The three worlds with their Indras, the Siddhas, and their great rishis do honor to that great hero and adore him as the supreme Purusha. He, thy brother, is the invincible, imperishable Brahman, the essence of the Veda, which is secret and the inner ruler of all, O dear child. Thou hast acquired great merit and glory in serving him and the princess of Videha with devotion. Having spoken thus to Lakshmana, the king paid obeisance to Sita, who stood before him with joined palms, and addressed her in gentle tones, saying, My daughter, do not take it ill that Rama renounced thee. O Vaidehi, he acted thus in thine own interest in order to demonstrate thine innocence. The proof of thy chaste conduct, which thou hast given today, places thee above all other women. O my daughter, thou hast no need to be instructed regarding thy duty towards thy husband. Nevertheless, I must tell thee that he is the supreme God. Having thus addressed his two sons and Sita, King Dasaratha, the descendant of Raghu, ascended to the region of Indra in his chariot. Mounted on his aerial car, full of majesty, his body blazing with effulgence, that foremost of men, having given his counsel to his two sons and Sita, returned to the abode of the sovereign of the gods. Chapter 122. On Rama's request, Indra restores the army. King Dasaratha having departed, Mahendra, the vanquisher of Paka, addressed Raghava, who stood before him with joined palms, and said, O Rama, O lion among men, our presence here must not prove unfruitful. We are pleased with thee. Ask what thou desirest. Hearing these magnanimous words of the blessed Mahendra, Raghava, of compassionate soul, answered him joyfully, Since thou wishest to gratify me, O chief of the Vibhutas, grant me that which I ask of thee. O most eloquent of orators, let all the valiant monkeys, who for my sake descended into the region of death, be resuscitated and live again. I wish to see all those monkeys happy, who for my sake left their sons and wives, O great Lord. Those courageous monkeys, those heroes who courted death, and, crowning their sacrifice, succumbed, do thou restore to life, O Purandara. Devoted to mine interests, they disregarded death. Be gracious enough to give them back to their families. I solicit this favor of thee. I wish to see the Golangulas and the bears in all their former energy, freed from their sufferings and their wounds, O munificent God. Let there be flowers, roots, and fruits, even though they be out of season, and rivers with pure water in abundance wherever the monkeys are to be found. Hearing these words of the magnanimous Raghava, Mahendra answered graciously, Hard indeed to fulfill is this boon thou dost crave, O dear prince of the Raghus, but my words never prove vain. So be it. May all those who have been slain in battle by the Titans, the bears and the Gopuchas, whose heads and arms have been severed, be resurrected. May those monkeys rise up exulting, without pain or wounds, in all their natural vigor and courage, like sleepers who wake at the end of night, and let them be reunited with their friends, relatives, and tribes. O thou, the wielder of the great bow, may the trees be laden with fruit and flowers even out of season, and the rivers be full of pure water. Thereupon those excellent monkeys, who were formerly covered with wounds, rose up healed, as persons who have been asleep, and there was general astonishment among the monkeys, who questioned each other, saying, "What is this?" Seeing his purpose fulfilled, the gods, in an excess of joy, unanimously addressed Rama, who was accompanied by Lakshmana, praising him and saying, "Now return to Ayodhya, O king, and disband the monkeys. Do thou console the devoted and illustrious Maithili. Seek out thy brother Bharata, who, in sorrow of thy separation, has given himself up to penances. Approach the magnanimous Shatrughna and all thy mothers, O scourge of thy foes. Be installed as king, and rejoice the hearts of the citizens by thy return." Having spoken thus to Rama, who was accompanied by Saumitri, the gods, paying obeisance to him, joyfully returned to heaven in their chariots, blazing like the sun, and Rama, with his brother, ordered the encampment of the army. Thereafter, under Rama and Lakshmana's protection, that great and glorious company of happy people, radiant with splendor, resembled the night illumined on all sides by that orb of cool rays. Chapter 123. Vibhishana places the chariot Pushpaka at Rama's disposal. Having passed the night, Rama, the conqueror of his foes, rose happily, and Vibhishana, paying obeisance to him with joined palms, addressed him, saying, "Here are various articles for bathing, such as unguents, ornaments, sandalwood paste, raiment, and celestial garlands of every kind. Lotus-eyed women, versed in the art of applying perfume, await thy pleasure, as is fitting, O Raghava." At these words, Kukusta answered Vibhishana, saying, "Do thou invite the foremost of the monkeys and Sugriva to bathe first, for the pious Bharata, accustomed to happiness, that youthful and loyal hero, is suffering on my account. Far from Bharata, Kaikeyi's son, who has been loyal to his duty, I do not value bathing or raiment or jewels. Order it so that we may return to Ayodhya soon. Assuredly, the route is extremely arduous." Thus did Rama speak, and Vibhishana answered, "I will arrange for thee to reach that city in one day, O prince. May happiness attend thee. There is an aerial car named Pushpaka that shines like the sun, which the powerful Ravana forcibly took from Kuvera, having overcome him in combat. That celestial and marvelous chariot, going everywhere at will, is at thy disposal, O thou of unequaled prowess. That car, bright as a cloud, which will transport thee to Ayodhya in perfect safety, is here. But if I am worthy of a boon, if thou dost recall any merit in me, then remain here for at least one day, O virtuous one. If thou hast any friendship for me, then remain here with thy brother Lakshmana and Vaidehi, thy consort. Having received all possible homage, O Rama, thou shalt depart. I have prepared these honors dictated by mine affection, O Rama. Do thou enjoy them with thine innumerable friends, and thine army also. I beg thee in all humility, out of my profound esteem and feeling of friendship for thee, O Raghava. I am thy servant, and therefore may not command thee." Then Rama answered Vibhishana, who had spoken thus in the presence of all the Titans and monkeys, and said, "O hero, thou hast honored me with thy friendship, with thine whole soul, and in all thine actions hast proved thy supreme affection for me. Nevertheless, I cannot accept thy request, O king of the Titans, because my heart urges me to see my brother Bharata again, he who came to Chitrakuta in order to bring me back to Ayodhya, though as he bowed before me, I did not listen to his appeal. I wish to see Kaushalya, Sumitra, and the illustrious Kaikeyi, as also mine house, my friends, the people of the city and the country. Grant me leave, O dear Vibhishana, thou hast paid me sufficient honor. Do not be angry, O my friend, I beg of thee. O foremost of the Titans, prepare the aerial car speedily. My task has been accomplished. What justification is there for remaining here longer?" Hearing Rama's words, that Indra among the Titans, Vibhishana, hastened to order the aerial chariot Pushpaka, gilded and bright as the sun, with its seats of emerald and pearl, its rooms ranged round about, silvered all over, its white banners and supports, and gilded apartments enriched with golden lotuses, which were hung with many bells. Round the windows, set with pearls and rare gems, rows of bells were placed, giving forth a melodious sound, and that moving palace, resembling the peak of Mount Meru, constructed by Vishvakarma, abounded in rich ornaments, gold and jewels, and sparkled with silver, and its floors were inlaid with crystal, and the thrones of emerald displayed there, furnished with rare coverings. Having prepared that indestructible vehicle, the chariot Pushpaka, which was as swift as thought, Vibhishana stood before Rama, and that aerial car that went everywhere at one's will and resembled a mountain, having been placed at his disposal, the magnanimous Rama, who was accompanied by Saumitri, was astonished. Chapter 124. Rama sets out for Ayodhya. The chariot Pushpaka, having been prepared and adorned with flowers, Vibhishana, who stood a little way off with joined palms, reverently inquired of Rama with some urgency, saying, "What shall I do now, O Raghava?" Then the supremely illustrious Raghava, having reflected a while in the presence of Lakshmana, made answer affectionately, saying, "All the inhabitants of the woods have brought about the fulfillment of my mission by their efforts. O Vibhishana, do thou gratify them abundantly with jewels and riches of every kind. With their support, thou hast recaptured Lanka, O sovereign of the Titans. Full of ardor, they did not fear to expose their lives, nor did they ever retreat in combat. They have fulfilled their task. Now reward them by distributing gold and gems among them. When, in thy gratitude, thou hast loaded them with gifts, the monkeys will be fully satisfied. Thou dost know how to give and how to receive. Thou art liberal and master of thy senses. All know thee to be a renunciate. It is for this that I address thee and exhort thee, O prince. A king will wage war in vain, and his army abandon him at the first opportunity, if he be wholly devoid of those qualities that render him pleasing to all." Hearing Rama's words, Vibhishana bestowed precious gems and riches of every kind in abundance on all the monkeys, and beholding the foremost of the monkeys loaded with jewels and silver, Rama ascended the chariot of his adversary, holding the chaste and illustrious Vaidehi to his breast, and accompanied by his brother Lakshmana, that valiant bowman. Standing in the chariot, Kakusta bade farewell to all the monkeys, to the mighty Sugriva, and to Vibhishana, and said, "O foremost of monkeys, you have accomplished all that could be asked of a friend. Now go where you will. I give you all leave to depart. O Sugriva, thou who fearest naught but unrighteousness, thou hast done all that a devoted and loyal companion could do. Return to Kishkinda at the head of thine army. And thou, Vibhishana, occupy the throne of Lanka that I have conferred upon thee. Even the inhabitants of heaven and their chiefs will not be able to trouble thee. I go to Ayodhya, that was the royal residence of my sire, and wish to take leave of you all, and to offer you my salutations." Thus did Rama speak, and all the leaders of the monkeys and the monkeys themselves, as also the Titan Vibhishana, paying obeisance with joined palms, answered, "We desire to go to Ayodhya. Take us all with thee. We shall delight in ranging the woods and copses and assisting at thine installation, of which thou art worthy. Having paid obeisance to the Queen Kaushalya, we shall return to our homes without delay, O greatest of kings." Thus did they speak, and the virtuous Rama answered the monkeys, Sugriva and Vibhishana, saying, "Nothing would be more agreeable to me, as also to mine innumerable friends, than to return to the capital with you all. Hasten to take thy place with thy monkeys in the chariot, O Sugriva, and thou too, O Vibhishana, with thy ministers, O king of the Titans." Thereupon Sugriva with the monkeys and Vibhishana with his counselors took their places in the celestial Pushpaka chariot, and, all being installed, that marvelous aerial car belonging to Kuvera rose into the air under Raghava's command. In the chariot, which shone brightly and was harnessed to swans, Rama exulted, overcome with delight, and resembled Kuvera himself, whilst all the monkeys, bears, and titans, full of vigor, seated comfortably in that celestial car, traveled at ease. Chapter 125. Rama tells Sita of the places over which they are passing. Under Rama's command, that aerial chariot, harnessed to swans, flew through the air with a great noise, And Rama, the delight of the Raghus, letting fall his glance on every side, said to the princess of Mithila, Sita, whose face resembled the moon, "See how Lanka has been constructed by Vishvakarma on the summit of the Trikuta mountain, which resembles the peak of Mount Kailasha. Behold the battlefield covered with a mire of flesh and blood. There, O Sita, a great carnage of monkeys and titans took place. There lies the ferocious king of the titans, Ravana, who despite the boons he had received was slain by me on thine account, O large-eyed lady. Here Kumbhakarna was struck down, as also another ranger of the night. Prahasta and Dhumraksha perished here under the blows of the monkey Hanuman. Vidyunmalan was put to death at this spot by the great-souled Sushena, and in another, Lakshmana overcame Indrajita, the son of Ravana. Angada struck down the titans named Vikata and Virupaksha, hideous to look upon, as also Mahaparshva and Mahodara. Akampana succumbed, as also other valiant warriors, Trishiras, Atakaya, Devantaka, and Narantaka, Yuddha-Mata and Mata, both great heroes, Nikumba and Kumbha, the two sons of Kumbhakarna who were full of courage, Vajradamstra, Damstra, and innumerable other titans perished here, and the invincible Maharaksha whom I slew in combat, and Akampana was slain, and the powerful Shonataksha, whilst Upaksha and Prajanga also succumbed in the great struggle. Vidyojiva, a titan of fearful aspect, fell there, and Yajnashatru died also. The mighty Suptagna, too, as also Suryashatru, were slain with Brahmashatru, who had no equal, and here Mandodari's consort, for whom she wept surrounded by her companions to the number of 1,000 or more. Here is the place where the ocean was traversed, O lady of lovely looks, and having passed over the sea, there is the spot where the night was spent. There the bridge that I had thrown over the ocean of salty waves on thine account, O large-eyed lady, that causeway, difficult of construction, was built by Nala. Behold the ocean, O Vaidehi, that indestructible abode of Varunas that seems without bourne, whose thundering waters abound in conch shells and pearls. O Maithili, behold that golden mountain, which, cleaving the waves, rose out of the bosom of the deep in order to allow Hanuman to rest. And here our headquarters were established. Here formerly the Lord Mahadeva granted me a boon, and there is the sacred and purifying spot known as Setubandha, where even the greatest sins are washed away. Here Vibhishana, king of the Titans, first came to me. Now we have reached Kishkinda, with its beautiful woods. It is Sugriva's capital, where I slew Bali. Then Sita, seeing the city of Kishkinda, of which Bali was formerly the support, said to Rama in gentle, loving, and wistful tones, I desire to enter thy royal capital, Ayodhya, O prince, with the beloved consorts of Sugriva, Tara at their head, as also the wives of the other leaders of the monkeys. Thus spoke Vaidehi, and Raghava answered, So be it. Thereafter, reaching the heights of Kishkinda, he caused the aerial chariot to halt, and said to Sugriva, O lion among monkeys, command all the Plavamgamas accompanied by their wives to come to Ayodhya with Sita and myself. Let all come, O king, and make haste to depart, O Sugriva. Hearing Rama's command, he whose army was immeasurable, Sugriva, the illustrious monarch of the monkeys, attended by his ministers, entered the inner apartments, and, seeing Tara, said to her, O dear one, at the command of Raghava, who wishes to gratify Vaidehi, do thou speedily assemble the consorts of the magnanimous monkeys, so that they may leave for Ayodhya to visit the wives of King Dasaratha. Hearing Sugriva's words, Tara, of beautiful limbs, gathered all the female monkeys together and said to them, Sugriva commands us to leave for Ayodhya. Do me the favor of accompanying me and witness the entry of Rama into the midst of the people from town and country and the splendor of the wives of Dasaratha. Thus commanded by Tara, the female monkeys, having first adorned themselves and circumambulated her, ascended the car, anxious to behold Sita, and that aerial chariot at once rose into the air with them. Then Raghava, gazing down on all sides, having reached the vicinity of Rishyamukha, once more addressed Vaidehi, saying, O Sita, here is a great mountain resembling a cloud rent by lightning, abounding in gold and other metals. It is here that I met that Indra among monkeys, Sugriva, and entered into an agreement with him to slay Bali. Here is the Pampa lake, with its marvelous fields of blue lotuses. And here, separated from thee, out of the depth of mine affliction, I wept. It was on its banks that I beheld the virtuous Shabari. Here I slew Kabanda, whose arms extended for 4 miles. O Sita, in Janasthana I came upon that magnificent tree, the Ashwata, near which Jatayu, the renowned and valiant monarch of birds, perished under Ravana's blows on thine account, O lovely one. And there is our hermitage, O lady of brilliant complexion, where our enchanting leafy hut may be seen. It is there that thou wert borne away by force by the king of the Titans. There is the ravishing Godavari of transparent waters, and there the retreat of Agastya can be seen, that is covered with palms, as also Sharabanga's hermitage, where the god of 1,000 eyes, the destroyer of cities, entered in secret. O goddess of slender waist, behold the ascetics, with Atri at their head, the equal of Surya and Vaishnava. In that place the giant Virata fell under my blows, and there, O Sita, thou didst visit the virtuous sage. See, O lady of beautiful form, the king of mountains, Chitrakuta, appears. It is there that the son of Kayakiya came to crave my forgiveness. Here is the enchanting Yamuna with its ravishing woods, and here the retreat of Bharadwaja looms into view, O my Thili. Now we are in sight of the Ganges, that 3-branched sacred river. There's the city of Sringavera, where my friend Guha dwells, and there the river Sarayu, with rows of stone pillars on its banks commemorating the kings of the house of Ikshvaku. Behold there, the royal abode of my sire. O Vaidehi, bow down to Ayodhya, we have returned. During this time, the monkeys and the Titans were leaping about in delight on seeing that city, and with the palaces with which it abounded, its wide spaces, and the elephants and horses that filled it, Ayodhya appeared to the monkeys and Titans to resemble Amaravari, the city of the mighty Indra. Chapter 126. Rama's meeting with the sage Bharadwaja. Having completed the 14 years of exile, on the 5th day of the lunar fortnight, the elder brother of Lakshmana reached the hermitage of Bharadwaja and bowed low before that ascetic. Paying obeisance to him, he inquired of the sage, saying, O blessed one, dost thou know if all are well and happy in the city? Is Bharata fixed in his duty? Do my mothers still live? Thus did Rama question Bharadwaja, and that great sage, smiling, answered the prince of the Raghus cheerfully and said, Bharata, his locks matted, carrying out thine instructions, awaits thy return. In the presence of thy sandals, to which he pays homage, he rules all in the best interests of thy family and country. Beholding thee, clad in bark, setting out on foot, thy consort making the 3rd, banished from thy kingdom, entirely devoted to thy duty, obedient to the behests of thy sire, renouncing every pleasure, like unto a god driven from heaven. Formerly I was filled with pity for thee. Then, O victorious warrior, thou, dispossessed by Kayakiyi, nourished thyself on fruits and roots. But now I see thee, thy purpose accomplished, surrounded by friends and kinsfolk, having triumphed over thine enemy, and my joy is supreme. I know all that thou hast experienced of good and ill whilst dwelling in Janasthana, O Raghava, and how, engaged in procuring the welfare of the sages, seeking to protect them all, thine irreproachable consort was borne away by Ravana. I know of the appearance of Maricha and Sita's delusion, the meeting with Kabanda, thine arrival at Lake Pampa, the alliance with Sugriva when Bali fell under thy blows, the search for Vaidehi and the exploit of the wind god's son, the construction of the causeway by Nala and the finding of Vaidehi, how Lanka was set on fire by the foremost of the monkeys whilst he was bound, how Ravana, proud of his strength, fell in the fight with his sons, kinsfolk, ministers, infantry, and cavalry, how after the death of Ravana, who was a thorn in the side of the gods, thou didst meet the celestials and receive a boon from them. All these things I know by virtue of my penances, O hero, O thou who art fixed in virtue. Therefore I have sent my disciples to carry the news to the city, and I too will grant thee a boon, O most skillful of warriors. But first, accept the Argaya. Tomorrow thou shalt go to Ayodhya. Hearing these words, the illustrious prince with bowed head answered joyfully, It is well, and made the following request. On the road I take to reach Ayodhya, though it is not the season, yet may all the trees bear honeyed fruits, and those fruits have the fragrance of Amrita, and may every variety be found there, O Blessed One." Thereupon the sage replied, "So be it. Thy desire shall be realized immediately." Then the trees of that region instantly resembled those of paradise. Those that had none grew fruits, and those that had no flowers were covered with blossom. Trees that had withered were enveloped with foliage, and all dripped with honey for 3 leagues along the way. Meanwhile, the foremost of the monkeys regaled themselves on those celestial fruits to the extent of their desire, and, transported with joy, imagined they had entered heaven. Chapter 127. Rama sends Hanuman to seek out Bharata. When he beheld Ayodhya, that descendant of Raghu of rapid step, full of magnanimity, gave himself up to pleasant thoughts, and having reflected a while, that fortunate and illustrious hero said to the monkey Hanuman, "Hasten with all speed to Ayodhya, O foremost of monkeys, and ascertain if all are happy in the royal palace. Passing Sringavara, communicate with Guha, king of the Nishadas, who dwells in a wooded country, and offer him my salutations. When he hears that I am safe and well, freed from all anxieties, he will be content, for he is my second self and my friend. He will gladly show thee the way to Ayodhya and give thee tidings of Bharata. Do thou inquire of Bharata as to his well-being, and inform him that I have returned with my consort and Lakshmana, my mission accomplished. Tell him of Sita's abduction by the ruthless Ravana, of my meeting with Sugriva and the death of Bali in combat, of how I set out to find Maithili, and how thou didst discover her, having crossed the great waters of that domain of the unchangeable Lord of Rivers. Tell him of our arrival on the shores of the sea, the appearance of Sagara, and how the causeway was constructed, how Ravana perished, of the boons bestowed on me by Mahendra, Brahma, and Varuna, and, by the favor of Mahadeva, the meeting with my sire. Inform Bharata, O my friend, that I am coming, accompanied by King Vibhishana and the Lord of the Monkeys. Say to him, having overcome the armies of the enemy and attained a glory without parallel, Rama, with his purpose accomplished, is approaching with his valiant friends. Do thou carefully observe the expression on the face of Bharata when he hears these tidings, and how he comports himself. Thou wilt know by all his gestures, the color of his face, his glances, and his words, whose mind would not be moved by the thought of ascending an ancestral throne, fulfilling all one's dreams, and to a kingdom abounding in prosperity, hosts of elephants, horses, and chariots. If the fortunate Bharata wishes to reign in his own right, then, by mutual agreement, let that descendant of Raghu govern the entire earth." On receiving these instructions, Hanuman, born of Maruta, assuming human form, left in all haste for Ayodhya, and advanced with speed, like unto Garuda swooping on a great serpent on which he wishes to lay hold. Traversing the pathway of his sire, the shining abode of great birds, and crossing over the formidable confluence of the Ganges and the Yamuna, he reached the city of Sringavara. Then the valiant Hanuman sought out Guha and said to him, his voice ringing with joy, "Thy friend, Kakusta, that true hero who was accompanied by Sita, as also Saumitri, inquires as to thy welfare. Having spent the 5th night of the moon with the sage Bharadwaja, on his request, Raghava has now taken leave of him, and thou wilt see him tomorrow." Having said this, the illustrious and agile Hanuman, whose hair stood on end with delight, rushed on regardless of fatigue. Thereafter, he crossed the river sacred to Parasurama and the Valukini, Varuti, and Gomati, and the formidable forest of Sala trees, also many densely populated countries and opulent cities. Having journeyed a great distance, that foremost of monkeys came to the flowering trees that grow in the neighborhood of Nandagrama and resembled those of Cheatarata, the gardens of the king of the celestials. There he beheld people who, with their wives, sons, and grandsons, well attired, were given up to enjoyment in those pleasant surroundings. Thereafter, at a distance of 1 league from Ayodhya, he observed Bharata, clad in a black antelope skin, sad, emaciated, wearing matted locks, his limbs besmeared with dust, dwelling in a hermitage, afflicted on account of his brother's misfortune. Living on fruit and roots, practicing penance, self-controlled, his hair knotted, dressed in bark and a black antelope skin, disciplined, pure of soul, like unto a Brahma Rishi in radiance. He, having placed Rama's sandals before him, ruled the earth by protecting the four castes from every peril with the aid of his ministers, and virtuous priests and senior officers wearing red robes surrounded him. And his subjects, faithful to their duty, had resolved not to neglect the welfare of their king, who, resembling righteousness itself, seemed to be the god of Dharma incarnate. Then Hanuman, paying obeisance with joined palms, said to that loyal prince, "Thy brother Kakusta, for whose exile to the forest of Dandaka in robes of bark and matted locks thou grievest, inquires as to thy welfare. I bring thee good tidings, O prince. Abandon thy despair. The moment has come when thou wilt be reunited with thy brother Rama. Having slain Ravana and recovered Maithili, Raghava is returning with his valiant friends, his purpose accomplished. The mighty Lakshmana too is coming, and the illustrious Vaidehi, Rama's devoted companion, as Sachi is to Mahendra." Hearing Hanuman's words, Bharata, the son of Kaikeyi, swooned with joy, felicity causing him to lose consciousness. In a moment, however, the descendant of Raghu, Bharata, rose up, breathing with an effort, and addressed Hanuman, who had brought him those pleasant tidings. Deeply moved, the fortunate Bharata, embracing the monkey, bedewed him with his tears that fell from him in great drops, inspired not by suffering, but by joy, and said, "Whether thou be God or man who has come hither out of compassion for me, O my friend, I wish to bestow a gift on thee for the happy tidings thou hast brought me. I offer thee 100,000 cows, as also 100 prosperous villages, and 16 youthful women for thy consorts, possessed of curls, with sweet expressions, golden skins, shapely noses, lovely ankles, and gracious mien, resembling the moon, adorned with every kind of ornament, all of noble families." Hearing from that prince of monkeys of the miraculous return of Rama, Bharata, whose desire to behold his brother again threw him into a transport of delight, added joyfully. Chapter 128. Hanuman tells Bharata of all that befell Rama and Sita during their exile. "Verily, it is with joy that I learn these tidings of my protector, after the innumerable years that he has passed in the forest. How felicitous is the well-known saying, 'Happiness comes to man, even if it be after 100 years.' How did Raghava and the monkeys conclude an alliance, and for what purpose? Answer my questions candidly." Thus interrogated by the prince, Hanuman, seating himself on a heap of kusha grass, began to describe Rama's life in the forest and said, "O Lord, thou knowest how he was exiled on account of the 2 boons bestowed on thy mother, how the king Dasaratha died in consequence of his son's banishment, how the messengers, O Lord, brought thee back from Rajagriha, how returning to Ayodhya thou didst refuse the crown, how thou didst go to Chitrakuta to appeal to thy brother, the scourge of his foes, begging him to accept the throne, thus conforming to the way of virtuous men, how Rama renounced the kingdom, and how, on returning, thou didst bring back the sandals of that illustrious hero. All this, O long-armed warrior, is well known to thee, but what happened subsequent to thy departure, now hear from me. After thy return, distress seized the denizens of the forest, creating a great turmoil. Thereupon Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana entered the huge, dreadful, and lonely Dandaka forest that was trodden down by elephants and formidable with its lions, tigers, and deer. Having penetrated into its depths, the powerful Virata appeared before them, emitting fearful cries. Lifting him up, as he was roaring like a great elephant, those 2 warriors threw him headlong into a pit, and having accomplished that difficult exploit, the 2 brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, at dusk reached the enchanting hermitage of Sarabanga. That sage having ascended to heaven, Rama, a true hero, paid obeisance to the ascetics, and thereafter went to Janasthana. 14,000 Titans who dwelt in Janasthana were slain during the time that the mighty Raghava resided there. For having fallen into the hands of the only Rama during the 4th watch, those demons were wholly exterminated. Taking advantage of their great power in order to harass the ascetics, those demons, inhabitants of the Dandaka forest, were slain by Rama in combat. The demons slain, and Kara also, Rama then dispatched Dushana and subsequently Trishiras. Thereafter, a female demon named Shurpanaka accosted him, and being ordered to do so, Lakshmana, rising, took up his sword and instantly cut off her ears and nose. Thus mutilated, that Titan woman took refuge with Ravana. Then a redoubtable titan in Ravana's service named Maricha, assuming the form of a jeweled deer, beguiled Vaidehi, who, on beholding it, said to Rama, "O my beloved, capture it for me. It will enliven our solitude." Raghava, bow in hand, rushed out in pursuit of that deer and destroyed it with a single arrow, O my friend. While Raghava, however, was thus engaged in the chase, Lakshmana too had left the hermitage, and Sugriva, entering there, speedily took hold of Sita as Graha seizes Rohini in the sky. Slaying the vulture Jatayu, who sought to deliver her, the Titan, taking hold of Sita, departed in all haste for his capital. Meanwhile, some strange-looking monkeys, as large as hills, standing on the summit of a mountain, astonished, observed Ravana, the king of the Titans, proceeding with Sita in his arms, and mounting into the sky with her in the chariot Pushpaka, which was as swift as thought. The all-powerful Ravana returned to Lanka. There he entered his vast palace decorated with pure gold, and with many words sought to console Vaidehi, but she, regarding his speech and his person with disdain, and as less than a straw, was imprisoned in the Ashoka grove. Meantime, Rama returned, having slain the deer in the forest, and as he did so, he beheld the vulture so beloved of his sire, dead, at which he suffered extreme distress. Thereafter, Raghava, with Lakshmana, set out in search of Vaidehi, and they crossed the Godavari river with its flowering woodlands. In the great forest, the two princes met a titan named Kabanda, counseled by whom that true hero repaired to the mountain Rishyamukha in order to confer with Sugriva, and even before they met, they were firm friends. Sugriva had formerly been banished by his irascible brother Bali, and in consequence of this meeting, a sound alliance was formed between them. Rama, by the strength of his arms, established him on the throne, having slain Bali, that giant full of valor, in the field. Regaining his kingdom, Sugriva vowed in return to set out with all the monkeys in order to find the princess, and under the command of their magnanimous sovereign, 10 kotis of these Plavamgamas repaired to different regions. Whilst discouraged, we were resting on the lofty Vindhya mountain, plunged in despair, a long time past. Meanwhile, the powerful brother of the king of the vultures, named Sampati, informed us that Sita was dwelling in Ravana's palace, whereupon I, whom thou seest here, was able to dispel the grief of my companions, and, resorting to mine own prowess, crossed over 100 leagues of sea and discovered Maithili alone in the Ashoka grove, clad in a soiled silken cloth stained with dust, afflicted yet faithful to her conjugal vow. Approaching that irreproachable lady, I paid obeisance to her and bestowed a ring on her in Rama's name as a pledge, and she in her turn gave me a brilliant jewel. My mission accomplished, I returned and gave Rama that token, the bright gem, and he, receiving tidings of Maithili, regained his zest for life, as one who in extremity drinks Amrita. Summoning up his strength, he resolved to overthrow Lanka, as when the time has come, Vibhabasu prepares to destroy the worlds. Reaching the shores of the sea, the prince commanded Nala to construct a causeway, and the army of valiant monkeys crossed the ocean on that bridge. Prahasta fell under the blows of Nila, Kumbhakarna under those of Raghava, Lakshmana slew Ravana's son, and Rama, Ravana himself. Having been received by the granter of boons, Shakra, as also Yama, Varuna, and Mahadeva, Swayambhu, and Dasaratha, Rama was showered with favors by all the rishis. The glorious Kakusta, scourge of his foes, was rendered happy by obtaining these boons and returned to Kishkinda accompanied by the monkeys in the chariot Pushpaka. He has reached the Ganges once more and is dwelling with the sage, where, without hindrance, thou shouldest behold him tomorrow when the Pushya star is in an auspicious aspect. Thereupon, hearing Hanuman's delightful words, Bharata, full of joy, paid obeisance to him, and, in accents pleasing to the heart, said, "After a long time, my desires are at last fulfilled." Chapter 129. Bharata sets out to meet Rama. Hearing those marvelous tidings, Bharata, that real hero, the slayer of hostile warriors, delighted, issued a command to Shatrughna, saying, "Let all righteous men, having purified themselves, worship all the deities and sacred altars of the city with fragrant garlands and diverse musical instruments. Let the bards conversant with the tradition, and all the panegyrists with the queens, ministers, guards, the army, the courtiers, the Brahmins, nobles, and the foremost of the artisans issue forth from the capital in companies in order to behold the countenance of Rama, which is as lovely as the moon. At this behest, Shatrughna, the slayer of hostile warriors, called together some thousands of laborers, whom he divided into groups, and he said to them, "Fill up the hollows and level the uneven ground from Ayodhya to Nandagrama. Sprinkle every part with water as cold as ice, and let others scatter roasted grain and flowers everywhere. Set up large standards on all the main highways of the capital. At the rising of the sun, let all the dwellings be adorned with crowns and garlands, with many flowers and decorations in 5 colors. Let contingents of soldiers stand along the royal highway to keep it free." At this command from Shatrughna, which filled everyone with joy, Dristi, Jayanti, Vijaya, Siddhartha, Arthasadaka, Ashoka, Mantrapala, and Sumantra set out. Thousands of elephants intoxicated with ichor, and female elephants with golden girths, bearing standards, splendidly adorned, on which illustrious warriors were mounted, issued forth, whilst others set out on horses and in chariots also, and warriors armed with spears, cutlasses, and nets, furnished with banners and pennants, were escorted by the foremost of their leaders and thousands of infantry. Thereafter the litters, bearing the consorts of King Dasaratha, with Kaushalya and Sumitra at their head, also set out. And Bharata, ever fixed in his duty, surrounded by the twice-born, the elders of the city, the merchants and counselors with garlands and sweetmeats in their hands, rejoiced by the sound of conchs and drums, his praises sung by panegyrists, having placed the sandals of the illustrious Rama on his head, took up the white parasol decorated with bright garlands, and 2 golden chowries made of yak's tails, worthy of a king. Then that magnanimous prince, emaciated by long fasting, pale, wearing robes of bark and a black antelope skin, yet full of joy at the tidings of his brother's approach, set out with his escort to meet Rama, and the sound of the horses' hooves, the noise of the chariots' wheels, the blare of conchs and beat of drums, the roaring of elephants, the blast of trumpets and booming of gongs, caused the earth to tremble as the whole city proceeded to Nandagrama. Thereafter Bharata, glancing round, said to Hanuman, the son of Pavana, "Is it due to the levity of thy monkey nature that I do not behold Kakusta, the illustrious Rama, scourge of his foes? Neither are those monkeys able to change their form at will to be seen." To these words, Hanuman, testifying to the truth, answered the virtue-loving Bharata, saying, "That sylvan army has reached the trees covered with fruit and flowers, flowing with honey, where the humming of the bees intoxicated with love can be heard. All this was created by the virtue of a boon bestowed by Vasava on the sage Bharadwaja as a reward for his great hospitality. One can hear their shouts of delight, and to my mind, those monkeys have crossed the river Gomati. Observe that immense cloud of dust near the wood. In mine estimation, the monkeys are shaking the boughs of the sala trees. Behold that aerial chariot, bright as the moon, which can be seen in the distance. It is the celestial car Pushpaka, created by Brahma's thought, and was obtained by that hero after he had slain Ravana and his kinsfolk. Glittering like the rising sun, that celestial chariot, swift as thought, that is bearing Rama, belongs to Danara, who received it from Brahma. In it are the 2 valiant brothers, offspring of the house of Raghu, accompanied by Vaidehi, the supremely illustrious Sugriva, and the Titan Vibhishana. At that moment, from women, children, youthful persons, and the aged, the joyful clamor, "Rama has come!" arose, reaching the skies. Alighting from their chariots, elephants, and horses in order to go on foot, the people beheld that prince standing in his aerial car, resembling the moon in the sky. With joined palms, Bharata advanced joyfully to meet Rama, to whom he paid obeisance, offering him water wherewith to wash his hands and feet, as also the argaya. In that chariot created by Brahma's thought, the elder brother of Bharata, with his large eyes, looked as radiant as the god who bears the thunderbolt. Then Bharata, with a deep bow, paid reverence to his brother Rama, who was seated in the car, like unto the sun on the summit of Mount Meru, and Rama's command, that swift and excellent vehicle, harnessed to swans, descended to earth. Then the faithful Bharata, approaching Rama, full of joy, paid obeisance once more, and Kakusta, drawing Bharata to him, whom he had not seen for a long time, caused him to sit on his lap, embracing him affectionately. Thereafter, Bharata, the scourge of his foes, approached Lakshmana and Vaidehi and saluted them lovingly. Then the son of Kayaki embraced Sugriva, Jambavan, Angada, Mayinda, Devivida, Nila, and Rishaba also, and Sushena, Nala, Gavaksha, Gandhamandana, Sharaba, and Panasa, clasping them in turn in his arms. In the form of men, those monkeys, able to change their shape at will, gaily wished Bharata good fortune. Then, after embracing him, that prince, full of valor, said to Sugriva, that line among monkeys, "We are 4 brothers, thou shalt be the 5th, O Sugriva. Benevolence creates friendship and malevolence enmity." Thereafter, Bharata addressed Vibhishana in comforting words, saying, "Be thou blessed, thy cooperation ensured the success of this difficult enterprise." At that instant, Shatrughna, having paid obeisance to Rama and Lakshmana, bowed reverently to the feet of Sita. Then Rama approached his mother, who was pale and drawn with grief, and prostrating himself, touched her feet, thus rejoicing her heart, after which he saluted Sumitra and the renowned Kayaki, thereafter paying obeisance to the other queens and his spiritual preceptor. Then all the citizens, with joined palms, said to Rama, "Be thou welcome, O long-armed hero, thou art the increaser of Kaushalya's delight." To the elder brother of Bharata, those thousands of hands joined in salutation caused the inhabitants of the city to appear like a lotus in flower. Then Bharata, conversant with his duty, himself took Rama's sandals and fastened them on the feet of that Indra among men, and thereafter, with joined palms, said to him, "This kingdom that I received in trust, I now render back to thee in its entirety. Today, since I see thee as Lord of Ayodhya, the purpose of mine existence has been fulfilled, and my desires consummated. Now examine thy treasury, thy storehouses, thine house, and thine army. By thy grace I have increased them tenfold." These words, uttered by Bharata out of fraternal love, caused the monkeys and the titan Vibhishana to shed tears. Thereafter, in his joy, Raghava made Bharata sit on his lap, and with his chariot and army proceeded to the hermitage. Reaching that place with Bharata and his troops, Rama alighted from his aerial car and thereafter spoke to that most excellent chariot, saying, "Now go hence and place thyself at Vaishravana's disposal. I give thee leave to depart." Thus dismissed by Rama, that excellent car proceeded in a northerly direction and reached Dhanata's abode. The celestial car Pushpaka, which had been borne away by the titan Ravana, returned at Rama's command with all speed to Dhanata. As Shakra touches the feet of Brihaspati, Raghava, having touched the feet of his friend, his spiritual preceptor, seated himself by his side a little way apart on an excellent seat. Chapter 130. Rama is installed as king. The benefits that accrue from the recitation and hearing of the Ramayana. Raising his joined palms to his forehead, Bharata, the increaser of Kayaki's delight, said to his elder brother Rama, that true hero, "Thou hast honored my mother by conferring the kingdom on me. Now I give back to thee that which was entrusted to me. How can I, who am but a young steer, bear the heavy load that one full-grown is scarcely able to sustain? To my mind, it is as hard to preserve the boundaries of this kingdom as to build up a dam which has been swept away by a torrent. How can a donkey outpace a horse, or a cow surpass a swan in flight? Nor am I able to follow in thy footsteps, O hero, O scourge of thy foes. As a tree with a vast trunk and branches, planted in a courtyard that has grown immense and difficult to climb, dries up when it has blossomed without yielding any fruit, so, O long-armed prince, if, being our master, thou dost not uphold us all, we, thy servants, are in the same case. Let the universe today witness thine enthronement, O Raghava, thou who art as radiant as the sun at noon in all its effulgence. From henceforth, let it be to the sound of gongs, the tinkling of girdles and anklets, and the gentle strains of melodious singing that thou dost wake and fall asleep. Do thou rule the world as long as the sun revolves and the earth endures." Hearing Bharata's words, Rama, the conqueror of hostile cities, answered, "So be it," and took his place on an excellent seat. Thereafter, at the command of Shatrughna, skilled and deft-handed barbers quickly surrounded Raghava, and first Bharata bathed, and the mighty Lakshmana also, then Sugriva, that Indra among monkeys, followed by Vibhishana, the lord of the Titans. whereupon Rama, his matted locks shorn, performed his ablutions, and he was clothed in robes of great price, covered with garlands and sprinkled with every kind of perfume. Thereafter he reappeared, blazing in his own effulgence. The hero Bharata attended on Rama's robing, and Shatrughna, the upholder of the prosperity of the Ikshvakus, on Lakshmana's, and all the consorts of King Dasaratha attended on Sita. Kaushalya, in love of her son, herself adorned all the consorts of the monkeys with joy. Then Shatrughna, having issued the command, Sumantra harnessed a magnificent chariot, and when that celestial car, bright as flame, had been brought before him, Rama, that long-armed warrior, conqueror of hostile citadels, took his place therein. Sugriva and Hanuman, whose beauty equaled Mahendra's, bathed and attired in robes of divine loveliness and sparkling earrings, followed. Thereafter Sugriva's consorts, as also Sita, advanced eager to behold the capital. In Ayodhya, all the ministers of King Dasaratha, with Rama's spiritual preceptor, Vasishtha, at their head, took counsel as to what ought to be done. And Ashoka, Vijaya, and Siddhartha, with undivided mind, entered into consultation regarding the honors to be paid to Rama by the city, and said, "Prepare all that is needed for the coronation of the magnanimous Rama, who is worthy of this honor, beginning with the benedictory prayer." Having issued these orders, the ministers, as also the spiritual preceptor, set forth from the city in haste, in order to behold Rama, who resembled the god of 1,000 eyes in his chariot, drawn by horses. And Raghava, seated in his car, proceeded along the highway to his capital. Bharata took up the reins, Shatrughna the parasol, Lakshmana the fan, and Sugriva one of the chowries, whilst that Indra among the Titans, Vibhishana, held the second that was made of yak's tails of dazzling whiteness, and like unto the moon, waving it to and fro over the prince, behind whom he stood. At that instant, the sweet music of Rama's praises rang out in the sky, sung by companies of rishis and gods with the Marut hosts. The illustrious Sugriva, that bull among the monkeys, was mounted on an elephant named Shatrunjaya, as high as a hill, and 9,000 elephants carried the monkeys, who, in the form of men, proceeded along the way, adorned with ornaments of every kind. Then that lord of men advanced towards the city, encircled with palaces, to the sound of conchs and the roll of drums, and the inhabitants of the city beheld Raghava, radiant with beauty, advancing in his chariot, and having exchanged salutations, they took up their places behind Kakusta, the magnanimous Rama, surrounded by his brothers. In the midst of his counselors, the Brahmins and the people, Rama shone with splendor like unto the moon amidst the stars, and as he advanced along the highway, preceded by the musicians and those who bore the swastika on the palms of their hands, he was attended by a joyous crowd. Before Rama marched those who carried roasted grain and gold, and virgins and kine were there with the twice-born, and men with their hands full of modaka. Meantime, Rama informed his ministers of his alliance with Sugriva and of the prowess of the son of Anila, and the monkeys and the inhabitants of Ayodhya were astounded by the narrative concerning the monkeys' exploits and the valor of the Titans. Whilst relating these incidents, the illustrious Rama, who was attended by the Vanaras, entered Ayodhya, which was filled with healthy and happy people, and where every house was decorated. Thereafter they came to the ancestral dwelling, the abode of the descendants of Ikshvaku, and that prince, the delight of the house of Raghu, paid obeisance to Kaushalya, Sumitra, and Kayaki, and thereafter addressed Bharata in gentle and reasonable words, saying, "Let Sugriva stay in the magnificent palace, set amidst the woods in the Ashoka grove, which abounds in pearls and emeralds." At these words, Bharata, that true hero, took Sugriva by the hand and led him into the palace. Meanwhile, servants bearing oil lamps, couches, and carpets entered immediately as commanded by Shatrughna, and the exceedingly valiant younger brother of Raghava said to Sugriva, "Do thou, O Lord, issue thy commands for Rama's coronation." On this, Sugriva gave over 4 golden urns encrusted with gems to the monkey leaders, saying, "Tomorrow at dawn, see to it that ye return with your urns filled from the 4 seas, O monkeys." At this command, those powerful monkeys, resembling elephants, immediately rose into the air so that they looked like swift eagles, and they were Jambavan, Hanuman, Vegadarshan, and Rishaba, who brought back their urns filled with water, whilst 500 other monkeys drew water in their jars from 500 rivers. The mighty and valorous Sushena returned with his vessel, adorned with every variety of gem, bearing water from the eastern sea. Rishaba, without delay, brought water from the southern sea. Gavaya, with his urn powdered with red sandal and camphor, filled it at the vast ocean of the west. And Hanuman, the marvelous son of Anila, who was as swift as the wind, with his huge urn encrusted with diamonds, drew water from the icy northern sea. Beholding the water brought by those foremost of monkeys for Rama's coronation, Shatrughna, attended by servants, imparted the tidings to the chief priest Vasista and his companions, and that venerable one hastened there with the Brahmins, whereupon he caused Rama, accompanied by Sita, to ascend a throne inlaid with precious gems. Then Vasista, Vijaya, Javali, Kashyapa, Katyayana, Gotama, and Vamadeva consecrated that line among men with pure and fragrant water, as the Vasus crowned Vasava of 1,000 eyes. Then the Ritvijas and the Brahmins with 16 virgins, counselors, warriors, as also the merchants, were full of joy, and Rama was sprinkled with pure water, and the celestial beings, standing in the firmament with the Lokapalas and the gods, assembled to anoint him with the juice of all the sacred herbs. And having been crowned by the magnanimous Vasista, the priests placed royal vestments upon him, and Shatrughna bore the immaculate shining canopy, and Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, the chowry made of yak's tails, the lord of the Titans, Vibhishana, carrying the second that was as bright as the moon. Thereafter, on Vasava's command, Vayu bestowed on Raghava a brilliant golden garland embellished with 100 lotuses, and a necklace of pearls enriched with every variety of gem was also conferred on that lord of men by Shakra. The gods and Gandharvas sang, and troops of Apsaras danced at the installation of the virtuous Rama, who was worthy of that honor. The earth, too, was covered with rich crops, and the trees with their fruit and flowers gave forth their fragrance in honor of Raghava. Hundreds and thousands of horses, cows, and heifers were distributed amongst the twice-born by that prince, who had already bestowed hundreds of bulls on the Brahmins, and Raghava gave them 30 crores of gold and rich attire and priceless ornaments. Then a golden crown encrusted with precious stones, glittering like the sun's rays, was offered to Sugriva by that valiant leader of men, who bestowed 2 bracelets set with emeralds, the luster of which rivaled the moon's, on Angada, the son of Bali. And Rama gave unto Sita a necklace of pearls, embellished with gems that was without peer, and like unto moonbeams, and celestial and immaculate raiment richly embroidered with superb ornaments. Then Vaidehi, the delight of Janaka, prepared to bestow her own necklace on the son of the wind as a token, and unclasping it from her neck, she looked on all the monkeys and on her lord again and again, whereupon Rama, understanding her gesture and approving it, said to the daughter of Janaka, "Give the necklace to whom thou pleasest, O lovely and illustrious lady." Thereupon the dark-eyed Sita gave the necklace to the son of Vayu, and Hanuman, in whom courage, strength, glory, skill, capability and reserve, prudence, audacity and prowess were ever to be found, that line among monkeys, adorned with that necklace, looked as radiant as a mountain covered by a white cloud, silvered by an aureole of moonbeams. Thereafter, all the elder and leading monkeys received fitting gifts of jewels and raiment, whereupon Sugriva, Hanuman, Jambavan, and all those monkeys, having been overwhelmed with favors by Rama of imperishable exploits, and received precious gems in addition, according to their merits, with all that their hearts could desire, returned joyfully from whence they had come. And Rama, the scourge of his foes, lord of the earth, sought out Devivida, Mayinda, and Nila, and satisfied all their wishes. Thereupon the festival which they had attended being terminated, the foremost of the monkeys took leave of that lord of men and returned to Kishkinda. And Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, having assisted at Rama's coronation and being overwhelmed with honors by him, went back to his capital. Thereafter Vibhishana, that virtuous monarch, having obtained the kingdom of his forebears, returned to Lanka, full of glory with the leading Titans. The supremely illustrious and magnanimous Raghava, having slain his foes, ruled his empire in peace, enhancing the joy of his people. Devoted to virtue, Rama addressed Lakshmana, who was fixed in his duty, saying, "O faithful one, aid me in defending the land protected by the ancient kings with their armies. As was the custom of our ancestors in days of yore, do thou share the weight of state affairs with me as heir presumptive." Yet despite the earnest entreaties addressed to him, Saumitri did not accept the dignity, and the high-souled Rama conferred it on Bharata. Thereafter, that prince performed the Pondarika, Ashvamedha, Vijamedha, and other sacrifices of many kinds again and again. Reigning for 10,000 years, he offered up 10 horse sacrifices, distributing immense wealth and charity, and Rama, whose arms reached to his knees, the powerful elder brother of Lakshmana, ruled the earth in glory and performed many sacrifices with his sons, brothers, and kinsfolk. No widow was ever found in distress, nor was there any danger from snakes or disease during his reign. There were no malefactors in his kingdom, nor did any suffer harm. No aged person ever attended the funeral of a younger relative. Happiness was universal. Each attended to his duty, and they had only to look on Rama to give up enmity. Men lived for 1,000 years, each having 1,000 sons who were free from infirmity and anxiety. Trees bore fruit and flowers perpetually. Parjanya set down rain when it was needed, and Maruta blew auspiciously. All works undertaken bore happy results, and all engaged in their respective duties and eschewed evil. All were endowed with good qualities. All were devoted to pious observances, and Rama ruled over the kingdom for 10,000 years. This renowned and sacred epic, the foremost of all, granting long life and victory to kings, was composed by the Rishi Valmiki, and he who hears it constantly in this world is delivered from evil. If he desires sons, he obtains them. If wealth, he acquires it. He who in this world listens to the story of Rama's enthronement, if he be a king, will conquer the earth and overcome his enemies. Women will obtain sons as Sumitra and Kaushalya obtained Rama and Lakshmana, and Kayaki, Bharata. The hearing of the Ramayana grants longevity and victory equal to Rama's, he of imperishable exploits. The one who, mastering his anger, listens with faith to this epic, formerly composed by Valmiki, overcomes all obstacles, and those who hear this story set forth by Valmiki will return from their journeys in foreign lands and rejoice the hearts of their kinsfolk. They will obtain fulfillment of all the desires they conceive in this world from Raghava, and its recitation will bring delight to these celestials. It pacifies the adverse forces in those houses where it is to be found. Hearing it, a king will conquer the earth. If he be a stranger, he will fare well. Women who hear this sacred epic in their pregnancy will give birth to sons who are unsurpassed. He who recites it with reverence will be freed from all evil and live long. Warriors should listen to it recited by the twice-born with bowed heads in order to achieve prosperity and obtain sons. Rama is ever pleased with the one who hears this epic or who recites it in its entirety, and he who does so will obtain a felicity comparable to Rama's, who is Vishnu, the Eternal, the primeval God, the long-armed Hari, Narayana, the Lord. Such are the fruits produced by this ancient narrative. May prosperity attend thee. Recite it with love, and may the power of Vishnu increase. The celestial beings rejoice in the understanding and hearing of Ramayana, and the ancestors are gratified. Those who, in devotion, transcribe this history of Rama, composed by the Rishi Valmiki, attain to the region of Brahma. The hearing of this rare and beautiful poem in this world brings prosperous families, wealth and grain in abundance, lovely wives, supreme felicity, and complete success in all undertakings. This narrative, which promotes long life, health, renown, brotherly love, wisdom, happiness, and power, should be heard in reverence by virtuous men desirous of felicity. End of Yuddha-Kanda.